Good morning and welcome to coverage of Nerd Rage in Minnesota. This weekend we're in Minneapolis, so second time this year. This is the end of season 2. We got Modern and Pioneer. We got all kinds of stuff going on. We got a 10K, a 5K. We're excited to be here. This is the Nerd Rage Gaming Series. Thanks for joining us this morning. I'm Joe Lissette. I'll be hosting most of the whole weekend long. And I'm going to be joined for the first few rounds today and the last few rounds today by Drake Sasser. Let's pop him in here.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
Drake, dude, I'm doing good. All right. So we got season 2 leaderboard locking up some invites to the championship this weekend. We'll talk about that later. But we got Modern. Today we're watching Modern. We got 8 rounds of Swiss. We got a quarterfinals tonight. And then we got semifinals and finals playing out tomorrow morning. So what is new or what is significant about Modern for you right now? What if someone says, Drake, what are your thoughts on the format? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it's actually really interesting. I think traditionally we've had a format that has gotten a little stagnant with 4-color, very clearly rising to the top. Murktide, only a step behind, but still a very powerful deck. But in recent events, recent results, we've seen kind of the rise of these Wrenn and 6 based big mana decks, things like Scapeshift and even Amulet Titan kind of seeing a little bit of a comeback. I think we even saw Titan Shift doing some results. Awesome stuff going on there. And then there's even new additions with the Dominaria United set just releasing. There's, a few tribal decks that got some tools. And I mean, we've seen kind of multiple decks in Modern. It looks like it's a powerful set. So I'm interested to see kind of how that shakes up as well. It looks like we're primed and ready for a little bit of a metagame churn here in Modern.
Well, I think that's a welcome news for probably a lot of people. Now, and we're going to see in round 1, and we're going to see a couple of things you just referenced there. But so we've got all these naming conventions in Modern, then players like to, go off the rails and, trip us up. But something I've seen referenced several times in the last couple weeks, and me, I'm not as young as all the other kids. So tell me, what is this black-red scam deck, and why is it called that, and how come I can't get an accurate description of this?
Well, I think the big reason why, Joe, is that different people have different answers. I've heard some crazy stuff that I don't believe is true where it comes to like the evoke elementals and it's like a scam because you bring it back. I don't think that's the case. I think it comes back to the traditional Magic players love their mid-range decks. And traditionally in the Modern format, if you show up with a mid-range deck, you're going to get your doors blown off by some kind of combo deck or Tron or something like that. So it's a deck that people want to like and then turns out to be a scam. But I mean, it has been putting up numbers. It's been performing in the format. So as much of it is kind of a meme that it's called a scam deck, I think it does have some legs in the format. And hoping to see some of that going on today as well.
No, it's not even. If I was trying to naming conventions, they have to like be consistent for everybody. That's not how I would label like the mid-range boring deck is calling it a scam. That just doesn't work for me. But
Does it entice you?
Yeah, I'm not trying to play those decks anyway, though, dude. I mean,
well, you're the Tron guy, Joe. You're the one Troning all the scam decks.
I know. But like everyone hates Tron. Why isn't Tron the scam deck?
Like, I mean, people just don't like you. I mean, we see memes all over the place where it's because you blowing up people's lands. Nobody likes to have their lands blown up. You play Tron, it's like, oh god, the Tron person. No, like, come on, it's worse. At least you're getting scammed if you're playing a mid-range deck.
I can't believe I found another Sylvan Scrying deck to play in another format after playing Tron all this time.
You just can't get away. It's demonic tutor, Joe. It's so good.
It is, right? It's perfect. Yeah. Except in Pioneer, you only have to tutor for 1 land, not even 3. It's great. Anyway, all right, but Pioneers for tomorrow. So we've got the significance of this weekend is it's the last event of season 2. So let's go ahead and throw up our qualified players first for the Nerd Rage Championship at the end of the year. We've got, I think, 7, but let's take a look. We have 7 players that are already locked up spots. So you see Ivan Espinosa, who actually got it done at the championship last year. Piper Powell, who won the Season 1 showdown. Joseph Bernal and Andrew Ellenbogen qualified in Season 1 by being the top 2 members of the leaderboard. And that's the parallel to the players that are going to get in this weekend. And then we had Connor Mullally, Theodore Jung, and Max Komanowski, who won the team showdown, which was the Season 2 auto lock event. So this weekend, now we can put up the Season 2 leaderboard if we have it. We are going to qualify the top 2 unqualified players from this list after the 2 events this weekend. So you can see right now, Jesse Robkin and Zach Dubin would get in. It's Connor Mullally and Max Komanowski are already in. However, there is some competition for these slots. Jesse with fairly comfortable position. Zach Dubin, though, a little precarious. Josh Warsaw is not here. but Scott Pulera, Larry Fields, Zoe Reederman, and the rest of the names you see there are going to be trying to jump and lock up that slot. Now, Drake, you played in the last Star City Players Championship, which functioned in a similar manner. Do you remember how you qualified, and kind of was there stress, or how did that play out for you?
Oh, it's definitely. I mean, it's stressful the entire time. Either the end of a season, because like you said, it functioned very similarly. I qualified via at-large bids at the very end. That was kind of my goal from the beginning. You need to get very lucky. You have to spike a lot of events a lot of the time, or you need to be insane at Magic. And I don't think of myself that well. But you have to accumulate a lot of points in one season just to get it done. Whereas I prefer to try to get that consistency and get the at-large bids. So that's what I was shooting for from the beginning. I figured that's the easiest way to get it done. But even at these events at the end of the season, it's extremely stressful because depending on who qualifies, you may still have someone with a pile of points that is way ahead of you that is still in the running for an at-large bid. And it's just every single event matters. That's one of the cool things about these leaderboards, the way that this is set up. Every single event, every result matters a ton. And, that means you got to show up, you got to play every single event.
All right. Well, speaking of playing, let's go ahead and kick off the weekend. We got round 1 ready to go. Our feature match, we have KeeGan Little versus Rodney Bedell. Rodney is towards the bottom of the season 2 leaderboard right now. I believe we said he was in 19th. So he's got some work to do to lock up a slot, but he has proven his mettle. He did win a legacy event with us this year versus KeeGan Little on Azorius Hammer versus Temur Scapeshift. So let's get things rolling. Also, just to mention, if someone that you follow that's on that list for the season 2 leaderboard doesn't make it in this weekend, the overall leaderboard, as Drake was alluding to, will lock up several slots at the end of the season. So not making it this weekend doesn't mean the dream is over.
Yeah, you definitely get another attempt. Rodney may be in that position. We'll see. I mean, he could put up some excellent results this weekend and find himself with a surprising amount of points and maybe, in the running for those last 2 event slots. So here comes Esper Sentinel, probably a pretty good one against the big mana deck leading on the turn 1 tap land, Rogrin Triome.
These Esper Sentinels, unassuming little 1/1, but certainly a rather irritating card to play against.
Yeah, it's extremely potent. And Rodney has some good counterplay here. The card Ren and 6, a card we've heard about a lot in this modern format. Very good lining up against it exactly on turn 2, but they still get a card for their trouble. Rodney, not going to play into it. No play on turn 2 as here comes Springleaf Drum before the land drop. Maybe no land for KeeGan. Here comes an attack for one.
A bit problematic. We see the drum generates another mana as the Ornithopter is not a viable attacker at this point. I mean, you have the Marsh Flats on the board here as already kicking off the weekend. The players trying to deceive us with their positioning permanence here.
It's an attacker, Joe. It's an animated Marsh Flats for sure. As here comes, looks like, Rod, we saw him pull the bolt to the front there. Gonna go ahead and maybe try to pick off this Esper Sentinel. Oh.
Yeah, so Blacksmith Skill is going to save that here, and presumably Rodney's whatever fetched land here is going to pay for the Esper Sentinel tax. But yeah, this Lightning Bolt does get countered. This attempted on end step here, so in case there was something to save the Esper Sentinel, like Blacksmith Skill, Rodney avoids taking the extra 2 damage.
Yeah, heads up play there. Go ahead and use your mana on your opponent's turn. That also makes KeeGan use his mana, which we see is very constricted right now, having no lands, and Springleaf Drum requires you to tap a creature. So Rodney, just a quick another Misty Rainforest passing the turn. I think we saw 2 copies of Valakut in his hand. Those aren't exactly very efficient at making mana the turn they come into play, and you need a lot of mountains, usually alongside the card Scapeshift, in order to make those do damage. So not probably what Rodney wants to see as far as developing his mana. Choosing to play always on tap lands first, start casting spells immediately. But I think we're going to see Rodney begin to stagnate here in the mid game as his lands are going to start entering tapped and not making great colors of mana.
Now, what do you think about? So from KeeGan's perspective here, with 4-color probably being the more likely opponent here, is it possible you would hold your Valakuts to try and get your opponent to assume you're playing 4-color deck?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This is definitely weird sequencing if it's a 4-color deck. I don't even think they play copies of Lightning Bolt at all in their deck. And here comes Remand. So the gig kind of has to be up.
Yeah,
we're remanding a hammer. So I think KeeGan kind of needs to be tipped off here. So here comes another basic land. Avoid taking some damage, as I think we're getting hit with a hammer this turn.
Yeah,
KeeGan did assemble Sigarda's Aid plus the Colossus Hammer. Don't need any lands. We can still get the job done. Here's a hit for 11 coming across.
Yeah, no problem. Smash your life total there. I mean, the whole idea of remand, right? Because it's a cantrip and you're just delaying your opponent's turn. It's much better against 4 mana spells than 1 mana spells.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's Remand's entire joke, right? Is it's great when people are trying to resolve 3 and 4 mana spells. Rodney, Expressive Iteration did not look good. Going to go ahead and pick it up. I can't imagine those Remand's going to stay in here in the sideboarding because, like you alluded to, remanding 1 mana spells is just about as bad as it gets. You're trading 2 mana for 1. Your opponent gets to recast it immediately. It's just a really, really slow and bad cantrip. So, definitely not the half of the deck that I think Rodney wanted to draw in this matchup. And, KeeGan's going to pick up game number 1 as a result.
Yeah, there's a reason why players don't play 2 mana cantrips. Because that's just not efficient enough. But
all right, hold on. Is Expressive Iteration a cantrip, Joe?
No, it's a 2 for 1. That's not a cantrip.
Oh, okay. All right. It kind of cantrips. All right.
No, it doesn't cantrip at all.
If you play it on turn 2 and you can't get the second card out of it, it's cantrip.
Okay, sure. Yeah, fine. In that case, you're right. All right, let's look at the deck list before I kill Drake. All right. Rodney Bedell here with the Temur Scapeshift deck that we saw losing game 1 here. I'm curious, whenever you see one-ofs in the deck list, and in this case we have several, is this just the first person to trophy with the deck on Magic Online played 1 Tribe Elder, 1 Explorer, and then everyone else copied them? Or is this just kind of like the ideal way to build a deck? Who knows?
Joe, I have a lot of confidence in Rodney to have done the math, and I'm confident that he is confident that 3 Fire and Ice, 3 Ren and 6, and then 1 of each of our friends here, Explore and Sakura Tribe Elder, are the correct numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We see Scapeshift, 4 copies of Scapeshift. Reasonable Scapeshift. This is what the new texture looks like. They do have 4 copies of Dryad as well as the Ren and 6s to kind of do the fair mode plan better. Like if you have 3 Valakutes in the main deck, you if you naturally draw 1, you can assemble Dryad plus Ren and 6 and get it done without specifically resolving the card Scapeshift, which is something that was much harder for older builds of Scapeshift that played less Valakutes and didn't have access to the new cards of Dryad and Ren. So a little bit of innovation going on with this deck list. And otherwise, kind of an old classic in the modern format.
Right. All right. Let's go jump to the sideboard real quick. We see Force of Vigor and Ender Explosives. Those sound like winners against a deck that maybe even Bilosachu would come in as well. Against the
you like any copies of like Chalice if you're on the play? Try to get them with the Chalice on one?
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. All right, let's go ahead and look at KeeGan's Hammer deck as the players are finishing up shuffling here. So we do see the one of Ginger Brute. That's a one of I can get behind a little bit more since it's a tutor target, same as the Reality Chip here. But then, of course, there's 1 Spell Pierce.
1 Spell Pierce, Joe. It's the math. It's the math. Yeah. 2 Steel Sweepers give. Come on. This is where we're at. Yeah. I like the mixing it up here. The 1 Spell Pierce, a little bit of a miser. It's, if you draw it, you're not going to draw multiples. And if it finds a target, maybe your opponent starts playing around it when you only have 1. I love it a lot.
Yeah, sure. All right. And then KeeGan's sideboard. So playing against a big mana deck. Well, let's see.
Not a ton to like, I think, right? Like normally in the main deck games, you're kind of supposed to be favored as an aggro deck versus a big mana deck just by the national tension. Maybe you want a couple copies of Mana Leak to try to catch Scapeshift or something, but that's even still very hard to catch because you can't Scapeshift till you have 7 lands anyway. So if the land comes in untapped, then you can just pay for Mana Leak. So there's not a ton to like. Maybe something like Teferi is something you're going to want to bring in, but for the most part, I would expect KeeGan to make very few changes. The Spell Pierce could be attractive as well, just to try to stifle some of the early development and interaction that's going to come out of the Scapeshift deck in the sideboard games.
Yeah, maybe the extra Blacksmith skills just end up being solid too. We'll see. All right, it looks like we have decks being presented, so let's go ahead, do things on here. Thanks for joining us this morning at Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be here all weekend long. Modern today, Pioneer most of the day tomorrow. And Rodney Bedell looking to overcome a rather quick loss in game 1. All he really did was pay for Esper Sentinel triggers a couple times.
And then definitely saw the power of Esper Sentinel there. Yeah. Just made him pay. A 1-drop that basically worked as a Thalia for the entire game for Rodney until the very last turn is impressive stuff.
All right. KeeGan's going to start at least 1 card down here in game number 2.
You have to be excited to see that if you're Rodney. It looks like Rodney kept a hand that has like Expressive Iteration and some interaction. Lightning Bolt, Force of Vigor, among other cards. Can get a great look at exactly how many lands he has access to, but looking to just interact, play the Scapeshift game. Let you make your land drops. Let's get to the late game, and hopefully I'll draw a Scapeshift and kill you.
Yeah, Scapeshift kind of really a 1-card combo that's moved in and out of the metagame over the years. I know when I was playing a fair amount of Modern, maybe a year and a half ago, I was playing a lot of 4-color Bring to Light Scapeshift. That's completely vanished now.
Bring to Light, a very expensive card to cast.
What was that?
Bring to Light? It's an expensive card to cast.
What are you talking about? You just said you have to have 7 land to play Scapeshift anyway. What difference does it make if the card costs 4 or 5?
Well, here's the joke, Joe. You can put cheaper cards in your deck. Yeah, here we go. Card not even in play. We're going to take a look. Look at that card. See that? 3, U, G. And you get to search your library and try to cast something else as well. Yeah, no, Joe, like your deck's just going to be diluted with a bunch of million mana spells that get Mystical Disputed. You know what doesn't get Mystical Disputed? Yeah, that's right. That's Scapeshift.
I suppose that's true.
Just put Dryads and Reds in your deck. Look, your deck's just already way better.
But our opponent doesn't even have... Well, I guess our opponent is playing blue mana. Maybe we could be worried about Mystical Disputed, but probably not. All right, only lands 2 versus Sagas? I don't know how desirable that is, but you're on 5 cards.
Like it's a 5, so yeah. I think that just has to be good enough here as we're on a mold of 5, though. Going to be really bad against these Force of Vigors.
Oh, there's a Marsh Slats. All right, maybe I missed that, or maybe it was off the top. I don't know, but okay, that's something.
Quick fetch and shock here.
I mean, KeeGan won game 1 with multiple cards left in hand, I believe. So, you don't necessarily need to use all 7. And if you're on 5, maybe you still cobble together a turn 3 or 4 win.
That's what's interesting about the Hammer deck, right? Is it kind of gets to be an aggressive deck, but it's also kind of a combo deck. You're looking to assemble a specific combination of, very specific cards, things like an enabler for the hammers and the hammers themselves. And you have a lot of ways to get that done. But your backup plan is actually just attacking with a bunch of little creatures. So a lot of the time it plays as just a little bit of an anemic aggro deck that has a combo finish. As a very quick lightning bolt from Rodney and his white border steam vents. Go ahead and Saga, trigger there. And then maybe a Stoneforge Mystic added to the bunch. Looks like an equipment already in hand. We'll see if we're interested in another hammer here or the Cauldron Complete. Didn't get a great look at what equipment we're looking at.
All right. Yeah, Stoneforge Mystic, always a winner. Let's see.
Very good. Very good at the grind plan. And here is the Cauldron Complete.
Lurrus nonsense anymore. So Cauldron Complete unlocked.
What a powerful card that one is, especially when you start getting Pure Steel Paladin added to the mix. You can start moving that one around for the low price of 0.
Yeah,
you get a great look there. Deal. Normally costs 7. Living Weapon, as all Phyrexian equipment is. Indestructible, gets +5/+5. First strike, trample, indestructible, haste. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, exile that creature. This is a card you like, Joe. Kind of calls back to the Cauldron cycle from Mirrodin. It seems like it's a card for Joe Lissette.
It's cool. And here's a non-cantrip for Rodney Bedell here with Expressive Iteration on turn 3. Yeah, no, Cauldron Complete is cool. So how many living weapons made it into Constructed Magic? Because I feel like they did pretty well on those. We had Batterskull, obviously. Cauldron Complete.
Mortarpod saw some play in its standard format, right?
Mortarpod was my other one. I remember it being a win condition in Elves quite a ways back.
I think Batterskull is definitely the iconic one. That was the one that was really getting it done. I don't think we saw any Lash Writhes alike, although I am a big Lash Writhe fan. I love that card quite a bit. So here we have Cauldron Complete entering play. That Germ gets haste from Cauldron Complete. Going to go ahead and beat across for 5 damage. Force of Vigor, not too good against that one.
That's a good point. Force of Vigor generally going to wipe out all the threats here in this deck. And we've got
here's Dryad of the Elysian Grove. 2 lands coming down.
All right.
Need 5 other mountains, so it will not start triggering Valakuts until the 6th land. So this Dryad will not start triggering Valakut quite yet, but any land that Rodney plays will start the Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle explosions right away. Also accelerates the timeline for Scapeshift, so Cauldron Complete may be too slow here if KeeGan doesn't have a way to get this Dryad out of here.
Potentially.
On what Rodney draws.
So construct made here from KeeGan, that's going to have a rough time mattering, I would think, because of I guess it's a target. I mean, if the Valakuts are shooting your creatures instead of, going upstairs, that's something. But a 3/3 or a 4/4 here is pretty easy target for this Dryad Valakut combo to deal with.
For sure. And like we said, I'm pretty confident Rodney still has a Force of Vigor in hand. That does a good job of really managing the size of a construct without actually destroying it as well. Dryad of the Elysian Grove representing a 2/4. Quite impressive as well. Here is a Colossus Hammer put into play. No way to move that onto a creature quite yet. I believe the equip cost is like, 8, 10? It's huge.
It is 8. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's that's staying
Infinite?
put right where it is. But you never know.
Preparation for the future.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to draw it right now. So if you don't have anything else to grab, you can throw it into play like that. All right. So
KeeGan's leftovers actually look pretty impressive. We're looking at Esper Sentinel, Pure Steel Paladin among the mix. I think there's another land drop to be made as well. So KeeGan maybe playing a little conservative here, expecting to be interacted with. Although that's kind of the tension that Scapeshift puts you under. If you slow roll some of your threats, don't go for the combo kill and stuff like that, you may just end up getting yourself Scapeshifted. Like Rodney could just have it here. Here is 2 mana announcing that he's making blue with the forest because of Dry to the Elysian Grove, giving that all land types. This here comes Expressive Iteration.
Well, at least from KeeGan's perspective, he didn't just die here.
Yeah, he's got to be excited about that one, I think. Dryad going to go to exile. Be surprised if we want to play that. Besage can interplay. That'll trigger Valakut. Going to go upstairs. As here's a Scapeshift.
Yeah.
That one's going to get it done. KeeGan has no mana to interact. And right there, he picks it on up. That is a very, very lethal Scapeshift as we move here to game 3. And this is exactly what I was just talking about, right? Like Kaldra a little slow against the Scapeshift combo. It's not, it's not like it's the fastest combo in the format, but it still can kill you turn 4, turn 5 very easily. And that's very much what we saw happen right there. Oh, okay, like you're not going to expose a bunch of stuff. Let me use my Force of Vigor. Then I don't even care. I don't have to interact. I'm just going to do my game plan, Scapeshift you, and we're going to move to game number 3.
Right. So if you're Pioneer fans here and trying to keep up with what exactly happened. So yeah, the Dryad, all your lands count as everything. So they're all mountains for Valakut. So you don't have to get up to 7 land, like we talked about earlier. And then Scapeshift, even though we saw KeeGan pick it up immediately, Scapeshift easily can do as much damage or significant amounts of damage because you can get a whole bunch. Like I believe Drake said, there's 3 copies of Valakut in the deck. You get all 3 Valakuts in play. They all trigger off each other plus the other lands, and it's just a huge amount of damage all at once. So
yeah, it's very, very powerful. Now, you could outscale it if you had infinite life. You can't beat infinite life, but I believe you have to be well into the triple digits before you start, like that starts to matter as far as just raw life gain.
Right. Yeah. All right. And I have noticed that the chat is stuck in slow mode. I imagine that was an inadvertent leftover from last time or something. So if we can have production switch that over to regular, that would be great for everyone in chat that's trying to be more involved with you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you're enjoying the early morning coverage here at the Nerd Rage event in Minneapolis this weekend. As players are shuffling in for game 3, we got season 2 invites online, and there we go. Chat mode disabled. That's good. I thought there was a 50-50 chance that chat would actually be canceled instead of being picked up by that.
Joe.
I do have not much faith. We are on a bit of a person hour deficit today. We're down. Our primary director and producer both couldn't make it this weekend. So we are on reserves a little bit here. So some things might be a little slower to process than normal, but we'll get through it. And we're happy you're here. We're still going to try and put on a good show for you as KeeGan's going to take another mulligan. And Rodney,
I'd be happy to see that if you're Rodney, I think.
Yeah.
You need to get a little bit lucky here in this game 3. Not being able to steal the game 1 on the play is a tough one for the Temur Scapeshift deck because it's easy when you're on the play to dictate the narrative of the game. You could say, okay, like if you start to blow my doors off with a bunch of creatures, I can interact. Otherwise, I'm just going to play my game plan and combo you. When you're on the draw, you don't have as much time to just do the combo plan. The slow rolling of the threats, the fair plan works a lot better with the hammer deck on the play. So definitely Rodney, I think, looking to get a little bit lucky. Has to be excited to see some mulliganing happen on the opposing side of the field.
Okay, so KeeGan's got at least one layer. Woo. Okay, going to 5 again.
Very quick mull to 5.
Yeah. All right, so KeeGan's doing a lot of shuffling. I guess we can look at the deck list once more for anyone that's just rolling out of bed and wants to see what's going on, or maybe you're on the other side of the world and you're just coming home from dinner. Thanks for joining us. Either way, here is the Temur Scapeshift deck that we see on Rodney's hands, trying to jump, admittedly, a bunch of people to try to get a season 2 invite this weekend, but all you can do in his shoes is just win as many matches as you can, and hopefully it's enough.
Very much true. I mean, Rodney, we've seen more powerful stuff happen on the tour. You know, Jesse making the finals of 2 NRGs back to back is something that we don't see often, but has happened even this season. If Rodney has a performance like that, he could easily find himself among the top players looking for a qualification at this event, as this is the end of the season. 2 players going to be qualified at the end of events this weekend. So a lot of points on the line and championship qualifications on the line. It's high stakes Magic to be played today.
Okay, so we are underway. KeeGan, once again,
quick
down
fetch
2
shock.
cards.
Yeah.
Fetch shock. So
the game's competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. So against Scapeshift, traditionally, the kind of was like, can you stay above 18? And if you can't, then you can take as much damage as you want. And with the fetch shock, KeeGan's already under the 7 land Scapeshift life total increment, so can just ignore it, fetch as much as he would like. And you're like you were saying, gaining a large amount of life can actually be significant. So maybe a Shadow Spear on Construct or something with a couple hammers.
Right. And a couple hammers. That's when it starts mattering. You need to be basically attacking for lethal with a Shadow Spear before the life total is going to start to matter. And like you said, the declaration with the fetch shock there, traditionally Scapeshift, you need 7 lands. Then the Valakut, all the mountains in at the same time, does exactly 18. With the advent of having 4 copies of Dryad Elysian Grove in the deck, I think you can just basically abandon that plan altogether, because it just straight up does not matter if they have a Dryad on turn 3.
All right, so I think we're both supposed to be on 2 here on that Urza Saga. I think KeeGan, well.
Here is that Dryad we were talking about. Going to allow Rodney to play an extra land. Yeah, it looks like they're discussing that this should be on 2. Rodney says, yeah, sure, that's fine. As here comes 2 land drops. Now, holding the fetch land here, going to matter with a Dryad in play. As soon as Rodney plays that 6th land, he's holding a Valakut in his hand. As soon as he plays that 6th land, which we see he does have access to in his hand, he can fire off a lightning bolt at something. And then that fetch land represents the ability to lightning bolt something again right afterwards, because all the lands are mountains. Each land checks for 5 other mountains on entering the battlefield. Dryad says all your lands are mountains, so you're good to go, fam. So as soon as you start hitting 6 lands, the bolts start rolling in from Valakut.
All right. Yeah, this is I mean, this is not what you want to see if you're KeeGan. I mean, Rodney's deck is developing just fine.
Oh, for sure. And we're seeing this Dryad look just so powerful too, presenting both a blocker and, you know, the threat of fair mode lightning bolting all the creatures right away. Looks like KeeGan has, I think, a Sigarda's 8 in hand. Here comes a hammer. Awkward not to have that one in play if a hammer comes through here. Could see Pithing Needle come in right now, name Misty Rainforest. We do not.
That's true. That would have been interesting. Yeah, okay, so hammer is the choice. Did you say the Sigarda's 8 in hand?
I think so.
Okay.
It looks like, I mean, I saw a white card, could have been Puresteel Paladin, which would be better, but we still don't even have Metalcraft. So a lot of problems here for getting the combo kill to happen here. I think it is a Puresteel.
All right, well, there's probably a mana floating here. There's a land. That'll turn on Metalcraft if KeeGan wants it.
Puresteel Paladin. But still not enough to get it done this turn with Rodney at a healthy 17. Fire up Yawgmoth for Metalcraft. We have Giver to protect anything, so any kind of damage can be stopped here. Now I want to get a good look at Giver of Runes real quick. Remember, Valakut is a card that is colorless. So all sources of damage from Valakut are colorless. And if I understand correctly, Giver of Runes can actually, unlike Mother of Runes, give you protection from colorless.
Right.
Yeah, there you go, from colorless or the color of your choice. So unlike Mother of Runes, the card it is based off of, Giver of Runes can actually save a thing from the Valakut triggers should KeeGan use it on upkeep. Because you can't wait until the first trigger goes on the stack, I don't think. Because then you can just respond with the fetch land. So a little bit of help here.
Yeah.
Here comes an attack for 1, 2, 3, 13.
I mean, that's a reasonable amount.
Tap your Giver of Runes with, or you guys could just be killing it. But either way, I would like the tap a lot more. I think that'd be a lot cooler. Either way, Fire Ice looks like it was targeting Giver of Runes. KeeGan, considering his options.
So tapping down the construct would have been countered by the Giver here. So instead, just you're right. It is tapping off of the Giver here.
This is the last turn to get it done. Rodney knows that. Let's draw a card. No sense killing it. I'm not trying to play forever. As here is a Scapeshift in hand. And looks like, yeah, there you go. Here's 2 lands, here's Scapeshift. That kills you. And Rodney gonna pick up game number 3 here in what I think might be a tough matchup normally. Some brutal mulligans for KeeGan and some great sequencing. We got to really see how much Dryad Elysian Grove has catapulted this deck into being able to like kill deterministically a lot faster. We talked about the 18 life thing sometimes mattering, not even close.
No.
And then the fair mode, it just worked there too. So if Rodney needed another turn, it possibly could have gotten one too, but he just had it all rolled up. Easy clap as a very seemingly easy victory for Rodney here in match number 1.
Yeah. Dryad Elysian Grove is a card that's kind of so it's mildly it's unassuming. Like it's like, oh, you get to play an extra land. Okay, you can like cast your gold cards, smoothly, no problem. The card's a powerhouse. I mean, it's so strong. So we're gonna go ahead and speak with Rodney Bedell real quick before we roll the backup match. So while he's making his way over, yeah, if we can put Dryad Elysian Grove up on the screen, like this is almost even. I know it's a Scapeshift deck. Scapeshift, sure, is the most important card in the deck, but Dryad, it's in the running. This card is so good. I was so impressed when I started playing with it.
Yeah, I agree. And when it was spoiled, I mean, I'm a Scapeshift player at heart. I saw this, I was like, hey, this looks like this might play in Scapeshift quite a bit because you already played Prismatic Omen some amount of the time, played 1 or 2 copies. Dryad gave you the ability to develop your mana, block, and do a Prismatic Omen thing. Like that's a lot of extra power, and the 4 toughness meaning doesn't get bolted. It's
nice. No, it's impressive stuff. All right, so it sounds like Rodney is ready to go, perhaps. All right, so let's go ahead and bring him in to our booth. We'll split. There we go, Rodney. All right, so I'm playing Modern today. Got some work to do on the leaderboard, but possibly
maybe
you can make it up there. So how do you feel about this Temur Scapeshift deck? Looked pretty good in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, all the cards kind of do the same thing. They either put lands into play or they interact to buy me a turn to put a land into play. Blue, red, green Scapeshift was actually my very first deck in Modern like 8 years ago. So it's like, even though that I've never played a match with this deck before, it's all coming back. It's fine.
Okay, cool.
Really, you felt confident coming into the weekend playing Temur Scapeshift, even with the new developments. I mean, we've been talking a lot about the new cards that got added.
Oh no, I have to play the new cards, Renin 6 and Force Evader.
It's true. Hey, Fire Ice is new too. That one,
Fire Ice
not a card.
That's kind of cool. That's a good
card. Yeah. So Fire Ice on that last turn, you're tapping the Giver of Runes. You could have killed it with the fire. You're supposed to tap it, draw a card. Did you need to draw something, or are you just doing it?
I did not need to draw anything. It just, I don't know, it gives me an extra land so I can have 7 lands for a bigger Scapeshift to do a bigger number, better person.
Yeah. So that matchup, obviously, the hammer deck can get out pretty quick, as we saw in game 1.
Yep.
But then both sideboard games, you had Drake and I were talking about, what's kind of like the relevance of Dryad. Like in that matchup, it seems like it's pretty key.
It just sped me up like 2 turns, maybe 3 turns even, and that's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. So
didn't even need Renin 6 too. It's impressive stuff to get done.
Yeah. So okay, so 3 Renin 6, 1 Sakura Tribe Elder. Interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I just copy pasted Andrew Boros' list.
Hey, you called it, Joe. You called it.
I said, like, I wonder if everyone's just copying the one list, because it looks like somewhat odd, because modern Renin 6 is kind of a Modern Horizons card. It's so strong. Sakura Tribe Elder was what, I don't know, 15 years old, 10 years old, and it's just
I could sort of believe that, like, because Scapeshift is a deck that needs to have all of your cards into play, you just like definitely can't afford to draw 2 copies of Renin 6.
Sure.
But I
can agree with that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That absolutely does. And you're not always playing grindy games with your deck. Sometimes you're just trying to, like we just saw right there.
Well, yeah, it was just a turbo turn 5 probably.
Yeah. Is that? I mean, the hammer deck. Your opponent starts out. Is that a matchup? I imagine you're not eager to face. At least in game 1.
I have game 1 for sure. I don't know. I have the Force of Vigors. I have like 10, maybe 15 pieces of interaction post board. But my opponent just mulled the 5 both games, and I drew the turbo kill. So
we saw your.
That's the way to do it.
Sideboard definitely set up well for that matchup. All right, Rodney, good luck this weekend. Maybe we'll see you in the running for the season 2 leaderboard later on. We'll see how it goes.
Maybe. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for talking to us. Okay, that was Rodney Bedell, who we just saw win with your Scapeshift deck. I believe 19th on the season 2 leaderboard. So some work to do, but it is possible that he could jump all the way up, as some of the players aren't here. And, the point values for that 30 points for winning this event. And maybe we can put the season 2 leaderboard back up again right now before we get the second match rolling. And see where he's at. So you see him there down in 19th. Now, while there's a lot of players in between, we're qualifying 2 people off the list today. So Zach Dubin currently with 55, Rodney with 31. So he's 24 points back, 30 points awarded for winning the event today. So it's possible.
Yeah, you're in the territory of needing to do well in both events, I think, this weekend, as Zach Dubin is here to fight for his spot in the top 2 and get a qualification here. So, you need to actually not just eclipse this gap, but eclipse the point deficit that Zach's going to pick up this weekend as well. So I think Rodney's certainly looking to do well in both events. But like I said, he's somebody that we saw get it done in Legacy a lot. I don't know how much we've seen of him in Pioneer, but after watching round 1, I think he might have a good shot here in the Modern event. So we could see him easily make it happen, get it done.
Okay, well, let's see what else we've got. So we got our second match for the first round ready to go. So I believe we're watching this on replay from the other table. And here we go. Chris Zimmerman playing Merfolk versus William. All right, let me see if my looks like Churko. We have to work on our phonetic spelling here. But, okay, William Churko with 4-color Rhinos versus Merfolk. Okay, so Merfolk, a deck that's probably benefited from Dominaria United.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They got a whole new Lord out of the deal here. Not just a Lord, but kind of turns all of your Merfolk into curse catchers. See if we can get a copy of I never get this right. Voldalian Hex Catcher. Get that one on screen. That is the new card from Dominaria United. It costs 1 and a U, has flash, gives your Merfolk +1/+1, and sacrifices a Merfolk counter target non-creature spell unless control pays 1. So, kind of a callback to a lot of classics, both Lord of Atlantis effects and Curse Catcher effects, and already has flash. Don't even need the 8th of Vial to make it happen. And against a deck like Rhinos that's trying to pay 3 mana to put 2 4/4s in play, it seems like it'd be very good in this matchup. You can sacrifice a Merfolk and counter a Rhinos if it happens on turn 3. And even if you have that card just in play, you can sacrifice 2 Merfolk if they wait a turn. So waiting a turn doesn't even guarantee that, you're going to be able to get it done. It really only functions as a removal spell for 2 things instead of being the powerful win condition that we know the Rhinos deck to have. So no play on 1 or 2 for Chris Zimmerman would suggest a flush hand of 2 drops, as Merfolk is known to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if when that land can play tapped, just pick up your, and there is
Voldalian Hex Catcher.
Right.
Voldalian? No, I'm going Voldalian as we have a reader here.
Yeah, no, Voldalian Hex. Yeah, no problem. I don't criticize anybody for reading new cards, so let's see if we can bring that up. But Voldalian Hex Catcher, yeah, I got caught by this in limited. It flashed in the counter spell, which I was so irritated by. Like, I don't know,
Lord of Atlantis, the classic.
Okay.
That's awesome. Limited Merfolk. I heard it's actually not that good. So here comes a beatdown for 2. Island Walk. Can't even block. Gonna go ahead and pitch the Yorion to Solitude. I wonder what our target here is going to be. It got to be that one. Get that one out of here. Gain 2 life. To 22 goes Chris Zimmerman.
All right. Anything to slow things down here for William Sayurko.
Sayurko.
Okay.
So here's land number 4. Now this Crashing Footfalls coming off next turn on just manual mode, as here comes a potential second copy off of Shardless Agent.
Yeah, William doesn't want to wait another turn for the Rhinos. He's going to go right now. We see, flipping through cards here, we'll get to the deck list between games, but we see other new cards, Leyline Binding in William's deck. And I think we're going to see a lot of Leyline Binding this weekend.
Oh, for sure. A very potent removal spell. Basically, kind of a white Terminate, right? In your decks that play 4 to 5 colors, you get to develop your mana with a Triome, and then on turn 2, you basically have an Oblivion Ring for 2 mana at instant speed.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Is it a Terminate or an Oblivion Ring? You just compared it to 2 other cards in 5
seconds.
No,
it can be both. It's a Terminate costed Oblivion Ring.
Okay. I'm just clarifying. All right.
All right, no, I appreciate it. Keep me honest, Joe.
All right.
But I mean, it's a card that we've seen kind of remove some of the stock in the Murktide Regent decks, right? Because it sucks having your Murktide Regent hit by an Oblivion Ring, right? It's like, okay, well, you're an Izzet deck, you don't have any removal spells for like an enchantment. And so you spent all this time developing your board state, developing your graveyard, eat it all to put this huge thing into play, and then it gets answered by Leyline Binding. So I think we've seen some developments out of the Murktide deck to try to kind of counter Leyline Binding. Like you said, it's very popular in this format and going to be good against the Merfolk deck as well. As here comes 2 more copies of Rhino. Going to flash in a Merfolk Trickster. Sure. It's going to read there. Going to go ahead and tap down a Rhino. Stymie some of the damage.
That's something, I guess.
I mean,
Chris's creatures are ahead on life. Chris's creatures are going to be unblockable because William is playing blue or playing islands. So
attack with a Shardless Agent.
Okay,
I like it. Declaring, I have a removal spell.
Yes, indeed. All right, so yeah, the Trickster is a 3/3 at the moment because of the Lord of Atlantis. The original
good block. If you fire Mutavault, you block. That doesn't save you either. Like you just answer the Lord of Atlantis, and everything's bad. So unless there's a Voldalian Hexcatcher number 2, I think you can't block this Shardless Agent. We'll see what Cris has access to. So here's an Omnath on second main phase. That one's going to be real good at switching the life total race. As we know, that card is very good at gaining life as soon as you are allowed to untap with it. So we're going to need a huge turn from Cris. And I think now Cris kind of has to have Solitude on his radar.
Yeah, it's possible. Okay, there's a Hexcatcher. So how much power is now? The Lord of Atlantis doesn't have Island Walk itself, right? Or does it?
Correct. It does not. And now, but now it does. Each of these gives the Island Walk to the other.
Is this enough? Let's. This has to be enough.
4, 8. It's only a 1. The Hexcatcher is only a 1/1. 3 there, so 11. It looks like it's going to be enough with the Mutavault. However,
5, right?
If William has a second copy of Solitude, things get real nasty.
Well, Cris isn't going to survive another huge Rhino assault, so he's just going to bash in here and cross his fingers.
Here comes an attack for a lot.
Yes, indeed.
And here comes Solitude. What are we exiling? Exiling Ardent Plea. Now that one you can't get with the Hexcatcher, and that's mattering quite a lot right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, getting a quick check.
Spoil the fun for Cris Zimmerman.
Yeah, I think you have to hit the untapped Maress or the Pearl Trident. That way you can block the Lord of Atlantis. Does you still die there? Maybe not.
All right.
Is this good enough?
Let's count this through here. So how many lords do we have in play? 3, correct? So Mutavault to 5.
Yeah.
And so Mutavault's getting for 4, regardless of what I think you're right. If you can block the Lord of Atlantis, then you're good.
Are you still dead? You get 3 plus 4 is 7 plus 4 is 11. Yeah, you live, and if you have a land, you start getting life back. Like you can. Well, you don't even do some greedy blocking.
You don't need to gain life back. Cris is absolutely dead to the 4 rhinos.
That's true.
So, and the Omnath and everything else. Yeah, there's no. So all William has to do is survive the attack. Can he figure out a way to do it?
Doing a little bit of math, rereading all the Merfolk, all these new cards you don't see as much play in Modern anymore. Don't blame you. Merfolk very known for being tricky. One of the Merfolk even named after being a trickster. So, gonna make sure you know what all the cards do before we select a target with the Solitude. But the Solitude, a very important one to have. And I think that speaks to the texture of this matchup too. We did see Cris have 2 copies of the Hexcatcher. Would have liked to, I think, counter some Solitudes, but couldn't. However, I think Cris being able to line up a kill on this turn and making William have a second copy of Solitude really speaks to, I think, the power of Merfolk. With just getting another Lord, and in this matchup specifically where there's islands, so they're unblockable, so the Rhinos lose a lot of stock. So I don't know, interesting matchup here as we're taking a good look with this Solitude. Looks like we are solituding a Hex Catcher.
All right,
That's
so
gonna
that's
gain some
out
life.
of there. So then we've got, what do we have left over here? We've got
gain 4 life. That gets sacrificed.
Is it 11? It was 11.
Can't block the rest of it. Yeah, it looks like 11 was the total. We're down to 3. Got 4 rhinos, 1 blocker. Cris at 19 now, thanks to the Solitude. That land going to trigger Omnath. Gain 4 life. Go to 7. 2 mana. Brazen Borrow. That should do it. Having no blocker for this turn, I think, means that Cris is very deterministically dead, and we're going to move to game number 2. A lot of interaction in that game that we saw there. Even from the Merfolk side.
Yeah. I mean, it took 2 Solitudes there for the Rhino deck to escape there, despite having a reasonable draw. Yeah,
for sure. Right. And we had 2 copies of Rhinos interplay. They didn't do a good job blocking like they normally do against aggressive decks. And Cris was able to line up a potential kill. Second copy, Solitude, was able to get it done for William, and we moved to game number 2. But like we said, a lot of interaction going on there, and managing Hex Catcher certainly matters.
All right, let's go ahead and look at our deck list here for these 2 players. William Sayurko's Yorion Rhinos deck, as we saw taking down game 1. Yeah, I mean, how thrilled are you when your opponent is playing Yorion and has 2 Solitudes? Come on.
Never didn't have it, Joe.
4 Furies, though. I mean, there's a lot of,
Fury's a brutal one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, free interaction here. And because of being able to play Yorion, able to fit in extra Cascade spells, Ardent Plea, joining Violent Outburst and Shardless Agent to tie the deck together.
Like you said, Leyline Binding picking up a lot of stock as far as being able to answer problematic permanents and maybe making Yorion more attractive in the Rhinos deck that we've seen kind of eschew playing 80 cards in the past.
Okay, so let's move through this pretty quick here. We got a sideboard. We got, not too much anti-Merfolk stuff here.
I love this, Joe. 4-card sideboard. Talk to me. 4 Mystical Dispute. Bring them in. We're done. Shuffle up.
Mystical Dispute for just like, I mean, that's tremendous. You don't need much else besides that. All right, let's go take a look at Chris Zimmerman's Merfolk deck. Lots of lords. You talked about printing new. I feel like every time Merfolk rises to prominence, it's because another lord got printed. I think there's like 9 now. You don't even.
There's so many. Like there's ones we don't even play anymore. Like the Regeray and all that kind of stuff. You don't even need them all anymore. You just play all the best ones. You got this Svellion thing. You got this Tide Shaper for extra spreading seas effects. Like they just get more and more new cards with each passing set. It feels like.
Yeah. So you can see there what all is available for Chris Zimmerman in the sideboard. So we do have Chalice of the Voids, and that's a pretty great answer for the Cascade deck. Although Leyline Binding can pick it off as well, it picks off anything else. That's a nice interaction there.
For sure. I think we like Kira's too. There's a lot of spot-based removal in this matchup. I think we want the Kira's. Go ahead and take care of those Solitudes, take care of those Furies, make that a lot less of a blowout. Very good against Fury. And so probably Chalice's, Kira's, and that's about it. I don't think you want too much else. And certainly some of the effects that make your opponent's lands, islands lose some stock here. The dismembers necessarily aren't as appealing. So can trim on some of the interaction that Cris has going on, bring in some much better interaction and some additional threats to help protect your Merfolk, protect your fishes.
All right, let's see what happens here. Chris Zimmerman versus William Sayurko. We haven't seen a sideboard game yet where players actually kept their hands.
Got to mulligan to the sideboard cards, Joe. How else are you going to cast the sideboard cards? Just good play. Thinking pretty hard here on what to bottom. Yorion off to the side here. And let's kick things off. Here comes Island. Do have a turn 1 play. Looks like Aether Vial going to be deployed.
I completely disagree with your statement. That does not look like an Aether Vial. It might be an Aether Vial, but that does not look like an Aether Vial.
I miss being in the booth with you, Joe. You just a new art. You're just over it. Over it. What are all these new arts? Look at this newfangled Aether Vials. What is this? I want my Mirrodin copies or this art too. The Modern Masters art. You like this one, Joe? Do you like this artwork?
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. At the beginning of your upkeep, you get to put a charge counter on Aether Vial. and you can tap it to put a creature from mana value equal to the number of charge counters on Aether Vial from your hand onto the battlefield. An old classic that I think you and I have played with and against a lot more than today's people, Joe. Aether Vial seems to have lost a lot of its stock in basically every format.
Right. We don't see it much anymore. It is going to be real nice here, though, playing around. As we talked about those mystical disputes that would have certainly come in. Aether Vial is going to dodge those completely.
Roll these up one at a time. I love it. Announce your triggers, resolve them in order. I love this play from Cris. Be very clear and communicative. That way people can respond at spots if they want. And also, maybe you screw it up. As here comes Sveljun. That one does not get hit by Fury. That one, I believe, is indestructible once you have 2 or more merfolk. So provided there are actual merfolk to come out of these Aether Vials, very, very risky to potentially attempt to kill this with a Fury. But Fury, gonna have trouble fighting targets with Aether Vials just untapped every single turn. So
risky to jam it out there, though, when you can just wait a turn. When Cris could wait a turn and get it in for free, it is vulnerable here to mystical dispute.
Are we responding to the cast here, or are we on end step? Because if there's a mystical dispute here, that would be brutal.
Yeah, but you wouldn't need to respond with a fetch land to a mystical dispute. I guess even if there's a well, we'll see what happens here. If there's a dispute that gets caught by a Bedell and a Hexcatcher, that would be
cool. That would be
sad. But okay, there is another triumph. So yeah, we gotta be end step here.
All right, reasonable. Access to all the mana. Looks like all spell. No, there's 1 land left in hand for Cris. Looks like at least 2 spells in hand.
Well, that's what you hope for. You definitely don't want to draw a lot of land alongside 2 Aether Vials. That is the problem with Aether Vial. It's there's
Leyline 1 mana Leyline Binding, thanks to our I believe that's the Abzan Triumph. I don't even know the name of it, but we do have
or something like that. But yeah,
Indomitable. That sounds right. Yeah, you're much better at the Triumph names than me.
Even I gotta do better at some things. I certainly don't recognize the cards, but Hexproof does not help you. Or no, wait, I'm sorry, Sveljun gets Hexproof or indestructible? Indestructible, right?
It's indestructible.
Yeah, okay, so that wouldn't help against Leyline Binding, even if there were 2 merfolk to jam in there. But yeah, that really, we're seeing the power of Leyline Binding here. For 1 mana during the end step for William, doesn't even hiccup his development, and then here is Charlotte's Agent, and this was a really good turn.
This could be very problematic.
Yeah.
Now, if Cris has a copy of the Hexcatcher, it will actually be able to pick off the Rhinos, which does stymie the clock from William quite a bit. Not necessarily wanting to be sacrificing your lords willy-nilly, so rather sacrifice a lesser value merfolk to the Hexcatcher than the Hexcatcher itself, but in a pinch can get it done.
All right, Cris will take a look at the Cascade pile before it goes. Okay, here is a Vial activation, and
that looks like a Silvergill Adept. I think that's one of the new arts of Silvergill Adept, and it sure is.
I'm going on strike. New art, new arts for
new arts for everything, Joe. Do your research. Come on, you don't know your merfolk? Come on. Here comes 2 copies of the Rhino token with Trample. Go ahead and untap. Now, Rhino's traditionally very good at laying the beatdowns. Trample helps get that job done there as well. But the Merfolk deck, very well known for being able to put very large Merfolk into play. And that can potentially line up some blocks. We can, clog up the board a little bit until it's time for island walking kills. So William, well, in a good spot, is not quite out of the water yet. So here comes another Silvergill Adept. Don't have to reveal a Merfolk when they come off Aether Vial. Draw another card.
All right,
looks like Master of the Pearl Trident among the other cards in hand.
Well, that's a start. A bunch of lords could allow Cris to maybe put together reasonable blocks here, or just, put through a big attack like we almost saw him get away with last game.
For sure. As here comes Omnath, the pickup from the draw step. See if there's a land. There sure is. Here's Scalding Tarn for William. And this is what you were talking about, right? Aether Vial helps supplement your mana, so it basically counts as a mana source. So when you do draw the Aether Vial hands, like we see here, 2 Aether Vials, drawing a bunch of lands alongside it is extremely problematic. It's the same as flooding out. Even though you drew a spell, they functionally operate as mana / a land. So it is very much like flooding out. As here comes an Ardent Plea representing 2 more Rhinos.
All right, so this is going to be on, similar to game 1, can Cris set up a lethal island walk attack here? Because there's just too much on the board for the Merfolk deck to be able to effectively block through over the next few turns. I don't think that's possible.
And
but
we're going to file in response. Here comes Master the Pearl Trident.
Okay, that's a start.
All right. And that is resolved. Ardent Plea is an enchantment that stays in play. I believe it gives Exalted. I believe the text on that card is Exalted Cascade. End rules text. Land drop number 5 made for Cris. Definitely not what he wants to see. I think there's another one in hand.
All right.
But
Do we have
a Lord?
I mean, it's possible. A Lord here would be
powerful.
Yeah, a Lord here would do it. Another Island Walk Lord here would be enough, right? Because the Mutavault again would be a 4/4 to go alongside the Adepts.
Yeah, we need to assemble 16. It'd be 3, 4, 4, 4, 12 plus 6. Oh no, but but plus 9. So I think you'd be one short. Actually,
yeah, you're
right?
one short. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh, this Merfolk deck can represent a lot of power at once. Even with this flooded out draw and that fetch. Dang. If we could have hit that big attack, go to 1, that would be lethal, but not quite. Looks like we're just holding here. Can't get a good look at what Chris's non-land card in hand is. Maybe a Trickster?
We know it's not 2 Lords, because that would have ended it.
Definitely not. Let's see. Fetch a tapped Breeding Pool. Leyline Binding coming up exactly how we, kind of alluded it would. Very impactful in this matchup. A good reason to start playing more colors and maybe even potentially have the different card density to make your Rhinos deck into a 80-card Yorion deck. Previously, the card quality fell off quite a bit when you tried to build the Rhinos deck with 80 cards and have a Yorion and stuff. Like, your card quality just wasn't very good. But when you get 4 copies of a very powerful removal spell to add to your mix, it becomes a lot more attractive.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so does William Sirico think these 4/4s can rumble here? I mean, they're not blocking.
Yeah, they're not blocking against Island Walk stuff, so I have to imagine they're getting the red zone. The only fear, right, is some kind of double Lord draw. If William doesn't have any removal spells in hand, and we see 2 Lords come out of these Aether Vials, then you're just doing some suicide attacks, and that's no good. So here comes a Trickster. It's going to tap 1 down. Does allow Cris, if there's no removal spells going on for William, to make an attack that allows Cris to live. Now, you do have to sacrifice some Merfolk in the process, but Cris can live here, provided there's no other removal spells going on for William.
If there is, I mean, if we have, okay, here comes 14 coming over. If there's a block here that allows Cris to survive, then could something have attacked the last turn to soften up William's life total a little bit? Or so are we jumping here? Or are we trying to trade off with a bunch of Rhinos? My feeling is if we try to trade off with a bunch of stuff, we're not recovering. Like, because the Rhinos that can recover so easily.
Yeah, and they have a lot of removal spells. They just have a lot of higher quality cards. You kind of need to, from this position, kind of punk them out if you're the Merfolk deck with Island Walkers. I think you kind of just want to line up 1 block. We see, a lot of thought being put in here to the blocks. You only need to block 3 points, right? So I'll put something that has 3 or 4 toughness in front of a single Rhino or whatever and call it. But if there's a way we can do blocks such that we can trade and still only lose 1 thing, that is a lot more appealing.
Well, Cris is instead going to try and trade off with the bulk of William's army here.
Oh my gosh. And there's Violent Outburst. That one, not a removal spell, but going to do a good job taking care of the rest of Chris Zimmerman's board. You're going to need a huge string of cards next turn, something like 2 Silver Gill Adepts into like a Sevalia and into just like the bananas. As here comes a 3rd copy of Crashing Footfalls. Get a look here. Violent Outburst. Not just good at doing the Cascade thing as we see it happen in Living End and even in this deck, but also little Trumpet Blast action. Creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn, mattering quite a lot and exactly right here.
Yeah. So if Cris had gone for kind of like the minimal block, then the Outburst likely would have just meant he died anyway. So he may have been doomed regardless by, well, really anything. I mean, if William had much of anything here, Cris probably would have died. And yeah, Violent Outburst definitely counts as anything.
Yeah, it definitely counts. As we see the merfolk hit the graveyard. Have to imagine some number of the tokens are dead. Does not matter, as Cris is going to draw and concede, and William is going to pick it up 2-0 over the merfolk deck.
Yeah, okay. So, well, got you a preview of a few random parts of the metagame here. We had Hammer, Scapeshift, Cascade, and Merfolk. We'll see what we've got in round 2. We'll be back in a few minutes. This is Midrange Gaming. Stick around. All right, we're back here at Midrange Gaming, ready to start round 2 of the Modern 10K. I'm here with Drake Sasser, and this round we're going to see Will Krueger, who is, what did we just say, 15th on
15th on the seasonal,
on the season 2 leaderboard, so a few slots above Rodney, trying to also lock up a slot. Now he was the MVP last year, the #1 overall on the leaderboard, so he's got some work to do to catch up to that spot, the lofty marks he set last year. And so before we started today, Drake, you were saying you think Modern's pretty interesting right now because you feel like the 4-color dominance is kind of sort of being pushed aside. We're going to see if you're right or not this round. 4-color versus Death Shadow.
For sure. And, this is a really cool match to watch because Death Shadow is actually the deck of choice for me in the current Modern format. It's something that plays very similarly to Murktide, which is very much my speed, but also has a little bit more game against the leyline binding decks because all your threats are very cheap. Mm-hmm. And it also has just like the discard plus counter spells plus removal spell like interaction pivots that allow you to have a better game against the 4-color deck. So yeah, we're gonna see how that plays out here as we head down to match #1 here.
All right. So Will Krueger versus Aaron Telander on Grixis Death Shadow.
Look at this. Gigantha versus Yorion. Feels kind of like a battle, like a legendary Pokemon battle or something.
If you're on a companion battle here, I don't know. I feel like there are more good Yorion decks than there are good Gigantha decks, but
we're not talking about that, Joe. We're talking about the companions versus each other. We're looking at Gigantha 5/5 on the ground versus a 4/5 in the air. 4/5 in the air, Joe. It's all the text in the card. There's no other text.
All right.
Very quickly, 2 fetch lands here played, 1 by each player, and a bobble from Will Krueger. Going to hold that up for the little bit of the scry action on the end step. Can take a look at your top card if you want it. You don't crack the fetch land. If you don't want it, you can crack your fetch land, shuffle it away. You are good to go. As here is another fetch land for Aaron. Going to quickly fetch and most certainly shock. Again, this is a Death Shadow deck. We're trying to get your life total as low as possible, as fast as possible to make your Death Shadow as big as possible. That's the formula here. Also, conveniently, makes your mana work perfect in the fetch shock mana bases of the Modern format.
All right, let's just get. Do we have the records wrong, or are these players both 0-1? Let's see. Okay, we actually have. All right, so a bit of departure the way we normally do things, but Will Krueger is important part of the series in the race. So yeah, we may see that throughout the weekend here, kind of diverting from showing the players who are at the top of this event to the players whose standing matters because of their leaderboard standing.
Will Krueger, a mainstay, looking to get it done here. Like you said,
right.
Position 15, need a lot of points, but not outside his reach. He's going to have to pick up some wins here after a loss in round 1, but
yeah, absolutely. So so again, at the end of the weekend, the top 2 unqualified players on the season 2 leaderboard will earn slots at the end of the year championship. And so like you're saying, yeah, Will's off to a good start here as a rag event gets picked off by Unholy Heat.
That's notable. You do give up a little bit of equity on the bobble as we see the bobble draw happening right there. Didn't just take a look at Aaron's top card because Will was going to crack his fetch land no matter what to grab the stomping ground to fire off an Unholy Heat at the Ragavan. A lot of respect for Ragavan's ability to swing the game even using the dash mode. Typically the dash mode isn't as snowball. You have to commit 2 mana to it every single turn. That's a lot worse, especially in the Shadow deck that isn't known for making its 5th and 6th land drops very often. They are very light on lands as all their threats are very cheap. As I believe Aaron just quickly passed the turn, suggesting potentially like Drown the Lock or any kind of interaction. Life total not quite low enough to start deploying Death Shadows quite yet.
Yeah, that's, I guess, you can. I mean, you may not want 5 lands, but you probably do want 3. Not because you necessarily need 3 mana, but you need 3 fetch shock lands to get your life total low enough.
Yeah, or a Thoughtseize in the mix or something like
Yeah.
that, right? But yeah, you do need the third either fetch or shock to get your life total into Death Shadow range. Will just developing his mana. I think that favors Will quite a bit, as Will's cards are much less cheap and efficient. Things like Omnath cost 4 mana. And Yorion is a card that Will's looking to play in the average game, whereas Gigantha doesn't come up as much for Shadow, as we do see the Yorion picked up here by Will. Quick pass to the turn.
I mean, utilizes the mana. Aaron is stuck, and Will no incentive to actually put creatures on the board and get the game over with, because probably able to determine what Aaron's playing here. And yeah, you
I think we're going to see
favors.
this one get drowned and locked very quick. Yeah, it's just Aaron allowing Aaron to use his cards. Will looking to maybe just make some land drops on the house with the expressive iteration. No land picked up for Aaron, but I think another copy of Drown in the Lock was picked up. So maybe the Shadow deck going to try to stifle some of the land drops for Will. See if there's another one in hand. An Omnath pulled to the front. That doesn't speak to having a land drop necessarily ruled up.
All right.
Here comes Expressive Iteration number 2. That one's going to meet Drown in the Lock number 2. Here we go. How about 2-color, multicolored, powerful spells? Here's Abundant Growth. Last-ditch effort to make a land drop. Drawing a card. It's Wrenn and 6. A good one. Can't deploy it this turn. And another quick draw and pass of the turn. Shadow pulled to the front by Aaron. Has to be pretty frustrated. Can't deploy that.
Yeah, this is rough.
Aggro Edition number 3 meets Drown number 3. We did it. Achievement.
Well, sort of. Now Will Krueger can develop this Wrenn and 6 here. And, well, that's just going to be a continuous source of advantage. Wrenn and 6, quite the strong card. There was a Jerry Thompson article this week talking about the development of Modern Horizons. It mentioned Wrenn and 6 and how, yeah, maybe this card could have been a little bit weaker and still been playable.
Definitely, at least for the archetype it was designed for. Red-green lands matter. It's played in basically everything but red-green lands matter decks. I guess Scapeshift kind of counts, but the card's certainly a little high on rate for sure.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see Will fetch here and in step. Ledger Shredder added to the board by Aaron, now out of Drown the Locks, almost certainly. New addition to this deck. You can play full 4 copies in the Shadow deck from Streets of New Capenna. Let you connive when any player, the Shadow player or the Omnath player, plays their second spell. That could potentially help Aaron get back in this game as far as hitting land drops. Also potentially threaten a clock against this Wrenn and 6 that is running away with the game for Will Krueger.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, and I'm not an expert Magic player, but I'm pretty sure the plan is to play a threat and use Drown Locks to defend the threat and push through damage. And the stall on mana here for Aaron just meant that's not the way things played out.
And the fetch land picked up by Will and Omnath added to the mix. This is the formula we've seen again and again by these 4-color decks. You get your Omnath into play, you get to crack your fetch, so it's basically functionally free, right? You get your rebuy on your 4 mana. You're able to make both land drops, as Will was able to do. You get your life back, you get your mana back, and with Wrenn and 6 plus Omnath, those are the 2 threats that we see again and again lead to almost directly to victories for these 4-color decks. So we're going to need either a great turn out of Aaron, or I think this game is going to very quickly slip away.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's already slipped. I think the banana peels were all over the place for Aaron this game.
Ledger Shredder, the connive draw. And we're going to end up prismatic ending the Ledger Shredder as well. So we're going to get rid of another Ledger Shredder. I like that quite a bit. The counter doesn't matter as it has gotten prismatic ending. Here comes 2 Mishra's Bubbles. We're going to get a good look at what both players are going to be drawing here.
That is unusual in the middle game to have 2 Mishra's Bubbles playing the same turn. So they must have come out of the Omnath draw potentially and the Abundant Growth draw last turn. Or how would this even happen?
The draw for turn this turn.
Yeah, it could have been draw for turn this turn plus the Omnath draw.
Maybe don't use it. Drown Unlock number 4. Going to take care of Omnath. Achievement unlocked for sure. We've used all 4 Drown the Locks. Land picked up. I think we probably should see a fetch shock play Shadow, because that way it doesn't die to the Wrenn. Going to go ahead and pass the turn back. Suggest maybe Spell Pierce or another piece of 1 mana interaction for Aaron.
I mean, that's... Aaron can deal with all of Will's threats that he wants. Well, okay, now he can't. But this Wrenn and 6 is getting up there.
See an Unholy Heat being shuffled between the Shadow for Aaron.
Okay. Well, that's a good way of chopping down this Renin 6.
Especially since I don't think Will's activated it yet this turn.
Is there
you know,
even
Aaron,
Delirium? Is there a sorcery in Aaron's graveyard? I don't know that there is.
there is creature, instant, land. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's got to be the problem here. Is there's no sorcery or artifact. Obviously, Aaron does play baubles of his own. As here comes a Spell Pierce, going to go after the Teferi Time Raveler. That one gonna get paid for. And Teferi going to enter with 5 loyalty as well. Likely going to return Abundant Growth to hand, if I had to guess. Keep the cards running.
No, it's just going up.
Just going up. All right.
I wonder if that would have been the case if Aaron did have Delirium. But
yeah, just rolling it up because it dies to heat no matter what.
Right, but without it, it's definitely going up. Does protect it.
Looks like Dreadbore. Is that a Dreadbore?
Okay, well that would be another way to.
It's a sorcery too. Dreadbore. If it is a Dreadbore, that would be really good. It's just a Terminate. Sad. I was so excited. I was like, Dreadbore, a sorcery can get it done? No, not quite. It's here.
Okay, there's a shot. Oh, that's right. I thought that was the Unholy Heat coming down. That's a shadow. All right.
Bam.
And there is a sorcery
picked up. Expressive
Yeah.
Iteration. Terminate doesn't look to be too good. Iteration going to get discarded. That does turn on Delirium. Get a counter for our conniving Ledger Shredder here. Sacrifice Mistress Bauble. Take a look at his own card. Does he want it? We don't know yet, as here comes an instant speed prismatic ending, thanks to our rolled up Teferi Time Raveler. Looks like Will does want his top card. Gonna untap, draw for Bauble, and then draw for turn. 2 Unholy Heats.
That's pretty good. All Will has to do is
good.
protect this Ren for one more turn, and that's likely game over. And Aaron does not seem to be in a position to really threaten it very easily. Will is playing a counterspell variant of the 4-color deck, although I don't believe he has one in hand. So this conceivably still could get broken up. There is the resetting of Abundant Growth that you speculated on last turn. It does happen now.
Yeah, go ahead and pick up a land. I think Will here kind of recognizing that, he's very clearly in the lead. Just quickly, take your game actions quickly. He knows that 4-color can go for a long time after it begins to win the game. Gonna go ahead and try to take these game actions as quick as possible. Make sure he doesn't make any mistakes and lose the game that he shouldn't be, but also that it is time to pick up the pace because he needs to actually begin to win the game. As here comes Yorion, going to flicker Teferi, reset its loyalty, and reset the 2 Abundant Growths onto the fetch lands and draw 2 additional cards.
All right, Aaron. Yeah, nothing went right for Aaron that game. Really, from the jump, with missing the third land and being stuck with Death Shadows in hand. And it never really got any better as Renin 6 just ticked all the way up. And that's not something that's realistically beatable unless you're right on the verge of winning. And obviously, Aaron was nowhere near that. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at some deck lists here. We've got Aaron Telander's Grixis Death Shadow deck. A good set of early threats. We just didn't see that. We saw one Ragavan, I guess.
Yeah, right? One Ragavan. It got dashed. That one very quickly got heated. So needed that one to live maybe and find some lands in order to reset. But yeah, they play a lot of threats, actually. Even if you compare it to the Murktide deck, you're looking at 4 Shadow, 4 Ragavan, 2 copies of Dragon's Rage Channel in this particular deck. And then for your 2 mana spells, you got 4 Ledger Shredder and 2 Cruxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, being able to supplement some threats there as well.
Notably, we saw Aaron play 5 counterspell effects in game 1. That's all of them. 4 Crown the Lock, 1 Spell Pierce. That was all.
Not traditionally very counterspell heavy. Like I said, they try to take a multi-pronged approach with the discard and removal spells and counterspells. The sideboard options here, very good for the 4-color deck. It's a known quantity in this format. You see 2 copies of Torok. That card exists basically entirely for this matchup. Having protection from white matters a lot. The Hymn to Torok kicker ability is also very potent in this matchup as well. Likely see some additional copies of Dress Down come in. Very good at checking the Solitudes and the like, as well as giving you that potential explosive kill with your Death Shadows, turning them into 13/13s. So
there's a lot of
options here
for Aaron. All right, so let's look at Will Krueger's 4-color control deck. We do see the one of Emrakul that has become stock. What?
the 4
So
copies of
what?
Traverse to find it. Very,
Right.
very
I was going to
traditional
say
stuff.
what. So really, I feel like one of the differentiating factors in these 4-color decks is you have Traverse, you have Eldarmer's Call, you have Ephemerate. So it looks like we've got Traverse is the choice for Will Krueger.
And notably no copies of Fury either. I think that's one that is kind of in the flex slots of the 4-color deck. You see some people like their Eldamri's Calls, their Furies, and that those kinds of cards. And then you see the more streamlined down Traverse versions that need to play things like additional baubles and dress downs and enchantments in order to fuel Delirium. And then they play less copies of things like Endurance, where there's only one. They play no Furies, and they plan for their Traverses to just go find those cards when they need them.
Right.
And you do see one copy of Fury in the sideboard for a tutor target if you want to bring it in.
All right, among the other options here.
Yeah, 3 Veil Summer, slam dunks. I don't think you want too much else, but Veil Summer is really good in this
maybe
matchup.
I could see Supreme Vert being a card that Will would want to add here. But yeah, Veil of Summer is great. Kisses Shadow, stops the counters, stops the Thoughtseize. Both of those are appealing attributes. All right, so we've got game 2 ready to roll here. Aaron Telander looking for a little bit better follow-up than last game. As I mean, you can't really count on your first creature, going the distance, but the second creature being turn 7 or so is not going to cut it.
Not the way you drew it up, and certainly not the way you want to sequence the interaction either. Here's Swamp Thoughtseize. A little bit of a better start. Just going to get a good look at the hand. First time on coverage for Aaron Telander at any NRG event. So excited to be getting it done here, hopefully, in game number 2. Thoughtseize a little bit of a better start as far as interacting with the 4-color deck, I think. But double red and 6 is not really what you want to see. You'd like to be able to take that and stymie it.
Are we looking at... And I don't know the third card from the top of Will's hand, the red card. I'm not sure I recognize
That's
that
Unholy
one.
Heat.
Okay, so we're looking at Wooded Foothills, Abundant Growth, Unholy Heat, Ren and 6, 2 Ren and 6 actually. Was only 1 land.
Only 1 land. This Abundant Growth and a few draw steps need to get there in order to cast this Ren and 6. And with Aaron taking one of the Ren and 6s, it has to make you wonder if we have second land Drown in the Loch for the second copy in order to really stymie the mana development here.
I mean, that's possible here. Yeah, because I feel like there is an obvious thought of my opponent only has 1 land, take the cantrip and hope they get stuck.
Right.
So Aaron is not going for that, which, I mean, is defendable because if they do draw the second land, then you just Thoughtseize the worst card in their hand, probably.
Right, exactly. I think that's the big motivator is that they Island, second basic. Not really the way Aaron wants to develop the mana, but no land drop made for Will Krueger. And that's a pretty clear signal, I think, to Aaron as he deploys a fetch land. And no second land again, but another Ren.
Another Ren and 6, yeah. Well, it's great for
More
finding the third land drop, not so much the second one. And Aaron Telander, let's go. Put the pedal to the gas here. We need something. We need a threat.
Will looking to potentially move to discards, I believe.
Arguably, I guess, there's no reason to commit anything that's going to die to the Unholy Heat until Will Krueger stops discarding the hand size.
Looks like we moved to cleanup and Aaron tried to fetch afterwards. Yeah, that's not how all this works. So we're going to go ahead and untap. I don't think it matters anyway. Normally you want to fetch shock in this matchup, even against the 4-color deck as it is. So not particularly going to matter too much.
All right, there's a Turok in Aaron's hand now, which is a nice one. But again, do you even play? Now, I'm a big proponent of letting my opponent discard as many times as they want to.
I want to play the expressive iteration here. I think I want to find some amount of additional land drops and removal spells. Aaron doesn't agree. I don't mind this either. I don't mind just not casting spells and like developing your mana while Will continues to move to discards. I think that's a fine way to do it as well. You are the one that is going to develop your mana and be ahead as soon as Will starts being able to play spells. And the second Will plays a land, he's going to cast a Ren and 6. It's going to get countered, and then Aaron kind of gets home free on his untapped step. So I don't hate the way that Aaron's playing this. You don't need to get aggressive, even though it is attractive to start putting the pressure on once there's once Will's missing land drops. But if you see like that prismatic ending, right, just got discarded. If you'd played a 1-drop into it, Will just gets to cast that.
Right.
Instead, it got discarded, and that's an appealing way to do it.
I'm definitely giving conflicting advice here. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go get aggressive. Oh, and by the way, let your opponent discard.
You smell blood, Joe. You're like, get in there.
Yeah. So I'm apparently
no,
suggesting both lines. But okay,
like
so here's the iteration that you're looking for. A land drop is made. Will Krueger draws and finds a land. Okay. So
Krueger able to play Magic. Now we'll see what Will wants to do. Yeah, I like this. You can't you don't want to start playing into the Drown and Locks and playing on Aaron's terms because you're so far behind on mana. You need to kind of flip the script here a little bit. And Will drew a copy of Ice Fang Quaddle, which is actually going to allow him to do that a little bit. Start using the mana on Aaron's instep and then untap and maybe be able to deploy something like a Ren or whatever.
All right. So Second Blood Crypt here for Aaron. Will with obviously 7 cards in hand. So ideal for Aaron is probably just a creature.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we're going to maybe try to fire off the Torok here. As here comes a 5th land for Aaron. We could potentially fire off the Torok first and then play the Ragavan, I believe he picked up. And I think that's a pretty good way to begin to present a threat here.
Sure.
Torok does. Here's a Kicks Torok. Let's go.
Yeah, this is
Veil of Summer at the ready.
Summer, yeah, there it is. Ooh. Spell Piercer would be great.
I don't think Spell Piercer is normally very good in the matchup, but it would be good here.
Yeah. All right. So Veil does resolve. Turok is in there. Doesn't get to grow. Just
honestly, not a complete loss for Aaron.
Yeah, sure. It's like okay.
You have your protection from White Threat in play. It's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
Will didn't get to deploy his Ice Fang this turn. He had to do the Veil thing instead. And what you really traded for it was a kicker ability that makes Will discard cards, but he already has a ton of cards in hand. He probably has cards he doesn't mind getting rid of anyway. It's not like he has lands. So like, I think you can't be too upset, even though that looked like a really big blowout for Aaron. I don't even think you're that upset with the exchange.
I guess, and you did get all the discards anyway. Will did discard 2 or 3 times to hand size, so yes, Turok did get what it was coming for.
Right. And here comes an Unholy Heat at the Ragavan. That's a little bit more frustrating because it does once again allow Will to use his mana as a second copy of Ice Fang drawn. That's not a land. I think Ren and 6 going to be played pretty quick here, and it sure is. That's going to pick off the Turok, which has only 1 toughness.
Yeah,
and that is a big problem because now you have no threats in play, facing down a Ren and 6, and a land was drawn. Thoughtseize looks like the pickup.
All
right. Well, Krueger is sitting on obviously the results of a couple. I mean, you just discard the hand size a few times, your hand's going to be stacked. And here we see Thoughtseize reveals Solitude, Double Quaddle, Ren and 6, and Omnath. Well, those are just all good cards.
Those are all very good. Omnath, Solitude, probably the most attractive of the bunch. The Ice Fang's not worth a whole lot, especially with not really that many snow permanents quite yet. The additional Ren and 6, good to know about if you're planning on exposing a lot of resources to kill the first Ren and 6. But I think with the Ragavan currently in the graveyard, we don't really even have that.
Let's
see.
All right. Well,
where Aaron lands.
There is only, I guess, there's only one other white card. So if Omnath is taken, then Solitude can't get pitch cast. All right. So Ren and 6 is a choice. Gigantha's picked up. So Aaron is thinking that Ren and 6 will be targeted at some point to get rid of it.
Yeah. Gonna pick up Ren, pick up Misty Rainforest. That one's gonna enter play. Now, Will, with a variety of options, previously, missing land drops, now back in the game, looking at potentially multiple Ice Fang Quaddle turn or an Omnath turn. I think you want to play Omnath you want to wait to play Omnath till the following turn. So I think the Ice Fangs are pretty attractive to have available in case of any Dash Ragavan shenanigans or what have you. Gigantha, not really terribly attractive to cast for Aaron. It's a way to use your mana so you have it available to you. As Aaron going to go ahead and pass the turn, suggesting a flood of Drown in the Locks again, potentially.
Yeah, well, we saw that last game, and it didn't lead to a whole lot. So we're going to see just the unloading of the Quaddles here, probably from Mr. Krueger. And Aaron may have a dress down in hand, so we can trade that to negate one of the cards. Okay, actually,
he's actually countering the first one here.
Okay.
The second one going to come down. We're going to counter that one too, potentially. Sure are.
All right.
2 mana for 2 mana on each exchange. Denying Will some cards, although Expressive Adoration to pick up, that's going to be a big draw for both hitting land drops and recouping a little bit of card advantage. As here comes another Misty Rainforest. And Will firmly back in the game now as here comes Omnath. Drown in the Locks out of the way.
Back in the game. Will is looking great now.
Yeah, with the fetch land follow-up. should allow for deploying of multiple spells if he wants. I think he probably wants to hold some number of like the expressive iteration mix alongside.
I mean, I think Will may have got Boseiju in hand. How many basics are likely to be in Aaron Telander's deck, given that he started with Swamp Island?
You can grab Shocklands with it, so I don't think you're going to be firing that off at lands.
Right.
But there should only be 2 basics. In fact, a lot of times they're down to only 1 now. As here comes a Drown the Lock number 3. Once again, Aaron very good at drawing Drown the Locks, less good at drawing the threats. Omnath off the table. Very quickly, going to pass the turn to Will Krueger. Takes draw step. Bobble is the draw.
All right, you can see that pink sleeve in Will Krueger's hand. That is the Yorion that was picked up. But plenty of other action as well. And, I mean, even Yorion right now would just draw 1 card, but it's, Aaron's only at 8. Only takes 2 swings to finish the game off.
Yeah, the game ends very quickly. That's the downside to Shadow. As soon as the tide turns out of your favor, the games end very quickly as your life total is very low most of the time. As here comes Expressive Iteration. Looks like Traverse among the cards. Maybe 2 Traverses? Yeah, Will says, I'll take both Traverses. Thank you very much. I'll take 2 of my 1-mana Demonic Tutors. Thank you. So Ren's going to tick up. Grabbing a Misty Rainforest. That one's going to enter play. Have to imagine Traverse the Elven Wall. Checking for Delirium here. Planeswalker among the mix. Have to imagine we have Delirium for sure. Went to discards multiple times. Let's get a good read of Traverse here.
All
right. Yep. Search for
any
basic.
Land or creature here.
But if you have Delirium, any land or creature. Let's go take a look. And Will actually kind of shockingly close to casting this Emrakul in his hand, right? Like, we have Artifact, right? In the graveyard. We have Planeswalker in the graveyard. I think we went to discards, we have instant sorcery creature. I mean, Emrakul has to be pretty freaking cheap.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Also, that's not easy to, how is Aaron going to get out of this? All right, let's see. From his perspective, Ren 6 has to be dealt with.
For sure. But a heat can do that at basically any point.
Yeah, unholy Heat can handle that. We know the Yorion's coming. His deck does have removal spells, terminates and at all. I mean, that's solvable. But
the density interaction Shadow has, I could see this game playing out in such a way that we have the Shadow player answer a bunch of the stuff else going on, and the Emrakul actually mattering. Like, that could be the thing that slams the door in this game. We do know Will picked up a 2nd copy of Traverse. That'll have to be checked as well, but basically adds 1 to anything he wants to cast. Draw for the bobble, draw for turn. Solitude and Abundant Growth. Good to be drawing spells when you have a Ren 6 in play.
Right.
You don't want to draw lands.
Too. Yeah, he's not floating on lands, that's for sure. Definitely recovered. This does not look like a game for one of the players discard the hand size on turns 2 through 4.
Right. And that's the power of this this 4-color deck, where you can miss a bunch of land drops, but as soon as a Ren starts doing its thing, you're just hitting your land drop every single turn. It doesn't matter you're not drawing lands. In fact, you don't even want to draw lands. You want to just never draw land again as soon as there's a Ren 6 in play. And that's exactly what Will's getting done here. As we see this massive graveyard from him, looking to pick up. And what did Foothills this time? Potentially looking to fetch a basic.
All right, so this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the 7th mana source in play. So could Emrakul cost 6 discount at this point?
I think it might.
He's tapping 7 mana. There's nothing else to cost 7. Oh yeah, there it
is. Emrakul, the promised end. All right, not normally really for this matchup. Gonna look really good here though, as we highlight what types we got. Looks like Artifact, Planeswalker, Creature, Instant, Sorcery, Land. My math's good. That's 6 types. That is a 7 mana Emrakul, the promised end.
Okay.
We have Drown in the Lock. Going to that one. Number 4. Here we go again. We do so. You see, get that cast trigger here. Will is going to gain control of Aaron on their next turn. Take a turn for them, and
it wasn't a guarantee that there's actually going to be 13
spells
cards
in
Will Krueger's graveyard, but apparently there were. So at least Aaron is saved from it coming into play. But all right.
Dispute our own Ledger Shredder. Draw. Have to discard a spell to make the Ledger Shredder one bigger. That's a little weird. I think Dress Down. Yeah, gonna hit the graveyard there. I mean, Aaron's leftovers, if it's just a bobble plus.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously good for Will, but it wasn't like as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, this for an Emrakul resolving, normally that just ends the game. It surprisingly matters here, as we're going to play a bobble. That helps deny Aaron the connive on the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I like this. Choosing not to crack it. No way to get the card right away, as we have a draw from Aaron. Didn't get a great look at that one. Is that a Torok? That'd be really sick if it's a Torok. It looks like it might be.
I mean, it's cool and all. Is it
Torok, trigger. Well, this one doesn't die to Ren.
Well, Will has got plenty of cards in hand.
It's true. But, I mean, Torok is a problematic threat. As we see, Will pull some Solitudes to the front. Potentially maybe looking to Solitude the Ledger Shredder before moving. Because if you discard both Solitudes, like, the Ledger Shredder is actually a real problem.
I suppose. But pitch casting a Solitude and then
2
more cards.
The pink sleeve, he's like, yeah, I guess you have to roll dice because you can't just pick a card.
I guess there is some, downside to this.
2, 3, 4,
altered
5,
sleeve
6,
thing here.
7? Oh, no, 6.
3 dice.
What?
Oh, that was the Ledger Shredder. I got confused because, all right, 7 anyway.
7, yeah. And then, he said, once you've done 7, pick 1. There you go. Hit Beseju Yorion. Well, Yorion's out the way. It's one of the known quantities here. Torok, 2 cards, or 2 counters. And we're going to go ahead and take a bobble. Take a look at what's going on there. Here comes an attack. That one's going to go at Ren. Now, lethal shot from the Torok. Card coming from the Mishra's Bobble. Crux of the draw. That grows Torok. All right, we might be assembling something here.
Okay. I'm still skeptical, but all right.
No faith, Joe. Here comes a tick up. Gonna grab the Flooded Strand. And here is an Omnath. Powerful card. Does not block Torok. Drawing. Breeding Pool to draw. Not really what Will wants to see.
All right. So what all in Will's deck actually does deal with Turok? There was
a lot of red and 6s. Fury, if it works. I don't even know if he has the Fury in his deck, right?
Right, I know. There was the one sideboard Fury.
Blocking with Emrakul.
Well, that's off the table for now.
I don't got a lot of other stuff, Joe. I mean, the cards there to be pretty good. I guess Quaddle is actually a big problem, right?
Quaddle is.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, Quaddle is the realistic answer.
All right. Well, I mean, we do know that Will had a second copy of Traverse at some point, and with 4 snow-covered basics, Ice and Quaddle might just be what he needs to search for here. So yeah, he says, I'm going to shuffle in a second. I'm going to go ahead and cast this. That's going to trigger Ledger Shredder. Land among the draws. I like discarding Cruxa here potentially because it's really hard with an island in play to play it and escape it in the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's one you want to put into play. We are just going to go ahead and discard the Polluted Delta, though. And an Icefang Quaddle is what is found that is going to save the Ren and 6 from Torok Dread Cantor. It is only protection from white, only one color. And I'm going to tap for... Oh, I see. We made mana off Omnath. We're going to cast our Icefang Quaddle, use the remaining mana here, and cast Solitude. That's going to take care of Ledger Shredder. That one should be exiled. Go ahead and gain 2 life.
Good. Yeah, I mean, it's not always the Omnath, but I mean, here it was a cantrip in 4 mana, but it's just these turns with the Omnath are so strong.
Somehow stronger than the Emrakul turn by a fair bit.
Yeah, what is yeah, all right.
And Aaron sees the writing on the wall here. No way to get rid of the Icefang Quaddle means that Torok is going to be stonewalled, and seeing the writing on the wall for the following turn with Omnath is going to go ahead and pick it up, and Will Krueger is going to win this. Yeah. 2 games over 0 against Aaron Telander.
Yeah, so Aaron's first feature match on the Endress series does not end in glory, unfortunately, and Will Krueger's uphill climb to try and lock up a season to invite starts gaining some momentum, at least with All-Win, after dropping the
Yeah, for
first
sure.
round to get things going, but a long way to go for him. Long weekend for all these players, especially the ones that are actually trying to achieve, significant steps that just are a long ways off. All right, we do have backup match this round. Okay. Okay, so we are going to skip the replay. The players are just starting game 2, so we're just going to go right in live and pick it up from there. So let's go ahead and go down to the table.
Awesome. Game number 2 here. Starting a little bit late, maybe?
Yeah.
Interested to see kind of what we got going on.
I wonder if this wasn't a case where there was a deck check or something, then this game 1 was pretty lengthy.
Yeah, for sure.
That's even an understatement. This was
a 27-minute game 1, it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay,
so we're going to see. Take a look. Looks like the matchup is a 5-color control deck in the hands of Cat Miller Granger versus a Jund deck in the hands of Don Jervis. A little bit of a maybe flash from the past here. Jund midrange.
Okay, well, let's see. Cat Miller Granger, 5-color control is what they brought with. Okay, so I'm excited about this because Shadow Prophecy is a card that I was thinking about for Pioneer that hasn't seen play yet, at least much, and is a fairly powerful new card drawing spell. Maybe we can pop that up on the screen.
Yeah, Joe, I don't know what the text on Shadow Prophecy is. So
okay, well, it's a card that I'm excited about.
You.
And
all right.
I haven't done much brainstorming about Modern lately, but Cat Miller Granger has Shadow Prophecy, the full 4 copies in their deck. So this is if you have Domain, so we saw already Leyline Binding being a very cheap spell. This is on par with Fact or Fiction when you have Domain for 3 mana and 2 life, sure, but oftentimes 2 life is something that's survival, and this is a card that I think is impressive. But
no, I think you're right. Yeah, that's really impressive read. I can't believe that's the first time I read that card. That's really cool. It's very powerful.
I haven't seen it played in Modern. Actually, I haven't hardly seen it played in Constructed, but we'll see how this goes. Meanwhile, Don Jervis with Jund. We have some new cards here also. If we can pop up Soul of Windgrace. It's actually 3 copies.
I was keeping that. I mentioned that Jund midrange is an old time mainstay, but this deck looks very different than traditional old Jund decks. They're just like Tarmogoyf, Liliana the Veil, all that stuff. We have some of that going on, but the Planeswalker is actually red in 6, and we're doing 3 full copies of Soul of Windgrace.
Right.
What's going on here?
Yeah, well, a lot. So 3 separate activated abilities that are all the cost of discard a land, which, Ren 6 is great at fueling that. And then Soul of Windgrace also allows you to play land from the graveyard when it comes to player attacks. So yeah, really just the ability to cycle your lands to do different things, gain 3 life, draw a card, or get indestructible. So nice card, and not overcosted at 4 mana 5/4 either. But let's go ahead.
It's got stats, gets the job done.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the board here. So Cat Miller Granger up a game, and
looks like 2 different triumphs in play. One of them certainly Rogrin. I think the other one's in Datha. So Rogrin Triumph, that's the Jeskai one, and Datha, as you called out, is the Abzan one. 2 different triumphs in play. Have full domain ready to go on your Shadow Prophecies as far as doing the full Fact or Fiction mode, as you alluded to, looking at 5 cards. You get to take 2 of them, lose 2 life. Flavorful that the flavor text references Lord Windgrace. I think that's really interesting on Shadow Prophecy. A lot of Dominaria going on here. Yeah, it's a little bit of fun flavor text. And here we see Endurance going to come down. That one does a good job of managing the size of Tarmogoyf, as Don Jarvis's graveyard going to get shuffled and put on the bottom of his library, and then a really good block for this Endurance.
Beating. Yeah, and this is the kind of thing we see all the time against Dragon Range Channeler. And here with Tarmogoyf, shrinking the Tarmogoyf, then a block, and then...
Can't get a great look at what that is.
Is that another Turok?
Potentially.
Based on
this is an art that escapes me, Joe. I mean,
based on the way the cat is moving their cards around, I think this is another Turok. It's just a different artwork one.
That's cool. I like that artwork a lot. Although I'm partial to the old border one. Omnath and a land, 2 pretty good discards, I'd say, for a Turok.
Well, so this Turok, I mean, this is the first time the Turok actually came down relatively early in the game and didn't get nailed by Veil Summer here. So this is actually pretty significant threat now for Don Jervis.
For sure. As it happens, actually, this is Don Jervis's, I believe, first time on coverage. Cat's second time. Last time was last Minneapolis, and they're both good friends. They both know exactly what each other's decks are, and maybe even have some familiarity on this otherwise maybe a little obscure matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Jund is obscure now, really, in modern. Modern, that's
well,
well
especially
phrased
Soul
by
of
me. But
Windgrace. Like, where is that card coming from? That's really sweet innovation here by Don. Cat,
yeah, a little difficult to pass. I believe it's just Jund +1, right? So it is castable with Urza Saga in play.
Correct.
And it actually can just recur Urza Saga. I mean, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, the Ren and 6s also do a good job. I mean, that's kind of what the texture of the new Jund decks look like, right? Is the 4 Ren and 6s rebuying sagas, using that as your primary grinding engine, and then you have plenty of silver bullets to grab, like Nihil Spellbombs and the like, to grab interactive artifacts off of the sagas. Kind of taking a different approach from the hammer decks that we've seen as our other like 4X Urza Saga deck in the modern format.
All right, so Don Jervis looking for an artifact to bring into play. Pithing Needle is in hand already.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the main deck stuff's left. There's Hill Spellbomb, Shadow Spear, and Springleaf Drum are traditionally the things to grab. Shadow Spear pretty attractive in the face of a large Torok, though.
Yeah, Shadow Spear is just pretty solid in general. This card is just very, very nice. Very convenient. Of course, I mean, we see it all the time because all these Urza Saga decks are, of course, going to play it. It is nice to have a token card to bring in and have an impact against aggro decks. And here, pushing the Turok above the endurance size-wise.
For sure, yeah. Making a 5/4, very relevant against the 3/4 endurance. Now, a second copy of endurance, Cat did leave all their mana up. Second copy of endurance would be somewhat problematic. Still a 1/1 if you get a good double block off, though doesn't really respect a removal spell from Don. Looks like just a single block going to happen here. 1 point of trample going to come through, and a large life point swing for Don. You should see what this Pithing Needle is supposed to target.
Yeah,
I don't even know if we're supposed to cast it, but
if Don has a follow-up land here.
Pithing Needle entering play. Have to imagine we're naming Ren and 6, so that shuts off your own Ren and 6s. So we'll see exactly what we're going to name here. Get confirmation on that as an Unholy Heat going to come after.
Okay, so that block makes sense now. So without having access to Delirium, it's going to take 2 cards to finish off this Turok, but it's a big enough threat that Cat is going to go for it, and
we're going to respond with a Channel Boseiju targeting the Indomitable Triome. Yeah, I think it only says one opponent's discard, so I don't think that grows it.
Right. But it's something that couldn't have happened afterwards because the legendary discount will go away once the Turok dies.
Correct. And so we're looking to see what we're going to grab here. Breeding Pool. No second copy of Indomitable Triome to grab for Cat. So just grabbing a Breeding Pool. So still has 4 of the 5.
Yeah, but let's cut off Shadow Prophecy if one was drawn or something like that. And yeah, so still okay. So that looked a little, optimistic, but it does pay off. Don Jervis does cut Cat off of black mana, cut off a color.
It makes sense too when the Shadow Prophecies have to be very potent in this matchup, right? Any kind of divination effect against a Jund grinding strategy, traditionally very, very good. Cat now needs to find a copy of Abundant Growth to even cast it. And that's, I think, something very important for Don when his threats are being removed and he needs to have access. Here comes another Torok. Good one to have as a follow-up once the first one gets answered, given that it is legendary.
Indeed.
And that's going to find a Solitude. Just get that out of the hand. And that way there's only 1 card discarded, only grows by a point. Solitude, of course, can't exile the protection from white Torok, as Cat's going to quickly take another draw step here. Grindy matchup for sure.
Yeah.
Prismatic Ending, going to go after the Shadow Spear.
That's something.
And then we bought our Yorion. Draw step. It looks like another Boseiju for Don.
So nothing to be gained here really by attacking, I suppose, as if these creatures just go by each other repeatedly. Cat's left will maintain its standing and Don's will slowly bleed down. I guess not even that slowly.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned at the beginning of this match that we're seeing like a little bit of a companion matchup, but obviously there's other context that happens. We may actually, with all these resources deplenished and Yorion having no real good flicker targets, we might just legitimately see a Gigantha, and we sure do. Here comes Gigantha the Wellspring versus literally just a hard cast Yorion for no value. And here it is. The matchup, Joe. The matchup.
Yeah, that's
Oh no, but it exiles the Gigantha.
That was something that, I mean, Don maybe realized that was likely to happen, but I guess if it does burn off the Yorion, because that Yorion blink effect was going to happen regardless. So maybe you'd rather lose Gigantha than a future Tarmogoyf or something like that.
Well, it also like gives you a little bit of a life point buffer, right?
Yes.
Like if you get it out of the way, it's not like it's a high value card normally, Gigantha, but Yorion, if you're just sitting in this exchange here with Solitude holding back the Torok and Yorion's able to just start attacking, you're going to start bleeding life total, like you said, fairly quickly. But if you make that exchange happen, you get an extra 5-point life buffer, and like it makes the Yorion come out a little bit faster, so the Cat can't hold it and try to build up this abundant growth value, which we see drawn off the top, turning on Shadow Prophecy once again. Still only for 4, but a card that now is back on Cat's radar for being able to cast.
Still only what for 4?
Shadow Prophecy? Doesn't give all the land types, right? Abundant Growth lets you cast it for black.
Yeah, okay.
You still only get to look at 4 cards.
Yeah.
No domain left. So here's Tarmogoyf is the draw. That one's got to be pretty big, I imagine. There's an enchantment land in the form of Urza's Saga in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's so maybe 5.
I think, it's either 4 or 5. Okay. Don't know exactly what we're missing. Looks like instant sorcery, land, creature, enchantment. Looks like it should be 5. Unholy Heat, Prismatic Ending, Endurance, land, plus Urza's Saga. It should be a 5/6. This here is an attack for 7.
Interesting.
I think an easy block on the Solitude here.
Yeah, what do we got here?
Ooh, Dress Down.
Okay.
That's a good one. At least no block with the Tarmogoyf. That would have been brutal. Does strip lifelink off, though. I think that's an exchange Cat's very happy to make. Also stops flying, but we have already made blocks. Here comes Dress Down. Draw a card. Solitude and Torok going to trade.
All right.
4 more points going to come through for Dawn. Tarmogoyf a 0/1 until end of turn. Another enchantment put in the yard. And here's a Wrenn and 6 follow-up to pick off the Tarmogoyf.
Wow.
That's nasty. Looks like...
the Pithing Needle.
Oh, it's Needle. Dang, look at us. Imagine having cards on the table. Yeah, that's a clutch Needle now. That Needle just Galaxy Brain.
That Needle from 4 turns ago that did nothing saved the Tarmogoyf here, and that's obviously very relevant. This Tarmogoyf can either... Cat's at 11. Do you attack? Do you kill the Wrenn 6? You do.
It looks like the answer is yes, and that grows Tarmogoyf yet again. I believe the Tarmogoyf should now be a 6/7. I don't know exactly where we're at on if that Tarmogoyf die is being respected, but enchantment Planeswalker now added to the traditional.
So this is something where I
don't know.
Personally don't like using Tarmogoyf dice because it's so easy to miss it growing if you're actually playing the match, and then you can find yourself not actually recounting the graveyard. You just look at the dice. If you're wondering what it is, it's 4 or 5. Okay, well, I'll respect that. And then actually it doesn't end up being accurate.
Looks like we're doing a Tarmogoyf die check anyway here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and get a look as I believe Don drew a second copy. Very, very powerful. And I think Cat's Graveyard has the full 6. Yeah, already dialed up. It sure does. So we're going to get that updated to the full 6/7. Yeah. I think that's the highest possible with no tribal. No, you can get an 8/9. So we're missing something. Yeah. Artifact. There you go. The artifact got exiled this game. Here comes a Solitude.
Bang. So I guess Don
here's a bunch of life.
Yeah, he gains extra life more than you would have otherwise.
And the follow-up Tarmogoyf going to be good. Can hold off the Solitude. We got an Unholy Heat to check the Yorion at this point. I believe Don. It's hard not to have Delirium when you have a Saga in your graveyard. Gonna pick off the Solitude instead.
Okay. I mean, Tarmogoyf still a 2-turn clock. So getting the Solitude
so big.
Yeah, I mean, if the Solitude had been left and attacks back, gaining Cat enough life to make Tarmogoyf into a 3-turn clock. So this actually can get behind this choice.
Yeah, I like this. Being able to get aggressive, like the 13 life is a really important number against a 4/5 Yorion.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a Knight of Autumn can interplay.
Okay.
Looks like gain 4 life is probably the mode.
Sure,
I like it. We're in a racing situation. Let's gain some life.
Well, I mean, if you're a Cat Midrange, I mean, you don't want to be dead to 2 swings from this Tarmogoyf here. So a blocker and an extra turn, regardless, that's a good deal. This Pithing Needle's not really doing much anymore since the Ren 6 died already.
I mean, it did its job. All right.
No idea.
Card entered.
No idea, huh? It's a new squee.
I think it's the new squee.
It is.
That's choice. Can we get that one up on screen here? Let's get the full name on the new.
I should get bonus credit for that one because
you should. Squee Dubious Monarch.
That's even a new card. Not only is it a new card, it's a alternate version of something
powerful one. Here we go. Get a look at the new squee. This one has haste. That's why we see it attacking. When it attacks, you get to create a 1/1 goblin that's also tapped and attacking, and you may cast it from your graveyard by paying 3 in a red and basically escaping 4 cards. It has essentially escape for 4 or whatever, but you exile 4 other cards from your graveyard rather than paying its mana cost. You get it back. It's kind of like a Den of the Bugbear that keeps coming back.
This is close.
This is close.
This Tarmogoyf is 6. This is an attack for 10, I think.
Well, you have to imagine Cat has something. The attack with the Yorion, holding all the mana up. What an awesome game this has been. See, this is Modern as I remember it. Just exchanging your resources, and we're in a racing situation. You maybe new cards, but it is sweet. Here comes Leyline Binding. That one's going to come after Tarmogoyf.
So that was a 10-point attack there with the second token being created. But Tarmogoyf will get wiped off the map here by the Leyline Binding. And result in just 4 points coming across. Don's still not dead, though.
Yeah, Don gonna be able to live at 1. A crack for, as you said, 4 coming across with the removal of Tarmogoyf.
And
maybe we're talking about how much this costs.
Yeah.
Not sure. Oh, I see. We're reading the text to see if you Besage it, if it still exiles, and the answer is no. I believe the new templating, all in one word, not an actual Oblivion Ring where it's 2 separate abilities, does allow you to blow it up with the trigger on the stack, and your creature stays in play, stays attacking, and that interaction right here might actually save Don this game.
It definitely could. And you're right. Yeah. So I think you're right. Abundant Growth just allows the tapping for another color, so that Leyline should have cost more mana, but.
Having near infinite mana, nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
Don wins games too.
Wow. Yeah. So the a Ren 6 would have finished Don off there, or any number of. Well, I guess not too many things would have done the extra 1 damage. There's not a lot of burn in these 5-color decks, but okay, we're going to see another game here.
For sure. And I want to call out a play that looked really weird to us in the casting booth. And maybe this is people that have not familiar with the 5-color control versus Jund Soul Windgrace matchup. The blowing up of the Endotha Triome, notably the only black source from Cat, mattered a ton, honestly, throughout the entire course of that game. Requiring Cat to find an additional black. Now, they never drew the black cards, but it did wind up making Leyline Binding cost more, and if Shadow Prophecy came across, that mattered, and it required Abundant Growth to even cast black cards to begin with. A play that looked weird to us, and I think the usage of Besage really shows Don's familiarity with this matchup.
Okay, so these players shuffled. What happened here? So they must have shuffled up really quickly, and then we had
2 cards that maybe got knocked over or something. It looks like we're just shuffling back in. So I assume they just got displaced.
Anyway, there's only, so give me that number again for production. 3 minutes left in the round. So that's why the players shuffled very quickly there, which makes sense.
We got quick magic to play here.
All right. Well, these 2 decks are not going to be especially adept at winning games in 3 minutes, but we'll see what happens here.
Fetch land, go. Let's see. Fetch land, go? Or do we have a Thoughtseize action? Looks like we're going to fetch on our main phase here.
Oh, this is where, so I mean, if this actually a Thoughtseize or something coming here, this needs to be a spot where you just say, I'm Thoughtseizing, I'll tell you the land I'm fetching out, but I'll do it during your turn. So you can just show me your hand and we can get going. Because
there's a
honestly,
Thoughtseize.
With 3 minutes on the clock, this took too long.
Yeah. Well, Cat respecting the time clock as well. I'm going to go ahead and fetch while the Thoughtseize process is happening here.
Yeah. That's good. All right.
They
so we
know
have
that we need to get this game over with here.
Solitude, Endurance, Flood Strand, Otawara, Prismatic Ending is the last card. Second to last, I'm not sure.
That one's going to get taken. Makes a lot of sense. If you're playing us a Thoughtseize into some follow-up Tarmogoyfs to get this game over with quickly, Prismatic Ending, a problematic one, especially in the face of a Solitude that could, will gain you life or whatever, but at the cost of 2 cards. Dotha Triome, the land fetched up. Need to get that black mana going. There's a Flooded Strand and a quick pass to the turn back.
Boy, if you're trying to finish the game off real quick, the last thing you want your opponent to have is a 1-mana spell that kills anything. But
yeah, for sure.
Ranger may have a Leyline Binding in hand too. Although I guess it is not as permanent as Prismatic Ending because of something like Posechu, which can blow it up.
So that matter quite a bit in game 2. Yeah. Here's a Springleaf Drum added to the mix. Unholy Heat among some other cards. Didn't get a great look in Dawn's hand.
Well,
Cat gonna quickly fetch. I think we'll see another Triumph fetched here.
Springleaf Drum, not the ideal turn 2 play when you're in a hurry, but that's what Dawn has access to. All right.
Soul of Windgrace, not a 2-mana spell. If that's what we're doing in this game, that would cost a little bit more mana. So here's a Breeding Pool fetch. Interesting to see no red yet. Breeding Pool over the Rogran Triome. There's another fetch land drawn. Windswept Heath. I see Endurance is a card that we can cast this turn. That could begin to get the game over really quickly and does a fair bit to mitigate the size of Tarmogoyfs, which is, I think, one of Dawn's better cards that he could have here. Right. So here's a Saga added to the mix.
All right.
And 2 mana. That looks like a Void Mirror. That one's going to shut off any spells that are played that don't have any colored mana spent on them.
Wow.
Shuts off the Solitude Pitch Cast. And I mean, in any of the Evoke stuff, really.
I wouldn't have got that even if. Good job on identifying that as Void Mirror. I would have not been able to do that.
Card's sweet. It was supposed to be the latest and greatest to kill Tron, Joe. You should know about that card. It's supposed to.
I know about the card, but I mean, just from what you just said, it was supposed to be, not that it was. So yeah, I know what the card is. I just have never actually seen one before.
Ironically, it's better in Modern as an anti-Cascade than it ever was against an anti-Tron card. Here comes Endurance. Cat going to deploy a threat here. Put Dawn's Graveyard on the bottom. Go ahead and lay the beatdowns here. 3 damage. Quite respectable. Here's Renin 6 going to happen first. That one's going to happen. Tick that one up. Grab a fetch land here. Chose Flooded Strand.
That's excellent. I mean, Dawn down to 10.
Yeah,
this could happen
life
here.
Changes. The dream not dead for Cat.
If one of these players was going to win in 2 or 3 minutes, I actually would have guessed that Dawn would have had the advantage there, but Cat is
for sure. Tarmogoyf adds so much to your ability to close a game, but you have to actually draw your Tarmogoyfs and put them on the stack here. Endurance still pretty good against that plan though. So now Tarmogoyf maybe a little bit worse than it was in previous rounds or previous turns rather. Player
maybe we'll see a Soul of Windgrace here.
That'd be sweet. 5/4 does a great job checking in Endurance. Renin 6 plus Endurance could pick it off, but that doesn't do a lot for Cat's ability to close this game. But we do know Cat has things like Solitude that is close to being hard cast. Can't evoke it. And it looks like maybe a Soul of Wind. No, it's just a Turok. Kick Turok. Arguably better.
Yeah.
Fetching in response.
Just a Turok. Well, just a Turok is pretty
much
good.
Better than Joe, I just want to see Soul of Windgrace, man. That card is so cool.
I know. All right, Cat's
thinking about
what they can do here. Is there a Dress Down in hand? I think there is.
There is, and that would stop the Turok from growing and allow Cat to pick it off with the Ren on the following turn.
Well, not only stop it from growing, would it? It would stop. Yeah, it would stop Cat from being discarded at all, right?
I think so. I don't think it's a cast trigger.
I don't think so.
That I was less confident.
I'm not sure about that one.
Whenever an opponent discards a card, when it enters the battle, yes, it is an ETB effect. So that will actually stop the enters the battlefield effect as well. Basically, just a 2-1 proc white. Dress Down going to do a really good job of mitigating this Turok here. And I think Dress Down, the presence of Dress Down in Cat's deck is why we haven't seen Dawn go for the Urza Saga tokens as much as you maybe would expect in other matchups. The Hill Spellbomb is cast with the Springleaf Drum.
All right.
And there is Odawara. Tick down, kill the Turok like we predicted. Here's another attack for 3.
That dress down can't be overstated how big of an impact that had there. Saved Cat 2 cards, allowed the Ren 6 to kill the Turok, and cantripped in the first place. What a strong interaction that was. And Dawn's down to 6.
Very powerful. All right, that's going to tick up to 3 on the Urza Saga. We did see an in-step Nihil Spellbomb activation. Go ahead and blow up the graveyard. It's going to do some work to mitigate the Ren 6 if there is no fetch land present. Going to make a token with the trigger on the stack, and then go searching for an artifact with converted mana cost 1 or 0. Kind of running low on those is Dawn, having been through Springleaf Drum and a Nihil Spellbomb.
Right. So Shadow Sphere is probably still waiting in the wings. And this construct, when Dawn activated, I was thinking to myself, like, oh, this construct's just going to chump block. But it's actually a 4/4. So
yeah, it's so big. Dawn's drawn all of the artifacts this game. So doing a little bit of like a hammer impression, potentially, without any hammers. You just have the Shadow Spear.
Man.
All right.
We
so
are.
Is turn
okay.
3.
Yeah. So I was actually just going to ask for an update on the time, and we're actually in time. I guess the dice at the very top of the screen is the turn counter. So it's actually turn 3 already.
Looks like an Unholy Heat.
Okay.
Not sure if that one has Delirium. I believe it does. Once again, Urza Saga does a really good job of adding the Delirium mix. Yeah, creature, artifact, enchantment, land. The first 3 cards take care of Delirium. That one probably should go after Endurance here. Stymie Cat's ability to attack for lethal over any sequence of turns. That is going to take care of the Endurance.
Well, that is likely going to take care of the match.
We have a Solitude.
Okay.
That would present lethal normally. And I think you have to not actually make Dawn gain any life here, because you need to pick this out the way and then find a way to get 3 damage, either with combination of a Ren plus some kind of shock, or I don't really know, some sequence of cards to let you find 3 additional points, as the Endurance is off the table and no longer matters.
All right, so Dress Down would get rid of the construct, and then Ren 6 ping, so 2 more damage.
Teferi does it as well.
Is there a Culligan's command?
I'm
sure there isn't.
The last shock.
All right, there's Teferi.
That one can return this token, draw a card. Looks like Shadow Prophecy drawn. Not exactly what the doctor ordered. Here's an attack for 3. And down tick Ren, do 1 more point. Dawn falls to 2.
You said these players know each other. This would be a spot where, if you can demonstrate to your opponent like that they are dead.
It looks like it looks like Cat getting pretty prepared to reveal their hand. Say, hey, like Pithing Needle, name's Ren.
Okay.
And here's what I have. I have 3 removal spells. Well, I guess technically 2, but 2 removal spells, a Shadow Prophecy, and an Abundant Growth. I believe that you're going to die on your next turn, no matter what you do for the rest of this turn. So definitely the way that you should play. Unclear what is going to happen. I'm not even sure necessarily that we will get an update on this, but this game...
we will eventually. But yeah, let's go ahead and bring it back to the booth here. We don't need to see this, so that the gameplay has ended there, and the players will determine, can I convince you to concede, or can I convince you to concede? Either way, life totals are not going to expire by the end of that. So that will conclude the round 2 match. We'll let you know in a second when we find out what the actual result was. But thanks for being with us here this morning. Thanks for following along. If you want to hit the actual follow button, I suppose you could do that.
I highly recommend it.
Actually. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. If you push that follow button, all kinds of rewards are in your future, including more Nerd Rage coverage.
You sound like a fortune cookie.
If you want to, Drake's going to step away. So if you want to be reminded, if you remind yourself to come back this afternoon and watch Drake, you should do that, because Drake will be back in a few hours. We're going to swap in Becky Bell for the middle rounds of the day. But yeah, we're playing Modern all day today. We're playing Pioneer tomorrow. I'm just kind of stalling, waiting to be told what happened to that match so we can tell you all. Okay. All right. So Cat was awarded the match there.
Cat did get the victory over Dawn.
The demonstration of cards in hand was enough to elicit a concession there. So Cat picks up the match, and we're gonna. Wow. Okay, so round 3 has already been posted, so we're gonna blink away real quick here and be back, just like a Yorion. We'll be back instantaneously. Except actually,
I'll be back later.
We'll be like we're with a judge call. It's gonna take a little bit. Anyway, we'll be back. Drake will be back in a few hours. Becky will be back in a few minutes. I'll be back. No Rage Gaming. Follow. Stick around. Okay. All right, we're back. We've got Becky Bell with us for a few hours. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. You're looking bright and cheery. I guess with the sunlight streaming in on you, that happens naturally. But as usual, and your hair is color coordinated for us, and we appreciate
As always.
it. And I'm sure chat does too. Okay, so we've got round 3 coming up here. We got Burn versus Indomitable Creativity. We got Archons of Cruelty, which gain life. Not so good for Burn, so we'll see how this plays out when the players are ready to go. In the meantime, if they're not quite ready yet, what's going on in your world that you want to tell us about?
In my world, not really a whole lot. Just getting.
All right. Well, you're taking your time out from your busy schedule of commentating other games to commentating our original game, so appreciate that. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, normally during the week, I pretty much only cast Valorant. Every once in a while, League of Legends. Every once in a while, TFT. And every so once in a while, for Nerd Rage Gaming, I break out the Magic the Gathering commentary.
All right.
Just for you guys. Just for you, chat. This is a little treat for you.
I'm not someone even acknowledges or notices, artsy type things, but I think these sleeves with this like shadow, like frosting on the back design is pretty neat.
I do agree. I have not seen those.
Okay, so I'm told from our director that those are Gen Con exclusive Dragon Shields. So
how cool.
Yeah. All right, so here we are.
Just like this Goblin guide.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, you're already proving your worth because I'm not even sure I would have recognized what that was. And since I was going to think if it has haste or not, clue in. All right, now it's coming across. So yeah, Goblin Guide it is.
It's okay. This will be the real zinger. This is how we really figure it out. Do we flip over the top card? It is a Goblin Guide. And we take the Arid Mesa. Look, we figured it out. To be honest, I wouldn't have guessed from the art. I just know that these 2 decks are going to be Burn and that 4-color Indomitable Creativity. And I couldn't imagine a Mountain into 1-drop coming out of the Indomitable Creativity deck. At least not one that stays on the field. So
right. All right. So Indomitable Creativity trying to set up multiple Archons of Cruelty. Burn trying to get things over with before that even happens. We got Jose Munoz here versus Nicholas Montes de Oca, which doesn't fit on the screen. So Nicholas is what our producer decided to go with. So thanks for being with us here at the beginning of round 3. Getting things underway. And yeah, I don't know. Burn versus Creativity. Creativity is going to be putting some stuff in the way to block with. They have Fable. There's oftentimes something like 3 Crabs getting in the way to block. Okay, Fire Ice, that works too.
Does a good job of getting rid of that Goblin Guide indeed. Unfortunately, though, we don't really have a follow-up, it seems, for Nicholas, and that could be a little bit of an unfortunate situation that second turn was spent not really committing any more damage to the life total of Jose. But, having this Lava Spike to go along with it is going to do a little bit, but you definitely hope to just always have at least 1 creature committed to the board if you're hoping to even take this game down.
Right, yeah, you got it before I even was able to say it there, but what do we always say for these burn decks? You got to have creatures that stay on the board, and it so often doesn't happen. Here is a Fable the Mirror Breaker here for Jose, so he'll conjure up a creature here. A 2/2, which is actually just going to be big enough to tussle with anything that Nicholas is probably able to muster. And now it's just going to come to... I don't think there's realistic scenarios where Jose actually casts Creativity for even for 1 and loses the game.
Very true. Lightning Bolt on end step, so Nicholas still being able to get some damage across, but once again, if you had a creature that was just doing that extra 4 points of damage, Jose would look so much worse, and I have to be a little bit concerned as well. Okay, never mind. We found an Arid Mesa. We're going to be able to get some white mana and also probably be able to punch for a little bit harder alongside that, so that's got to be a nice thing to have come off the top of the deck as well, but We were kind of talking about it before we came onto desk. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of time between the end of that round and going into this round, but we were like, oh, this is potentially going to be fast. And I'd actually just said that looking at 4-color Indomitable creativity. I didn't actually even look that the matchup was against a burn. And that definitely solidifies this to be a quick match.
Okay, here is a Searing Blaze. So wipe out this token. And this actually is pretty significant. It's going to make it much harder for Jose to generate the mana and the sacrificial pieces to get this creativity to work. Suspend Rift Bolt here, and one more spell is probably be enough, as I believe Jose's at 5. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and quite a few cards in hand. One of them definitely looks to be another Lightning Bolt. So as you mentioned, that should be enough, unless Jose has a way to gain some life here.
Well, he's going to gain... He can gain some with the creativity, but like with 3 land, a fetch into, or not even necessarily a fetch, but a Dwarven Mine making a token would allow for creativity for 1. And that's probably what it's going to take here. Okay. And this doesn't necessarily guarantee it either. It just makes it possible. So I may eat my words here when I said that a single Archon trigger would probably be enough. It may not be the case.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you just haven't had the extra creatures to punch across damage and even continue to be pesky on this board, that single Archon trigger might, very well be enough, because it's basically equating to an entire card for Nicholas.
Okay, well, there it is. Archons are the only creatures in the deck, so this is a guaranteed hit. But Jose, I believe, is at 4 after the fetch. And so this will go up to 7. It's possible. So Archon of Cruelty does a whole lot. Creatures aren't involved here, or Planeswalkers, but it's still going to gain Jose 3 life and draw him a card. And Nicholas will lose 3 life, which doesn't matter, and lose a card.
And Searing Blaze going to be the discard. Makes sense. A little more difficult to get the damage across.
Okay. So my belief is Jose's at 7.
Yeah, I agree. And so we are 1 damage from being able to do it, and holding in Nicholas's draw step.
No, we're still in the upkeep. He hasn't drawn yet. He's deciding where he wants to shoot the Rift Bolt. I think you have to go. Yeah, you can't go to the Archon and then hope you can kill it, because you're just losing the game, even if you are able to.
I like the decision to just try and finish things off.
But
unfortunately, this draw maybe is not exactly what you would hope for it to be. And it is that Eidolon of the Great Revel. Would have been nice a few turns ago, but now feels quite a bit worse.
No, and it's not even actually going to survive. It'll just die to the attack trigger, which is going to... What was there? Some play here? What is this?
It was a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. So in the end, Nicholas comes up just, I think, up 1 point short. Playing Eidolon, playing Eidolon doesn't seem to be significant in any way. I mean, as soon as this Archon got to attack, this game is, well, I guess it's Jose is only at 4, right? After gaining, so actually, a charm still wins the game. Yeah, so Eidolon actually didn't really do anything. I don't know if it hurt either, but this is still not over. I assumed twice that 1 trigger would be enough to do it. Then I assumed that 2 triggers would be enough to do it.
It still might not be.
How about more?
Yeah, okay. That 3. Third time's the charm.
Yeah,
we're able
All right.
to do it.
All right, so Jose Munoz does pick up the game. Indomitable creativity is, it's pretty cool the way it works. I mean, just flooding out these Archons of Cruelty, they're just so strong. Maybe we can bring up Archon of Cruelty onto the screen. And it's just, I don't know. It's not really elegant, but it is kind of like a one card, it's like Scapeshift, really, right?
You don't think that Archon is elegant? I want to poll in chat right now. Is Archon elegant? Yes or no? I think Archon is beautiful. It is grace and it is cruelty. And I love it.
If any combo that's using like hard evidence and Dwarven Mine to assemble its pieces is not elegant.
So you're saying Indomitable Creativity is not elegant. Sure. Okay, I would agree with that.
Archon of Cruelty is a very cool card. I mean, it's just so slick. It's not even a legend, which is why it works in Legacy, but even in Modern here, this is brutal. But
yeah, I mean, I was a really big fan of playing the Reanimator strategies for a similar reason of just like this card is really cool, and you also get to play some other cool cards alongside it, namely all of the new elementals that pack quite a bit of a punch. I mean, putting that into just like how often they are played in the Modern format right now, I'm not alone in feeling that way. And I don't know, Archon's really cool. I think that this Indomitable Creativity deck is really cool, if inelegant. But, so there's been a lot of decks that are inelegant. I would go ahead and say that like KCI was a very inelegant deck that that got played and was extremely powerful for a very long time. So now that's, I guess, the next question to chat. What do you think is the most unelegant deck?
Is that even a word? I started. I don't know, but I opened my mouth and I kind of train wrecked the conversation here. But yeah, okay. So we have. I mean, how comparable is Indomitable Creativity this deck to Scapeshift? I mean, they're both kind of one card kills with supporting stuff that doesn't work all that well on their own. And I mean, you have to. I mean, it's not like there's tutors. I mean, I guess there's some card filtering. There's Fable, which is really nice at just digging you a little bit deeper. But yeah, it gets it done here in game one, and it gets burned.
I mean, that's kind of how we expect the matchup to go, just like that match. You're either, as Burn, going to completely run over the game before the Indomitable Creativity deck can do anything. But if the Indomitable Creativity deck even gets to go, you could probably still beat it, even if it does get that one Archon, as we like pretty much almost saw. It was very close. But it is taking that little bit of extra oomph, and I do think the place where that Burn deck did stumble was not having a creature to follow up on that second turn the moment that Goblin Guide fell.
Yeah. I mean, the hard evidence is really kind of one of the main damage absorption things for the creativity deck. They didn't have one, but the Burn deck didn't force one out of them. And you're right. If that Eidolon had been on turn 2 or something, the turn 2 was just like Lava Spike. Was that just all it was?
It was Fire Ice.
No, I'm sorry. I meant for the Burn deck.
Oh, for the Burn deck. Yeah, I don't think that the Burn deck did anything on turn 2.
Yeah, and that's just not enough, really. Yeah. But all right, so players are getting ready for game number 2. Let's go ahead and go to the table and see if Burn on the play can get get a little bit more going here. I mean, it was close, but I guess every time Burn almost wins, then if you fast forward another turn or two, it looks like they're getting destroyed.
I mean, again, that's just kind of, you play Burn expecting that sort of thing to happen, because that's just some of the play patterns that you're going to be seeing quite a bit of the time. And looking at the sideboard for this Burn deck, for those interested, it's pretty stock, like Smash the Smithereens, Roiling Vortex, Deflecting Palm Path, Sanctifier, and Vec, and just a lot of copies of those cards. And kind of difficult to tell exactly what you would bring in a matchup like this. Like, Smash the Smithereens is going to be able to destroy some of those tokens, but is it worth really doing? Because what if it does end up being that crab on the field? It's so difficult to hedge what you think you're going to be facing down.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Nicholas going first here. So a little gesture towards himself. I think Jose and everyone watching already knew. But okay, now we have the deck list available. So if we do go to game 3, we'll bring them up.
All right, is this hand going to be good enough? I was able to see a Bolt. That's about it. It definitely looked to be some lands, and I think it seems like Nicholas decided to keep. We were waiting for Jose, and Jose said, sure, I'm good as well. Aired Mesta to start things off.
Jose with the pesky Fire Ice in hand again, which is a pretty nice removal spell. I guess it's not as nice as some things, but still, it got it done last game. And Becky.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know if I would keep a hand with no creature. I just have a
Maybe-
hard time. You win a game where you don't have a creature for burn in this matchup.
If we have Eidolon in turn 2,
Okay, sure.
I guess I'll accept that. I mean, that's it though, right? Like if there's no Eidolon, if there's no creature on turn 2,
then we're gritting our teeth.
right.
Oh, was a Goblin Guide the draw for turn? Oh no! Ouch.
All right, Jose fetches in response to the Goblin Guide.
Now I'm wondering if Jose is playing like copies of Lightning Bolt. Doesn't. Nope, is playing 4 copies of Lightning Bolt, so we could use that to take care of the Goblin Guide.
All right. Trigger finds Transmogrify.
More fine? Whoa.
And Bolt does remove the Goblin Guide. All right. Yep, Skewer turned on because of the fetch line. Okay.
Nice ability to at least get some damage across on that turn. All right, let's see. I believe the Goblin Guide was drawn for that last turn, and so we ended up going for that play. So there's still a chance that there could have been an Eidolon in hand to start things off. But okay, Swift Spear. Are we just drawing all of our one-drop creatures after turn 1? This feels slightly unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is you're right. This is, I mean, Nicholas has had the right cards. They've just been not at the right
order.
Yeah, they just not at the right time. All right, so Swiftspear comes across for 1 fetch land here for Jose, and all right, well, Nicholas can win here with just burn spells. It's just much easier when your creatures soften up the opponent.
Just ways to force your opponent to make actions and stumble on their own things. Like if it was just like a call of 2 ships passing in the night, which it kind of still is, then it wouldn't be so bad. Then, Jose's deck wouldn't be playing 4 Lightning Bolt in it.
All right,
you wouldn't need to.
Tapped, and I mean, if there was a second bolt in Jose's hand, we know there's a Fire Ice. So let's see what's going to happen here. We're probably tapping. This is shooting for 2, then that's risky. In fact,
nope.
So risky that there's almost no way that's what's happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would be shocked if that was what was happening. Another Rift Bolt suspend. Still the Lightning Bolt in hand, and I believe a Path as the white card. Jose, alive, lives another day.
Okay, so Jose here, we're not going to, it's pretty suspicious about just with a mana open, ramming a creativity or Transmogrify into a potential burn spell. Yeah, Jose is not going to do it. Not interested. He's going to explore first, just build up. Says, if you're not going to put enough pressure on me, I am not going to rush.
Looks like Arid Mesa was the draw, but has a lot of choices, and notably, I believe, as well as Spell Pierce in hand, and that could be something that we're holding on to at least. I mean, it could be something where you like Spell Pierce a Rift Bolt just to like force a lot of mana to be used up in a turn, and then have that by yourself a turn.
Yeah. Here's the hard evidence. So Jose will pick up a Crab and a Clue. And yeah, defense is pretty well set up. You're right about the Spell Pierce. Yeah, Spell Pierce and the Rift Bolt would actually be really interesting here, because we know Nicholas doesn't have a third land yet.
I also do think that like Spell Piercing a Rift Bolt is worse when there is a prowess creature in play. Like it feels like you're just like not actually negating much, but you got to do what you got to do to live through a turn. So
I guess the fact that there's an Arid Mesa, and so Jose would have to actually fetch and shock to be able to do that, makes it much worse, but still interesting possibility.
Nicholas has so many cards in hand. I have to believe that, like, there's a high probability that you can deal a lot of damage still. We just have to deal enough of it in one turn that we aren't getting disrupted by a Archon of Cruelty.
All right, so there is a bolt coming through. Trigger prowess again. I think Jose is now at 5. Crab goes down. So we know there's Transmogrify, and we know there's a fetch land. There's also at least one Archon in the hand. That's not going to do too much. I mean, how are these decks not playing Urborg? Let's just cast these Archons. What does it cost? 8? That's a bargain.
It costs 9, I think. Oh, no, I think it is 8. It's 6 black.
9's a lot.
It's a bargain? Yeah, 9's a lot. 8's easy, though.
I mean, you're playing Explorer. You have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You can acquire some treasures and make a bunch of land drops. All right, here comes Storm in Mine. Token. And this is going to be... Spell Pierce is going to show its worth here. Exile target creature. Find an Archon. Jose's at 4. Okay. Yeah, I think the play here. All right, so here's Path on the token. Spell Pierce. Okay, we saw that coming. Nicholas did not. Or even if Nicholas did see it coming, he doesn't really have a choice. He got to go for it anyway.
Yeah, very true. All right, Archon numero uno. We have another Archon in hand, but a lot of them in the deck, considering that you are trying to get them onto the field in some abundance. Get some life back. Ooh, and a Lightning Bolt as the draw, so that's going to be a good way to stop if another creature comes into play as well. So that actually went, all things considered, pretty well.
All right, so Land, Bolt, Boros Charm, that would do it. Nicholas clearly doesn't have that, as we have already seen it. In fact, there's only 2 cards there. It's not even enough to do that. And yeah, so 1 Archon is just too much to overcome there for Nicholas.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a bummer because we saw in the first game how it took basically 3 Archon triggers for Nicholas to be able to be defeated. Unfortunately, just 1 there is enough. And I do wonder if that's a situation where, like, I understand the path, but if you have so many things that kill creatures, is path really, like, is the path more so to answer a Archon that comes into play so that you don't get attacked by it, and we just didn't have any other answers and then didn't draw into them? Kind of just an unfortunate set of draws for the Boros Burn deck, along with kind of the way that those creatures ended up coming into this. We did have a backup match, but apparently our backup match finished just as fast as our main match.
What?
They're already reported on Melee.
No! The backup match is recorded. Becky,
oh, it is recorded. Oh, we're good. Okay, we're fine. I mean,
right.
I didn't spoil it. We just know it's finished already.
Well, I got worried. All right. So let's go ahead. And so, yeah, last round we did watch the backup match live, as it took forever. But this is game 1 of the backup match. And we have Merfolk once again. So can we clean up the board indicator there? All right. So we got Jonathan White against Forrest Winstead here. Mono White Hammer versus Merfolk. And despite what Becky might tell you, trust me, this match is very much still happening.
Is it? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Look, look, your eyes deceiving you? Look at the board. Esper Sentinel and Memnite versus some Merfolk.
It tied something. I haven't seen Merfolk in a long time, so excuse me for not knowing. It is a Tide Shaper. I was actually going to be right, and I just second guessed myself out of that.
All right. So we've got Pure Steel Paladin here for Jonathan White, just playing the go wide plan with Mono White Hammer that doesn't actually exist. Silvergill Adept there for Forrest Winstead, which I was able to identify only because of the draw, not because I know the artwork of whatever set that's from.
The Silverkill Adept? It's a like F&M promo from Ixalan.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you say that, I guess I realized that Ixalan was this set that had Merfolk as a tribe somewhat recently, but I wouldn't have remembered that.
Yeah.
I don't think if I had to come up with it on my own. And wow, double cantrip off
Holy
Colossus Hammer there.
smokes. Yeah,
Yeah.
wide board. Normally you would expect the Merfolk deck to go wide, but it
Mhm.
doesn't get to cheat on mana quite the same way that Hammer does. So very crazy board happening and a big attack coming through with this Esper Sentinel with a Colossus Hammer, and Tide Shaper is going to eat the dust.
Yeah, and boy, yeah, like you're saying Merfolk's trying to go. This is a lot. This is like a turn 10 board stall for Hammer, not turn 3 and having 5 creatures in play already.
Exactly.
Or turn 6, 4, whatever this is. I don't know. Okay, so Merfolk, Forest Winstead, what do you got for us? Can you really even compete against this? I'm not sure. The answer is yes. Is it? What are we even hoping for here? A bunch of lords? It's 11-11. Esper Sentinel. No amount of lords is going to allow you to trade with that effectively.
Yeah, that's I mean, 10 lords would allow you to trade with it effectively. But we're some distance away from being able to cast that many.
Just a little bit. All right, an Ether Vial. Well, okay. Forest Winstead. I think you're not going to win game 1.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. This
I mean,
quick
these white,
start.
yeah. These white decks are drawing extra cards off of Pure Steel Paladins, setting things up, getting fancy. They're bigger. They have more of them, and they're drawing more cards. Merfolk, what are you even doing here?
Yeah, honestly, this, I guess, aside from like the equipping, but like doing things at instant speed and using like land interaction, like definitely makes it feel like this is something that the Merfolk deck would like to be doing, and it's just not even being able to keep up. But also, to be fair, this does seem like a pretty insane keep of 7 that just happened from this mono white hammer deck, and being able to go search for another Colossus Hammer just is adding in a little bit of extra pain here.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we were going to see a Thieving Skydiver.
Even
that card
then,
is sweet.
Thieving
Even
Skydiver
then, yeah.
it steals the artifact, right?
Yeah.
It's still equipped. You don't have 8 mana to unequip it and put it on a different guy, so it's not going to even change anything. Gaining control of one of these hammers is relatively worthless at this point. I guess you could steal Esper Sentinel.
There you go.
Here comes a pretty sizable attack. Forrest is like, well, I'm at 18. All right. Here we go. We got
Looks cool. You know, at this point, if you're in a situation like this, looking cool definitely has some equity to it. I agree.
I mean,
so.
especially when you're not winning. If you're definitely going to lose the game, you might as well look stylish while you're doing it.
Oh, all right. Well, there's the new card that supposedly is putting Merfolk on the map again. Unfortunately, I don't think it is going to put this particular game of Merfolk on the map, but that is the Bodalian Hexcatcher. Is a really cool card with a really cool art. So, you know, exciting to see it. Unfortunately, hard pressed to be winning against a lot of hammers that are coming across for a lot of damage.
Yeah. Boy, howdy. This is another. This is a Thoughtcast. It's a 1 mana Thoughtcast that gives a creature +10/+10.
Yep. And yeah, Jonathan just says, "Okay, go to damage. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. You've taken a lot. Your creatures die. How are you going to keep up? This Ether Vial doesn't even have any counters on it. It will now, but even still." You know, on top of looking cool, Forest also has some very cool sleeves to go with specifically a Merfolk deck. So, you know, some extra style points definitely going Forest's way.
I think those sleeves go with it. I mean, is that even a... Yeah, I mean, you have to be brave to do that, right? To run sleeves that actually give away your deck.
I feel like that always happened with Merfolk players when I was playing in a lot of paper tournaments. Like the moment that a Merfolk player like unrolled a playmat with some like fish on it, I was like, oh, you're playing Merfolk. It's like the burn player who sits down with like red sleeves that look kind of old.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times. I don't remember his name, but there was
It's
a guy.
me. I'm the burn player with old red sleeves.
Well, you're the burn player whose hairstyle reflects the deck also.
There you go. Yeah. I give it away all over the place.
All right. So do we have deck lists this round? If we do, let's go ahead and put them up.
If not, we can kind of talk about them as well. So this mono blue Merfolk deck is... Oh, okay. Wait, never mind. We're going to start off with Hammer because we do actually have them. Cool. As far as this Hammer deck is concerned, this looks pretty stuck. I mean, we are just playing that one of Steel Shaper's gift that we actually did get to see.
Becky Bell, there's no Ginger Brute.
That does hurt me, actually, because I think that Ginger Brute is an insanely cool card. And but it is still like doing the Nettle Cyst thing, which is like, I don't want to say new at this point, but is one of the like newer things to be added to the deck.
Yeah, it's definitely
okay.
Yeah,
I hadn't noticed that there was no Ginger Brute. And now all of a sudden I'm very sad and hurt that Jonathan would make that decision.
Yeah, boy. All right. Anyway, and so we'll go ahead and look at Forest's build of Merfolk.
This is the deck everyone came to see anyway.
Yeah. Second time we've had it today. Using Vodalian Hexcatcher, the brand new card, and I guess Svalin's not even really new anymore at this point, is it?
Nah, Svalin's been out for more than a year now.
Yeah. But how about Rishadan Dockhand was not in the other version.
Not in the other version that we saw on camera today, but does see play every once in a while. Printed at the same time as I can't say that card's name.
Svalin?
Svalin?
I don't even know if that's right, but I think
Svalin works for me.
Svalin of Sea and Sky, but yeah, Rishadan Dockhand, the porting type creature that actually taps down land, pretty cool.
And has Island Walk, so if you start to attack, you start to attack.
I mean, it should have Island Walk, right? If he works on the shorefront, I guess that makes sense.
Agree. I mean, and instead of having to play that mopey thing that turns cards into islands, Merfolk players are about to get upset with me for calling that mopey. You just play Tide Shaper now instead, and it does that work for you on top of also being a Merfolk. So I don't know. I like the direction that this deck has started to turn in, and especially having that Vodalian Hexcatcher as a part of it now. Sideboard, you've got things like Mistcaller, which is a pretty cool M19 card that we saw for like a little bit in some decks that weren't even Merfolk, but also still get to see every once in a while in Merfolk. And then just playing some other good cards for a lot of matchups, namely like the Brazen Borrower, Counterspell, Relic of Progenitus.
All right, let's see how this plays out. See if Forest can recover here, or at least put as many creatures on the board as the Hammer deck. Which I guess, the Hammer deck has an advantage in the early games developing because a lot of his creatures, are free. But you're going to need to see some more overall power and toughness here from the Merfolk deck, and preferably the transformation of one of Jonathan White's lands into a blue-producing island. So there can be some land walking going on. Turn 1 Saga. All right, we got a counter on both sides, one on Ether Vial, one on Urza Saga.
Unfortunately, no land. Yeah, I was a little worried when we started off with a Mutavault and not a blue source. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter when you're getting to Ether Vial, but not having a second land to be able to really turbo out creatures, especially after how that first game went, where we saw the Merfolk deck be on the back foot against just a whole slew of creatures from the Mono White Hammer deck. It has me with concerns.
So I was talking about Forest changing one of Jonathan's lands into an island. I didn't realize Forest wasn't going to even have an island to start with. I kind of took that for granted.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
Not the start that you want to have for a deck like this, and ticks up to 2, but still no more land. And this construct is going to start to hit.
Yeah, it is. And normally Jonathan might have other things to do, but when your opponent is stumbling like this, yeah, just making constructs is great. There's nothing going on. What do we got? We got a 5/5 here already. Once the Urza Saga fetches up an artifact here, and
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Cyclonic Rift me?
well, that would be something.
And next Merfolk tech?
You know, I actually consider Cyclonic Rift in the Lotus Field sideboard for Pioneer, but it's a lot of mana.
It is a lot of mana.
Was it 7 to kick that thing? I
I
mean,
think so.
yeah. All right. 5 across here for Jonathan, and Forrest will lose a quarter of his life total.
And it's going to lose a lot on the next turn, as well as that second construct will come off of being summoning sick and activating Ether Vial. What's going to be the call?
Well, if you're Forrest, I mean, you're okay. Okay, you're shutting off the.
Sure.
Yeah, you're turning off the creature's abilities for the turn, which does kill the construct. That's nice.
Cool.
I think may have cost ourselves a point of damage by not doing that. In fact,
I think we didn't save ourselves any damage because we hit the one that didn't attack because it was summoning sick.
Yeah. No, I meant because we didn't shrink the one down. But you're right. If we just killed the one that was attacking, we wouldn't have taken any. So I was suggesting that Forrest should have taken one less. But you're right. Forrest maybe shouldn't have taken anything.
Yeah, potentially was thinking that maybe something a little more potent was going to come onto the field and trying to be prepared for that. But with nothing to come into play, at least taking care of that second construct does save you a little bit of damage on the next turn.
Yeah. But now there's so much Cigarda's Aid, and so okay. Well, now this Ornithopter can swing in here potentially for a nice 10 chunk out of Forest. Boy, this has been a rough match so far.
I mean, the last one was rough too. It just feels like this time, at least, like this seems like it was just a rough keep for the Merfolk deck.
This is more one-sided than the last match. The Burn deck at least had chances.
That's very true.
Does not feel like the Merfolk deck with this keep and this development.
Yeah, last game at least, like I looked at the hand and it seemed like, okay, yeah, I can understand, like this seems like a good hand for Merfolk against most other matchups. Unfortunately, this hand, Force of Negation, gonna pitch that counter spell. So okay, that counter spell is not completely dead in our hand. But it was a little rough to have that counter spell in hand when the only land in our play is Mutavault.
Yeah. Okay, so Yawgmoth Nexus activates to pump the construct. I think there's a Brazen Borrower in Forest's hand. There's the counter spell, like you said. They got pitched. There's well, I don't even know why we're trying to sugarcoat this. Yeah, if you're playing a mono blue deck and you don't have blue, that's problematic.
Oh, and uses the Silvergill Adept and is trying, I imagine, to find a blue source, but instead it looks like just another Mutavault.
I mean, it's a land.
Oh, it's a land, sure.
This is
what are you casting for 2 colorless mana in the Merfolk deck?
Yeah, this is where you're Forest and you're like, deck, I need a land. The deck's like, here you go, and you're like, no,
that's not what I meant. Oof. It's okay. You know, you get them out of the way now, and then it doesn't happen anymore in the day, right? That's how it works. If only that's how it worked.
All right. I guess, yeah, sure, attack in. I mean, there's no blockers available, even if you don't have Island Walk.
Did we draw another Stoneforge Mystic?
There's definitely one in hand. You're right about that. So let's see. Maybe Jonathan's thinking about equipping or playing Stoneforge here. Because the Shadow Sphere does cost the same 2 mana to cast, to equip as the Stoneforge is coming to play. But nope, here it is. Yeah, why pay mana to equip +1/+1 when you can pay mana to equip +10/+10? Much better.
I The numbers don't lie, Joe. I got to be in agreement here.
Okay, so numbers don't lie. So by that, you would take that Jonathan's ahead in this game because it's 17-10.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I think that is also accurate here. Normally, in a lot of matchups of Magic, that isn't always the case. Here, it definitely seems to be the case.
Yeah.
And after No Block says, you know what, I just got this Colossus Hammer. You know it's going to come onto the field, and that'll do the last 10 points of damage. Unfortunately, not around where we get to see Fish go off.
No. All right. So, yeah, Merfolk gets squashed, basically. No other way to put it there. Colossus Hammer just pounded down, and they're done. Okay, so that match is over with. Let's go ahead and take a look. We got a few minutes here as this round didn't last quite as long. See what we're talking about today when we talk about the leaderboard. The Season 2 invites are going to lock up. The two players with the most points at the end of Season 2, which ends tomorrow, are going to qualify for the end of their championship. You can see here who's in contention for that. Jesse Robkin on top of the board right now. Zach Dubin with a slight lead over Josh Warsaw, who's not in attendance, but most of the players on the board are here. And 30 points to the winner of this event. Plus, there's the 5K tomorrow. So certainly enough room for a player, even down slightly lower down the board, to make have a good weekend. We saw Jesse Robkin, I believe, had a 50-point weekend at the Showdown earlier this year. So, I mean, even 20, 25 points is enough to put a lot of these players in contention or, put them up on the board. Anyone who doesn't make it in, still available for more invites to be Season 3 and also the overall year-long leaderboard, which you can see here how things are shaping up right now at the end of the year. The top 4 players who haven't already gotten in will join the players who are already. So let's go ahead and look now. We have the qualified players. You can see who actually has already locked up a spot. And there they are, the 2022 Nerd Rage Championship competitors. 7 of them locked up, 9 more to be awarded. And if you are thinking yourself, well, hey, I might want to do this. Is there still time? There is. We've still got all of Season 3 ahead of us. So the Season 3 schedule, if you're interested in attending an event, or if you're just going to continue watching at home, we appreciate you being here. You can see the dates and the formats. We've got Newark, Ohio. 2 events in November, one in Fort Wayne, Indiana, one in Mundelein, Illinois. And then the December event, which is still now, anyone who was planning on attending the December event and may have heard that NebulaCon, which was where the event was going to be held, was canceled this week.
Oh no.
You're correct. NebulaCon was canceled. However, Nerd Rage has spoken to the venue, and we are still going to have the event in the same place. It is just no longer part of NebulaCon.
Oh.
But as far as Magic is concerned, everything will be the same. So it's December 10th and 11th. We'll still be in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, that wraps up the Season 3 schedule. If you're enjoying the coverage, give us a follow. Stick around. We've got round 4 coming up in a few minutes. Becky and I'll be back. All right, we're back finally. Sorry for that long delay, but this is Modern. What are we expecting? Okay, so Becky and I are here. We're going to see another tribal deck taking advantage of new cards this round. We have Nerd Rage mainstay Matt Hoey playing Izzet Murktide versus Greg Rahn playing Goblins.
Ooh.
And there is Runefelt Hordemaster in the deck, so that's the new Goblin Lord.
Yeah, if we can actually get that in the middle here, I don't know which way to point. Everything is the wrong direction. But if we could pull Runevent Hordemaster up so that people can see this great new goblin as we're slowly getting more and more of these tribal cards printed in the new set, getting added on to these modern decks. And so far we've seen Fish have some good performances, Fish have some bad performances.
Yeah.
And now it's Goblin's turn to step up to the plate.
Yeah, so another 2-mana 1/1 Lord, which is undersized, historically for Lords. But fairly useful ability here. Works well with combat, but also just with Skirt Prospector, sacrificing your goblins to be able to play off the top.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if Greg Rahn is able to put that to work in addition to the Bargain Harbinger type combo and other sorts of value engines that are normally present in the Goblin decks. And then Matt Hoey playing Blur Murktide. Well, no real surprises there. This deck does what it does. It's good, and it does pack removal. And Goblins is a deck where, well, we'll see if going into a somewhat longer game, whether the card advantage built into some of the Goblins is able to overcome the pinpoint removal. So if the players are ready, we can go into the table. Becky, yeah?
You're talking about like if this card advantage is going to be enough to deal with the removal and also keep up with the level of card advantage that the Izzet Murktide deck has as well. So this could be kind of a rough matchup for this Goblins deck, but it'll be definitely interesting to see because I think that this is a place where Izzet Murktide can start to kind of falter if you do have to play against something that is just so aggressive that you can't keep up. It does get pretty difficult for you to stay on the board and able to commit things that are important to you winning the game as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, so starting off with a Sokunzan and then an Ether Vial. And no one likes, I was going to say no one likes the real versions of the cards, but I suppose, most players are younger than I am. Maybe these are the real versions for them.
Honestly, that is pretty true. I was recently basically organizing 2 huge Magic collections and was like, okay, if I'm organizing things based on set, like, am I going for the original set printing or the set printing that I actually have when I'm organizing these cards? And I ended up just going with like the printings that I have because a lot of these older cards I just don't actually have unless I've gone out of my way to get them. And in the meantime, like, I'm just going to use the versions that I have. So it was an interesting decision to be like, this card has a much older printing. How am I organizing it into my collection?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Organizing collections, a tall task for anyone who's been playing for a long time. Something that's, and then the frustrating thing is like, even if you organize it in a year, it's going to be a mess again anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. Some new sets are going to come out. You're going to get new boxes. And then all of a sudden, all of your hard work is out the window. So yeah, props to people who have organized collections and have like easy ways to add to their collections. I know a lot of people will just like keep a new binder for every single set and keep all the like good rare cards from that set that just came out in a binder, or all of the quote unquote playable cards in a binder. There's a lot of different strategies. I've tried a lot of them. I find that eventually I just put a lot of things in 5Ks and say, if I need a card, I'll end up going back and looking for it later. In the meantime, this will have to work.
Yeah. Okay, so no early development here for either side aside from the Vial, but here is Matt Hoey with a 1-drop Dragon Rage Challenger on turn 3 after a couple considers, which did play Ragavan into the graveyard, so he wasn't interested in that on turn 3, but does find another 1-drop anyway. Graveyard is stocked up with all 4 considers, I think, are in the graveyard.
It certainly, yep, looks like all 4 are there. So we've considered a lot this game, and considering the facts, Dragon Rage Channeler seems like a good card.
Yeah, but Munitions Expert for 1 here is going to try and take it out. There is no Delirium at the moment. However, I believe if Matt is able to kill the Munitions Expert in response to this, it will shoot for 0 unless Greg vials in something for 1. So yeah, there's some things in play here as to, it's tricky because probably Matt wouldn't be interested in wasting a burn spell on a Munitions Expert otherwise.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of interesting to see how this is going to end up going. And instead, it looks like it's just a counter spell.
All right, so this is going to your Surveil, dump a Ragavan. But yeah, I feel like this is a victory for Greg.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm not too upset about that.
Yeah, and there is a...
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
It's an actual Mog. I was going to say, what's the current version of Mog Fanatic? It actually is Mog Fanatic.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
That is an old promo, an old DCI promo. I didn't recognize that as Mog Fanatic.
No, neither did I. And that's a card I even know. But still, Greg Rahn is, got all the cool stuff. Goblin Matron, though, that's a familiar looking Goblin Matron.
All right, so we're starting to be off to the races. It seems like we actually got to see Greg kind of like wait to see what Matt Hoey was going to try and commit to the board, what exactly was going to be the direction of this game. And now that some chips have kind of fallen into place, now trying to deploy things. And hey, there's that new Goblin Lord added to the mix.
Rundveld Hordemaster. Don't you know the name already? Come on, Becky.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, Rundveld Hordemaster. So 2 mana 1/1. Pumps the rest of the team. And whenever a goblin dies, you can flip the top card and play it until the end of your next turn. So it is somewhat forgiving in that if the creatures die in your opponent's turn, you still can untap and play them. My only real experience with this so far is in Pioneer, where I cast a sweeper against 3 goblins, including a Hordemaster, and they had 3 land and they flipped over 3 1-drops. So they just rebuilt immediately. And I was like, what is this nonsense? But
you love to see it when it's you, and when your opponent does it, you're like, what the heck?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here's an 88 Murktide Regent. Greg runs at 16, so 2 swings will do it.
We'll see if we can even get to that point as the Rundveld Hordemaster does make its way onto the board.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy to remove. However, maybe Greg can go around it, or these modern Goblin decks do have combo wins, so maybe he can win by ignoring it. We will have to wait and see.
Yeah, we've got to amass quite a few goblins here to be able to pack a big punch, but looking at the hand, I feel like I see only 1 land, and then I have to imagine that the other 3 are all goblins of some sort. So what order are we trying to get things into play here, as another Goblin Matron looks to be what's coming down to try and start this off?
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a Snoop. So the combo in the Goblin deck is that you need to have, at least my understanding, you have to have Conspicuous Snoop in play. I've never seen it without that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can play, I believe you need to get your Snoop in play, and then you need to have Kiki Jiki on top of the deck, and the Snoop can copy over and over again. And then you need to change the top. You either have Sling Gang Lieutenant or change the top card of the deck to be Sling Gang Lieutenant, which is easiest to achieve with Boggart Harbinger. And then leads to a win. Not there yet, but there's a War Marshal, which is a free play off the top. Okay, so this board is developing now.
Oh, yeah. And now, all of a sudden, this Murktide Regent trying to swing might be a little bit of a rough situation.
Yeah, potentially here. So there's really a couple creatures that Matt Hoey might want to remove here. The Rundveld Hordemaster pumping everything, and then the Conspicuous Snoop allowing next turn potentially be explosive. And yet I don't know that, well, Expressive Variation is a nice draw, but I don't know that Matt Hoey can just sit here and try and make trades with removal. I feel like he might get overwhelmed. So he's incentivized to attack, I think.
Ooh. It's just hard for me to believe that this deck won't be able to get off. Now that we have a Lightning Bolt, okay. At least being able to take care of a Lord helps out quite a bit. And I guess Matt Hoey agrees with you, is going to go for that attack, which should put Greg down to 6 here. And then that's 2 Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. That shock land for Greg put him in a somewhat vulnerable state. And
wow.
Yeah, no need for Unholy Heat choices on creatures when you have 2 bolts to just kill the player. And I guess, Murktide Regent, 2-turn clock. Nah, one is going to fit for Matthew Hoey and pick up game 1 there.
I mean, what a crazy way to end that one. Not how I expected it to go. The moment that we had like that many goblins in play, I was like, oh, Greg's in a great spot. But I mean, if you've got a large Murktide Regent, 2 bolts, that's a lot of damage. And we committed it pretty easy, simple, clean. And let's take a look at deck lists. Let's see what Greg can change to maybe win the game a little bit faster, or at least cause this Izzet Murktide deck to stumble a little bit.
Yeah, so there's 4th Boggart Harbinger on the board. That's interesting, as it's one of the primary enablers of the combo that it's in not in the main or existent at all. But Sting Scourger out of the board is a nice effect that can reset a Murktide Regent and a Warren Weirding. All right.
This is a lot of like one of little cards in here. We're just trying to see exactly what is going to work for us here.
Yeah, a few unlicensed hearse that can get the keep the Murktide off the board for a while. Yeah, okay, so there's definitely tools here for Greg Rahn to work with.
Let's take a look at the Murktide deck. It should be pretty stock compared to this Rakdos Goblins deck anyway. And we'll see Engineered Explosives probably going to be maybe not exactly the board wipe that you're looking for against a Goblins deck, but you won't... I definitely wouldn't imagine it not coming in. The double negative that makes things very difficult to decipher, but...
Yeah, the maybe Subtlety comes in here, as there are a lot of creatures that you can delay and throw back for the moment. That seems okay. Dress Down? Dress Down's all right. Stopping some of these Goblin synergies, some of these Goblin coming to play triggers, that seems okay. No real, not to me, home run cards here, but there's playable stuff. And obviously, just on game one, just the main deck plan is often good. Counterspell's not great against Ether Vial decks in general. So
I was going to say that, and like the spell pierces probably aren't going to be staying in. So even just being able to bring in things like the Dress Down, where it's like, it's not like the best card, but it is better than some of these other cards that are pretty much dead, because spell pierce isn't doing a whole lot against the 34 creature deck.
Right. Yeah. So some confusion in the chat when I was talking about Boggart Harbinger. Yeah, so there are the 3 copies of Boggart Harbinger in the main. There's also 1 copy in the sideboard, which is the part that I was referring to was somewhat surprising. Anyway, players are presenting their decks. Let's go ahead and go down to the table and see if Greg Rahn can do a little better in game 1 here, make a little more progress early, or just not get smashed by a Murktide Regent all at once.
Yeah, it looks like Greg definitely decided this is a good keep. We're just waiting to see if Matt feels the same way here.
This may be a matchup where we've talked in the past about Ragavans being ported out against Hammer because they're just unlikely to connect. That may be the case here for Matthew Hoey, Ragavans against Goblins, especially going second. Ragavan, even if it trades okay, maybe, but if it's facing down something like Mog War Marshal, it's just embarrassing.
Very true. There's a bobble to start off. Took a look at the top of Greg's deck. We are just going to go ahead and pop the Aether Vial up to 1 and really see if we can start things rolling for these Goblins.
Well, there is a copy of Spell Snare in Matthew Hoey's deck, I believe, so maybe there's an answer. And we do see Subtlety got boarded in. There's Runvelt Hordemaster to get things going.
We have Spell Snare.
I mean, what you really want when you're trying to pressure the opponent is a 1/1 on turn 2, right?
Yeah. And not going to Subtlety either, so just going to pass the turn. You know, that one Runvelt Hordemaster, not the scariest, and then we are going to see that Mog Fanatic come down as well, and this now we're likely going to be seeing some attacking and see if we can get something going. We didn't really get to see any attacking from this deck last game, so eager to see what explosive actions we can make on this game where we've started off on the play.
All right, see attack here. Matt Hoey goes to just life total, and Greg Rahn's like, hold on. I'm going to file in another Runevelt Hordemaster. So this is actually a 5-point hit there, despite 2 natural 1/1s being on the board. And, well, there's a lot of potential for well, not technically drawing, but seeing a lot of cards in the future turns. I mean, even this Mog Fanatic can sacrifice and flip 2 cards on the 2 Hundmasters.
Yeah.
Board Masters, sorry. I said that, and I was thinking to myself, like, that didn't sound right. What did I just say?
No, you're good. If people in chat are like, a Huntmaster isn't in the Goblins deck, whatever. Good for you, I guess.
All right, so Greg, just his fingers tapping on the table there, considering something here. That looks like something you would kind of do if you were considering how much, I'm going to do something real nasty here to Matthew Hoey, and let me make sure the mana works. Matt was not very many red cards in hand, which is generally the color of removal when you're playing Murktide. So, be a free reign here for Greg Rahn for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Matt tapped out, just trying to figure out what is going to be the amalgamation of spells in the turn that leads to the most pain.
Well, anything with haste is going to be problematic here. There are a few haste creatures in the deck. There's 1 War Chief and 2 Ringleaders and 2 Jikis, although that's not known for its attacking prowess.
But gonna try and get some attacking in anyway. Ooh, are we just not gonna?
I mean, 7 damage is not nothing.
That's true. And you have to imagine that we can find a way to commit a little bit more damage so that the next attack will be lethal, and that is going to be off of activating an Ether Vial on our turn.
Okay, so Bogger Harbinger, 2/1 Black Goblin that top deck tutors. So Sling Gang Lieutenant is now going to be the top card of the deck. And Greg is going to go ahead and shoot Matt with Mog Fanatic for 1 damage, which is going to trigger the 2 Hunt Masters. So the top 2 cards are going to flip over, and Goblins among them can be played. Well, here is a Sling Gang Lieutenant. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe this is going to put 6 Goblins on the board total. Sling Gang Lieutenant allows any Goblin to be sacrificed to drain for 1, as you can see there. So Matt Hoey is hanging on at 1 life effectively here.
Yeah. Oof. But so far, I don't think the math adds up for the game to be over, but it's going to be enough for Matt to say, if I can't even fetch a land,
right,
I am not going to be in a good position this game, and calls it over. So Goblins do manage to take that second game and get us to game number 3 here. How do we feel about game number 4 now that we got to see like a little bit of the sideboarding and how that game went, especially putting the Rakdos Goblins deck on the draw? Do you think that's going to really hinder them at all, or do you think it'll end up being okay?
I mean, that game didn't get going too quickly. I don't know. I kind of like the cards that Goblins was able to bring to board in, even though we didn't really see them there. I don't hate the Goblins' position here. Being able to tutor up the sorry, I lost the name of it. That's not it. Sting Scourger to bounce a Murktide. I mean, that's the best blocker the blue-red deck can muster, and the ability to tutor up and then get it out of the way. I don't know. We saw
what a weird ability for a red card.
Yeah, sure. We saw a kind of an unusual game there for Matt Hoey not drawing any removal.
That's true.
Against a tribal deck. I mean, that's not where you want to be, but it's not like he's got big sweepers in the sideboard to net significant card advantage. And then there's 2 Runevelt Horde Masters.
Masters.
Man, struggling on that one.
Goblins are about hoarding, not hunting.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm not even saying Hunt Master. I'm saying like Hund because it's Runevelt. So I'm saying like
I see.
Hund Master, even though that's not a word or a name, so it's just nothing. But that's what I'm defaulting to apparently.
No, it's okay. Now that you've explained it like that, like my brain does the exact same thing sometimes, and it just becomes like a tongue twister.
Yeah.
So I understand.
All right, cool. So now we got that straightened out on why I'm going to further mispronounce this card. Let's go down to the table for game 3.
Nice. Start off with that Misty being able to get 2 different 2 colors from 1 land. For everyone's reference, Izzet Murktide is going to be the 2nd most popular deck of this tournament. I think you all could probably take your bets at what is the most popular
Is it
archetype.
Power Conduit? Because that's what I was hoping to see today.
Yep, that's definitely it. Joe's completely
nailed it.
right.
All right. Skirk Prospector off of that's a Cavern of Souls, right?
That looks to be a Cavern of Souls, I believe, yeah.
All right. And a Consider for Matthew Hoey on his second turn. So the number one deck in the field is, in fact, 4-color.
To the surprise of mostly no
I'm
one.
asking.
Oh, it is. Yes, it is actually 4-color. I just assumed that everyone would understand that Yorion 4-color Blink was going to be the most popular deck.
Yeah.
Literally until Yorion gets banned, and even then, that deck is probably still powerful enough with 60 cards that you find some way to play it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Matt with a hand this time a little more well distributed on cards. He's got an iteration, a Murktide Regent, and a removal spell, as well as some lands. So this should develop a little smoother than last game and have a few more answers. So here's Unholy Heat on a Skirk Prospector, which throughout history of Goblins, I'm sure they were generally happy to have bolts thrown at their 1-drops, aside from lackeys, which are not present here, obviously. But
it's definitely going to be a little more rough when we don't have an Ether Vial in play to help kind of cheat us on extra turns here. It looks like Snoop going to come into play, but closer we to Delirium here.
Well, let's see. We've got land,
I think
instant.
we're 1 away.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Well, yeah, that'll give Matt the ability to attack, and I do think he's kind of racing here.
Yeah, I would say the moment that you don't see an Ether Vial come down, I imagine like if you have a creature and potentially another creature's backup, it does just become a race.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, has the Spell Snare in hand this time as well, and that's a 1-of in the deck.
That's nice. That Cavern's going to have something to say about that, but
yep,
the Subtlety can get it through the Cavern or bypass the Cavern's protection, so that will work in Matt's favor. I'm sure he would ideally like to hard cast the Subtlety, but we may not get to that point.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Boy, Greg Ron's got different arts of multiple cards in his deck. Here's a second Cavern of Souls on top of the deck. Well, okay, scratch that. That's getting shuffled away.
Yeah, and we might end up, because this Cavern, just seeing the Spell Snare pitch cast to the Subtlety if push comes to shove here.
With Snoop in play, if it's a cheap Goblin, you can't even effectively Subtlety it because it can just be replayed.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Greg is going to need to get something going here.
Bloodstained Mire on the top. Goblin Matron doesn't cost 2, so that Spell Snare not going to be able to do too much. But we do have that Subtlety, and I have to imagine that we're thinking, is it worth stopping that for a turn? And if we are saying that this is a race situation, I kind of feel like it might be.
I think it comes down to what Matt plans on doing next turn. I mean, if he's going to make his 4th land drop, hardcasting Subtlety seems pretty good. If that's unlikely to happen, I mean, he could just plan on casting Murktide and then using Dress Down. So he's going to consider first here because he doesn't have the land in hand. So he can find out now whether he's going to make the land drop or not. So I like this, gaining more information before making your choice.
Ooh.
Okay, so that was the Surveil from Consider. And then I'm not sure what... Oh, this is the Consider itself, right?
Yeah. I think the Subtlety into the graveyard was the Surveil, as you mentioned, and now we are...
Yeah. And he did draw the 4th land.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Matron is going to resolve. So then Matt next turn will have the choice of Murktide and Hold Up Dress Down or Hard Cast Subtlety. Meanwhile,
Right.
yeah.
We still have to. Okay. Ooh, Stinger is going to be the pickup. It looks like so. Definitely anticipating that there is something like that dragon that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I like that, but it is very much not going to work.
Yeah, because that's not in Matt Hoey's hand.
Well, no, it is. But the dress down, I'm saying, the Murktide with dress down is going to mean the Sting Scourger doesn't actually do anything.
Very fair.
So 3 across here. Left field is still not making too much progress. And yeah, so here is Murktide. And yeah, Greg's plan here of Sting Scourger, an uncounterable Sting Scourger is great. And it's going to be foiled. And then I think he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah. We'll see if that's exactly how this is going to play out or if Greg has the heads up moment's thought to think, why would Matt Hoey play it this way? We'll see. But that certainly could end up being disastrous for Greg. And that dragon is a big blocker. So a lot of action just kind of starts to go out the window now.
Yeah, and if Greg has a 4th land here, I mean, uncounterable Sting Scourger could just be recast off the top by Snoop, but the dress down is just going to mess that all up.
Yep.
All right, there's another prospector.
Oh, this is... I feel like Greg is like starting to feel like, what is happening? Where does this potentially go wrong here?
Okay, plays off the top. I think is that a War Marshal?
I believe so.
All right, not using the cavern. And then I guess okay. This is a good play by Matthew Hoey. It's just he knows about the Sting Scourger, but he's just going to run out the dress down right now because to negate the War Marshal token.
Okay.
And it's not like Greg can then after this play the Sting Scourger because the dress down's still going to be played all turn, and then so Matt will just get his attack in. That might be all he needs.
Yeah, and I like just going ahead and not holding on to this as well, because it definitely feels like if you held on to this for any continued amount of time, I don't know. You're saying I might as well use the mana this turn, be able to draw a new card, have the subtlety as well that like doesn't play super nice, but hopefully a big attack on this next turn, as you mentioned, is going to be enough to put things into Matt Hoey's favor.
Land instant creature sorcery in the graveyard. So Dragon Rage in. Yep, here we go. That's 9 damage coming across.
Yeah, do we have a bolt?
Not this
it's
time.
A Scalding Tarn. Did in game 1.
But there is a subtlety. On their hand, okay, so we got War Marshal that's got Echo here. I think, unless the dress down somehow interacted with the Echo, but I doubt that. I've never considered this before. Is Echo a come into play effect of a creature, or is it?
Yeah,
okay. There's a judge call going on right now, probably about exactly this.
I would agree.
So I think my perception is Greg Ron forgot and then realized he didn't pay the Echo, but I'm actually not sure he has to.
Yeah, it does say at the beginning of your upkeep, so I don't
What's the phrasing? I mean, your upkeep the turn after playing it? Or...
If this came under your control since the beginning of your last upkeep.
Okay, so that sounds like that would bypass... That Just On wouldn't have any impact
work
on that.
with it? Yeah. I'm inclined to agree, but this could be a place where like one of these words ends up mattering in a way that I'm unexpecting of it to.
I mean, certainly there have been rules interactions that have caught me by surprise in the past, so this wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, it does not seem like it would have a role to play here.
We'll see. Our players are talking to a judge, so hopefully it'll get figured out, and then we'll also get to learn here, figure out exactly how this interacts. Dress down, cause for a lot of interesting judge calls.
But once we move our way through this, so with Boggart Harbinger on top of the deck and Snoop in play, as long as there's enough mana available to cast it twice, because Subtlety will take it out the first time, I believe that's a win for Greg Rahn. And I think there is. I think there's with 4 mana, with 4 land, the War Marshal token, and the Matron alongside the Prospector. I think there is enough. So now I haven't seen this combo play out in a while, but I don't believe it takes anything beyond that.
Yeah, we're about to find out, and it looks like that's what Greg is going to go for. Yep.
And I think this is the only relevant step here, because nothing else has to be cast. Okay, so this is on the stack and reveals the top card. I think Greg Rahn's going to steal this game. Subtly, we haven't seen... Subtly just throws a card on top of the deck, right? Or a creature or planeswalker that's on the stack goes on top of the deck? Or...
yeah, choose up to 1 target creature, spell, or planeswalker spell. Its owner puts it on the top or bottom.
Right.
But I imagine you're gonna, if that's a big combo piece, you kind of want it on the top.
Yeah. So I think this. I think this is just going to be an execution of Greg's combo here, and I think Matt Hoey's going to lose this game.
Wow.
Which was looking maybe not over with, but certainly favorable, because it didn't look super likely he was going to get attacked to death this turn. Wow. Okay, so Harbinger is going to tutor up Warren Weirding.
Which is...
That's the edict effect for goblins. It's a goblin tribal spell.
Yeah, sorcery. Yep, there we go. If a goblin sacrificed this way, that player puts 2 1/1 black goblins into play. So we can just make a ton of mana off of our Skirk Prospector being in play.
What is... sorry, I'm... Okay. All right, so... Sorry, I got confused multiple times about 3 seconds there. So this Warren Weirding is going to be cast, and it's going to reveal on top of the deck Munitions Expert, which... So the players just bumped fists there.
Huh? And we're spell snaring the Warren Weirding?
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so Matt Hoey's going to win the game with the...
Or...
All right.
I'm a little confused.
I am going to put it out there. It is possible that I misunderstood how... I mean, it's not like I've seen the Goblin combo go off, every other day or even every month.
Yeah.
But my understanding of not understanding, I've seen this happen before.
I feel like Greg won, though, based on how body language is.
So,
Matt won.
So,
okay.
Yeah,
so Matt win.
Matt clearly won that game. He spell snared the Warren Weirding. But the confusion that is, I'm sure, very clear in my voice is, why didn't Greg win? Because, so we have Conspicuous Snoop on the board. We cast Boggart Harbinger. We put Kiki Jiki on top of the deck. Our Snoop becomes a Kiki-Jiki. It's not summoning sick. We activate it, make a copy, do this 27,000 times or whatever your favorite number is. Then we copy on the last activation, you copy Bargurt Harbinger again, make the top card of your deck Sling Gang Lieutenant, and drain your opponent for that number. That's what I expected to happen there.
Some
That
people
is,
are
in fact, not what
suggesting,
happened.
yeah, some people are suggesting that maybe Kiki-Jiki comes out in this, but that seems so.
I thought
That
about
seems
that.
weird. If you have Cavernous Souls in your deck, I feel like you just don't care
Yeah.
about people having counters.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to the backup match, and
Maybe things will be a little more clear in
and
that
get
world.
this started. And I'm not gonna lie, a decent portion of the beginning of the backup match commentary might be me trying to digest what happened in the previous game, which we watched. But let's go ahead and roll the backup match. So we've got Michael Aquino with Burn against Ashlyn Johnson on Grixis Death Shadow. Okay, so our first meeting with Grixis Death Shadow this morning was not much of a showing.
Yeah, I know it had to play against 4-color, which I think Grixis Death Shadow is hard pressed to play against a deck that is playing a certain white elemental.
Sure. Well, yeah, not only that, in one of the games, for those of you that weren't here this morning, the Death Shadow deck got stuck on 2 lands with at least 1 and maybe 2 Death Shadows in hand at 14 life and just passed the turn.
Oof.
Casting, I think, every counter in their deck over the next 4 turns, but with no board presence, and then ended up dying. So we'll see if Ashlyn Johnson can do a little bit better with Grixis Death Shadow. Playing its Burn here. So this is historically the matchup where, like, how does Burn pace their spells when Grixis Death Shadow is trying to do damage to itself anyway?
It does end up being a little bit difficult, but also does have a lot of spot removal as well, which tends to make it difficult to kind of eke out damage at a nice pace for the Burn deck.
Mm-hmm. So we just saw Bolt to the Dome and ignoring the Dragonrage Challenger, which, okay, makes perfect sense when you have Searing Blades to follow up. So Michael Aquino off to a good start here. Ashlyn Johnson down to 11. Not a place she's going to particularly mind being put into range of casting Death Shadows right away.
Yeah, very true. But I mean, equally as the Burn deck has to figure out exactly how to deal those last few points of damage. There's a Bloodstained Mire that's white bordered. I believe.
For a second I thought that was a Sulphurous Springs because it was white bordered. I was like, oh, Pain lands in Death Shadow, I guess.
No, that I honestly kind of makes sense. But it is actually a Bloodstained Mire, so it is going to fetch up a Water Grave, and we are going to go ahead and play that Death Shadow now that might as well get 2 now that they're both out of Bolt range.
All right, now this is not by any means. I mean, Ashlyn way ahead on the board, but Michael seeing an opponent 8 life. I mean, it's conceivable that he can just win the game right now. We see Lava Spike in hand.
Ooh, and is actually going to go with an Eidolon of the Great Rebel.
Right.
Kind of makes sense. You might need a creature to throw down and at least stop spells and make your opponent attack, but this is definitely rough, I think, as well.
And definitely can't Lava Spike. You don't want to lower Ashlyn's life total any more than you need to if you're not going to win this turn, from Michael's perspective. So holding on to that seems fine. But this gives her the opportunity to lower her life total here to if let's see what could happen here. If Ashlyn were to play a cantrip into a removal spell, she would go to 4, and that would be a lethal attack. I think there's definitely some different ways this could play out here. Eidolon of Great Revel versus Death Shadow. Boy, you don't want to make any mistakes.
No, and you also need to be careful. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it is still a 2-power attacker, so you also have to account for that if you were to attack with both the Death Shadows. I find myself personally with Eidolon of the Great Revel, I like fixate so much on the fact that it deals 2 damage every time I cast a spell that sometimes I also forget that it attacks. Ragavan, though, going to be a good blocker against that. And even though it is going to deal us 2 damage, does kind of open the door for these Death Shadows to attack much better.
Here they come. So if there's a consider here, if there's no block, then Michael's dead, but there isn't. Or, well, there may be, but Michael blocked, so it's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
So did Ashlyn the time playing the Ragavan pre-combat? So I like this. I think it's possible Michael doesn't block if Ashlyn doesn't play the Ragavan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of agree, actually. Because I initially was like, weird that we played that pre-combat, but I am in agreement that the block doesn't happen if we don't play the Ragavan. So I actually kind of like that maneuvering of play.
All right. Michael's going to draw a card, hoping for a second 3-mana burn spell, which would win the game, barring a Spell Pierce or some similar card from Ashlyn. But no, Michael doesn't have it. So Ashlyn Johnson will pick up game number 1. Pretty short game, but certainly a lot of thought there as those life total changes when you're playing against Death Shadow and Burn. I mean, that's every little bit matters, whichever way you're swinging it.
Oh, yeah. And going on to the next game, I mean, Boros has some pretty good things against that Shadow. Deflecting Palm and Path to Exile going to be good ways of handling those as well. And Sanctifier and Vec ends up being able to stay safe against a lot of the things that the Grixis Death Shadow deck deploys as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, you already highlighted kind of the important cards there. You see 4 copies of Roiling Vortex. So Michael is ready for Cascade decks. And I guess Hammer as well, sort of. If you can catch late drawn Ornithopters or Memnites, that's kind of cool. But
very true, very true. But for Grixis Death Shadow.
Yeah, no, you're right. Path and Deflecting Palm both seem like winners.
All right. This is what I'm really kind of interested to see as well, is if there's going to be anything kind of interesting here. And there is Kaito Shizuki in the sideboard of this deck. 2 copies. Okay.
Kaito, the Planeswalker that, let's see, you can make 1/1 unblockable tokens, right? And then you can loot, and if you hit your opponent, you can just draw. Is that how it works? Yeah, okay. That's a nice one. I don't know that we'll see it here, but yeah, it's a cool card. So. No, I agree. It's a pretty neat card. So this is a Jegantha deck. I don't remember seeing the Jegantha in play on the board there, but I'm sure it was there somewhere.
Yeah, those pesky companions usually end up being pretty far off screen, but
yeah. So I don't know. Flusterstorm sounds good. Counters against burns, generally a good way to go. I don't know how excited I am about the rest. You could bring in explosives because there are going to be, but if you have your own 1-drops, so I don't know that you're gaining much. So I guess we'll just see how game 2 plays out and see if we see any of the cyber cards aside from Flusterstorm in Ashlyn's hand.
Yeah, it will be kind of interesting to see if we get to pick up on any cards that do get sideboarded. But Michael going to be on the play this time, and I do think that kind of you always want to be on the play with Bird. I don't even need to tell chat that. I don't even need to tell somebody who doesn't play Magic that.
All right. Ashlyn's going to look for a little bit better hand than what the 7 offered. The new London, well, I guess it's not that new at this point, but the Mulligan rule
it's
now.
Newer.
Yeah. When you say, okay, we'll see how. You have to change the terminology. I feel like it's weird to say, oh, we'll see what their 6-card hand looks like. Well, it's still 7 though. So I don't know. This is the kind of nonsense you hear when we're waiting for, players to finish shuffling. All right. Underway. A creature. Excellent.
Turns out the burn deck likes to have some creature action. We're going to do a little bit of shocking to get a Ragavan into play.
2 creatures, a bonanza,
and a lightning bolt to take care of your creature.
This is the most ideal burn start I feel like we've seen in 4 months.
That's I actually kind of agree, especially with the last at least 2 tournaments that we've seen Burn be played in. They've had some rough goes on camera.
Ashland 6-card hand did not include a second land, so going to be developing a little bit slowly here. And a Sanctifier, so Ashley can forget about achieving Delirium. I don't even know if maybe it's still possible, but it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're missing on lands, it's going to be difficult for you to be able to keep up with your opponent, especially one that keeps developing on the board and has 2 Boros Charms in hand with 4 mana. Oof. Oh, we're just going to tap for it all right now. Wham, bam. 2 prowess triggers. Attack. Lots of damage.
This was a fast game.
I mean,
and look,
this is kind of how we'd expect them to go.
Yeah,
not Sulphur Springs is in fact a fetch land. The fetch land could get a basic, but then what 2 1-drops are we trying to play to keep us in this game? So game number 2 does end up going to Michael Aquino.
Okay, so apparently those are the draws that Burn players are getting off camera, because they do seem to be winning matches with some consistent basis. It's just every time we put them on camera, they're like, suspend Riftbolt turn 1.
Yep.
Turn 2, Lava Spike you. Go. But
Burn's just a little camera shy.
Yeah. Exactly. Swift Spear, Bolt. That was an impressive start.
That's certainly the start that you want to see. We're going to hear from production if we are going to see game number 3. Let's go to game 3.
Did you think they're gonna hang us out?
I don't know.
We weren't gonna watch the last game. I
don't know what time at round we're in.
Yeah, sure. That's true. This is game 3, correct? We watched Ashland win first. Okay, so yeah. Ignore the little missing bubble on the screen. I'm sure it'll be fixed momentarily. But even if it's not, just pretend it's there.
You know, things like Fiery Islet are just better pain lands anyway.
Yeah, that's true. By a ridiculous margin. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
After I agree with you, then I thought about it some more. I was like, oh, yeah, she's really right about this. Okay, Goblin Guide reveals a Bloodstained Mire.
Sulphurous Springs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, yeah. And a Goblin Guide that's actually recognizable as itself. Even though it's still not the most pure form. Everyone's going to have... There's too many... I guess there's too many... splashy versions of cards now, so it's too easy to acquire them.
Is that your hot take of the day? If there's too much bling, everyone is going to be blinged out.
I guess, yeah.
I have feelings. I like this Goblin Guide. That's my favorite art of Goblin Guide too.
Okay, Dragon Rage Channeler. Unlikely to achieve Delirium this turn, so it's either attacking for 1 or chump blocking. So attacking for 1 seems like the more likely decision. Watery Grave untapped. And across for 1.
Okay, Ledger Shredder going to be the play for turn, and that does help with some blocking. And I don't know, I'd be stoked if I got to block with a Ledger Shredder and not have it just die before even getting to blockers. So.
Right.
Oh, yep. No, it's not even going to have the chance. At least that one gets us a land.
Yeah.
White Border Guru land. Oh.
Is that a good one?
Yeah. Okay. Whoo. I would have even questioned if it was a Guru land if I didn't feel like I could see the little orange symbol in the middle of the card.
So are you reacting to that because those are very rare, or because someone's white bordered a regular Guru land?
Both.
Oh, so it comes either way?
Yeah, they're very rare, very expensive, and it's whiteboarded. I don't have a problem with people whiteboarding their cards. Like,
Okay,
your
but I'm
cards,
just
do
trying to
whatever you
establish
want with
whether
them.
I don't know anything about anything. I was trying to establish whether Guru lands actually came whiteboarded, or if this one was altered to be whiteboarded.
It's altered to be whiteboarded, unless some version of Guru lands exists that I don't know about.
Right. Okay, so I'm informed that this land is expensive. All right.
Ooh, all right.
If you're going to do something with
Pitch
style,
some
then
things.
go ahead.
That's
do your
true,
thing. I
yeah.
mean, that's cool. That's awesome. Even if it's not my way of going about things, doesn't mean it's not attention grabbing and cool. All right.
Yeah, you got my attention.
Yeah, I could tell. I could see you. All right. So Mishra's Bauble throws a couple cards in the graveyard that Ashland does not want.
Huh. This is maybe a situation. Do you just wait to get Delirium post combat so that these can block for you?
I think that is a reasonable thing to go here, depending on how Ashland wants to pace this game. I mean, an attack for, if they can get Delirium and send in here. Okay. Well, that's probably going to change the calculus a little bit, removing one of the Goblin Guides. And wow, so still no Delirium. I'm sorry, wait, let me check that. Creature or no, it's there.
Do.
Yeah, it's there. All right.
I think the Fatal Push did it.
Right. Okay, so 3 across and still 1 back to block. So that's a pretty good setup.
And shocking. Oh, we must have a shadow. Yep.
Okay. 6/6 shadow. Actually, that's 7. So Boros Charm plus a bolt will do it. There is a Boros Charm. Ooh, Michael played this line quickly. Boros Charm?
Yeah.
Ashland Johnson, do you have a counter?
Oh, it looks like there is.
Oh, you very much do. That's a Flusterstorm. And that might be a game match winning Flusterstorm.
Yeah. Wow. Because you have to imagine that there's also 1 mana to do the last bit of damage. Yep, there's a Lava Spike in a hand. If that had resolved, it would have been exactly 7 damage with that 3 mana to end the game. But
okay, well, let's see.
Ashland,
I mean,
can we win on this turn?
Michael still has a block. Well, not anymore. Yep. All right, that does it. Unholy Heat off the top saves Ashland having to consider whatever remaining options there were there, and does take down that match. Okay, so Death Shadow dispatches burn, and Ashland is going to speak to us. So
I've got some questions, so I'm ready. I also know that Ashland probably also got to see my reaction to her Whiteborder Guru land. So, hi Ashland, how's it going?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
We're doing good. We're having a good time. Okay, so recovering that match, the burn player had a phenomenal game 2. And just kind of blew you to pieces, but you recovered that game 3. That looked pretty smooth. What were your kind of thoughts? Were you confident, like when you had that Flusterstorm, were you like, I got it, or were you still kind of in doubt?
At that point in the game, I thought I had it locked up.
Okay.
But it's always pretty scary, right? Because you want to get these shadows down early, but inevitably, you're going to have to pass in situations where you could just be dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and then the burn players kind of got it tempo there, pacing, because both of you are trying to let your life total down to about 8, and then you want to stop there, and they wanted to go the rest of the way. So did you, sideboarding wise, we felt like, okay, you've got Flusterstorms that seem good. Did you bring in anything else?
So I think I misboarded game 2 a little bit. I boarded out 4 Thoughtseize for 2 Flusterstorms and I believe 2 Terminate.
Okay.
And then that was the game I just got ran over by Sanctifier, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I was like, okay, I think I probably need to bring in Dress Down just so I'm not stone cold to this.
Sure.
I don't really like Engineered Explosives. I think it's a bit slow and sometimes it's just bad on boards.
Okay. So you brought in the Dress Down for game 3 for Sanctifier. Okay. That makes sense. So you're 4-0. Looking good today. What's your thought on Grixis Death Shadow overall in the metagame? You feel like, this is a deck that that you wanted to play, or this is a deck that you feel like more people should be playing?
I just think it's a pretty solid deck. So usually I only play Yawgmoth, but kind of with the rise of these creativity decks, there just seems, and these Scapeshift decks, there seems to be more run-in 6 in the format than ever before. So I was pretty scared to register a bunch of mana dorks into that field.
Fair
I
enough.
was kind of having a crisis about what to play for a while, just looking at lists. I saw a Grixis Death Shadow that 8-0'd the Modern Challenge last weekend, and I thought its list looked pretty clean, so I just copied it.
Yeah, well, you had a crisis on what to play, and you're 4-0, so that's a pretty good start. How are you feeling now? We've got 8 rounds today. What's the success in this event from this point for you? Is top 8 a success? Is win a success? Are you after the RCQ invite, or like how are you?
I don't need the RCQ invite.
Okay.
I locked that up pretty early. But, I mean, success is winning the tournament, right?
Sure. No, absolutely. Well, good luck. I mean, you can't have started any better than you did. So maybe we'll catch you later around today or hopefully tomorrow morning.
All right.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Ashlyn Johnson with Grixis Death Shadow, 4-0 to start the day. All right, Becky Bell. Well, I got to say that looked fairly impressive. I thought her answers to the questions, like she knows what she's talking about. Like, maybe you misspelled it for game 2, but you corrected it based on what you saw and what you experienced. I mean, not to say that it's wrong, but she felt it was wrong. And
it also takes a really good player actually to realize that you did something wrong, admit to it, and then figure out how to make it better. A lot of players just like, especially if you like copied a list from somebody. Usually the people who copy lists go and then like also look at sideboard guides and then like don't ever divert from those, or try to like do the same sideboard strategies for slightly similar decks that maybe don't actually have similar sideboard strategies. So really like impressive to see a player make adaptations intuitively and on the spot.
Yeah. Okay. So we are through 4 rounds. The Swiss is halfway done, but our coverage rolls along. Becky and I'll be back for round 5 in a few minutes. Stick around. All right, we're back. We're moving through the Swiss of the Modern 10K event here at the NRG Season 2 finale weekend. We're going to bring up the Season 2 leaderboard before going down to the match this round. So you can see the top 2 players on this list who are not already qualified are going to lock up slots for the end of their championship. This round, both of our primary opponents are going to be found on this list. We've got Scott Pulera, who you can see is 7th overall, but 4th among the unqualified players, playing against Chris Smith, who's in 11th. So 2 players who have a realistic chance of getting the invite this weekend, battling it out. And especially for Chris Smith's perspective, I mean, he has to pass Scott Pulera to get up there. So you may as well beat him along the way.
Yeah, and I mean, but there's only an 8-point difference there, so that's not going to be too difficult. But as you get lower on that list, you do get to see that a lot of people are a lot more close together.
No, they are. Yeah, Jesse Robkins not making it very competitive for a lot of people by putting up that big lead, but the second slot is looking like it's going to be contested all the way through the weekend. So we'll keep you posted on that. And well, let's go ahead and get down to the match. Scott Pulera versus Chris Smith. Chris Smith normally plays Yawgmoth, still playing Yawgmoth. And Scott Pulera with Living End. So we'll see how this goes. So Living End's interaction with Undying creatures.
It does say exile, doesn't it?
It does say exile, I believe. Yeah. So it is. They're not going to come back into play for free. It's going to be the same as anything else.
Exile. Oh no, and then sacrifices all creatures they control. Okay,
oh, it's
so
exile.
that should
It's exile from the graveyard.
from
right?
the graveyard.
Okay, so it is. So they would stay in play.
Yeah, I think so. I think they would come back, which maybe is a little bit unfortunate for the Living End player, but we'll see if Cris is going to be able to have that many Undying creatures out on the field to really have that end up mattering. Because a lot of those Undying creatures are not really as big as the things that you're trying to get back with Living End. So in the end, it could potentially just not matter.
Oh, here we go. So the Yawgmoth slander begins. It's not big enough to fight against Living End, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that like Striped Riverwinder is much bigger than Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I suppose. All right. Both of these cards probably just created for, to complete cycles as commons in their respective sets, end up both in, competitive Modern. Who knew? All right, so we have Chris Smith here playing a Ignoble Hierarch in disguise. I think.
Disguise? What do you mean in disguise?
I mean that's not its normal outfit and coloring and card type
it's
shape.
The sketch art.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what you can call it whatever you want. I'm just saying it's making it.
It's not the default printing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
All default printings. That's what I'm about.
No wonder you play a lot of online.
Yeah, I don't see all these weird printings. All right, so Wall of Roots joins up. So lots of mana for Chris Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Scott just doing some sideboarding here. This is going to be...
some sideboarding. Some
Is that what
cycling? Yeah. Whoa! In the middle of the game, I don't think that's allowed, Joe.
Hey, yeah. Okay, I may have misspoken there. Give me a break.
It's okay.
All right. So...
Oh, I like what this person said. They said it's actually probably more the original art than the default printing. Hello, Microsoft. Welcome. Goodbye, Microsoft.
Okay, I thought that was me if just had that pop up, but yeah. All right. So I'm trying to think this through my head how Chris Smith's developing here. If he has a card advantage combo with that doesn't actually win the game, well, that's not going to be happening right away anyway. Scott Pulera is going to have a force negation here to prevent Eldritch Evolution from bringing Yawgmoth into play.
Pitching a
Shardless Agent, I think. And
I thought it looked like Shardless Agent too.
So this is a spot where a Living End here would be pretty good. Chris Smith would lose 2 Wall of Roots, get back a Noble Hierarch, but not get any. There's no Undying stuff drawn, so if it's going to happen, this isn't too bad. However, Chris Smith deck can definitely recover from losing its creatures all at once. It's not going to be an auto win for Scott Pulera if one of these resolves.
Yeah, it's trying to look, but not look too hard at what's in the sideboard. Not trying to give away what's in hand, though. The moment that you figure out you're playing against Living End, you just kind of always assume that they're taking a look, trying to figure out when exactly is the correct time for them to be able to use that Cascade spell. Misty Rainforest is going to be sacked here. We do know that there is a Shardless Agent in hand, and I believe there's a Violent Outburst as well, so...
Okay, so probably seems reasonable for Scott to just fire one off right now then, even if he's not getting back an overwhelming force. There are a few creatures in the graveyard. And more importantly, just getting rid of Chris's Wall of Roots here.
Yeah. I appreciate how slowly, actually. I mean, I do and I don't. But we did see a player earlier who was like flipping over cards really fast and then almost flipped over past the card.
Yeah, I was actually nervous each time.
Yeah.
That was an Indomitable Creativity player, I think. And each time I was like, oh, careful, careful. This time, yeah, no concerns here for Scott Pulera. About Scott Pulera going past Living End, as it was very deliberate there. And actually copied Living End in hand as well.
Not really where you want that to be, but...
Well, if you're only going to draw... If you draw one once in a while, I mean, I'm sure you'll live with it. Ignoble Hierarch comes back into play, so Chris Smith loses 2 mana producers and gains 1. And Scott gets, a couple creatures here. Big flyer and a bigger ground pounder, but Chris Smith may be able to muster some defenses here, especially on the ground. Oh, he's sacrificing Canopy Land here. That's a good sign.
I was about to say the same thing. Normally, like if I'm the Living End player, I'm like, well, I got rid of 2 mana creatures, but like 1 comes back into play. It's not the worst. It's not the best. Just hope that my opponent doesn't have much. And then the moment that you see that Nurturing Peeland get sacrificed, I'd be like, ooh, sweat wiped off the brow. Everything is good. We're attacking with all of our creatures. Let's go.
Yeah, that was less of a redevelopment from Chris Smith than I expected.
All right, looks like Waker of the Waves is going to be cycled here.
So this is the Curator Scry first, and then the Waker mechanic. Pitches Stripe Rewinder, draws a Grief, which goes well with the Living End that was stuck in hand. Okay. And Christmas, like, I'm not showing you my secret tech. Let's just go to the sideboard games.
Speaking of secret tech, I'm also interested to get a look at both of these players' deck lists and see if there is any secret tech for these different decks. So I'm going to take a look before we actually get to throw it up on screen. But this is kind of a hard deck to have secret tech for because you are so trying to keep your combo intact that a lot of the time you don't get to play a lot of tech cards aside from like few one-ofs. But with this deck in particular, your few one-ofs are very much taken up by things like Blood Artist and like Geralf's Messenger. So the only thing that I'm really seeing on this list that is maybe different from normal ones, and I don't even know if I would say that, is going to be that Hapatra. So we're really focusing on the sideboard for this matchup.
Okay, so what do we find there? We're playing against Living End. Do we have Graveyard Hate? We do. 3 ley lines.
Those are all coming right in. Unfortunately, Engineered Explosives, probably not going to be too great, even though normally you'd want some kind of board wipe thing to work with. Veil of Summer? Maybe if your opponent's playing Grief. I don't know.
I mean, there's Grief. We saw Force of Negation. So there are some other alternatives there. I don't hate it. I mean, I feel like these Living End decks often have counter magic in addition to the Griefs. Let's go ahead and take a look at Scott Pulera's Living End deck.
Wow. 4 Endurance, 4 Subtlety in the sideboard.
All right. Well,
a lot of artifact and enchantment hate too. So you have to assume maybe that your opponent is bringing in something like Leyline, and you're going to answer it by bringing in these Foundation Breakers or these Force of Vigors.
Yeah, and so no real sideboard enablers for the Veil of Summer. There are the Griefs and the Force Negations in the main deck, but nothing really additional. I guess Brazen Bar, we're bouncing something, but that's not super likely to be relevant. Unless you're bouncing exactly a Leyline of the Void.
Yeah. That's like, well, I mean, okay. Unfortunately, like for this particular matchup, if you do bounce a Leyline of the Void, it's not like crazy for the Golgari Yawgmoth deck to actually recast it. But there are a decent number of decks that do play Leyline of the Void and just not really have a great way to recast it. Unfortunately, this is not one of those cases.
Okay, yep. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. 3 copies of Living End. You can see the deck list broke there. There was the third one was on the next column on the left. And Chris Smith. I mean, okay, Leylines are obviously a big help here. Is that enough? I mean, if one's in play, it's probably enough. But like you're saying, it is possible that they can be bounced or destroyed by Foundation Breakers.
I also think that like at some point you're kind of expecting your Leyline to be handled in some way, and so you're really just using it as a way to hopefully have it start off in your opening hand and have it just buy you some time, because you are still a combo deck, and so you don't need to like have a ton of time bought for you, just enough for you to be able to assemble yourself some kind of win.
Right. And definitely starting with it in play, I mean, casting it on, let's say drawing it and then casting it on turn, even if it's turn 3 off an accelerator, there could already be 3 or 4 creatures in the graveyard at that point. So you really are looking for the free drop opening hand here in Chris Smith's shoes. Both these players experienced. Chris Smith done well several times on the Energy Series this year, and Scott Pulera also high on the leaderboard. And I know a regular in store, an actual local to the Nerd Rage region, not just someone that shows up when we get near their state, as we're in Minneapolis this weekend. I'm sure there are local Minneapolis players that only show up to the 2 events in Minneapolis, which is understandable. But we aren't going to often find those people at the top of the leaderboard like we are the people that travel and really go to a lot of the events.
Well, that's really both of these players, yeah, because we've seen Cris. I think we've actually had Cris on coverage for at least the last 2 events that I commentated, and was playing Yawgmoth for both of them. So understandable that Cris would be undefeated at this point and has a lot of prowess with this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here with us at Nerd Rage Gaming. If you want to follow along on the channel, you can be reminded of future events, which we have a full slate for the rest of the year. There are 4 more events coming in Season 3. We'll perhaps bring that up after the match, or real quick right now while Scott is shuffling again on his mulligan. But I can't tell you the whole schedule off the top of my head, but the next event, the October event, is Newark, Ohio. Actually, I was going to try, and I actually think I might have got this. I would get the 4 cities right, but not all the dates. Newark, Ohio, Fort Wayne, Indiana, back in Chicago for our first Pioneer 10K standalone event, and then Louisville, Kentucky to end the year at the showdown with Modern and Pioneer. Okay. Back to the table. I'm sure they're ready by now, or at least ready to take a look in Scott Pulera's case. There is no legacy. There are no standalone legacy events. There is legacy as part of team events in Season 3, but there are no standalone legacy events.
Wow. So all the people who want to play legacy have to have friends?
Oh, I know that's a tough ask. I mean, especially if they're, I don't know, maybe are we getting to a point where legacy players are being ostracized, not even from tournaments, but from just having friends? Is that the reality we're living in?
I don't know. Maybe.
Man, that's hard.
That's how it's feeling.
That is way harsh. Scott Pulera is going to 5. That's also harsh. At least he's up a game.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least you're up a game, and honestly, on living end, I feel like you can afford to mulligan quite a bit. Your deck is not like most of your cards are just trying to cycle, so like you could have kind of a cobbled together start and still be in a pretty okay place.
Yes, you can. Okay, well, we'll look at the prizes now while Scott Pulera is shuffling up for a 5-card hand. See the money and the points awarded, as well as the 2 finalists will earn invites into the regional championship in November, as well as the winner tomorrow, which, if you're out pursuing these larger scale events, run through DreamHack and then eventually the Pro Tour, then, well, this is a good place to start. I'm excited personally. Next week, qualifiers for Season 2 begin. So that means I get to start playing again, as I foolishly
won an event
barred my
not. Oh
right,
no,
exactly.
What a disaster.
I know. Yeah. But next week, back at it. All right, Scott Pulera found a 5, hopefully. Yes.
Finally, a hand worth keeping, and you don't even have to deal with a turn 0 ley line.
That's true. That might be worth 2 mulligans.
Honestly, I think it kind of is.
All right, so Ignoble Hierarch again for Chris Smith. At our age, most of our friends are dead or playing Modern. That is a good comment in the chat.
I thought that was really funny.
Normally, I wouldn't bother just rereading that out loud, but for people watching on YouTube later in the future that don't have access to chat, that was sharp. Okay, so here we go. Chris Smith with a Grist to lead things off. Okay. Grist, a card that I feel like it overperforms every single time, which means my evaluations are just wrong, but they keep not changing, and it just keeps being good.
So when is this card not good? I'm confused.
Never. It's always good.
Okay. Okay.
It's only not good in my mind. And then every time it gets
Oh,
played,
okay.
it's good.
Okay. I think like here we maybe wish that it interacted with graveyards a little bit, but at least being able to kind of start things off, make some creatures, and you're kind of just hoping that you can amass enough of a board to pack a bit of a punch and then eventually be able to make some things happen. I don't know, but for Scott, you're yeah, definitely probably a little afraid of this, especially after that Malta 5. But again, a lot of your things are going to end up cycling, and you'll be able to figure out what different cards you want in your hand eventually here.
Yeah. Not to mention, 2 Strangler Grists just got milled over by the Grist. That's nice for Living End.
Oh, yeah. Well, nice for Chris Smith if a Living End gets played.
Yeah. Not nice for Living End deck. It's nice for, oh, wow, there's a Yawgmoth. So now Living End is not going to effectively do much because Yawgmoth can sacrifice everything else and bring it right back. No 1-mana cycler for Scott Pulera. Here with a Waker on turn 2. Choosing between... Wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
this kind of sucks because a Living End is one of them. One of them is going to go into it's either going to go in the graveyard or your hand, which is not where you want it to be either time.
Yeah, no, I don't think he wanted either one of those cards. Oh, I see. There we go. Okay, so well, I guess he didn't. So Curator gets pitched, exiled to throw Yawgmoth back, but so now we know the Yawgmoth's there, and there's 2 Undying creatures in the graveyard. So a Living End plus a land for Chris Smith is infinite card draw already.
And this Grist is just going to continue to go crazy, go wild, make more little insects.
Yeah, attack
Aha.
for 2.
For 2.
Yeah.
Punchy little bug.
All right, so Chris Smith develops his board while Becky makes enemies in the chat. All right.
Well. No, I'm making friends in the chat, I think. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. This is why everyone actually ends up hating me. It's because I think that I'm friends with people when in reality, I was making enemies with them, according to them. Okay, so I do also like taking a look at our like complete segue off of I don't want to think about people hating me for too long, bad for the mental. So looking at the metagame as Chris finishes his turn here, Golgari Yawgmoth is actually the 4th most represented deck in the metagame here, which is quite impressive, actually, especially considering we just talked to Ashlyn, and Ashlyn was a little bit too worried about registering a lot of mana creatures in an event like this.
That's a good point. All right, so sizable attack comes across here. Scott, Chris Smith may not even have to worry about comboing this game. The combo is just Grist and a few other things.
And creatures.
Yeah. Which is a great position to be in. Facing down a deck all the Living End deck really is going to be doing here is just casting Living End, and Chris is very well set up to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of, Grist kind of ticking up in loyalty there. When does Grist do ultimating? It's actually -5, which is not bad. I mean, we could pretty much do it at any point, and considering that you have an opponent that's putting a lot of things into the graveyard, there might be enough things in the graveyard to basically kill Scott Pulera on the next turn with that ultimate.
Well, yeah, and plus, Chris can sacrifice some of his own creatures when he wants to add on. He's got, I think there's 2 or 3 creatures in the graveyard right now. I'm not sure, but there's 3 more in play that can go in there. So that's at least 5, if not 6. And Scott's life total is already at 9 and dropping from the attack. That looks like 7 power on the board right now. Strangler guys can sacrifice and grow, oddly enough.
Yeah, when do we attack with all these insects? Get the Strangleroot guys back. All right, there's a Violent Outburst in hand, and is that going to have to be the play to kind of fog the turn?
Yeah. Yes, it is. You're right about that. So this game isn't over yet.
All right.
But Chris Smith is certainly going to draw a few new cards.
Did actually end up bringing in the Brazen Borrowers as we were able, or the singular Brazen Borrower into the deck. We know that Cris is going to take a look as well and does also highlight that Brazen Borrower, being like, okay, interesting, good to know.
Yeah, and Colossal Sky Turtle there. We don't see that in every list nowadays, but we do see it here. It's definitely present in a decent number of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear. And there's an Endurance. And Pulera is
yikes
going to be done with this game.
All right, so a mull to 5 and getting a little bit of a beatdown from some sideboard cards like that Endurance is going to be more than enough for Living End to pack in that second game, but...
Yeah, still, I mean, still play, chances in game 3. Chris Smith, dominating performance that game, didn't even need a ley line. But, yeah, when your opponent's short on cards like that. And then Endurance is obviously great interaction for the matchup. I mean, not only does your opponent not bring anything back, but you also get to bring your stuff back still if you want to. I mean, you could sack all your... Basically, I think you just lose Yawgmoth. I don't think Yawgmoth can sacrifice itself, right? So you lose Yawgmoth and keep everything else, and they all convert into cards. Yeah, this is brutal.
It does say another creature, so it cannot sacrifice itself.
Brutal for Pulera here without, a better start, a better setup there.
And for it to have just been so solidified by that Endurance, definitely a little bit of a ouch moment.
Yeah, that was kind of a beating. We've seen a few of those today when players mull to 5. That's nothing really...
Yeah, I would expect the Living End deck to be a little more resilient to a mull to 5 than most other decks. Like, you see Burn mull to 5 and you're just like, yikes, that hurts. Anytime you're mulling below 7, I feel like it really hurts for Burn unless you're looking for a very specific sideboard card. And I feel like that's the case with a lot of these decks, but for a deck that has mostly creatures that just say cycle, I wouldn't think that Living End would be that hurt by it. But, I mean, if you're not seeing the right cards, you're not seeing the right cards. And there's just nothing you can really do about it. That's a part of the variance of the game.
Right. No, but you're absolutely right. I mean, if it's something like cycle turn 1, cycle a couple more times, or Waker of Waves, and then bring everything back, you didn't lose out on anything by not having more cards in hand, because you used. I mean, even if your hand is 3 land, 1 cycler and Charlotte's Agent, you can cycle the 1 cycler into 2 more, and still you weren't really costing yourself anything. So we'll see. Game 3 coming. I'm sure Pulera would like to dodge this issue by just keeping 7. But we'll see if that's how things roll.
Yeah, and for those asking, Cris runs 2 Endurance in the main, none in the sideboard. At least that we can see, and that would be on screen for those who are going to be watching on YouTube later. And if you're ever concerned about missing coverage or missing YouTube, you should check us out on YouTube, and you should follow the channel so that you make sure that you never miss some paper magic goodness that Energy is bringing your way.
That's right. Listen to Becky. She knows what she's talking about. All right, so Chris Smith returns a favor. An honorable man decides, you know what? I had a perfect 7 there. Turn 2 kill with discard protection, but you mulligan twice last game. I'm going to mulligan this game.
Chris's hand was not that good last game, but it was pretty good. Just didn't win. Well, I guess if you consider that the Grist kind of did win Cris that game, maybe Cris did win on turn 2.
No, he's got the secret, cobbled together Spirit Guide nonsense into, I don't know.
Spirit Guide isn't even legal anymore.
I guess.
You guess? Turn 2 Grist was in fact pretty good. And Cris did use that to take down that game number 2. Pulera will be on the draw for this 3rd game, and Cris is going to take at least a 1 mulligan here and hope for a better one.
Really?
Right? What?
Scott's got on the draw?
No, Scott's on the play. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you had information. I was like, wow, really?
No. Sorry, I just misspoke then.
That's okay. That's forgivable.
What is that card?
I mean, I wouldn't forgive people for it, except I keep doing it. So Whoa!
I was gonna say, yeah, I think that was one ley line, potentially two. So I mean, Force of Vigor just is not gonna care. So we better hope that those were something that came in for Scott Pulera.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Street Wraith cycles into exile.
Yeah, you could see that Scott was kind of thinking, do I still do this?
Mm-hmm. Well, if there's a force in the hand, it would have preempted all this cycling. So we know, and Cris knows that Scott doesn't have one yet, at least.
Or doesn't have a green card.
Well, I suppose that's possible too. We'll see if he's able to get rolling here. So, okay, here's a Grief pitching a Living End, which is effectively worthless in hand. So we need 2 copies of some combination of Foundation Breaker, Colossal Sky Turtle, or
Brazen Borrower.
Or Brazen Borrower, right. Thank you.
But there's only 1 copy of Brazen Borrower in the side, so we are kind of relying on a lot of those.
There's one main
people.
also, I think.
Oh, there's... Hold up, I will check. You're correct. 1 copy, main, 1 side.
All right, so there's probably someone in the neighborhood of like 6 or 7 cards, and Scott needs 2 of them.
Yeah, there's Boseiju in the sideboard as well.
Okay. All right. So
there's pieces.
It's
you possible. Can also Otawara. So yeah, there's things. There's hope on the horizon for Scott Pulera.
There's hope. And did we keep a 1-land hand because of the ley lines? I mean, that's understandable, but I think that's what happened.
Hoey. We'll see if that ends up.
Let's go. Hardcast Curator Mysteries.
Honestly, we might get there. It does have a Brazen Borrower in hand. Unfortunately, just 1 Brazen Borrower isn't really enough.
Well, I thought part of the issue with Brazen Borrower was that, Cris is playing deck and just recast the ley lines, but you can't do that with 1 land, so... Oh, no 3rd land for Scott. So both players... Okay, now we're even up on mana here. And a 1/1 for Cris.
What an exhilarating but yet unexhilarating game.
Yeah. And as usual, we have Yawgmoth, powerhouse, dominating the board.
Let's go, Yawgmoth. I'm a part of the Yawgmoth fan club.
I know.
I'm pretty sure that actually last month I called it Mopey, so
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, 1 power is enough to I mean, it's 18 turns remaining for Scott Pulera here. Gotta do some work. There's an Endurance in hand. That actually allows him to get on the board. Also could hardcast Brazen Borrower now.
Yeah, do you try to use the front side of Brazen Borrower before hard casting the other side, though?
Possibly. I believe he saw Veil of Summer in Chris's hand on that Grief. So yeah. You're right. He definitely doesn't want to run into that, although it's not available now anyway. But here's the Endurance. Okay, so 2 cards back in Chris Smith's deck. No graveyards for anybody.
Endurance starting to get punchy.
Okay, land here. So Subtlety now able to be cast. All right, Life Total's being updated here. A little bit lower than we thought on both sides. But Chris Smith at 14 here with... I mean, attackers at the ready for Scott Pulera. Bunch of flash creatures here. And a Violent Outburst to potentially pump through for extra damage.
Oh.
I don't know. I think I might say Scott Pulera looks favored at this point.
Yeah, now that we've been able to hit our land drops and actually be able to cast some of these bigger creatures, I am inclined to agree. But with enough little mana creatures, we're starting to really ramp up on Chris's side as well.
Yeah, that's certainly irritating for Scott when Cris plays a creature. You've got subtlety in your hand, and Cris is stuck on mana, and you still don't want to burn it on the Ignoble Hierarch.
Yeah.
And he's not going to.
Oh, all right. Are we just playing it?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's start to attack. The Birds of Paradise. 0-1. Not going to be doing a whole lot against Brazen Borrower.
Birds of Paradise 0-1. My first ever PTQ win.
Oh, did you lose to a pumped up Birds of Paradise?
No, I won with Birds of Paradise. I had 18-19 Birds of Paradise.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Yeah. Ancestral Mask.
Won with one.
Ancestral Mask, baby. That was awesome. I mean, that deck probably sucked, but so did everyone else back then, so it was enough.
Yeah, power creep, as they say.
Yeah. All right, 6 across here. Chris Smith, I mean, is going to have to start chump blocking. Well, Yawgmoth chump blocking is...
If I'm going to have a chump blocker, I want it to be a Yawgmoth every time.
Exactly. Yawgmoth.
Oh, Yawgmoth subtlety.
Oh, you know what? And not only does he have to... this Violent Outburst Trumpet Blast effect is actually what allow the Flyers to win. So the Birds of Paradise we have to block as well. There's a cycled Veil of Summer, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Yawgmoth's going to block Endurance. Bird has to block also. And even then, Cris is going to have a lot of life to play with. Here's an attack. It's got Pulera trying to get to 5-0 here.
He's cobbling it together through 2 ley lines.
Looks like Cris is aware of the danger here and just deciding whether he can win without this Bird of Paradise. I imagine if he decides he can win without it, then he'll block anyway.
This is a moment where chat is also saying that Birds of Paradise should be tapped, and I do think that they're right. But it doesn't matter because we didn't block with the bird anyway, and Violent Outburst finds the last bit of damage.
Okay.
So thankfully, it doesn't matter. But I do believe chat is right, and the bird should have been tapped to pay for Veil unless the Ignoble Hierarch was tapped for it. But I think we tapped the Ignoble Hierarch for Yawgmoth.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree that Yawgmoth was played that turn, and Veil is 1, 2, 3. Okay, unless there's a buried land there, then maybe you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
doesn't end up mattering.
Yep, Violent Outburst takes it down. Its intended form of +2 damage.
Nice.
Is enough. And yeah, Scott Pulera advances to 5-0. Chris Smith still very much in the running at 4-1. All right, sounds like we're gonna have an interview, and I guess we'll wait for. I assume we're talking to Scott Pulera, but all right. Yeah. Okay. So 5-0 in an 8-round Swiss event. One more win probably locks up the ability to draw in. Although, at least in the RCQs I've been playing in or had been playing in, there had been less of that recently than in years past. There was more of playing for seeding because the modified play draw rules finally, been around long enough. People have put enough thought into it. Like, you know what? Going first is good. Maybe I want to keep playing. Maybe I don't want to draw.
And there were so many situations where I know that like a lot of players would be like, yeah, as you mentioned, locked up. So you might as well, like, even if a loss gets you in, just like try to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, there's always like, well, the person you're playing against is going to feel bad about it. They'd rather draw in, but like sometimes, but you know what? Especially in single slot qualifiers or even larger events too. I mean, it's, we all didn't come here to almost win. We came here to try and win. So we may as well go for it. All right. We are waiting on Cris. Let's go ahead and put up the Season 2 leaderboard so we can... I'm sorry, we're waiting on Scott, but so we can see where we're at on there. And it just occurred to me that asking for anything from production right now might have been a mistake because they're probably setting up the interview. So
we can talk about something for a sec.
Wow. You can see why we paid Becky the big bucks.
Okay, no. I do have a question. This is kind of related to. Oh, okay, never mind. We're gonna go to the interview. I'll save my question. For down the road.
All right, Scott.
Hi.
Let's get the name updated on there. Okay, so 5-0 with Living End.
Yep.
Feeling pretty good. What's your thoughts so far? How do you feel about the deck?
I think it's pretty cool. I'm hoping to not play against a lot of 4-color. I haven't so far. I just squeaked by with a really weird game versus Yawgmoth.
Yeah, we saw
that one.
Yeah, I mean, you generally when you draw up your plans, you're thinking, okay, if my opponent starts on double ley line, I do this, right? And then just
yeah, it's weird because I wasn't bringing in Foundation Breaker or Force of Vigor in the dark against them. It's weird. Game 2, I was hoping maybe I would see if he had like Necromancer or whatever, but I didn't. And then I just had the Borrowers and obviously the Endurances and stuff. And yeah, like I said, this isn't the first game that I had like a crazy weird game where I just have to play the stupid flyers and like get the points through with like outbursts for just getting there. It's very strange.
You do what you can do. You make it work, and you certainly made it work. And yeah, we had a lot of people kind of debating. We were like, oh, this is maybe potentially bad if you did bring Force of Vigor in because they did just immediately drop both of the ley lines.
Yeah, it's a perfect number two for the ley line.
Yeah, so that could have potentially been disastrous, but you didn't bring them in. And do you regret not bringing them in, or are you just so sold on this was my thought process? I don't bring them in unless I see something that warrants it.
Yeah, I'd probably wait to see something. I think I should probably bring in Beseiju in the dark just because it's like low opportunity cost, even if it's bad, since it can be the answer. So I probably should have brought that in regardless. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it's like the pair of Borrowers, and then you just have all the flash creatures that you want anyways. You want Endurance to like clear their graveyards you can actually living in, or like stop them from doing their stuff. And like I want a bunch of subtleties anyway, so the games can play out like how they did. I just assume that's like still not common.
So when the Ignimal Hierarch came down and you had the subtlety in your hand, was there any consideration to playing it there? Okay.
So I assumed I was probably just going to Borrower and then try to time walk them and do it again. But then as soon as I said it resolved, I was like, no, I probably should have subtlety because it's just a quicker clock, and then I can use the Borrower again in like similar fashion, or just flash it in. And then like just enough time had passed that I was like, no, I said it resolved, and I was like, and in my head I was like, yeah, I think that was a misplay. I probably should have just top decked it.
I mean, it worked out well. I mean, you managed the
luckily.
subtlety. I mean, it worked out great. So how often do you win games like that are kind of not exactly on plan where you're living in? Is this something that happens 10% of the time?
I really couldn't give you a number because I played this deck just a little bit on Moto this week, but I've like not played Living End before really. So I don't know how much. I mean, it happened round 1 and round 4 so far.
Okay.
The other games have been like kind of fairly normal. Like, I do my thing or they completely stop me.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So we've been talking about the leaderboard today, season 2. You got some work to do, but obviously 5-0, good start here. Like, is that something that's kind of, is this just, how much of that is that on your mind this weekend?
A good amount. Like, I mean, hopefully not such an amount that it like influences my player decisions or anything, but like it's definitely on there. Cause like, I think I'm like 7 behind Duke.
All right, so let's go.
That's definitely why I definitely for sure came to this.
Yeah, no, I mean, you certainly got a good shot, and you certainly have started out pretty well here.
Yeah.
So, we were also now. Does the RC invite mean anything to you, or are you already covered there?
I'm covered. Yeah, I won. One a while ago.
So we were talking before about you're 5-0. 8-round Swiss event. One more round, most likely with a win, you can most likely double draw in.
Right.
Is this a scenario where you want to try and put some distance on Dubin? Where do you think you would play another round and try and lock up a high seed, or you just take the safe draw into the middle section of the top 8? You have any thoughts on that?
I would probably just go for the draws. I think it's pretty reasonable to go for the play. I don't know 100% on what is all near the top, because I don't know if let's say it's literally all 4-color. If it's literally all 4-color, I'd definitely be no, I'm definitely gonna draw. I don't know. I'd have to see some matchups and have a lot of info I don't have to confidently want to try to Dream Crush, because it's such a downside for me. If I miss, because I need the points since I'm behind him.
Right. All right. Well, hopefully we'll see you maybe later this evening, but maybe tomorrow morning.
Yep,
playing out and trying to make this an exciting race. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks. Yep.
All right, 5 rounds in the books. We've got one more with Becky coming up, round number 6, and then Drake will be back for the evening. So stick around. No Rage Gaming. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Drake's here. Becky subbed out a little earlier than expected. Apparently, she had to go attend a birthday party or something. But the real party is right here with Drake and I. I don't know what she's thinking.
No better party than watching some competitive Magic played at a high level, Joe. I tell you what, that's what the real party is. You're right.
All right, so we got round 6 coming up here, which is the first round where we're potentially going to have win-ins for top 8. So we'll go ahead and go down to the table as the players, I believe, are already there. We've got Mack Endress versus Samuel Nordenson, 4-color Blink versus Golgari Yawgmoth. So we saw Yawgmoth last round, different player, losing to Living End, despite Leyline of the Voids in play. But 4-color Blink here for Mack Endress. We haven't seen a ton of 4-color today, at least compared to its metagame percentage. And 4-color Blink is going to be, we didn't see the other 4-color, was not a Blink deck, was it?
I think it was like the traditional like Traverse build, if you want to get really into the nitty gritty. The Blink builds, I don't think normally play Traverse. It might just be labeling. It looks like this deck has Traverse in it as well. So I think it is the same archetype. There is some small denominations, obviously, but typically the Traverse one's called Delirium due to the Delirium effect of Traverse as well as doing the Emrakul thing. But it mostly it's the same deck. I mean, we're talking about 80 cards and like 10 cards are different. Like, come on, we're doing the same thing here.
Yeah, overlap is intense between these decks. When I see Blink, I think of Ephemerate, but that doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, I guess Yorion Blink, so they're all Blink decks.
Yeah, exactly. Yorion is a Blink effect, Joe. And we got things to blink no matter what. The Elementals always going to be good to blink, as good to blink as they are to tutor up. As a, I believe Katria Triome is fetched up here on Instep. I'm gonna get these wrong. These four like Triomes, I just cannot get them right.
Yeah, I think that's Rogren actually.
All right, sure. I believe you. It looks like Rogren, there's no Katria in the deck, so that's a good way to know.
I may be leading you astray, but yeah, I think I'm right about that one. All right, so here we go. Samuel developing on the board here. Ignoble Hierarch turn 1 into Strangle Rootgeist and Yawgmoth. So a couple Undying creatures, but a couple
couple of Solitudes to answer one.
Take one.
That's a lot of respect for Strangle Rootgeist, I think. Being able to pitch on turn 2, representing a lot of respect for the early damage that this Yawgmoth deck can get with their sticky threats. Fury, much worse than Solitude. Exiling, mattering a ton against the Undying mechanic sported by this Yawgmoth deck. And Yawgmoth could come down as early as this turn.
It could. It's going to take a black source, but there is one. Tapped.
That one's coming in tapped. No Yawgmoth in hand, most likely. At least don't want to play it quite yet. As here comes an attack for 2, thanks to Exalted. Very quick passing of the turn. 3 mana held up here by Samuel. Quick land pass of the turn. A lot of foils here for Mack Endress. Impressive stuff. Step.
Do like the style. Okay, Endurance.
I do like my foils.
Not worried about Jawari Disruption or Censor. Just taps out.
Joe, what are you even on about? When's the last time you've seen that card played in Modern?
I'm just making noise. That's all I do here.
Censor, Joe. You're just hungry to censor somebody. Just force spike you. There's Urborg. All lands tapped for black.
Which potentially relevant in this matchup. The Urborg actually completes domain for Mack Endress.
Makes Leyline Binding cost 1.
Leyline Binding, yeah, cheaper.
Looks like we're considering channeling an Otawara here in response. Maybe try to bounce the Young Wolf, save some points of damage, and not have the Undying thing online quite yet. I don't think you need to do that, but Mack doing a little bit of thinking here.
I mean, it might save a small bit of attack damage, but I mean, it could just be recast.
Response, we're going to pitch Yorion to a 3rd copy of Solitude to exile the Undying. I think I like this a little bit better.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. The Otawara play, I feel like it's pretty shaky, but Endurance, I mean,
well, you'd either bounce it and then Solitude the Yawgmoth, right? When he goes to recast the Young Wolf with that last floating green, or you do it this way and try to make Yawgmoth not a real threat. I don't really know if I have a preference one or the other. You got to decide on a plan for sure. Yeah. Mack thinking on instep here, whether we want to use that Otawara now, if we want to wait a little bit. Going to go ahead and use it now.
Okay. So, well, that'll get it off the board. But is this end step still?
Yeah, I believe we're still in end step, and Sam is
Okay.
now thinking about if they
All
want to
right.
sack any creatures in response. Looks like the answer is no.
Yeah.
Unholy Heat the pickup.
Yeah.
Very far from Delirium is
Right.
Mack
Glances
Endress.
at the graveyard. So that's one of those tells where ideally you want to have your setup or your awareness at a point where you don't have to give away telegraph when you draw something like that. But he definitely did there.
We'll see if it matters to Sam, as we're just quickly redeploying a Ignoble Hierarch and then redeploying the Yawgmoth here. Here comes an attack for 5, thanks to 2 copies of Ignoble Hierarch, giving Exalted to this Endurance.
All right, with fetch land on the board here, I mean, I don't think we've seen Omnath right now. So yeah, max life total dropping here and no easy way to replenish it, and not likely to draw another copy of Solitude at this point.
Yeah, it's ironic. We've seen Mack, use all of these Solitudes early in the game to stymie a lot of the initial damage and a lot of the, initial huge blowout turns that Sam could have with Yawgmoth by taking out the Young Wolf as well. But as a result, all these, basically 1-for-2s have left Mack with not a lot of action backup. And suddenly 2 Ignoble Hierarchs and Endurance looks like a real clock against a player that doesn't have a lot of spells left over.
Yeah. Land for the turn, and there's a Traverse in hand, and there's still no Delirium.
2 Delirium cards, 2 types from Delirium. That's brutal.
This is not the way you draw it up. Yeah, no instance of sorcery is drawn this game for Mack.
Now, an Expressive Iteration could very quickly change the texture of that. There is pressure for Samuel to get the game over with, and a 3rd Ignoble Hierarch is going to help get that done. As here's now an attack for 6 damage. That fetch land no longer online.
Wow.
And
Are we going to see any draws here from
done?
Samuel here? Okay, we're going to cash in at least one Hierarch here.
Looking for potentially a Geralf's Messenger to end the game now.
That would certainly work. I mean, a Tutor, a Messenger. There are a number of ideal cards.
Oh, no, the haste threat. Well, I don't think you would have attacked with it anyway. 3 Ignoble is better than the 2 points from Strangle-Root. And this isn't quite lethal yet, as here comes the sacrifice.
Wait, this is just a divination.
Kill. Yeah, we're just looking for a kill second main here. Thinking here on Sam. We're going to go ahead and sack another Ignoble Hierarch. Every threat that has power is lethal as it is. Gonna let that happen, says Mack. No response with heat quite yet. We can keep doing this, says Sam.
Yeah,
sacrifice this Undying Trigger. Here's a counter. I'm gonna draw a card. Any Geralf's Messengers in chat?
I mean, he's got all the black mana he needs to cast things. I mean, until you're at 7 cards in hand, or maybe even past that, I don't see any reason not to. What do you need this Hierarch for? Okay, he's gonna pass the turn here. And
does not matter, Mack. Another brick. Gonna go ahead and pick it up.
Max, my deck betrayed me. It had nothing to do with you, Samuel Nordenson. You didn't beat me.
There's no interaction.
Instants and sorceries and drawing of Delirium cards. That's what did it. All right, so, it can't develop much worse for Mack Endress in the future than it did that game. But let's go ahead and look at the sideboard, the decks, sideboards, see what all is going on here. All the cards he didn't draw.
Look pretty good in the matchup.
Yeah. So we see, it's not a mono creature deck. There are instances of sorceries in the deck and planeswalkers.
Very true. Other types to turn on to Delirium. Pretty traditional Delirium build here. 4 Traverse, 4 Unholy Heat, and then, of course, the supporting cast of Mistress Baubles, Abundant Growth, Dress Downs, and stuff like that to give you the extra types you need to actually turn on your Delirium. And as we saw, very much needed to make those cards work. They did not look very good for Mack in game number 1 without those pieces.
All right.
Look at the sideboard here.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen that late in the game when these decks not actually achieve Delirium and be totally punished for it.
Oh, for sure. Now, I have to imagine your Veil of Summers have to be pretty good against the black-based interaction deck some amount of the time, right?
You may think, but we'll see. We'll take a look at the deck list. But my experience with Veil of Summer is actually not good against this deck, and I feel like that's the big trick of the deck.
Is that people think it's Veil of Summer's good?
Yeah. Okay. I have board in Veil of Summers in this matchup, and they look stupid.
You could just cycle them, Joe. You don't even want to cycle them?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's okay. I mean, that could work.
Do you want Dress Downs and Verdict then?
Yeah,
I think we want Dress Downs. Do you want the Verdict?
I mean, they combos well together. I don't know if I want Verdict. I definitely want Dress Down.
Yeah, Dress
All right, let's take a look at Samuel Nordenson's deck here. How many cards in this deck interact with Veil of Summer?
Well, there's a Torok in the sideboard. We could start there.
Yeah.
How about the 2 Thoughtseizes in the sideboard? Also
Okay.
pretty good.
All
Beyond
right.
that's less
Not a
that
lot.
matters. Yeah, okay.
It's not a lot. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously you can cycle it a lot of the time, some of the time anyway. But I personally do not think Veil Summer is very good here.
Are we Magus of the Mooning
I
here,
guess there's
Joe?
Grist. There's Grist as well. I mean, that's another card. Are we okay? That's a good question. Are we Magus of the Mooning? I think we are. I think we are. I think
look. I don't know why it's your sideboard if you're not bringing it in here.
Yeah.
You know, it's Unholy Heat is going to tag it, and that's really unfortunate. And that's part of the advantage to the Delirium build is you have a little bit of extra help against the moon effects. You know, Boseiju is the traditional one to make Blood Moon itself pretty bad. But when you start including 1 mana red removal spells like Bolt and Heat, then you get some help against the Magus. And, you know, when you have both angles covered, it's great. But of course, Sam, not a lot of red mana to actually make it happen. Only Ignoble Hierarch can allow you to cast it, but you have the Court of Callings and the Eldritch Evolutions and the like to cheat it into play against a 4-color deck that does not fetch any basics.
Yeah, and we saw, or Samuel saw game 1. I mean, Mack was not shy about burning off removal on the early creatures. Now, those are exile spells, which is different.
Yeah, and those still work under the Magus as well. So maybe you just don't want it. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. There's an awful variety of ways to deal with it. So you're right. Maybe that's not worth.
We see alternate mode. I call it alternate. That was the only mode in game 1 of Traverse the Ilvenwald as Lay of the Land. Going to go ahead and search a basic. We found basic Snow-Covered Mountain. Did Mack Endress. Found a land here. Now, Ren and 6 here would be disgusting to go ahead and pick off the Ignoble Hierarch. Does not have it. And we pass to Samuel Nordenson. Yavimaya. All lands make green. Another Ignoble Hierarch. We can do this again. Here comes Strangerroot, guys.
Okay. And for 4, I mean, that's pretty solid.
4 damage coming across on turn 2 is pretty impressive for the, I call it Mopey. I don't even know if it's Mopey beatdowns anymore. It's the only way Golgari Yawgmoth, I feel like it wins games. They don't even have a combo. They just attack you with green-black beatdowns.
But they do not seem like they combo kill all that often. Here's, boy, I mean.
And we can do this again.
Says
Solitude
again, pitching to Omnath. So, all right. I mean, it's a cost, but getting the Undying creature out of there. But you're right. Maybe it's just a 4 damage clock. Mack doesn't want to deal with it.
Absolutely not. I want to be able to develop in peace, have a plenty of life total cushion as we go into the mid to late game, and that means that your Strangerroot Geist needs to get solituded. Also has the added benefit, like we saw a little bit in game 1, where if you pick off the Undying creatures with the exile early, then it does demand that Sam find another one to make Yawgmoth be a very explosive play the turn it hits the battlefield.
Mack does have Veil of Summer in hand, so we'll see if he finds a use for that. And
well,
picks
we're going
up
to tap out
Yorion
this
here.
turn. That does require tapping your lands if you wish to pay 3 mana to buy Yorion, and we have gotten that fixed.
I mean, if you're one of those people that plays by the rule, that's obsessive.
You know. This here's 2 mana. Strangerroot Geist number 2. All right. Do we have Solitude number 2, Mac? We do not. And the 4-turn clock begins now. Urborg. All lands are blue or black green. And here is the Geralf's Messenger. Going to deal 2 additional points. Right off the bat, coming in tapped, 3/2 Undying creature. And we're once again, great Undying beatdown plan. And look at that. The rare from Dark Ascension. Very good in its standard time as well in the aggro decks.
Yeah.
Okay. Up to 4 damage.
Another Veil of Summer. I assume Mack's not going to be interested in that one. Development and removal is what he wants right here. Is that middle card a prismatic ending there?
I believe it's gotta love that one.
Yeah, that sounds good. Although it's only gonna, I mean, it doesn't actually decrease the clock, but you probably still got to cast it. But yeah, this is so his hand. He's got Veil of Summer.
You hand it right because you can hand it and exile the Geralf's Messenger. And I think that gets you somewhere if you can live through this turn.
Yeah,
we handed it anyway. Exile the Strangerroot, guys. Pass the turn back. Now, thanks to Geralf's Messenger enters the battlefield field ability, we still have a 2-turn clock right now. This Geralf's Messenger. Here's an attack for 5. That's going to work. Mack Endress, dead on board. Just like that. Doesn't even feel like Sam had to work that hard for it either.
No.
It's just here's some Ignoble Hierarchs, and really, I think showing the power of Ignoble Hierarch in multiple.
Yeah,
like,
Plague Engineer would have demolished Samuel both games so far.
Yeah, but, no Fury to pick him off alongside the actual Undying creature or anything. So it's just, here we go. Every creature is a real threat thanks to Ignoble Hierarchs.
And a land comes to play tapped here. Is it Dress Down?
This looks like an upkeep dress down. Going to
Sure.
stop Exalted from happening.
Yeah.
And mean that Mack is going to live through the turn, provided there is no.
I mean,
I guess
even
haste to be stripped off the Shangarooth. Yeah, so you're just good to go.
Yeah, but still, this is precarious here. A tutored up. I mean, if a Yawgmoth sacrificing Messenger now on Mack's turn would be lethal if Samuel finds one. Of course, he has another hierarchy.
Here's third ignoble hierarchy. You can draw every single copy of that card, no matter what. And boy, they have looked good in these games. Teferi, the draw. Don't think that changes things.
I think it's done.
Thinking the Veil of Summer, as bad as you advertised.
Well, okay, I take it back. It's not. Let's see. Does Yorion kill Messenger with 3 hierarchs in play? It would be 5 because you don't want it to at this point.
Yeah, you would not. You would successfully leave that around.
Yeah, so you could play Yawgmoth to chump block Drolf's Messenger
or Yorion
to buy a turn.
Yeah. Little Teferi bouncing Drolf's Messenger, definitely not the way you want to do it unless you have a counter spell. Looks like he might.
Oh,
I think that's
no, but that doesn't work either.
Right.
The hierarch will just attack and kill you.
Yeah, that is a problem. We need to draw a little additional help. Fetch lands do tap for green and black. And we do have one of those. That one does make mana. Here's an Abundant Growth. That needs to find a pitch card. Verdict's a little late to the party.
Find a pitch. Find a pitch card? Oh, is there a... Oh, you mean find the pitch card, not find a card to pitch. Yeah. This is what you said. I just misheard you.
I should have said Evoke Elemental.
No, you
and Dryad Arbor gonna interplay here. That one will get the job done.
Yeah, anything will get the job done. I mean, 3 hierarchs. You don't even need power.
Damage. That's true.
It's an Ornithopter.
I mean, Ignoble Hierarch itself is just already an 0-1, and it's already getting the job done.
But you may as well have flying, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, a little extra sugar. Don't even need it. Still had all these.
Mack is just dead, right? He has nothing.
I believe that is the case. Here's an attack with Dryad Arbor.
It's Mack, a 4. And that's it.
That's gonna do it. Dryad Arbor too powerful.
Destroys Mack Endress with the power of infinite ignoble hierarchs.
Yeah. 3 each game is looks incredibly impressive, despite Mack's very proactive. I mean, you saw a lot of respect for keeping his life total high with the early solitudes to help stymie some of the pressure. He had a lot of respect for the clock the Golgari Yawgmoth deck can put on, and despite that, still just got the beatdown. Even, I mean, what was that? Probably turn 6 kill just from a bunch of ignoble hierarchs.
Yeah. No, that was a whole lot of Exalted triggers. Some come into play triggers, and really Mack's deck just not functioning according to plan in either game.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely needed a lot more time. Definitely needed at least 2 less ignoble hierarchs each game, and for that game to look a little bit more competitive. So impressive stuff from the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, especially lining up against the menace of 4-color Yorion.
Yeah, and a Fury would have been tremendous either game, but
for sure.
Yeah. All right, so we got a backup match ready to go. Let's get over there. Plenty of time left in this round. We got you okay. Here we go. We got Jesse
Batman
Robkin.
sleeves. I love it.
Yeah, we do. Jesse Robkin versus Victor Wood. All right. Yeah, in the playing the part of Batman here.
And of course, the girl who never loses, Jesse Robkin.
Yeah, that's fair
earlier
enough.
This season in the finals of 2 different events. I believe first on our season 2 leaderboard.
Yes, she
is. And I believe second on our overall. Just absolutely an impressive, dominating performance with this Breach deck over the last few months. She's put a ton of work into it. Honestly, one of the first people I saw playing it. She is again at 4-1, representing the Jeskai build, now including Teferis and stuff like that.
Yeah, and just wrote an update, I think last week, to her. She had an article maybe in February or March about these Breach decks, and wrote an updated version last week, and it's excellent. It's fairly lengthy, so if you have some time, you want to sit down and go through and really learn the ins and outs of the deck, you can find that. I don't remember what site's hosting it, but it is a well-written article.
Yeah. Impressive writing. She can do it all. She can write, she can jam games, win events, and very likely qualifying for our season end, I guess through season 2, our end of the year championship. Via points. So, I mean, impressive run from her. We'll see if she can continue to do the magic she's done, getting it done against 4-color.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, you don't have to do anything different. You just have to keep doing what you are already doing. which she has been excellent at so far. Jeskai Breach getting going here. So we see the Emery in play, a couple artifacts, only one land.
You don't need lands, Joe.
Well,
here's a Leyline Binding. I believe that's a Zagoth Triome, the Sultai one.
Oh, good. I wouldn't have had that one.
I'm trying to get him right here, Joe. I'm trying. And by the end of this broadcast, I will have the full art. See, I don't even have I don't own the full art ones. I own the normal ones.
Yeah.
And I have to learn these full art Triomes, and they all look so just blob of dark color. I can't see. I don't know. I have to pick up and read them against my opponents in paper. Jesse looks to be without a mana source.
Yeah.
After the Emery is dead, Ren and 6 going to return a Misty Rainforest from hand to get put into play. We'll get some loyalty on that eventually. So here is another draw that is not a land, nor a red land even, to cast these Ragavans. So she has 1 mana spells, can't cast them. Island looking very under-impressive.
Yeah, well, this whole board state, I mean, the 4-color decks have kind of, not exactly looked impressive today. But when you give them 9 free turns, I guess they're able to establish a pretty significant presence.
Very true. When Jesse elects to, very unskillfully miss her land drop, completely within her control. Here's Omnath as a follow-up. It definitely is going to look more impressive as Victor essentially solitaring his deck.
Yeah.
And the fetch land follow-up, exactly where you want to be with this. And we're getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah, we got to fetch before we pick up the library. Going to grab a land. That's going to generate some mana, making this Omnath basically 0 mana. Powerful interaction. The reason the card's good. And we see some Risen Reefs. So calling this deck, I think the 4-color Blink. Those were Risen Reefs, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, we got 4 copies of Risen Reefs. So this one a little bit more of like the Blink style build, right? Where you have the more things to blink. You have 2 copies of Ephemerate itself. Not necessarily all in on elementals as like a true tribe, but definitely better with the blink cards. And Jesse has seen enough. Yeah. She knows the formula here.
I got a kick out of Victor with Jesse on 1 mana source on like turn 7. Victor gets a shock land, puts it into play tapped at 20. It's like, it's not worth your life.
Life total matters, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Every point matters. I love it. A lot of respect for playing your best, even in spots where your opponent looks to be hopelessly buried.
All right. So let's see some deck lists here. I'm sure people are interested to see if there's any updates to Jesse Robkin's deck list. And then we've also got the 4-color on the other side. So what you're looking at here is basically a couple early creatures that generate advantage, Ragavan and Ledger Shredder. And then we've got support for this combo kill, which involves, I was going to say Emery, but it doesn't have to involve Emery, but really involves Grinding Station and Underworld Breach.
Powerful magic card.
Yeah.
Abandoned Legacy. Very, very potent. Grinding Station doing a budget brain freeze impression here in this deck. Kind of has a lot of the same appeal that Hammer does, right? Where you have this like aggressive fair plan with things like Ragavan and your Ledger Shredders and your Urza Sagas. And then you also have a combo kill. So you fight decks in the format on 2 different axes.
Right.
And Dress Down normally very good against this deck. Teferi now included in this list, becoming Jeskai in order to help out with that.
Yeah. Now you say Abandoned Legacy. Underworld Reach also Abandoned Pioneer. This is the only format you can play it in.
And here it is, looking very impressive. Sideboard options, I have to imagine were pretty. I don't know. I haven't read the guide as thoroughly as maybe you have, but I have to imagine that if we're scared of Dress Down, Teferi is an appealing thing. Maybe some amount of these counter magic. You don't want to go too hard on it and dilute the game plan too much, but I have to imagine some of the Spell Pierce Aethergust stuff is at least somewhat appealing.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Victor's 4-color deck. Victor Wood's 4-color Blink. Do we have Ephemerates this time? Yes, we do. Okay.
Yeah, once again, like I mentioned, no Traverse in this build. Only 2 copies of Unholy Heat, which honestly I think is even a little bit ambitious. When you have access to Leyline Bindings, which you see only, I think, you have all 4 copies. Never mind. Well, maybe this is just the best next spell you can play because, I mean, you don't see any of the help that the Traverse decks get with Baubles and like Dress Downs that are played in the main deck and all the other various artifacts, enchantment-based things that you have to do to respect the fact that you need Delirium.
Yeah, no, I like the way this looks. I mean, there is the tutor package with Eldarmor's Call. I don't really have a feeling about whether Traverse or Eldarmor's Call is better. They both function. Obviously, Traverse getting a land early is nice, but I'm sure earlier this round, we demonstrated how there are drawbacks to it sometimes.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 1 versus 2 mana also just matters a lot. I mean, Eldamir's Call, but Eldamir's Call can be pitched to Solitude. Of course, it's very much a playstyle thing. I think a lot of the community at large has kind of pinned Traverse as the current best, but that could easily change based on the texture of the format or what have you.
Yeah.
Sideboard, think we're interested in the dress downs. Called those out as being a good against Saga, as well as I think it shuts down the combo face up. Dovin's Veto, also somewhat appealing. Definitely another reason to have some Teferis in the deck post board. For Jesse, don't think we're trying to Magus of the Moon, maybe, because like you have basics and
I wouldn't think
artifacts.
so.
I mean, it stops the sagas, right?
Yeah,
that's like the
that's true.
appeal.
That's true, but the dress down kind of does that also.
Correct.
Um,
Endurance, very good. Being able to Eldamir's Call Endurance at instant speed is a good way to keep yourself from dying to the combo. But I don't think like we're still not even going that hard on it, right? We only have 2 copies, even with the sideboard copy available to us. So for the most part, need to either like Eldamir's Call for it or find some way to set it up. And I imagine there's plenty of bad ones, like the Emrakul and Fury don't seem that good. So a little bit of trimming here for the most part. Going to be running back with only 2 or 3 changes, which in an 80 card deck don't seem to matter that much.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the 80 card deck is you have like 2 dress downs, 2 Chalice of the Voids that you may want, but you can't rely on them.
Yeah, they can't be your sole plan unless you're
Right.
playing 4 to 6 copies of the sideboard card.
But having Leyline Binding as another prismatic ending that deals with anything, often for less mana, is really improves the redundancy of the removal in these decks. And it's not just creature removal; it's the ability to do with anything. Seems so strong. Leyline Binding is super impressive to me.
We've seen.
I mean,
huge.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me explain to you what was happening here. So we watched the replay of game 1. The players are currently in game 2. So we're just going to go in live right there and pick it up from where we're at. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And we'll pick up and just see how things lie.
Right.
I think that's what I'm being told. I think that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, here we go.
All right.
And wow, there is stuff going on.
Okay. So let's see if we can catch up the board state here. Victor Wood with the zeros locked out with Chalice of the Void sitting on a pretty strong set of creatures and a whole ton of land.
That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of mana there.
Jesse Robkin with Emery and Grinding Station in play. So in need of both Breach and the way to get rid of this Chalice to win the game, I would think.
Yeah. I don't know if we necessarily do. We actually have to get rid of Chalice. I have not done the math or anything, but I don't know if Springleaf Drum like works in any way that you want it to. It probably doesn't. We see a Breach. The fact that Breach is not already in play would suggest to me that maybe you do need a way to get rid of this Chalice. We'll see if Jesse agrees.
Well, so I'm kind of amazed that despite all the lands Victor Wood has, he still managed to almost tap out.
I mean, it's important to use your mana every turn, right? Magic fundamentals. And I mean, we see a lot of stuff in play for Victor Wood, and Jesse had a very high life total. It's very reasonable that all these cards are fairly newly added to Victor's hand and played nearly immediately.
All right, so here is the breach for Jesse with an Abundant Growth on her Sacred Foundry. So that must have come off a Ragavan.
Yeah, we see multiple Ragavans in the graveyard as it is. Definitely helping out with that.
So depending on what all is in the graveyard, Underworld Breach. So you're right that maybe 0 mana artifacts aren't necessarily required to combo win. There could be looping Emeries to deck yourself with Underworld Breach if you had enough mana. But
well, I think the plan here might be to use Springleaf Drum to kind of shoo it in a little bit until you hit Teferi. So you basically you Grinding Station away the Springleaf Drum. Looks like we're actually going to start with getting another Emery in play, which should be mana neutral with the Springleaf Drum anyway, and get you 4 additional cards. And then we're basically just going to go until we find Teferi, use that to bounce the Chalice, and then it should all be rolled up.
Okay. So there's 4 cards exiled. Emery comes in.
Do you see the Gust?
Victor points out one of these has to be sacrificed first. Okay, that does happen.
Yep, there's a Teferi right away.
Okay. Now, there's Mox, there's Sacred Foundry, and there's Springleaf Drum. That's 3.
Yeah. Not going to claim to be a math expert, but that looks like enough to cast Teferi to me. Is there anything we can play around?
Jesse's hesitant here. I wonder if she is aware or is suspicious that Victor has some other kind of interaction
Like a
to break things up
or something? What would be the problem? I mean, even if Victor has something, right? She has another copy of Breach in her hand, and Lethal is definitely not in play. So even if she fails to go off here, she could just have it in another turn, as Victor very quickly reaching for this fetch land.
All right, so something's coming up here. It could be, well, rather than speculating, we'll just wait to find out. So Teferi on the stack. If this is countered, this will definitely be the end of Jesse's turn.
Definitely. Only one mana that I see in play right now. So it would have to be something like Spell Pierce, Leyline Binding, and no fetchables, it looks like. Gonna do a quick double check.
Is that
There's a Sacred Foundry.
What? Okay, well that...
But that doesn't cast Leyline Binding.
Why?
And he realizes that and picks his cards up. I think it had to be like Leyline Binding on Breach or something in response, but that's not
okay. Well, we're gonna get to see another game. So why would... So Leyline Binding was going to cost 2 there, right?
Right.
So no fetch would have cast Leyline Binding there. So that can't have been the...
Maybe it was like a Spell Pierce or Dispute something here. Yeah, looks card.
Oh yeah, okay, that would make sense. You're right.
So, yeah,
you're right. That would make sense if just a Dispute or a Spell Pierce there would have been foiled by...
We have time. Let's see what's on the deck list.
Yeah, if we can bring the deck list back up, sure. Let's go ahead and look at Victor Wood's deck list again, particularly the sideboard, and see what the plan might have been there.
I don't think Veil of Summer does what you want.
No. All right,
that's
can we go to the
one
main
spell in the sideboard. Let's get a look at the main deck. See what we could have had there.
Oh, Veil of Summer does do it, because then Jesse couldn't bounce the Chalice of the Void with the Teferi.
Oh, you're right. So maybe it needed a fetchable green. Yeah, you might be right. Look at you, Joe. This is why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also, I can't think of any other thing. So it had to be... Clearly, there was something that he was intending to do and was unable to do. And
Sacred Foundry couldn't get it done. So yeah, I think you're on the money. I think Veil of Summer has to be it. So impressive stuff there from Jesse, finding the line underneath the Chalice. And it looks like there was a lot of magic played there. It looks like the 4-color deck very much got to do its thing for at least a full turn. We saw Omnath and a flood of elementals, and Jesse was still able to lock it up underneath hate pieces and a ton of cards from Victor. So impressive stuff. Game split. Looks like Jesse going to mulligan here real quick.
Oh, Jesse, with all these accolades recently and these impressive articles, but Jesse takes a mulligan and checks the top of the deck to see what she...
I always check, Joe. Always check. Get out of here. Look, the key is that you always look, but never adjust your mulliganing strategy. Just look. You know, come on. You don't have that curiosity of, would this have worked out if I was just a greedy animal and kept a hand I shouldn't have? You don't have that?
No, maybe, but I don't have this foolish confidence that I can make these... I can look at this information and that affect my future choices. Of course it's going to.
You would get affected? I mean, you can say to yourself, dang, that would have worked out, but I'm always supposed to mulligan this hand. You can say that to yourself. Discipline, Joe. It's about discipline.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jesse...
That hand looks like a keeper on a Moldus 5.
Yeah, her second hand she looked at for about a second and a half. I'm not even sure she saw the 6th card and was like, yeah, this isn't going to work.
As we're looking, looks like 2 mana sources going to go to the bottom. Decision on whether or not to keep Saga. Does not do a good job of casting the Expressive Iteration, which could do a good job potentially of getting Jesse back in this game on card advantage. She's on the draw. And here's a challenge to start things off. You had so much fun last game. Let's run that one back, says Victor.
All right. Chalice draws. Meet Ragavan. I assume that's coming down. Oh, and
Mishra's Bobble in not looking good. Jesse respecting Prismatic Ending and Renin 6 on turn 2. Gonna wait to dash the Ragavan.
Okay. Yeah, boy, getting stuck. I mean, having your combo shut down, but also having your cantrip shut down in a 5-card hand.
Not ideal, I'd say. I think if you asked Jesse what she wanted to play against, probably not specifically that in this particular moment.
Yeah.
Now, there's kind of this weird tension with the printing of Leyline Binding of, you don't want to get your Ragavan stuffed by a Ren or a Prismatic Ending, but if you just wait, like, Leyline Binding may just make it all not matter. Still probably correct to dash, but still just unfortunate to play around a bunch of things and still get got by a Leyline Binding, as here comes the dash Ragavan. Trigger. There's a Windswept Teeth. That's no good. Treasure going to help out a little bit, though. It's going to return to hand as we await the token entering play.
Whoa!
Very quick pass the turn back. Well, no third land. That Windswept Teeth looks like it might have mattered quite a bit.
Yeah, usually I'm not excited when I flip a blank over like that, but that may make a difference. Now, okay, Jesse's going to
pass.
Cancel the Ragavan dashing. Instead, just make a construct here because, Victor's stuck.
Yeah, I love this. Don't commit mana.
I mean, if Victor's holding a dress down, then this will all fall apart, but barring that,
it's free. You're getting it out of your lands. It's just like whatever.
Sure,
like I don't want to cast spells into your mana while you're missing land drops.
Okay.
Do stuff, and then you get stuff. Look, Urza Saga. Look at this powerful third chapter. Gonna go grab an artifact cost specifically 1 or 0. No injure explosives or any kind of that nonsense coming out. As here is Mox Amber added to the mix. That one able to be cheated through the Chalice by just being tutored into play thanks to Saga.
Yeah, it doesn't currently tap for mana. It does grow the construct, though. And we know the Ragavan's in hand, so it can tap for mana once that makes it in.
And it looks like Jesse may be interested in exactly that. As here's Ragavan played for the 1 mana mode. Oh, 2 mana mode. There was a mana floating off the Urza Saga. Right. As here comes an attack with the Ragavan once more. And a land exiled again off Ragavan. I tell you, Joe, this is the real power of Ragavan. Is just tilting your opponent off when you exile exactly what you want to draw. Just
which one of these players looks like they multi-5?
Yeah, no, you're not kidding. Here's a fetch happening very quickly. Gonna go grab the Hallowed Fountain. Maybe a little Teferi action. That would make that Mox Amber look very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, almost anything. Yeah, Victor just kind of had his head in his hands there for a moment. Like, oh, I need some help here, deck. Let's go.
Oh, I think we maybe made a
construct
before damage to push the extra point like that a lot. Ragavan back to hand. Looks like Victor. The way that is not the movements of a man that drew a land for turn. He's sitting
Island
up in the seat.
Wooded. Well, or I mean, sorry. Yeah, it is what.
Moving to discards as there goes Risen Reef. That one not 2 mana, but in fact 3 mana. As Urza Saga gonna roll up to 3. Trigger on the stack. Going to make mana. It looks like.
And Victor not even fetching for a Triumph here, just not wanting to dilute the deck, hoping to draw the 3rd land. But yeah, this is a pretty sizable hit here this turn. Looks like we've got 5 artifacts No, I'm sorry, 6.
This looks like the count is 6 artifacts.
Yeah.
So any additional artifact should be lethal provided it enters play. Now, 2 Mishra's Baubles in Jesse's hand, not going to be played, but Ragavan dashed is enough for lethal. So here we see Victor going to have to fetch and shock, but even then, I don't think Leyline Binding's castable because we have not fetched a trial.
Okay, Dress Down is the clear winner here.
Dress Down be the best by a
almost
lot.
Anything else results in Victor being dead.
But if you're going to Dress Down, you should do it before Ragavan attacks because Ragavan does lose haste.
All right.
Here's a shock. That's going to put you to 10. Eldamri's Call. No, you can't cast that even. Here's a Solitude. Exiling Leyline Binding.
Okay, Ephemerate would be pretty solid.
Gust, not going to get that one. Choosing what we want to exile. Ragavan is selected. Maybe Response here. Make some mana. Yeah, because that's the last legend. Going to make red mana. And there's Ephemerate, like you called out. That one's going to target a Construct. Construct still a 5/5.
Yeah, this is still, still a chunk of damage here that Victor, I think, has to take so that the Ephemerate can reset the...
and actually take care of this Construct as Jesse's life total climbs up and up.
Okay, so Victor's still in the game.
For sure. Yeah. As here is thinking about playing a Ragavan second main. Looks like we are. Aether Gust still represented.
All right.
Going to go ahead and resolve our Ephemerate. throw the cards all over the place.
Those must be slippery. Jesse knocked a few of them down during a Mishra's Bobble in game 1, and now Victor's throwing them around the table too.
Yeah, you know the new sleeve effect. You know, you got to start out with a fresh set of Batmans for our last.
Why do you think it has anything to do with doing fresh sleeves? It's just Batman.
It's just Batman. Batman's uncontainable. Uncontainable as the construct is sent to the exile zone. Another Solitude picked up. Jesse might have a little bit of trouble getting these last 5 points across as Victor continues to miss land drops. That's tough. That's really tough. Victor doing a good job making what he has work.
Well, the two players now have
a good job of getting that out the way.
Impossibly, they have the same number of lands in hand, in play, 2 each.
Solitude in response to Teferi going to go ahead and attempt to exile this Ragavan. Think about making red mana in response. Looks like that is what's going to happen. Now, once Teferi happens, you know, Jesse may be interested in something like an expressive iteration. Being able to find a land might be very appealing. Having that red floating would also just let you use that. Let's get that out of the way. Thank you. Thassa's Oracle. Not exactly the pickup you're interested in, but an attacker. And there is expressive iteration using the floating red from the Mox Amber prior to the Ragavan leaving.
Thassa's Oracle is like Scry 3. I mean, that's powerful stuff.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's not really Scry. You only get to keep one, Joe. You only get to keep one. 1 or 0 are your options.
Right, fine.
You are a computer. Mountain, the Find. Going to play that one. Jesse making your land drops more than the 4-color deck. There is Icefang Quaddle. Going to immediately cast that one.
Oh my, this is painful.
Missed the land drop again. Wow. And Spirebluff Canal to pick up. Ledger Shredder, a great follow-up. Mox Amber making some mana. Tried to cast the Mishra's Bauble. Does not work due to Chalice of the Void. That one will get countered. However, you will get to Connive. Then the other one gets to go to the graveyard off Connive and become a real card thanks to our Ledger Shredder. Pass the turn back. There's a land. Land number 3.
Yeah.
Is it too little, too late? Let's find out. See
Victor's
what Victor
at 5.
can do.
Jesse's at 30. They both have a flyer. This Icefang Quaddle is nowhere close to having Death Touch.
It's close. A basic here and another Quaddle would give it Death Touch.
I mean, at the way Victor's going, he's not going to draw another land for another 10 turns. So I don't think it's that close.
And it looks like basic is selected. We're now playing a 3-color. So you thought this was 4-color. It's actually only Bant.
And last game would have worked out better if it was 5 because you could get that ley line binding out there.
Yeah, no kidding. And it looks like Risen Reef pulled to the front. Going to see that one maybe interplay. See a basic here. Death Touch would be online. And Gust going to very quickly be cast against this Risen Reef. And you don't want to put that one on top, I have to imagine, right? Looks like Victor's thinking about it. Yeah, that one's got to go to bottom. We want to draw lands, please.
I mean, it could draw a land anyway.
Here is Evoke Solitude. That one's going to trigger the Connive. You see Jesse already reaching for that. Yeah, thank you. I will take my card.
I don't know. I mean, if you need to draw, I mean, Risen Reef is just as likely to hit a land off the top as you are to draw a land this turn. So it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you have to commit your mana if you have other things to do with your mana. Although it does look like Victor does not.
Yeah,
why you think Yorion? I don't know, Joe.
Play Yorion. Yeah, that's possible.
It looks like a draw step. And Jesse doing a little bit of rearranging here. Get the exile cards.
There's a bunch of cards in this graveyard. That looks like a bunch of free stuff for Underworld Breach.
An Underworld Breach would be a really good draw here. All right, let's Expressive Iteration. Go looking for one, shall we? Can't respond, so we can go ahead and move pretty quickly on that. Jesse very quickly throws a card to hand. Another Expressive Iteration to exile. Looks like our plan is to do that one again. And we sure are. Unholy Heat. Emery among the mix. And Mishra's Bauble. Can't imagine we want the bauble. Looks like Breach already in hand for Jesse. And Emery in exile. Emery does cost 0. We have a Mox Amber hidden there and a Springleaf Drum. Emery resolves. 4 cards coming. Nothing super exciting there. Going to tick Teferi back up.
Yeah, there's Underworld Breaches ready to go in Jesse's hands. It's hard to imagine that she would be unable to concoct a win if one of those gets rolling, but we still got to let Victor miss another land drop here before she gets on with that.
My impression is that this is Victor's last turn
of the game. Forest! He drew a forest and doesn't allow him to cast anything.
Yeah, that's true.
It does. I mean, the Icefang Quaddle has Death Touch now. I sure didn't think that was likely to happen soon, but there you go.
Yeah, see? Look, you're a fool. A fool!
Yeah.
As here comes a very quick Solitude. Pitch this Yorion. Let's take care of this Emery. I think we can respond here. No, it's a mystical dispute. That's not going to work. But we do have an Unholy Heap. It's going to take care of the Ice Fang Quaddle. Jesse gets to untap. All right. I don't know what winning this game looks like if Breach doesn't win this turn. So yeah, here comes Underworld Breach. I mean, I can't tell you the mix, but I'm pretty confident here. Here we got each non-land card in the graveyard has escapes. We're not getting the Sagas back, but we have a lot of 0-mana cards. We have Ragavan. We have, I assume there's a 0. Yeah, there's Mishra's Bauble. We have a lot of things that we can start casting. The question is, can we remove this Chalice from play? Maybe we don't even need to. Maybe Jesse's plan here is just cast a bunch of expressive iterations and just draw like 100 cards and then win with the other Underworld Breach.
Victor's hand is just Omnath, which he can't even cast. So
here's Mishra's Bauble. Yeah. You see that trigger kind of almost missed there, and he's like,
well,
I don't know.
Victor's like,
I don't know. I don't know what this means. I'm pretty sure I'm dead no matter what. I
Yeah.
respect it. Like, what does winning this game actually look like for you? And I don't think it looks very pretty. I don't think there's a single draw step of Victor's deck that makes this look good. And that is going to be Jesse winning 2-1 over Victor Wood, getting the job done against the 4-color deck on a mole 2-5.
Yeah, no, at that point I'd forgotten that it was a mole to 5 because that game went on for quite a while. But Victor Wood's, just crippled by really the deck not serving up enough land. Not even, I mean, Solitudes are great and everything, but the Chalice on 0 is just not enough when it's all you're doing.
It bought time for sure.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
we did see, I mean, Ragavan, how tilting is that? Ragavan coming across, and that's got to be the most brutal Ragavan that never hits spells I've ever seen. It's just like land. All right, you're going to miss land drops the next 5 turns.
Yeah, I mean,
brutal.
If those 2 Windsweeps both get drawn, then maybe he's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean, that's definitely a different game entirely because he doesn't have to do all this hemorrhaging of card advantage in order to just stymie some of Jesse's development.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the leaderboard, and then we'll talk to Jessie and see what her thoughts are. All right, Season 2 leaderboard, Jessie Robkin up on top, looking good. Has to survive the Modern event today, the Pioneer 5K tomorrow, and then we'll lock up the top 2 unqualified players. Hard to imagine that Jessie won't be one of them, especially starting 5-1 today, looking not with a top 8 locked up, but certainly looking good to potentially make it in. And it's hard to say solidifying a position, but really with a 20-point lead already.
And a very good performance in this tournament thus far. It's looking very good for Jessie and her championship odds here.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so we're not going to be able to speak with Jessie right now, but maybe we'll be able to do that later on or tomorrow. I mean, she seems to win in all formats with all decks. So
yeah,
if we're just doing winners interviews, she's bound to show up at some point. Anyway, okay, so let's go ahead and revisit the Season 3 schedule because we've talked again a lot about how Season 2 ends this weekend. Season 3, the overall year-long leaderboard obviously continues on, but Season 3 leaderboard starts fresh in Newark, Ohio in October. So if you are thinking, okay, well, I can't catch up on the Season 2 leaderboard, that's true. But Season 3, everyone's starting 0. You got 4 events. If you can finish the top 2, you also can earn an invite to the Nerd Rage Championship. What is the Nerd Rage Championship? Well, I can tell you that the early discussions not early. I basically submitted my proposals on what the structure should be. That was taken into consideration. It's being evaluated. And I would expect within the next month, few weeks maybe, we will have the finalized structure, date, and announcements. And then all that's left is to see who can join these 7 on locking up invitations. Ivan Espinosa won the championship last year. Piper Powell won the Season 1 showdown. Joseph Bernal and Andrew Ellenbogen were the top point earners in Season 1. Connor Mullally, Theo Jung, and Max Komanowski were the Season 2 team showdown winners. We'll have 2 more today. And then you can see below the rest, there's a Season 3 showdown, the Season 2 point earners, and then the overall 4 leaderboard players that are left. So let's go and put the overall leaderboard up there. And you can see where things stand. Now, Jessie Robkin is unlikely to still be in the running for the 2022 leaderboard as she's likely to qualify this weekend. And we'll see what other players manage to qualify in Season 3. So these events may pass a fair ways down. I think we may be looking at the teens maybe at the end of the year as far as those last 4 at large spots. So definitely things to hope for all these players if they keep showing up events and keep earning points. We'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, if you're enjoying the content, please hit the follow button and come back and watch us in the future events. We've got 4 more big events coming as the rest of the winter season, well, it starts and plays out. I guess, I don't know, winter is not there. See, living in California, I feel like winter, we think of it as like all the, like October on, but really it's not. It's winter starts in December, which is crazy.
Same. I mean, I live in Alabama, Joe. Last Christmas, it was 70 degrees outside. And, I lived in Chicago for a brief period as well. And it was like, I don't know, early October, and I was under a foot of snow. And I was like, what is happening?
That's winter. Winter's determined by snowfall, not by the calendar. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
much.
All right. So we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss today, plus the quarterfinals. Jake and I will be back to take you through all of it. Give us a few minutes, get the next round set up. We'll be back. All right, we're back. Round 7 coming up. We have Sarah Shearing versus Alex Landry. Sarah is playing Jeskai Breach, just like Jesse was. Alex is playing, well, Drake's initial assessment was like, oh, it's the scam deck. But then you kind of looked at it a little closer and you said, well, not exactly.
Joe, this deck is wild. It's sporting all the main deck hate cards. 4 Moon, 4 Relic of Progenitus. We're here to stop the big decks here. The combo decks are here to stop the big mana. It's wild. That's not very traditional of the scam archetype, if you will. It's an interesting take.
4 Relic of Progenitus. It wasn't until you just said it a second time that I realized you meant they were in the main deck.
Oh yeah, Joe. No,
okay,
we're main deck of those. They cycle. Let's go.
They certainly do. I mean, I have main decked relics plenty of times in Tron. So we'll see how it works in this black-red deck. We are underway. Round number 7. Oh, it's an Obosh deck.
Oh, I didn't even notice it was an Obosh deck. Well, there you go. Definitely not traditional scam. Here's probably the best turn 1 that this deck can have in Den of the Bugbear into Ragavan. Nibble Pilfer. That potentially opens up things like turn 2 Blood Moon. Again, 4 copies in the main, 3 Megas of the Moon in the side. We're not looking to make a lot of colors of mana other than red in this deck. So it's kind of like a black-red mid-range deck, but mostly it's a red mid-range deck.
All right. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, turn 1 Ragavan is great. And if you're Sarah, if you have turn 1 Ragavan, well, yours is a lot weaker now as you don't want to run it out and get it burned up. And this is just going to connect? No, it's going to meet Unholy
Fetch
Heat.
Shock, and here is the Heat to go ahead and take care of that Ragavan.
As that turn 2 Blood Moon was ready to go in Alex's hand.
Holy cow. And Season Pyromancer, you can see among the mix. Now, this makes for a much less impactful turn 2. I mentioned that Ragavan's the best turn 1, not just because it's one of the best cards in the modern format, but because it makes 3 mana on turn 2 and allows you to mitigate a lot of the drawback having Obosh the Prey Piercer as your companion does, as you only get odd casting cards. Nothing for 2 mana means a quick pass of the turn back. As Hollowed Fountain to draw, and if Sarah just plays Hollowed Fountain, we might be
well, either that or Saga is also in hand, and that would be even worse, I think.
Yeah, that one goes away for good. As here's an Emery. That one's going to mill 4 cards. Yep, that is 4 cards. But looks like we may have seen the top card here.
Yeah.
Just a little warning and a shuffle of cards. Got a little enthusiastic with the Emery. It happens.
Well, it should be a lot less enthusiastic once the Blood Moon comes down next turn. But yeah, that was, I believe you're right. It was, I think, 3 cards milled over, and on the 4th one, Sarah accidentally grabbed
we picked up both.
Card.
Sure. Yeah.
So
easy to do. Sleeves stick together. The opposite of new sleeves. You have old sleeves that stick together. Perfect design. No flaws here at all. Looks like we're going to shuffle the rest of the library. Traditional fix.
I mean, Mox plus Emery is really big here, just giving access to blue mana under a potential Blood Moon.
Yeah, for sure. Now, it's interesting that against the Breach deck, those 4 main deck relics we called out, kind of the better hate card, right? Like shutting down Emery, shutting down the Underworld Breach itself, going to be worth quite a bit. And it looks like maybe some kind of removal spell. Maybe it's a Spikefield Hazard in Alex's hand. If he can pick off the Emery, untap, and Blood Moon, then that is going to be a strong sequence for Alex Landry. All
right, there is the Saga. So
no instep. There's a Fury picked up.
Oh boy, this is going to be awfully hard for Sarah Shearing. I mean, a lot of this seems hard matchup wise, and then this Blood Moon
sequence here, yeah,
it's
so good.
The box is shut down.
Here is a fetch, very quickly going to fetch. Alex is hungry to put this Blood Moon on the stack.
Yeah, may as well get a swamp while you're at it. Is there actually there is black mana in this deck, right? Yeah, there is. So there's
there is. It is a black-red midrange deck. There's actually a surprising amount of black spells, given that we're a 7 Blood Moon deck. Only 1 swamp, notably, in the deck, going to get fetched up.
Oh, I wonder if Sarah has any idea what's about to hit her here. Maybe she does. I don't know, but
I mean, as soon as you see basic swamp, I think the radar might have to be on for getting Blood Mooned. I live for this stuff, Joe. I don't know. Maybe I'm a madman. I love blood mooning people. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I can't speak for myself. I can't redeem myself. But something about just slamming a blood moon and none of my opponent's cards works. It does it for me, Joe.
Oh, another Urza Saga. Tremendous. All right, I'm going to check the deck list here. See how many basic lands are in Sarah's deck. There's one mountain.
Have ways to cheat around it with like the Springleaf Drum kind of stuff,
I know.
right?
Well, yeah, and good luck with that Springleaf Drum since you can't really cast a creature or resolve Urza Saga to tutor it up.
We can cast Ragavans. Look, we have a 2-card combination. We have Springleaf Drum plus Ragavan, and that has to be good enough because nothing else really works.
I like
Underworld
this,
Breach.
This is just getting some new cards in hand because she can't do anything else. I like this a lot from Sarah.
I agree. None of your cards work. Let's get some cards that hopefully do work.
Yeah, and she may not really have any idea, but with that 4 relics main deck, this might be the last chance for this to happen. But this is Underworld Breach as Ancestral Recall here for 2 mana. That's pretty good.
Even the fair mode of the card coming up, the flavor text on Underworld Breach mattering here as it is in the graveyard, and we're going to draw our 3 cards on upkeep. That just happened there.
Yeah. So now that was 4 draws. It was 3 extra from the Breach, but 1 from the actual bubble itself. So, yeah. So there's 1 island in this deck.
1. All right, good.
That's
Perfect. As here is a Seasoned Pyromancer. And Thoughtseize, no problem casting that on Bloodman. We have 1 swamp. As here comes Thoughtseize. None of those lands work. No. None of your spells work either. Have to imagine we're taking
Breach?
The Breach? Yeah. None of the other cards work. So let's take the Underworld Breach, the card that is castable.
All right, let's make this a game. Sarah, let's draw the island.
Yeah, here we go. Island off the top. Bam. Or Springleaf Drum. Ragavan. That's real. Doesn't get through, but does tap for mana underneath with a Springleaf Drum.
Yeah.
A little bit of help needed.
That's right. So it could have been dashed there and would have traded with Pyromancer. Instead, Sarah's just going to wait a turn, let the Pyromancer get itself out of the way, and try and find a treasure. Oh,
don't even need Stomp. Here's Bone Crusher Giant added to the mix. Lightning Bolt, the leftovers for Alex. Very good against a dashed Ragavan if that's what's about to happen.
Yeah. All right.
But no, because it's not going to get through Bone Crusher Giant. Yeah, just a multitude of problems for Sarah as Alex, doing kind of what this deck's designed to do. Blood Moon the opponent, lay the beatdowns. Even against a deck that's, really slim on colors. This is mostly a blue-red deck with a slight splash of white. And Blood Moon still able to get the job done here.
Yeah, this is hard to. Okay, there's the Ragavan. It's going to connect. It's not.
Very quickly lightning bolted. Absolutely not, says Alex. And the leftovers for Alex, a Relic of Progenitus, as you called out. Spartolith Canal coming in untapped thanks to Blood Moon.
Man, do you even play the Relic here? Maybe you just hold it.
I don't know. Alex didn't play it last turn, so probably not.
Yeah, you just don't even show it. 6 across again.
6 across.
Yeah, pass the turn. Does not play the
last
Relic.
Turn. Yep, and nothing for Sarah means a very quick victory for Alex off the back of Blood Moon in game number 1. But now the jig is up. Sarah knows what's going on. That island going to be fetched extremely proactively, and the Blood Moon's going to lose some stock here in game number 2.
It is. So does that mean you board them out, or you just double down and bring more in?
I don't know. Let's take a look at the deck. Let's see what we got.
I mean, I feel like going up on Blood Moons here is you got your win off of it. I don't know that
I wouldn't expect it to look
particularly too much further. So we see Sarah's got a couple prismatic endings, hard to function under Blood Moon without planes in the deck. There is a Wear Tear, so that can be held up.
I like the Spell Pierces a lot. Just keep yourself from getting punked out on turn 3 itself. A little bit of help. And Aether Gust, of course, very, very good, I think, in this matchup.
Aether Gust seems like an absolute winner here.
Although we're calling out a bunch of cards that don't answer Relic of Progenitus. So as you called out, potentially the 4 Relic of Progenitus that are hidden from Sarah's opponent, at least that Sarah doesn't know about. I mean, I have to imagine she doesn't know the list. Going to be very relevant in game number 2, especially if the hate that is brought in is designed to answer Blood Moons and the like and discard and stuff like that. These multiple copies of Graveyard Hate in the main deck is going to make it very hard for Sarah to do grinding with any kind of Emery Breach stuff. It's going to have to come down to, like, the sagas.
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential for, like, Needle if it came in, but I don't know that unless she's really up on what's in the deck list, why would Sarah bring in the needle here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this may, I mean, that was game one. That was obviously tough sledding facing that Blood Moon, but it may not get a whole lot simpler here. Like you were saying, the other sideboard, the main deck sideboardable hate card, whatever, I'm stumbling over my words here, is also going to be effective. And even though she has an answer for it, it's unlikely to come in because Alex, I think intelligently, did not commit it to the board.
Absolutely.
Let's
take a look at Alex's deck list here. And the card I want to highlight in the sideboard is 3 copies of the Mythic Saga from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. What do you think of Hidetsu Consumes All?
Hidetsu Consumes All, I think is fine. It's more graveyard hate, actually. Because I believe
it gets all permanents too, right? It gets all the non-lands, so it gets the Saga tokens, gets the Moxen and stuff, cleans all that up, which helps make your Blood Moons better if you decide to keep them in, and then hits the graveyards as well, and then flips into a threat. Seems like it does it all in this matchup to me.
No, it does. It seems quite good, actually. I believe it's symmetrical, so I think you'd lose your own Ragavans as well.
Correct.
But that's a small price to pay if you're actually like cleaning out a lot of what she has going on. And like, I mean, do you even need all these relics when you have Hidetsugu Consumes All? I mean, they have
to be better than something, right? Like Lightning Bolt's not that good in this matchup. You already have Stomps and stuff like that to clean up Ragavans. I think you can clean up some of the spot removal for things that hit Saga tokens better. And we might actually see a Hidetsugu Consumes All in Alex's opening hand here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there's a Ragavan. All right. I mean, that's an excellent opening for Sarah. We'll see.
Wow.
There's a Bolt.
Yeah, I think we needed to draw the red source and did. We drew Bloodstained Mire as the land for turn, kept Blast Zone as the only mana source. There goes the playmat. I think. Do you see another one? I see Blast Zone.
I do not.
All right. I mean, there's multiple artifacts that we could play. I think there's multiple relics. There's a Ragavan among the bunch, and this is going to get lightning bolted. Yeah, like I said, that Bloodstained Mire allowing Alex to very quickly lightning bolt this Ragavan. Definitely the way that he drew it up based on how he kept this opening hand.
All right, I feel like there has to be an Emery here because this bauble didn't get cracked. Yep, there it is. All right.
Yep. Emery on turn 2 with the lightning bolt out of the way. This is part of the power of Emery as a follow-up in this deck. Not even really the one you want to play on turn 1. You kind of want to play your Ragavan. If you can get value off it, great. If not, your Emery's kind of in the clear because the removal spells are kind of out of the way.
Yeah. All right. So can Alex cheat on the Obosh this time and do something meaningful on turn 2?
I think we have a Dash Ragavan available. That looks pretty good against an Emery because you don't really want to block with it, but also you don't really want to get hit with a Ragavan. Here comes Blast Zone and a Fury. Never mind, just get it out of my way. I don't even want to offer. Get it out of the way.
I appreciate the way the players have, or always Sarah has placed her graveyard in a position where it's absolutely invisible to us.
Well, it's probably going to get exiled anyway. She's just
I understand it's not likely to last.
And there it goes right away
as
this relic gets sacrificed to draw a card for both players. Looks like the legendary land from Kamigawa, the mono red one. Name escapes me at the moment. Shinika? The Blood-Soaked Keep, the draw.
All right,
as Ragavan hits it, that's who consumes all. Hello!
Well, if Sarah wins this game, she now is aware that it's there, so that's nice. Misses a land drop though, which is not great. It would be nice to at least be able to trigger this Saga before Blood Moon wipes it out.
I love this land. The Blood-Soaked Keep, able to give Ragavan first strike in Ragavan Wars. Love it. Live for that stuff. Now we could cast the Hidetsu Consumes All and actually get rid of the treasure here. If we wanted to. Looks like we're gonna dash a Ragavan instead. Cast a Ragavan instead, and another relic coming down.
Okay.
I think I like this a fair bit. Pass the turn back. Sarah about to lose another one of her lands. An island in the pickup. Probably one of the better lands we can draw here. Going to mitigate any Blood Moon effects.
Now, as long as the island is safe, then she's got basically her whole deck enabled for the rest of the game. Although Alex has, what do we say, 3 pillages in the sideboard?
Yeah, there's no way you bring these in.
There's no way, right? Seems very unlikely that they did get boarded in here, but this island is actually vulnerable.
Yeah, it's true.
Springleaf Throne would be nice here to
See, Joe, you're getting into it too. You're just like, you're hungry. You're like, oh, we're going to pillage this island. We're going to blood moon and it's all over again.
Now, I want to see another game. I want to see a game 3. So that chaos can all happen in a future game for Alex Landry or even later in this match. But right now, I want to see development here. I don't see Sarah fight back.
And here's 2 mana. Here comes the dashed Ragavan. Land's not available. Going to go ahead and trade. I like this trade a lot, actually. Ragavan kind of the only thing that Sarah really has going on, but the graveyard shut down. Alex kind of flush with resources for the most part, with a card sitting on the table in the form of Relic, and the Hidetsu Consumes All still in hand, and Obosh, of course, something you could buy at any point. It kind of feels like, despite having only 2 cards in hand, Alex is ahead on the resources that matter, and here comes Hidetsu. Hopefully we're going to hold priority, crack this Relic.
It's another relic that just got revealed, and you can hope, but I don't know if it's going to help. There it is.
Yeah,
okay.
It looks like, in response to the trigger, we are going to go ahead and exile everything.
All
kind of
right.
like that, actually. I like that sequencing a lot, where he was like, all right, if Sarah doesn't crack her bobble, I'm fine exchanging the relic or whatever. But otherwise, like, as soon as you crack the bobble, I'm going to crack the relic. Little good sequencing from Alex. Liked that a lot. Another card coming. And the graveyard's going to get nuked again, just in case, on next turn.
All right.
Mesa
reveals the
exiled.
land. Not Sarah was looking for, but a treasure is relevant here as she's a little short on mana. I think that might have been the bobble card.
I think the bobble had to have been announced, and she just went ahead and slammed the Ragavan and attacked just to keep the game moving along. Like that quite a bit. That Arid Mesa should just be an exile. Plastic number 3. The 1-drops are gone. They're not going to work. As the graveyards get exiled once more. Those graveyards, I tell you what, that graveyard's just not going to work. That should have 1 counter on it. There we go. We got it covered.
All right. Were you hard casting a Fury here? What do we have?
We sure are. Fury. No targets. Your turn. Just peak magic, Joe. Peak magic. 2 mana for a hasty 2/1 that comes back. 5 mana 3/3. I love it. I love it.
Okay. Right. And then still Obosh waiting for Alex if he gets around to it. In the meantime, Fury, and then the backside of Hidetsugu Consumes All is a 3/3, and then it grows when your opponent takes...
It is. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it has trample too. Yeah, it's a 3/3 with trample. Whenever it deals damage. Yeah, we can get a good look here. Look at that. Look at that artwork. Just spooky, scary skeletons. Perfect in time for October. Trample. Whenever it deals damage, get a counter on it. And then whenever it deals damage to a player, if it has dealt 10 or more damage to that player this turn. So if it's a 10-10 and it smacks somebody, they lose the game. Probably doesn't matter too much unless you're planning on putting pump spells on it. For the most part, a 3/3 trample that gets bigger, I think, is more than enough on rate, as here comes Teferi. That one threatening to get rid of the Hidetsu Consumes All threat. Lightning Bolt took care of the Teferi. Of the Fury. And the turn goes back to Alex. Blood Moon, the draw.
All right. Well, Sarah better able to deal with that than in previous game. The Hidetsugu can take down the treasure.
Gonna buy Obosh.
And another relic.
I like this. I think I want to go ahead and start cracking this relic opportunity just a little proactively. Mox Amber, kind of an awkward draw for Sarah, as she knows that Hidetsu Consumes All is in hand. Can't really expose that one quite yet. Ledger Shredder plus Ragavan looking to be a pretty attractive turn, though.
Ledger Shredder dash Ragavan. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Yep, there we go. And that's going to trigger Connive. Maybe looking to discard on Mox Amber. Not looking super good at the moment. Sure will. And here comes a counter for our trouble. Now that Fury that got cast for no value suddenly looks like it maybe would be a little bit better now. Maybe a little premature on trying to get a threat into play.
Mm-hmm. All right, so another land flips over to Ragavan, and all right, another draw.
Graveyards. Yeah. Again, the graveyards go away. See, you thought you had a graveyard. You don't. Please put it away.
I don't know if I've ever seen in my life 3 Blast Stones in play.
Those 1-drops, Joe, they're not going to work. Looking at Shriekmaw.
Well, this might be overkill here. The graveyards and the 1-drops are killed like 10 times over with redundancy.
Fortunately, Sarah has found a 2-mana card and a 3-mana card, which a little more problematic for the redundant effects that Alex has been presenting. Yeah, I like a 5-mana Shriekmaw here quite a bit.
Shriekmaw, holy cow. All right, Obosh in. Hard to get Delirium for Unholy Heat when your graveyard gets nuked every other turn.
Yeah, that's quite a big Obosh in the face of. Yeah, let's get a little reading on Obosh, shall we?
I mean, Sarah's gonna check it out. We should too. Yeah,
we should too. Let's see. If you source, you control odd converted mana cost would deal damage to a permanent or a player. It deals double that damage to that permanent player instead. So that's creatures, planeswalkers, and of course the players. So this Obosh essentially kind of representing 6, being a 6/5.
Wow. Yeah, and Lightning Bolt's going for 6 damage. I mean, this Ledger Shredder is not going to last against any burn spell.
Yeah, the Ledger Shredder no longer going to work against any drawn burn spells.
Does Hidetsugu consumes all now wipe out 2 mana things as well?
I don't think that's how that works,
No.
Joe. It needs to do damage. You're close, but I think it needs to do damage.
Okay.
Oh wow. I love this. I love Alex's deck so much. Just some
this
blasts
is,
from the past.
This is interesting stuff here. Sarah's putting up a fight this game, which is good to see, but
For
it still feels like this companion is going to be a little tough. Okay, resetting it. That's actually pretty
reset the
legitimate.
Teferi. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
This should be spell number 2. So we're going to connive first before any decisions are made. Connive draws a land. A bunch of 1 mana spells that don't look very good sitting among everything in hand. And Ragavan, the discard. That card not working too well at the moment. Going to legend out the Teferi. I'm sorry, the other Teferi. Bounce Obosh.
All right.
Get that one out of the way and swing for 4. We are getting in the red zone finally.
3, but yeah. So Alex.
3, correct.
8 draws. I didn't make out that was, but the Shriekmaw feels like it has to come down. I'm actually surprised it didn't come down last turn.
Likewise, I could see maybe trying to just start getting aggressive and get the Teferi off the table.
But now, I mean, yeah, you get the Shriekmaw. I mean, Shriekmaw has I can't remember. Does it have fear or does it have menace?
It has fear.
Yeah, it has fear. Okay. So Obosh plus Shriekmaw, that's going to hit really hard.
It's actually sweet. The text on the card is fear and then evoked for like its ETB is terror. So it is fear and terror.
Yeah. All right. Well, it dies immediately. So much for that.
Yeah. Those unholy heat's finally finding a target, but at the cost of a 2-for-1.
Okay. A lightning bolt flips off. That'll take half of Alex's life total if Sarah's got the mana to cast it, which I think she does. There's a treasure somewhere.
There's a Saga, maybe interested in Blood Moon.
Yeah, but even Saga. Forcing
did not cast the lightning bolt.
Wow.
Banking the treasure.
That's interesting, given that
Spikefield Hazard the draw. Being able to hold that up, I guess.
That she knows there's Hidetsugu consumes all. I guess she just figures it's unlikely to be cast. And here's well, no, she knows about it. She bounced it with the Teferi earlier in the game. And the Unholy Heat that does actually have Delirium finally to take out Obosh is going to present lethal, it looks like. And that will wrap up game number 2. What a strange game from the Jeskai Breach deck. Not normally the way I think that it gets done, but honestly, really showcasing the backup beatdown plan of the Breach deck. You know, Ledger Shredders, a little bit of Dash Ragavan action, and like Saga tokens. Doesn't look like it's enough normally to get it done, but I mean, here it certainly was, despite quite a bit of opposition from the black-red side. Yeah, wow. Okay, so chat points out, and I missed this, that lightning bolt didn't get flipped for the Ragavan. It killed the Ragavan. It just went into the wrong zone after it resolved.
Oh, I see.
So it actually was supposed to be in the graveyard. So, okay, fair enough. Anyway, yeah, that was a wild everything.
Yeah, that was a very strange game too. I mean, the graveyards got blown up 5-6 times. The Unholy Heat still dealt 6 at the end somehow, which really showcases how good Breach is at getting cards in the graveyard.
Yeah,
and I mean, we saw multiple cyber cards. Hidetsu consumed all. Did come in. Multiple copies were drawn, and honestly, it didn't look as good as advertised. Even I thought it was going to be a huge blowout in these games. But Sarah did a great job mitigating the impact and kind of riding the game home off the back of Teferi and Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, and seeing them, one got bounced, but one got exiled to Ragavan early, I think also. So she knew it was there. And also there just wasn't that much committed to the board. The Ragavans were dashing anyway. But yeah, that last treasure makes perfect sense. And there was no bolt to flash back. So it made sense that it stayed there. And then somehow she found Delirium again and was able to take out the Obosh. All right, I'm excited for game 3.
And this is the where you want to be once again. Alex, on the play, always better to be on the play when you're the Ragavan matchup, and especially in the Ragavan mirror. Have to be pretty excited about this. Thoughtseize the follow-up post Unholy Heat. Gust, Shadowspear, Breach, Iteration, Shredder. Only one other land, and notably very weak to Bloodmoon, which we do have on turn 3. Maybe makes Gust an appealing target?
Maybe, but maybe Shredder? Because Sarah's not going to leave... Well, I guess she'll leave up Gust now.
Right.
She wouldn't have otherwise. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Ooh, that was
no. We have no idea. We're taking all 3 cards. Get the Breach, get the Gust, get it all out of here. We did decide to discard the Gust, which I like quite a bit. Clear the way for the Blood Moon to ferry the draw step. That one not going to be terribly easy to cast. Here comes the Ledger Shredder.
This is gonna be bad.
Joe, it's time. Do you know what time it is, Joe?
Oh, does Alex have another land? Well, there's one.
Oh yeah, he has 2 more lands. He's got
plenty.
lands for days. Blood Moon. Sarah says, "Sure, all right, fine. I'll draw. I have a 1/3. Die to this, please." As here comes a point. 18 turn clock has begun. Fury in hand for Alex, looking to make 2 more land drops potentially. Oh, hey, wait, we can turn it up. 9 turn clock. Another land drawn. By Obosh. I really do not want to evoke this. All right, good. We did not. And there is a fetch land a little too late to grab the island. Going to equip the Shadow Spear and come across for 2 points of damage.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, this feels like, barring the miracle draw of the island, Sarah is just wrecked here.
I
Alex
am inclined to agree with you. As
As
here's a
long-
Shriek Maul. In case you didn't have enough answers to this Ledger
Yeah.
Shredder, here is a Shriek Maul to answer that. Quick pass the turn back. Mishra's bobbled the draw step.
All right. Well, I don't even know what to say here. Sarah's chances really might just hinge on that single island being drawn. Dash Ragavan's
Off the
maybe
table.
live to get through on a future turn, but that's iffy because I think Obosh is going to come down right now.
And
So
then
that's
Fury
never going to
hit
happen.
Is what 6-12? Yeah, you get 2 turns.
Yeah.
Fury attacking with Obosh is, as the kids say, a lot of damage.
Yeah, and then there's Shriekmaw to back it up if there's ever a blocker, which I don't see how there ever could be one. They're almost
yeah, good luck. Get out of here. 5 mana. Looking
Yeah,
to...
this is painful here. Alex Landry looking very strong, ready to advance to 6-1.
See, Joe, we mentioned very early in the broadcast, we talked about Black Red Scam, right?
Mhm.
And the context of that deck. See, this isn't a scam deck, you see, because this has a very clear plan. This is a Blood Moon deck. This is not a scam. Blood Moon works, scamming doesn't. As here is Underworld Breach being cast. We're going to do the bobble thing again. We saw Sarah do quite a bit of this, I believe, in game number 1. I think it was game number 1. I don't even remember at this point. Just bobbling and using the Underworld Breach as a draw 4 or whatever. And here, though, it only gets it once. And we're quickly slamming this Obosh. And here's an attack for 12.
I've almost never seen Obosh even in play. And
how about winning the game by
it took its time making its way into play, but
holy cow, and that's gonna do it.
Wow. Yeah, that was, I mean, Obosh plus anything is kind of a beating, but Fury is
double strike.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Fury, Shriekmaw, all this. Wow. Yeah. Alex Landry really put something together there. I mean, I'm disappointed we haven't seen Power Conduit today. I was really hoping for that this weekend.
What
but
is Power Conduit? I don't even know the text on the card.
Oh, Drake.
It's okay. I'll read it another time.
The
I'm more excited for the Blood Moon strategies, Joe. See, bring this back. This is when I see 4 colors the best. I want to Blood Moon them, Joe. Make their mana not work. I'm here.
I'm also in favor of things that are, kicking 4-color off of its perch because it's being a little too high and mighty looking down at everybody else with their infinite mana bases. Now they're playing Leyline Bindings and all this nonsense.
Yeah, just so greedy. Blood Moon. Alex is the hero. See, chat's mad. They don't like Blood Moon. Blood Moon makes non-games. I can see it. I respect it. But you know what it's really good at? It's really good at making a whole bunch of multicolored cards not work. And in a format dominated by an Omnath deck, I am here for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play Blood Moon, you may as well have Obosh in your deck just to make it, add some fun factor. And then Hidetsugu consume all, a place of Relic Progenitus main deck. I don't know what's going on, but holy cow. Yeah, why not load up on hate for everything, really? Land hate, graveyard hate, little creature hate, or little permanent hate. What's left?
Scapeshift. A little bit of everything, Joe. Just a little bit of everything. Sprinkle
yeah, jeez. All right. Well, that takes care of that match. Do we have a backup for this round? Let's get it going. So we have Greg Rahn versus Joseph Bernal. This is game 1. We saw both these players earlier today, not facing each other, obviously. 4-color Blink versus Rakdos Goblins, which so Greg Rahn is actually 5-1 and was seemingly in position to execute a combo win against Matthew Hoey, and then either was gun shy because of something he thought Hoey might have, or else we as commentators didn't quite understand what was going on. But it seemed like Greg Rahn had the win and didn't go for it and then lost. But if that was the only loss on the day, impressive work nonetheless.
So Joseph Bernal, one of the mainstays of NRG since the very inception. We're seeing him not as good of a performance, I'd say, this, although still a very impressive performance, but not quite enough to get it done this season, sitting at number 20 on our seasonal leaderboard. However, very much looking good for the overall seats, looking at number 3 overall, already qualified, but as far as points go, still looking very good overall in NRG. He's had an impressive run this entire year and looks to be doing well here again in Minneapolis with a turn 2 Ren 6 off basics, the way we drew it up. No fetch land, just the best Ren you've ever seen.
He's got another Ren 6 in hand. What do you think about cashing in the first one to kill off this conspicuous Snoop here?
I hate it quite a bit, actually.
Okay, I think we're going to see it.
Yeah, it looks like that Joseph hates it quite a bit less than I do. And, especially with a fetch land available, maybe it's good. A lot of respect for conspicuous Snoop. Terrified of potentially having a Kiki on top and dying on next turn, right? Like you just immediately start casting or start copying Snoop, and it's just gross.
Yeah, that certainly could happen.
A Mog War Marshal?
Yeah.
And a Skirk Prospector. That's a good one with the Mog War Marshal.
Yeah, it's not so good against Ren 6 on the board, though.
I agree.
Although I guess
if you flood it with 1/1s, the Ren's likely to be taken down by these mostly meaningless 1-drops. And of course, you just do the Goblins thing. Rebuild with your Ringleader.
I think I saw a red card in Joseph Bernal's hand, which is going to do a very good job at cleaning up all these Goblins and let Ren 6 go ahead and just plus on up.
Would that be Fury, Joe?
It would.
Is that the red card that you're alluding to? Okay.
Yeah, I thought I saw it. Maybe I'm wrong. I know a lot of 4-color decks don't play Fury main deck.
Yeah, Fury main deck not even
maybe
necessarily stock. Gonna go ahead and pick off the Prospector. It looks like there is one. Maybe just doesn't care. Let's just wait.
Another Ren 6 in hand.
Wow. As here comes a Summoning Sick Goblin. One Goblin going to be able to take the Ren down right away. Ren 6 kind of showcasing its ability to have a minus ability. Normally we just see the plus ability used over and over and over again on that card. However, the plus ability, the minus ability looking very good here as Munitions Expert, and one I didn't get a great look at picked up.
No, me neither.
Off of the Ringleader.
But 2 land at the bottom, including a Cavern. And
all right, Ringleader has haste. Let's see how we want to split the damage. Those 2 at Ren, the Summoning Sick one's going to stick around, and here's Endurance here to help block.
I like it though. I'm willing to give up the damage in order to take down the Planeswalker in place of a removal spell, or in this case, Endurance blocking.
And no graveyard shuffled in off Endurance. Don't need that ability on the card. And we have the Ringleader blocked. 2 1/1s in play. A 5th land that is red here, as you mentioned. Fury would do a good job cleaning up the rest of the table, although I don't think these Goblin tokens worth a whole lot at the moment. So here comes another Ren 6, number 3. That's pretty good at finding a 5th land.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 3rd Ren 6, and the first one that actually got to pick a land up.
All the other ones have been on Goblin Sharpshooter duty.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm the Goblin now.
That was clever. You see that movie? Did you actually see it?
No, I've not seen that movie, Joe.
It's
I live in memes. I actually I think about
yeah.
me.
I knew, as soon as you said, I was like, I bet he hasn't seen it. He's just
zero shot. I don't watch shows and movies, honestly. I'm really weird.
Movie.
I don't like chocolate. I don't watch shows and movies. I'm just not a real human. I'm a robot.
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone compare those things before, but okay.
Well, they're both like equally weird, right? Like the society
chocolate
as a whole.
And movies?
Yeah. Like they're both like liked in general by society. You don't think that's true?
Oh, I thought you meant, yeah, okay, sure.
No, yeah, yes, I eat my movies and I watch my chocolate. Pretty fun. Nom. Looks like Yorian bought here with the remaining 3 mana. Some kind of maybe accidental card knock. Didn't really see what happened there, but there is the deck being picked up and taken off screen for the moment. I assume there's some kind of issue to be considered as our Rakdos Goblins friend here staring down a blocker and a Ren 6. Ren 6 done a very good job maintaining the board, protecting Joseph Bernal's life total. For as much attacking as has happened this game, Joseph's sitting at a pretty 18 life.
Yeah, well,
Very much
yeah,
will-
this
will
endurance is just going to block forever, and
It is going to block
it's
very
hard-
well. Although there is a
it's hard
munitions
for-
expert.
it's hard for munitions expert to get to 4 when Ren and 6 is there to pick off the cheap guys.
Listen, Joe, the dream is alive. The dream's alive. When you have goblins like War Marshal that can make the 2 in 1 shot, like, mission expert, not that hard. It's just pretty hard.
Whose turn is it right now? Both players are tapped out, and we're still waiting on the deck. I see.
Yeah. There's some kind of judge
Yeah,
discussion happening here. As we take a look, what's going on? Deck lists for the chat are not going to be available until I believe tomorrow.
Yeah,
is that
I
correct?
think-
Or is it end of the day today?
Yeah, I think the deck list will be available after tonight's portion. So after the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see them as we investigate sideboarding, provided we have time, and you'll get a glimpse there. But for the most part, deck lists are not going to be public until tomorrow, and that is, of course, for tournament integrity reasons. All right.
Well,
looks like
as we're sitting here,
there's a sleeve issue. It looks like I'm grabbing some sleeves, so happens.
So a Runefeld Horde Master would help Greg. Well, okay, I take that back. I mean, it would prevent the tokens from being shot down by Ren 6, but it's itself a 1/1, so it would just die. So 2 Runefeld Horde Masters, I guess, would help. Although you still couldn't attack through Endurance, which is just a big issue here.
Yeah, I think the plan that Greg has to do must involve like munitions experting down this endurance and then opening up the attacks. So maybe the expert plus munitions, the Lord plus the munitions expert will be able to take care of the endurance and then lead to a actually pretty big attack.
Yeah,
4
or
damage,
the expert,
worth a lot.
I mean, expert can shoot planeswalkers as well. I could just shoot Ren directly. But
True.
if it's possible, if it is possible to just clean the endurance off the board, that would be a nice way to go.
Honestly, a lot of respect for Greg's aesthetic too. I had a conversation with Carmen Handy recently on Twitter about players that represent a little bit. And we see like the red shirt, red sleeves, red goblins. We're doing it. But I'm personally a big fan of the mix up here. Like show up with your blue deck box, green sleeves, Glistener Elf playmat. You get your poison counter up and you put it in the zone or whatever, and you like turn 1, I don't know, like blue white land, go. just get them.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know how many people are falling for that, but okay. It's I guess. The poison counter thing seems like a bit of a stretch to me, but
Joe does not. He's not a fan. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like representing.
Right. All right, there is.
You should have showed up with like a I love top shirt, all the stuff, Joe. Just should have showed up with all that nonsense. Here's a fetch here, looking for land number 5. Gonna grab a mismatched mountain.
Right,
unbelievable.
Okay, there's a matron.
Goblin matron. That's goblin number 3 that allows munitions expert to be goblin number 4, provided I understand how that card works correctly. Should be able to take care of 4 points of toughness or loyalty wherever.
So Greg this is going to work out. Okay, that is a snoop, but there is an expert in hand already, I think.
Yeah, that was picked up off the ringleader. I believe both players know about this munitions expert that is going to take care of the Ren and 6. Who cares about the endurance? Don't need that. I have time to build up and I'll kill you in 1 shot. Reasonable. And here comes Fury that's about to look really good. I'll take the board. And a crunch for 3 as the endurance gets frisky. And there's that Fury you called out. A lot of players not necessarily playing a copy. Looks really good right here.
Yeah, it sure does. Another matron found for Greg. Maybe you can set up
Snoop.
There's a Horde Master. Okay.
Horde Master.
That's in
Cast
there.
it. Kiki Jiki. Hello.
Wow. If it gave
if it gave haste.
Yeah. And that's the Fanatic again, which I can't get over, is in this deck, much less legal in Modern.
What's your legal in Modern? They've tried to give goblins every single Legacy Goblins card.
I guess. I don't know. It just
doesn't feel right.
I guess I must have missed that. I forgot. But it was surprising.
It looks really good alongside the Horde Master, so it's a nice little pickup.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Greg might actually not want the Kiki to get exiled and then be able to cast. He might want it on top of the deck during his upkeep.
Yeah, I like this play from Bernal a lot. Attack first, make Greg make some really tough decisions, and then if you have a removal spell and Greg chooses to take all the damage, it's just a huge blowout. as here's a Cavern of Souls to replace the Kiki. Now, Kiki can be played next turn. The Horde Master does say until the end of the next turn.
Right. And Cavern, if Bernal was holding a counter, which is possible, Cavern of Souls can work pretty well there. Although he can also be shuffled away if Greg chooses.
All right. Well, KeeGan going to do a good job of being able to make things like Horde Masters and stuff and burn through your deck really fast. We'll see what Bernal plans to do about that. Take a look at the graveyard. Here's Wrenn and 6 number 4. How about number 4?
Wow.
All right, number 4 is going to enter play and going to rebuy a land. That land's going to come into play untapped. It's Misty Rainforest.
That's going to be worrisome to Greg that the Wrenn 6 doesn't kill the Horde Master.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a sign of strength from Bernal.
All right, let's see. What do we have here? Is Yorion already in hand? I don't recall.
He did buy Yorion on the previous turn, so I do believe there's a Yorion.
Oh, well, that would be pretty good if it was. Here's Solitude. That's pretty good also.
Gonna take care of the Snoop. Gonna fetch. Don't really want the Cavern with your opponent tapped out. Another land's not really what you need.
I guess if there's a Sling Gang Lieutenant here, he can drain Joseph for 1.
That would be impressive. Also, just a goblin.
Yeah, also just any goblin being
any goblin at all.
Yeah, any goblin was better than not.
Although that's not true. It's not least play, it's dies, right? So this one gets exiled and you're not going to be able to play anything.
Well, if it's a Sling Gang Lieutenant, yeah, then you absolutely you would want to do it because then you could actually sacrifice it as well. So it's a Harbinger. So Harbinger and KeeGan with how many land in play? 6?
Not quite the order you want to do this in. We have a Matron that can grab a Snoop, but then we don't have mana for anything else.
No, we're going to have to do this the hard way because, well, I guess there's probably more copies. I think there was 2 copies of
I think there's 2 KeeGan in the average.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. 2 copies of KeeGan. Oh, we just got 2 of everything. We got 2 Ringleader, 2 Sling Gang, 2 Mog Fanatic, 2 Skirk Prospector. Only 1 War Chief though. We only need 1 of those.
All right,
there comes the KeeGan.
He's in.
It's actually pretty impressive just making a Lord, right? You just make another Lord, exile 2 cards, attack Wrenn for a fair bit. Try not to die to stuff on board. I don't know. It's like kind of impressive.
Yeah, I thought maybe about leaving it as a
Solitude
blocker, although that's kind of now the reflection of KeeGan can only activate. Okay, yeah, this was end step. All right,
this was end step. All right, cool. No attacking, just blocking. So talk and see what we got going on here. Yeah,
Greg
that is
should have quite a few cards to play with next turn from these Horde Master triggers.
Looks like Prismatic Ending is going to start the turn off. Thinking about the copy, then you can pick off the original with Wrenn. That's like the same thing for the most part, hitting either one. Being in graveyard versus exile doesn't actually matter.
Is there a reason that you would not want the one? I mean, you're going to exile 1 either way. Is there a reason to leave this one in the graveyard? I don't know.
Don't know. Yeah, like I said, 1 trigger no matter what. The only difference is in exile versus in graveyard for the real copy if we are planning on killing it. And it looks like we are. 6, 9, 12. 3 points short of lethal. I believe that's a War Chief revealed off the top.
Okay. And
notably the only War Chief.
Yeah, it's a big attack, but it's not lethal. And Greg does have Snoop in hand we know about. So War Chief plus Snoop would leave 1 mana left over. Here is the Yorion to annihilate everything.
There you go. You put it in the graveyard to shuffle it back in the deck. As there goes the KeeGan gonna get exiled. I guess we did just choose not to endurance again. You can keep your goblins in the graveyard and draw. Let's see if Greg can assemble anything. War Chief does give us Snoop haste. So if nothing else, we could attempt just War Chief plus Snoop, and if Kiki's the top card, you just win. Maybe we were wrong about the Snoop, but either way,
No,
Greg has decided there are no outs.
No, because you would have to have the Sling Gang also, right?
Why? You just copy the Snoop, right, over and over again, and then you have infinite Snoops. Or no, you have infinite tap Snoops. Tapped. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're all tapped. Okay, I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, you're right. You have to have something else.
Yeah, anyway, that was exciting stuff. Let's go ahead and just keep it going. Let's see game 2. We've seen both these players' deck lists earlier today, so no reason to do that again right now. Let's just find out what happened. So continue on with the backup match. Game 2, Greg Rahn down a game, looking to have the comeback here. Both players looking to potentially put themselves in position for, well, certainly a win and in next round, maybe a draw and in.
Yeah, either way, going to be looking good at top 8 prospects, whereas the other player might be on the outside looking in. A lot on the line for both these players. Bernal, awesome run so far. Doesn't actually need to qualify. Qualifying again doesn't actually earn you anything. You don't get to consume more qualifications. But Bernal playing these events anyway, building up points on the leaderboard. Which Greg Rahn potentially looking to get a start on that. As here comes a tapped Auntie's Hobble.
No reason to reveal your hand if you don't have a 1-drop.
I agree. There's the bobble yourself. Fetch land. We'll see if Bernal likes the card. Thinking about it, he does not.
Well, I like some what's going on in this Goblin deck. It's kind of cool.
Is that your speed?
I think we kind of saw. Well, I played a lot of Goblins in Legacy.
Really, I was going to ask that. Yeah, you played a lot of Legacy, and you're always the Miracles guy.
Goblins kind of get beat up there as the game went on.
There's turn 2 Aether Vial. The way we drew it up, Aether Vial off the top. As here's a Ren, can't downtick and kill the Aether Vial, so I guess that has that going for it. And quick draw. We'll see if there's a 3-mana card we want to cast. I see a Mountain among other cards. There's Mountain.
Okay. Well, we saw some Blood Moons this round already. Blood Moon would be good.
See, now I got you on it. You're on that Blood Moon thing now. You love it. I know you do. Here comes Matron.
Certainly more appealing than playing a 1/1 into a red and 6, but I understand we're building towards something here.
So now we have the correct. The dots were incorrect on the previous round. They are correct now. Bernal up a game as Snoop is the pickup off of the Matron.
Mm-hmm.
Another land drawn. Not really what Bernal wants under a Ren, although Ren having to be on Goblin Sharpshooter mode a little more often. Here comes Prismatic ending on the Aether Vial.
Something that amuses me about the Goblin decks in Modern is, so you have this combo win, right? But in order to play the combo, you have to play an objectively weaker card in Boggart Harbinger instead of Goblin Matron.
Well, I think you play all 4 Goblin Matrons, right? You just have extra copies.
Do we? Is that what's going on in this deck?
Yeah, we have 4 Matron. Let's see how many of the... We got 3 Harbingers. Yeah.
All right. I didn't know the tutors. I didn't know it was that heavy on tutoring. That's interesting. So this is a more combo-focused deck than I realized, potentially.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like the Goblin Beatdown thing, really only for grindier matchups where the combo is easily disrupted. But against most of the Modern metagame, I think your primary game plan is certainly to just combo them out.
Mm-hmm.
As here comes Ice Fang Coatl. I'm going to draw a card here. Untap. Draw.
That Yorion very much looks in play, even though I know it's not.
Joe, you're such a coverage guy now. Look at you. You're just
no.
nitpicking the board state.
Me being picky has nothing to do with coverage. I'm that way in real life also.
That's true. You've always been very particular. And we're going to see this play again. Ren and 6 downtick into Ren and 6 downtick again. A lot of respect for Conspicuous Snoop by Bernal as, the main way that he could lose, especially with the Harbinger on top of the deck. You have to get rid of it.
That's actually a win. Right? If he just untaps, casts the Harbinger, that's a win.
Yeah. If he just untaps, casts Harbinger, puts Kiki on top, GG, right there.
Yep.
So
advisable for Bernal to do everything he can, including expending a Planeswalker to get that Snoop off the board.
For sure. And I do think that shows a lot of experience in this matchup. It seems like Bernal, for the most part, takes his time taking care of the other stuff, but the Snoop has to die on sight.
All right, so let's see. Okay, Runevelt Horde Master.
Runevelt Horde Master. How about a second one? First one's good. How about second Horde Master?
Well, first one's no good with Ren 6. You got to have 2.
I mean, it's worth a card. It's worth a loyalty on a Planeswalker and a card for 2 mana. It's not that bad. What's the card? Needle Drop? A damage to something? Draw a card?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a cantrip too, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's 1 red, deal a damage or something. It's been dealt damage, draw a card. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like something that I've played in limited and then regretted immediately as you are stuck with it.
I can't imagine that card's good in very many contexts at all.
No.
Here's a fetch. Bernal, thinking.
Anything's better than Fury as far as Greg Rahn is concerned right now.
Yeah, Fury would be a problem. Although Fury takes care of both at the same time, right? That's like 4 cards off the top.
Yeah.
It's not even that bad. The Exile's the real problem. Just like ending would be kind of brutal. Solitude, not as brutal, but still not great. Not getting cards off your Horde Master feels bad. Gonna get 1. And Mog Fanatic, actually looking pretty good. Able to clean up the Ren on the following turn or take care of the Ice Fink Waddle. Looks like another Horde Master in hand. Gonna probably deploy that one before the Fanatic, if I had to guess. Here comes Fanatic. Here's Munitions Expert. Expert gonna take care of Solitude. And we're gonna take care of Ren.
Okay.
All right, we can do this. We can clean up the boards over and over again.
I mean, that deleted a lot of most of Bernal's board there. Still got a pile of cards in hand, though.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue here. A lot of Bernal's cards cantrip in some way, as we see Omnath going to do just that here in just a moment. And Greg Rahn's cards do not really. I mean, they leave 1/1s and stuff behind, but the multiple red and 6s drawn, each of these games by Bernal have been extremely impressive at cleaning up the leftovers from Greg Rahn.
Yes, indeed. I feel like we haven't seen much Omnath today, even though we've had 4-color on a few times. But here it is in all its glory. Drawing a card.
Omnath's the better card against fair decks, but it seems like people are taking a little bit of a different approach for tackling the 4-color menace instead of trying to play a fairer game. Make some mana here. Going to start with Express Veteration. Uses the blue and the red. Dress Down among the mix. That one's probably a fine one to bring to hand. Between Teferi and Abundant Growth for the Exile. Teferi selected. Yeah, you got to tap a little differently for that. Do have a white floating. Black, white, and green floating. And there's the blue, so use
Why
one
is there
of
a black
the
floating?
two. Oh, I'm sorry. White and green floating. You're right. I had my head on Moonbird for a minute.
No, I know.
I worked backwards on the colors to figure out what iteration and then was left with black and said it wrong.
Ooh.
Awesome coverage right here. Kiki on top. Uh-oh. Yeah, and there's Horde Master. This is like the awkward part where you play Snoop and Kiki's on top. This has happened twice. Snoop not having haste, a huge problem for this.
Right.
Goblins
I know. Why even print this card? It's unplayable without haste. Get out of here.
I love this. The statement that bouncing the Horde Master gives that just feels bad. It's like, the Snoop has to be answered. And
oh no. We know what that's getting.
What could it get? Is it Fury, Joe?
Oh, I think it's Fury.
Fury looking incredibly impressive. Greg doesn't want to continue playing. I'm good.
Yeah.
We've seen this before. I don't blame him at all. And frankly, this is kind of what was called out as the big problem for the creature decks when the 4-color deck rose to power, is multiple copies of Fury, ways to go and get it. And as we've seen the metagame develop, Fury is one of the worst cards in the 4-color mirrors, right? And so as a result, creature decks, things like Merfolk, Goblins, all that stuff, are able to rise to prominence again. Bernal chose to play a Fury this weekend in his main deck, has access to it off Traverse, and is once again able to shore up these creature matchups again. And I think we saw that in both games that Bernal was able to take care of against Goblins. Fury was a big part of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Fury was good at finishing things up, and then just multiple Ren 6s was good at stalling things out and just slowing development. I mean, Greg never really got sizable board presence there. I mean, we saw, game one, that just endurance held things down. Fury blows the board away. This game, same style of thing. Anyway, that's going to conclude round 7. We're 5 minutes past time, so it shouldn't take too long before we get to the last round of Swiss up and running. Drake and I will be right back. This is No Rage Gaming. Follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll be right back. Welcome back to No Rage's coverage of the Modern 10K in Minneapolis this weekend. Drake and I are here. We have the last round of Swiss upcoming. Let me just run through what else you're going to see this weekend. We've got round 8 of the Swiss coming up right now. After that, there's going to be a bit of a longer break while the top 8 players get sorted out, take pictures, and then sit down for the quarterfinals. We're going to watch the quarterfinals tonight. And then tomorrow morning at 9 Central Time, we'll have, I'm sorry, I think it's 9 Central Time. We'll have the semifinals and then the finals. Around the time the finals are beginning, probably, is also when the Pioneer 5K is going to begin. So once we are complete with the finals, whether it's during round 2, potentially round 3, but probably round 2, we'll start coverage of the Pioneer 5K, and then we'll be here the whole rest of the day running through that. So that's what we've got left for you. At the end of the weekend, 2 more players will lock up slots to the Midrange Championship at the end of the year. Let's go ahead and bring the leaderboard real quick up again, as I think the players are still sitting down and getting ready for round 8. You can see here season 2 leaderboard. Jesse Robkin, we saw, was 5-1, I think, after the previous round. I don't know how she did this round. And some of the other players that we've seen on camera today. You've seen Rodney and Bedell. I believe we saw Chris Smith, Scott Pulera, and I think we saw Will Krueger also. So plenty of names on the list in attendance here today, trying to move up the leaderboard. But Drake Sasser's here right now. Drake, has anything we've seen today, like what's a deck that just appeals to you that we've seen today? What's an interaction? What's something that's just like, you know what? I liked this. I want to play this. I want to watch this. What's something that stood out to you?
Well, Joe, it's as on brand as possible for me, Joe. I want to play Temur Scapeshift. I love that Scapeshift is back. I love the texture of the deck. I love, seeing old favorites like Remand back in play. That's everything I want to do in Modern. I'm normally a Murktide guy. I've played some Shadow recently. Temur Scapeshift has my eye after this weekend. And frankly, with as much diversity as we've seen across, multiple events, not even just here at Minneapolis, we've seen a lot of churn in recent weeks in the Modern metagame, and that's really exciting to me. I think it got pretty stagnant with the all Murktide and all 4-color stuff, and those decks are obviously still prevalent. They're still very powerful and near the top tiers, or if not still the best decks. But we're suddenly seeing decks like the Jeskai Breach starting to take down a lot of events. Jessie Robkin, we've seen her nonstop. She just beats people with the deck. It just never stops. And we're really seeing a lot of different archetypes come about in Modern. And that's really exciting to me. That is when Modern is at its most exciting to me personally. You get to see different strategies and holes in the metagame that can be exploited.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, what I was looking for was Power Conduit.
What is with you in Power Conduit? What happened? Talk to me. Okay, have your Power Conduit moment. What do you need to do with this card?
I saw it last month for the first time as not the card, but the actual deck. And then Dominaria United came out, and Power Conduit is so cool with sagas because you can take a counter off and then hit the trigger again. So, and then with read ahead on the new sagas, you can even skip the early levels if you don't like them. There's so much potential here. Like Power Conduit plus Elder Dragon War, you get a 4/4, and then when it comes into play, you go chapter 3, and you just roll it back, so it doesn't sacrifice. Next turn, you get another 4/4. You get a 4/4 flyer every turn. That's cool.
All right. I mean, I'm here for it. It's cool. Is it good, Joe? In a world of prismatic endings and leyline bindings, is this the most powerful thing we can be doing?
I watched it do reasonably well at an event last month, and it was neat. It works with Urza Saga. It works with Yoshin Soldier War, Yoshin War. It works with Fable the Mirror Breaker. I mean, it generates like cool, unique interactions, and I just kind of fell in love with it after watching it play a couple times.
All right, Joe. Well, I expect to see you at one of these energies, the closest energy to you. I expect to see you in first place with some take on Power Conduit, and just write up a whole sideboard guide where you get to just talk about your love for that card nonstop. Unfortunately, nobody in this match with a Power Conduit in their deck. However, a little bit of a I guess, familiar sight. Some Ancient Stirrings. Got to get those swapped around for Demetrius, assuming that Demetrius is actually the one playing the Tron deck.
So, so Michael Sparts is the one playing Tron. So the names are with the correct archetype. They're just on the wrong side of the screen. So we'll see if we can.
I see. Okay, so Michael Sparts, get Ancient Stirrings. Beautiful Tron deck here. We get to see the Mark Tedden's kind of second take on the Tron lands. Did do the original arts. Got to do these cool full art ones. For most recent, I think it was like a master set or something, and Expedition map alongside it. So a pretty Tron deck here for Michael Sparts. The 5 color. I said 4 color. 5 color Indomitable Creativity, or What are we doing here?
No, that's
no,
what
it's 4 color. It's
right.
just 4 color blink. You're right. It's just 4 color blink.
What?
Yeah. Wait, right?
Not according to what I'm looking at. I'm looking at.
Oh no, is this messed up? Please
don't tell
me
creativity. It's 4 color. I mean, it has the planeswalkers and stuff, but it's Fable, Archon, Indomitable creativity. That's what I'm seeing.
Leyline Binding. Okay, there's the Leyline Binding. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we got creativity, 5 color creativity stuff going on, and there is a very telltale card of creativity. Sorry, that is my mistake. As Prismari command is going to take care of the expedition map and most likely make a treasure. A very actual powerful interaction point for Demetrius here. Not a lot of great ways to interact with the Tron deck, but I do think that is a different Tron land. See the lean forward. Is that Tron? It sure is. That means here comes Karn Liberated to take care of a land.
That's rough. We'll see if we can get a bigger dice there. Although that is a well, actually, it looks like a 2, even though it's a 3. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's a very readable dice there. Took care of the first land, and of course, this is kind of the power of Tron, able to stymie a lot of the development of the opposing decks as soon as turn 3. Get Karn down, start ticking up, ticking down, doing the things that Karn does. A tried and true strategy for you. What do you think of this matchup? Is this a spot where Tron's just way ahead?
I think Tron is probably looking okay. We see here, obviously the Karns are good. Something like Oblivion Stone is good at being able to clean up even post creativity. And there's not likely to be any sort of land destruction. I mean, picking off the expedition map with the Prismari command, unfortunate for Demetrius that there actually was Tron in hand. Otherwise, that might have been enough to really just, win the game on its own.
You're correct, but not able to actually put an Archon into play this turn. The treasure, even if there was a creativity, the treasure not able to actually take care. That is a 2-mana Leyline Binding. Yep, not able to turn into an Archon of Cruelty, as is the combo aspect of this 5 color combo deck. We do see an Archon among other cards in hand. Upkeep. Let's do a little bit of a tap action to get rid of the treasure, tap a Tron land down. I like this play a lot from Demetrius. Needs a little bit of time, as here comes Blast Zone. Gonna need to take that up to 6 to take care of Leyline Binding.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to do that. But Oblivion Stone blowing up has gotten even better now because Leyline Binding is going to return Karn Liberated to play. However, if Demetrius is able to, let's see, there's no, there is a token in play. So barring something like a Warping Whale, which a decent number of Tron decks now actually play main deck. I don't know if Michael Sparts does. He actually does. There's 3 copies main deck. So Warping Whale here would be a great way to surprise Demetrius Knutson here.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It seems like pretty good too. I mean, we just talked about the stock and Scapeshift and what have you increasing quite dramatically recently. Looks like no Warping Whale in hand at the current time. Now, Archon of Cruelty, normally pretty good to beat most decks. Tron, however, is known for its ability to go over the top of most things in the format.
Yeah.
So maybe Archon could see some resistance here. As Ugin, I think, among cards in hand.
Earlier today, we watched Creativity versus Burn, and felt like one Archon was going to be enough to win almost every time. Here, I don't think that's true at all. I think with Michael having Tron plus another land and Demetrius having one Archon, I wouldn't even be willing to agree that Demetrius is favored at this point.
Yeah. We just did the thing. We did the combo part of 5 color combo, and it's like, are we even ahead? With Tron untapping with other Tron mana? No, I'm with you.
Yeah, things that would be bad news here for Demetrius include Oblivion Stone, obviously, and Ugin, even though it can't kill the Archon, would kill the Leyline Binding, which would bring back the Karn, which can kill the Archon.
All right, well, how about discard Ugin to the Archon of Cruelty?
Okay.
Where are you at on that? What are you feeling if you're the 5 color combo deck?
I'm feeling that Michael must have some pretty good stuff rolled up then, because that would have been a nice thing to have here. Let's see. Do we have another Ugin?
We sure do. Okay. Here's a backup Ugin. How about -6? We'll put this one to
-6
1.
Sounds good to me.
I'll take that Karn back. And how about get rid of that Archon too? And this is exactly what you just mentioned.
Right. Well, Michael was clearly, had this, planned out. He was ready. He knew what he was doing. Redundant Ugin, not necessary. Potentially. And now actually
for the foil art there too. It's so
pretty. Yeah. This is a very shiny Tron deck. Also, protect if Demetrius does manage to recombo here for 1, Michael's still not dead. because he can sacrifice the Ugin, and then the Karn can pick off the other Archon.
Yeah, so Archon of Cruelty not looking as good to get the job done. So what do we have available to? What is Demetrius trying to assemble? So I guess it has to start with killing some of these planeswalkers, things like Unholy Heats and Prismari commands. We saw some of that.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do here? Let's look. Let's have a look. See, because you have to answer the planeswalkers before you can combo again. That's just face up. We got Fire Ices. We got Lightning Bolts.
Well, I believe there's another Leyline Binding in hand. I can get one of them. Sort of
one.
Yeah.
Well, it can't. If you get the Ugin, the Karn just gets to reset the Ugin's loyalty and start going up, and that's not super great.
Mm-hmm. Michael played Boseiju last turn without needing it for mana, which is interesting because actually being able to potentially channel it at some point could matter. That leads me to believe that there's an Ulamog in hand because I don't know why else he would have played that.
It has to involve an Ulamog for sure. It looks like a lot of thinking here on Demetrius on how to sequence things. Going to play Arid Mesas, the land for turn. Right, that Dwarven Mine entered last turn.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, Shock in the Stomping Ground. I love this. A red shock land paired with every other color in play. Very satisfying. Looks like Fable the Mirror Breaker going to start us off. That's 2 mana left over for Leyline Binding.
All right. Well,
going to go grab our token here.
I think our token is probably going to get knocked out by the Ugin here because the Leyline Binding has. I feel like taking out Karn is a necessity here.
Well, is it? I mean, if Karn upticks, is that like even really bad for you?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, apparently the answer is yes. Because either way, we got to get this Karn out of here. Leaves
Karn
Ugin
gains loyalty so fast.
He does.
Okay.
As you mentioned, we're going to go ahead and Ghost Fire the token. Doing some mana counting. Yep, that's 10. Yeah, sure. Well, I'd like to cast this here Ulamog. I'll target Leyline Binding and one of your lands. And we're going to target one of your lands again. Let's just keep this going. I'm having so much fun. Let's just get rid of all your lands.
Dude,
Tron special.
This is good stuff. I mean, there's enough people
about.
gunning for Tron decks over the years that when you get it right, when it works, it's awesome.
Oh, there's the lightning bolts. We got options.
Oh yeah, sure you do.
This card, it looks like Spell Pierce and Archon. Indomitable Creativity among the cards drawn here. So now we need to take care of the Planeswalkers and sack the Ulamog. That's too much to ask. Demetrius going to go ahead and pick it up in game number 1 against Michael Spartz.
All right. So, yeah, we pretty much saw everything that the Tron deck wanted to do there. Leyline Binding, that's not a card that existed when last time I played Tron, but it does seem like something you can shrug off. And yeah, the Ugin handled it, no problem. Ulamog just beats up everything. So really, I think just Demetrius has a problem here in that he can do what his deck's designed to do, and it's not good enough. And that's not true very often, but it is true here, at least in game 1. So let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list, see if there's an alternate plan, or if there is really much of a hope here. Let's see. All right.
Seiju's a start.
All right. I have a problem here. There's 3 of a card, Turn the Earth. I don't know what that is.
That shuffles cards back in, Joe. Come on. You don't know Staple Turn the Earth? Let me tell you why I know this card, Joe. Competitive Elder Dragon Highlander.
Oh,
it's part of your Hermit Druid combo. You choose 3 target cards in graveyards. The owners of them shuffle them into their libraries. You gain 2 life. Has flashback for 1 and a green.
I knew the Commander was going to get mentioned at some point today. There's just no way I was going to get out of it. And there you go. I walked myself into it. We almost made it through the day. Anyway.
I don't want to hear it from Power Conduit guy, all right?
Yeah. Hey, that's a near modern staple.
There you go. There's Turn the Earth. Get to see that on screen for the viewers that didn't catch what I had to say. Not a lot of great options. Besiegers coming in from the opponent. And if you're the Tron deck here, your main game plan looks pretty good.
I mean, you also have 3 counters main deck. I mean, this is solid for you, but
correct.
Do we have much of a board? I guess we're
probably Oblivion Stone is somewhat attractive from the Tron side. Yeah, not a lot going.
So Demetrius has got Boseiju, like you said. He's got Terra Sunder. I like a lot as a card.
Especially
going first. It can pick off Expedition Map or Chromatics, so I like those going first for sure.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure I know the card on Terra Sunder.
What?
Text.
It's way better than Tear the Earth, Tore the Earth.
Turn the Earth. Thank you.
Gosh. Sorry. Terra Sunder is a new card from Dominaria United. 2 mana. It's an exile disenchant. With Kicker for 4 mana total, you can exile any non-land. So you can kill planeswalkers and stuff, but that's not what I'm excited about it for Demetrius. It's to kill the turn
expedition maps, kind of like,
because
right.
It is very easy, maybe if not even more likely than not, for Tron to keep a hand that depends on its 1 mana artifact to function. And if you can remove that, they may struggle. Now that didn't happen in game 1. Expedition Map blew up. Didn't matter. But a lot of the time it will.
Yeah,
so,
and the even catching like a late Oblivion Stone or whatever, like if they're just trying to like be mana efficient the Tron deck, you can kind of catch that. Most good Tron players, that's not really going to happen. You're going to wait till you have the full retail to pay before you put it in play. But you know, the game texture is always very weird, and maybe there's some kind of combination of icing something down to like stop them from paying into having to play it and then blow it up or something that can happen. Not necessarily sure, but either way, it's got to be better than a lot of these, you know, mopey cards that don't really get the job done.
So I didn't consider this until right now, but Leyline Binding can also remove the 1 mana artifacts, I guess, because Demetrius can probably play for 2 on turn 2. That's easily possible.
Yeah, I mean,
well, okay, not easy, but it definitely could happen. A Triome and a Shockland, yeah, that could happen.
Sure, yeah, no, you're right, but either way, I think at the point at which we're discussing, you know, interacting with some of these like smaller artifacts and stuff, Demetrius in a little bit of trouble here. Both players, obviously 5-1-1, looking to get a win, have a shot in the top 8 here. This is the final round, and Demetrius down a game, needs some help. 2 Archon of Cruelty is probably not what he's excited to see. We've seen him reach for the library multiple times now. That's not where those are supposed to be.
Well, he can put 1 back. So something that's what he's going to do. Something I was thinking about recently with decks that mulligan a lot, like Tron, for example, or Lotus Field and Pioneer, is that maybe I or players in general should be sideboarding or should be playing more narrow cards main deck, because you mulligan so often. When you draw that card and you don't want it, you're just going to put it on the bottom. It doesn't even hurt you.
It doesn't even hurt you. What about when you draw it? When you need to draw something with text, Joe?
I know. Well, that's obviously the drawback, but the ability to like pre-board sort of in some matchups when in Tron, for example, is your average hand. Your average hand size is 6, maybe. It might be a fraction less than
like
that.
5.5. Yeah, there you go.
So if your redraw has some, random card that you don't need, it doesn't matter.
Sure. No, I'm with it. We get to see a turn 1 Ancient Stirrings from our Tron friend here. That one did find a Tron land.
7?
Not sure. Didn't get great confirmation there. As here comes Steam Vents.
Because I know Demetrius mulliganed.
Demetrius mulliganed quite low. Here's an ice. Let's ice that down. Thank you. Sure. I love ice in this matchup. There you go. Stop you.
I'm willing to go so far as to say that if Michael kept 7, well, let me even rephrase that. If Michael kept a 7 going second, where his first play was Forest, it's a mistake. I think that's unacceptable. Playing Tron deck. Now, I could be proven wrong, or maybe he actually did mulligan, but I just don't think you can keep a hand that doesn't start with a Tron land on 7 cards.
Well, Joe, I mean, I agree with you in the abstract. I think we've seen that happen across quite a bit of time. People talk, when they talk about Tron, they talk about how often you mulligan and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But maybe this matchup is just so lopsided in Michael's favor. He's like, I don't actually need to have Tron on 3. Sure. I can beat whatever's going on for Demetrius anyway. I just want the good spells and not die to a punked out.
Wow, so I think Demetrius mulligan and put Archon on the bottom, and then 2 more were in hand.
Yeah, I think we just did destroy target artifact, draw 2, discard 2.
Yeah, so that's
Warping Whale found. That's going to be potentially a problem.
Yeah,
for the Transmorgify.
It's not great that you had to show it off, but yeah, you got to do what you got to do, and that is a nice one to have in hand.
Where's this mine add to the mix? Just missing the namesake tower.
All right.
Here comes Teferi. That one's going to do a good job of stopping the Warping Whale. We're going to make a 1/1 in response. Looks like it was pulled to the front. Michael thinking about it. Decided not to. That means Teferi can get ticked down. That fetch land can grab a Dwarven Mine to grab a 1/1. Although there's Tower right on time. Easy. Never didn't have it. Here is a Karn, the Great Creator.
Oh boy. This is
What does this one find? Walking Ballista.
okay.
Gonna put that one on 1, pick off the Teferi, and now suddenly Warping Whale works.
Nice.
Well, there you go. There you have it. Never didn't have it.
And then, well, if this survives a turn, and is very likely to with Warping Whale available, Demetrius is going to have to deal with, I don't know what kind of nonsense Michael's got in the sideboard here, but
I mean,
Sundering
I have to
Titan
imagine a bunch of mana and an artifact has to be
Yeah.
pretty good.
Sundering Titan would be a winner.
Sundering Titan looks really good against the Leyline Bindings deck. I
Yeah.
have to agree with you
Let's
there.
see if there is one.
I believe there is. I think we saw one when sideboarding. I think there's a Sundering Titan.
There
available.
is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So Karn
Okay.
Silex. I don't even know what that card does.
That's a new Pernicious Deed.
It's a
Artifact.
Pernicious Deed. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Got
Which is a
single
nice
copy of that
inclusion
just so
as
far.
well. Okay. Well, Michael clearly developed here and is looking very strong, even after my criticism of potentially a questionable opening hand there.
Like I said, deck's just so
pattern.
good. You just need your spells to work. Because here comes another
maybe
copy
so.
of Teferi.
Maybe so. I mean, this
Down
is
take that one. Fine Spell Pierce. Could be potentially good. Not very good against Sundering Titan, but could be very good in the abstract. And Sundering Titan threatening to, I believe, obliterate Demetrius's entire mana base.
Yeah, he'll lose all 5.
Well, I think that was a fetch land. I think that's a Wooded Foothills.
All right.
So that one gets to stay around. You get to keep 1 land, but Tron going to most certainly be able to do the Tron thing, which is, of course, blowing up the lands. We get to get a tower first for a trouble, play and crack map.
Yeah, that's basically free.
And here comes another tower.
Interestingly, if that had been countered, Michael might not have actually been able to do this turn, but there's just no chance that's happening.
Yeah, Spell Pierce. Yeah, I don't think that's the one you're trying to hit. And there is
All
a
right.
beautiful match to be Sundering Titan. Are we fetching in response to this to grab a Dwarven Mine thing?
Oh,
You
I
can't
hope
Spell
we're
Pierce this.
if we're fetching here, I hope we're countering because
Oh man, we did
Uh-oh.
not fetch and then read the card. Oh, that's never a good sign. Not fetch and read the card.
I mean, I don't know what
Oh.
that artwork is either, but I assume it's a Sundering Titan.
Yeah,
They
it's the
cost
masterpiece
8.
Sundering Titan.
Maybe
does
there's
cost
a
8. Oh man.
is there dress down?
Dress down would be an excellent one. Dress
Even
down
when it
would be
leaves the
very good right
battlefield,
here.
though, I mean, even if there is a dress down, Leyline Binding, what is that going to do?
Well, it's going to exile the Sundering Titan, Joe.
Okay.
Just fix them all up. Yeah,
What-
let me see.
what is
That
this
has
plan?
land types. That has land types. I'll take the lot. Harry Potter quote. I'll take the lot.
All right.
Oh,
Well, Demetrius
no.
has managed to get the Sundering Titan off the
Okay, all
field.
right. Demetrius, he's good to go. He's seen enough. I don't blame him one bit. Having your entire mana base annihilated is a particularly miserable experience
I mean,
in the game of Magic the Gathering.
is it scooping if you don't have permanents?
Yeah, you don't get to scoop it. You get to scoop your graveyard up.
You
There
had
you
the
go, Joe.
Teferi. I mean, I guess, but yeah, okay, that was rough. Yeah,
Oof.
definitely got swallowed up by that Sundering Titan there, which whether he fetched or not, he was still going to lose to that. That
It
didn't
does not
actually-
matter one
it
bit.
didn't matter. And yeah, this Michael leads on Forest and then has Tron set up and just obliterates their creativity deck, which I don't find shocking at all. I mean, the fact that you have 3 Warping Whales main deck as counters is just strong.
Extra help too.
Yeah.
That matchup did not look great to begin
No.
with. Without Warping Whale, with Warping Whale, it looked near impossible from our
Right.
end. That looked to be a tough one for the creativity deck. Rose to prominence due to being good against 4-color, but here comes
Yeah.
Big Mana coming to munch that up. So,
Right. So well played
we're
by
gonna see.
Michael. Takes down the match, advances to 6-1-1, and then we'll be interested to see whether his tiebreakers hold up or not. In the meantime, we've got a backup match. We'll see who else we have playing for top 8 potentially. All right. All right. So I'm told these names are backwards as well. Maybe. Also, one of these records is incorrect, as whatever his record is, Eric Hennig has played more matches than that, or whoever the player on the right is. So.
And looking at a mulligan situation, I think the creativity that kept a Spell Pierce. If creativity's not play, which is not, I was going to say, if creativity's not play, they can hold the blue and Spell Pierce Aether Vial, which is about the best possible that card could ever be in this matchup. Unfortunately, Merfolk going to be on the play, able to deploy the Aether Vial around the Spell Pierce that will very unlikely have a target for the rest of this game.
Okay, so we talked about this heading into the round when we saw the matchups, and your feeling was that Merfolk was going to be pretty favored here.
Yeah, I believe that's still kind of my sentiment. Archon of Cruelty is certainly a powerful card against this deck. However, they have a lot of counterplay, a lot of counterspells for the creativity effects. Teferi is good, but you need to be able to keep it in play around a bunch of, island walking Merfolk. And that can be very difficult sometimes, especially with very likely an untapped blue source coming for this spell. Do we have one?
I don't think so.
Is that what the problem is here?
Where are you?
Yeah, it looks like there isn't an untapped blue source. We saw Eric very quickly fetch in response to this Aether Vial, most certainly looking to Spell Pierce the second copy of Aether Vial, and did not appear to have an untapped. I thought there's Steam Bins.
It's hard to imagine there's not one available somewhere in the deck.
Agreed. Decided to grab a tap land instead.
For people wondering in the chat, so this is the second match for round 8, after which there will be a break where the players, where the round completes, figure out who the top 8 players are, they take pictures, and then they will sit down and play the quarterfinals tonight. So we will have that tonight. And then the semifinals and finals will play tomorrow morning before the Pioneer 5K gets going.
Josh going to fetch a Sacred Foundry as the second land. No second land at all for Eric, but that's exactly where you want to be when you're sitting on a pile of Aether Vials.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to waste. I mean, free spells free spells and Merfolk. That's all you need. No more lands. If you do draw one, maybe it's a Mutavault.
Yeah, at least a land that does something. And here comes a Wrenn and 6.
All right.
New artwork for it. Going to go ahead and tick up, grab an Arid Mesa out of the graveyard.
Not as good here as it is against Goblins, but still might find usefulness.
Here's a Tide Shaper on Instep. Don't need to kick that one. I believe there's already an island in play as we roll up the first Aether Vial and the second Aether Vial. No land draws, ironically a good thing for Eric as we draw more creatures to keep the train running. Now we got to deploy a Lord here, or else the down tick can come across and take care of the Tide Shaper. Don't have to do it now. Can maybe try to bait it out.
All right, we do have the names correctly identifying which player is which now.
Excellent. And here comes an attack at Wrenn and 6.
But, the record is still... Eric Hennig, I believe, is 5-2 as well.
Good.
All right, so I look down there for a moment dealing with that stuff. So the attack was on Wrenn and 6. Is that what happened?
Was this already a 2-2? Am I incorrect about the text on Tide Shaper?
It's 2-2 as long as your opponent has an island.
Oh, I think you can also control a Merfolk too. I thought that's the one that had to happen.
Maybe that might be the 1-mana one from Ixalan, the single mana green one.
Yeah, I get my single mana ones confused.
I mean, there aren't too many green Merfolk, Drake. Come on.
I don't even think that was green. Give me a break.
All right, Vial activations, which we're probably going to see every turn for the rest of the game. So here is a Vodalian
Hex Catcher.
Okay, thank you. The new Lord from Dominaria United.
And another Tide Shaper.
All right.
That's pretty good. And get a good look at that one. This is the one I think is going to add a lot of stock in this matchup. Very difficult to resolve Indomitable creativity in the face of a bunch of force spikes. Basically as many as you have creatures.
Because it's not just itself you can sacrifice. It's any Merfolk.
We're casting a spell here. We're going to kick this here Tide Shaper.
Okay, that's nice.
That'll
make it harder for Dwarven Mind to make a token.
Well, I don't know if it makes it only an island, but we did hit the triome either way.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. Let me see if I can find.
It probably does, right? Like that's how Spreading Seas works. I'm willing to buy it. Yeah, I think that's what they're getting confirmation on too here, as the.
All right, let's bring up Tide Shaper on screen. Oh, I don't believe.
I love it. I love this so much. We have
Yes.
hardcover sleeved islands to turn it into. I love this.
Perfect.
Yeah, it does work the same as Spreading Seas. It appears. And we're going to have, and we put a little counter to annotate which one is turning the Triumph into the island, as here comes a big attack and a little fetch in response. Bam, look at that. Target land becomes an island. It is an island for as long as Tide Shaper remains on the battlefield. There's no in addition to other types, which means that thing only taps 4 blue.
Right. So, facing some pressure here. Joshua.
Looks like Xander's Lounge picked up.
Okay. That's Grixis?
Grixis.
I played a lot of limited in this set, and I know that Lord Xandar is the Grixis Overlord guy who was basically unplayable.
Even yeah, he's a lot of mana.
Even in limited, it's bad.
Yeah, it was big and scary for Commander. There's a lot of talk about that card.
For Commander, I did it
See,
twice.
Joe, you just alley-oop me, man. You just throw it up for me to dunk. Here comes Leyline Binding, gonna eat one of the Tide Shapers. No, just kidding. Yeah, it's gonna get sacrificed. The Tide Shaper attacking is gonna get sacrificed and counter this here Leyline Binding. And before damage, how about another Lord? There you go. There's a bunch of damage.
Yeah, there had to be a reason why this non-lethal attack on Ren 6 was happening, and there's your answer. Master of the Pearl Trident's going to finish it off. And Joshua
there's two more,
sitting here with, well, you can't Dwarven Mind out a token without...
None of your cards work. Everything can get countered by sacrificing a Tide Shaper. Good luck.
I guess you can make a token here because it takes 3 mountains, right?
It has to be the third. It works like a Mystic Sanctuary where it needs to be your 4th. You need 3 other.
Oh, okay.
As here comes Teferi. That is one of the good ones. Now, you can sacrifice 2 creatures here to make sure that one doesn't happen. We are instead just going to let that one happen. Why is his land a top loader? That one became an island due to Tide Shaper.
It wasn't already lethal. Okay, yeah, I missed that because it's a 2/2 because of the island. Because of the presence of island. So it was actually 4 coming through. Okay.
And Tide Shaper... That one's going to get bounced, and that's going to turn off the island effect on the Triome, which is going to allow a Dwarven Mind to enter. That's something you called out as being potentially very important.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that Joshua is going to have a bunch of extra mana. And yeah, normally you'd think the fairy can protect your spells from counters. Not the case here.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice ability, not a spell being cast. Another big advantage to this new power for Merfolk Lord printed in Dominaria United. Here we see the Dwarven Mind entering play. That one's going to make a 1/1 dwarf.
All right, so is there a potential lethal attack next turn? It looks somewhat unlikely. I don't think there's too many cards in Eric's hand. And the Master itself can't get blocked by the token. Although I guess even if Joshua has to block, that's already kind of a victory for Eric.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, plus, I mean, any Lord, I think, well, this Lightning Bolt changes that math quite a bit. We'll see if we want to sacrifice the Tide Shaper, which does remove some of the power. And we are going to go ahead and sacrifice the Tide Shaper, counter that Lightning Bolt. But now the Lords only really pumping each other. So you're looking at a 2/2 and a 3/3. Not as exciting as the huge swing we saw last turn. As Cavernous Souls is not the pickup we're looking for.
No, it sure isn't. Boy, I felt like we were coasting along here with Eric Henning looking strong to win this game, and I'm not sure that's the case anymore. I mean, if he counters a Transmogrify or Creativity, that's going to cost a lot of his board.
That's very true. And, we now only have one attacker that can be unblocked. The Master of the Pearl Trident does not give itself Island Walk, and I believe the new Lord also does not give Island Walk. So this Master of the Pearl Trident does attack for 3, and you do want to attack with it, but it is able to be blocked. I can't imagine we're going to be blocking it. We're thinking about it. Still very
I
precarious
wouldn't think you would block here, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. Teferi dies. Joshua will take 3. And then Archon is still looking pretty good here if Joshua can manage to get one into play. I'm not sure that he can.
Yeah, it looks like
there's so many cards
are taking a look.
Even a land and a creativity would cost Eric most of his board to stop.
Yeah.
but it doesn't appear
Looks like they're tapping 3 mana for another Teferi.
Okay.
This one good at buying time, but not actually permanently answering these merfolk. So here comes another card for Josh. They're going to play another Dwarven Mine.
Okay.
It's going to make another token. Here's another token. I love these dwarves. They're fun. Here comes 2 mana, and that's Explore. Yeah, it's one of the new Explore arts. Right. And here comes Wooded Foothills.
Okay, well, now there are a whole pile of blockers for Josh, and he can't block the Vodalian, so that's probably just coming in itself, unless depending on what Eric draws. So it's only 2 damage coming across now, and so many more land to play now for Josh. So the ability to counter a potential.
Well, it looks like National Pearl Trident was the draw, and that's actually a big one here, allowing these blockers to be completely invalidated, and pump up the entire team by quite a bit. We'll see if Eric is interested in going after the Teferi again, like we did last year.
So this would be an attack for 6 with the second Lord coming in. So, okay, so he's going to try and bait. No, that wouldn't make sense either. He's going to allow a block here. Or not.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing the math here. Looks like each thing should get +2/+2. Should be 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage. Are going to take care of the Teferi as it's non-lethal. I don't mind that one bit. And Josh going to go to 5. They're going to crack their Wooded Foothills. Let's see if we have another Dwarven Mine here. We sure do. And that's going to make another token. And now an Indomitable Creativity. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to do it for like 3 or whatever, right? And make like a whole bunch of Archons, but you just can't do that on the face of this Hex Catcher. And now with more material to work with, you know, work.
But if you do it for 1, is that enough?
I mean, you sack one thing, gain some life.
I think you're still dead.
I think you're still dead. I think you need a second one somewhere in there. Doing the math.
There's 6 lands, so if Josh draws another land, has another land, and can creativity for 2, then Eric would have to counter it, sacrificing 3 guys. Well, okay, that would be good. But this is
there's a creativity for 3. That's gonna eat a sacrifice for 1. And not going to work.
Yeah, all right. That's it then, right? I mean, everything's unblockable. And that's playing, so that's it. So Eric Henning's going to win game 1.
I think Joshua maybe had a land there and then was a little like, oops, should have played that land first. Forgot about the Hex Catcher over the course of that game. But either way, not looking super good for Joshua, of course, that game. They're going to pick it up. And Eric Kenning going to win game number 1 here. Now, this is something that's kind of how I expected the game to play out. I expected Hex Catcher to be a big problem. Josh does play islands, so the cards are very easy to be unblockable, even though, Eric drew the Tide Shapers anyway. But there's a lot of counter magic. Teferis can help with the mix, but as we saw, Teferi, once again, very hard to keep in play. So very much how I expected that matchup to play out.
It actually was closer than I expected at the end there.
For sure.
Anyway, if we have
a chance, we can get some Archons and stuff.
Let's take a look, and we can talk about what's going on. So Joshua Holtzman's a 5-color creativity, and the 5th color, I think, is just Archons. I don't know if there's a black land for the 1 leyline binding. Yeah, probably not.
I believe there's a Standards Lounge, right? Yeah, I believe there is a single black land.
Okay, so it is possible to hardcast the Archons in this deck. So against Mono Blue, we got Veil of Summers and we got Mystical Disputes. Those sound good.
Yeah, I think I'm interested, in the 1-mana spells that reference the color blue in this particular sideboard. Everything else, not super good. And plenty of, some expensive spells, I think, that are worth considering removing. Things like Fable the Mirror Breaker that you don't really have time for in the Merfolk matchup. Also are just very easy to tag with a counter spell, and you don't even get the creature for your trouble. Yeah, it could just be really, really bad.
Okay, and then for the Merfolk under the command of Eric Henning. In the sideboard here, we have Force Negations.
We have a good one to me.
Grafdigger's Cage. Is that going to stop Archons coming into play? I believe it would.
I think it does. Yeah, I believe it does. Yeah. Grafdigger's Cage is an interesting one for sure.
So that seems
Maybe spreading seas if you're trying to stifle the Dwarven Mine thing. When your creatures are already unblockable, like I think those spreading seas are the sideboard for specifically non-blue matchups. So I personally am only interested in the Force of Negations and the Graph Digger's Cage, and we can maybe remove some of the wackier creature-based merfolk, things like Tricksters and what have you.
Or maybe even the subtleties. I mean, I don't think much is getting hardcast in this matchup. I think subtlety is a flyer, but when everything has evasion anyway, I don't know that flying matters too much. So yeah, Tide Shapers maybe. It's Curse Catchers too. So the other merfolk deck we saw today had Dock Hands in it.
Yeah, Curse Catcher looking a lot better in this specific matchup. And I mean, Eric Hennig has a very good record to show for it. So fairly impressed with the build here. It looks really good. We've seen it multiple different builds. I think there's still some exploration to be done in this merfolk deck with the new tools given from Dominator United. But either way, a very impressive showing from Eric, and we'll see if he can get it done again in game number 2.
Okay, apparently Cage stops Transmogrify, but not Creativity because it actually exiles the cards, which is weird. There's no real reason for it to do that, but okay.
That's something I would call a judge for when sideboarding. Get a definitive answer, and based on that answer, bring the card in or not.
Yeah.
Let's get a look at creativity as the players are mulliganing and perusing hands. Let's see. Destroy X artifact creatures. Reveals cards from the top of the library until an artifact creature is revealed and exiles that card.
Okay.
Look at that right there. Big wall of text. Very easy to miss. Reveal cards to the top of the library until an artifact creature or creature is revealed and exiles. Those 3 words pretty important. Those players put the exile cards onto the battlefield and then shuffle their libraries. So yeah, of course, why not? Here's a combo card that does not get stopped by Graph Digger's Cage.
All right, so chat talking still about how the end of the last game played out. So if Joshua had a land, played Creativity for 2 with 2 mana available, and Eric would have been forced to sacrifice 3 creatures, that doesn't win the game. It probably means Eric is stuck with just 1 Lord, which doesn't give itself Island Walk, and Josh has the 3 tokens, and the game just continues on from there. If Josh had to land, which I'm not sure that they did.
Yeah, I agree with that. Either way, it's a little bit of a different game. Like maybe there's a chance, but you're still very behind.
Yeah.
Here comes a Triome. I believe that one is Rogren. I say everything's Rogren Triome. I don't actually can't confirm. There's Rogren. Right. It's either Rogren or Ketrias. Those are the only 2 available.
No, it's Rogren.
Cool. I got it right, Joe. See, I told you.
I knew that one right off the bat because I tried to buy a Roggen Triome and at a tournament, and they only had the alternate art one. So that one I knew, unlike most of them.
All right. Well, either way, Eric able to lead off on turn 1 Aether Vial once again. The opening that I think is really powerful against the Ren and 6 strategies. Aether Vial getting a little bit more stock. Turn 2 tapped Dwarven Mine. Not really the mana base firing on all cylinders that you'd like to see from Joshua's deck. We'll see if there's more lands. There is a second land. Take a point for Waterlogged Grove. And here comes Tide Shaper. That nice Triumph you have. What if it only made blue?
Yeah, okay. So despite having a tri-land and a single land, Joshua only able to make a blue and a red, which is something that we saw earlier today. Players would have been loved to be able to make, a blue and a red, but in this case, it's not enough. Stomping Ground adds odds to it. So now we've got green.
3 different colors. Full Temur back online. Teferi, notably not castable. Not sure that you'd even want to. You can just file it back in. Here comes Prismari Command, looking to destroy Aether Vial and Tide Shaper. That one's a pretty good one, I'd say.
Yeah, that's nice. Getting Vial out of here is great for Joshua.
Now, Eric, you can see a copy of Dismember pulled to the front of his hand there. Maybe a little bit of respect for the combo aspect with Dwarven Mine of the creativity deck. Here comes the Silvergill Adept, revealing another one.
Okay.
Mutavault the pickup. Going to get deployed. And back to Joshua.
I mean,
Dwarven Mine.
Even
this a mixed token.
Silvergill Adept being a cantrip. Like that's great. Whoa.
Wow.
Joshua's not wasting any time
and
here.
This Dismember's about to look pretty good, I think.
Is there a Dismember? Well, there is.
I don't know what that black card is if it's not a
No,
Dismember.
I think you're right. What happened?
Not
Well,
entirely
Joshua's going
sure.
to be very happy with the Archon that they're able to put into play this turn. Whether Eric was able to do something about it or not. Well, okay. Let's just hope that you're wrong, Drake. Or maybe Eric is letting us celebrate the day and wants us to have another game of Magic.
I think that must be it. Eric's like, I'm so ahead here. I don't need
that
to
sure
cast
looks
this
like a
number.
dismember. It's definitely black.
I don't know what other black cards exist.
Heavily
Maybe
altered.
we're going to dismember. Oh, we're animating the Mutavault and sacrificing it.
I mean,
it's a start.
Sure.
I'm going to need to find a second dismember if we want to take care of this Archon. Is Glasspool Mimic going to hit the graveyard?
Well, that's kind of inexplicable unless as chat is talking about, I mean, maybe Eric doesn't realize that he can counter the creativity by removing the target.
It does make me question why they're in the deck here if they were not planning to do that with it. As here comes an attack with Silvergill trying to bait out the block.
This is hoping for a block and then a dismember, which, I mean, honestly should work, because why on earth would Joshua assume that Eric has a dismember in hand?
Why on earth was he make this attack? As here comes another Silvergill Adept going to reveal Master of the Pearl Trident and pass the turn on back. And this Archon going to be able to start going to work, attacking for 6, triggering again.
Well, Joshua may not need to do much else to win this game.
I'm inclined to agree with you. As the
they have built quite a big advantage here with just the Archon. And this is like in Legacy Reanimator from years ago with Gristlebrand. You don't have to do anything. Just attack with Gristlebrand every turn. That might be enough.
Well, how about Ren and 6 to pick off the extra Silvergill Adept?
I suppose. If might as well
is that good? And yeah, so Joshua, they're going to win game number 2 with a powerful turn 4 Archon. Maybe there's some things that could have been done about it. Maybe not. Leave that up to speculation. But we do not actually have game 3. Things did not shake out as far as recording and what have you. So either way, we will update you though. Eric did win the match. So potentially looking at squeezing into the top 8, certainly crossing his fingers to make that happen. The Merfolk was able to dispatch of the creativity deck in 3 total games.
Yeah,
so
apologies for that. But honestly, we're hoping you're enjoying the show. And since we're down a director and producer today, the fact that we missed one game in the top 8 really was way above par on the number of things that could have gone wrong today.
Very true. Very true.
That is going to conclude the Swiss. So let's go ahead. We're going to talk over a few things, the schedule, the leaderboard and such, and then we're going to come back. We're not done with Magic for today. We're going to have the quarterfinals. Drake and I are going to show you, go through the top 8 bracket, the matchups, and then we're going to have the quarterfinal match tonight. The semifinals and finals will be tomorrow morning before the Pioneer 5K coverage starts. So let's go ahead and throw up the prize pool right now so you can see what the players are playing for. And it's not on the slide, but in addition to what you see here, the Nerd Rage points and the money, the first and second place also get invites to the first regional championship in November, which is in Atlanta. Is just okay. Now I'm told it's just the winner. I'm actually, well, okay, sure, just the winner. That must mean we said it wrong last month, but anyway, that's what's available to the players. Let's go and put the leaderboard up so you can see what these points actually mean. So here's the season 2 leaderboard. So we know Jesse Robkin, we know Scott Pulera, Zach Dubin, several of these players were in contention today. The top 2 players that aren't already written in orange are going to qualify for the year-end championship. So Jesse Robkin looking good, but not necessarily locked. And several other players, Chris Smith also we saw today, Rodney Bedell. So there's definitely people gunning for these slots. And where else can you qualify for the Nerd Rage Championship? Where else can you get points? Well, our season 3 schedule is out. So you can see here the October to November and the December events. Note the December event, which was originally announced at NebulaCon. NebulaCon has been canceled. Nerd Rage has spoken to the venue where it's supposed to be held, and we're going to have the event there anyway. So nothing really changes as far as that goes.
Awesome.
All right. So now we're going to step away for usually the top 8 break is a little bit longer, as I was explaining to players. Well, they have to figure out not to the last match end, so they figure out who's actually the tiebreakers, who's actually the top 8. Then the players will take photographs, give them a bit of a break, just a few minutes, and then we'll get the top 8 started. Drake and I will be back to take you through that in a few minutes. Stick around. The magic never ends at the Nerd Rage Weekends. We'll be right back. All right, Nerd Rage Gaming is back for the last round of the day, the quarterfinals upcoming. We're going to try and get through this. We hope you've enjoyed the show today. We've got a top 8 bracket coming up. I want to just address, we're proud of the show we've given you for the first 7 rounds today. Round 8, there was a few problems. We had some games, some archetypes messed up. We lost a game on the replay coverage. We had some other things miscommunicated. So apologies for that. We're going to do better this round, and we'll do better tomorrow. All right. Drake, let's go talk through the bracket.
Yeah, so we can take a look here.
All right. So
not a lot of 4-color.
No, there is not a lot of 4-color. All right. So let's start with 1-8. Aaron Miller versus Joseph Renal on top left. 5-color creativity versus 4-color blank. Is it the more colors wins? Is that how you determine who's favored?
Honestly, in this case, I think that is the case, Joe. Especially being on the play, that's going to be a big one for the creativity deck. But the whole appeal to creativity, as I understand it, is that it does have a good matchup against the 4-color blink deck, having that kind of combo finish to go over the top of the value stuff going on in the 4-color deck.
All right, and then we've got Scott Pulera versus Samuel Nordenson, Living End versus Golgari Yawgmoth. We saw this match different. Not the same players, but we saw this match play out today, and it was won by Living End in a messy game 3 where there were double ley lines and players missing land drops all over the place, and Hardcasting Creature was able to take down the match. So is that something we can expect again? Pulera did beat another Yawgmoth player today as well. So you have opinions on this?
I'm not going to say I'm intimately familiar with it. I think that a lot of the main deck game probably wildly favors a Living End deck, but there's a lot of really good sideboard options for the Yawgmoth deck. They certainly know that Living End is a big problem, and Scott's been able to get it done in the past. This is an important set of matches for him, as he suddenly is looking very good to pick up the points required to make up a deficit and qualify for the championship off seasonal points. So a lot of pressure here for Pulera, but not necessarily sure exactly how it's going to play out. So the hate card's definitely a piece of the puzzle.
All right. So our backup match we will watch on replay after the primary match is finished will be George Jabber against Blake Madsen. George Jabber has top-aided under Rage Offensive 4 with a Azorius controlled Modern, sometimes being one of the only players in the upper portion of the field playing it, versus the what are we calling this? This scam Rakdos? Is that
Rakdos scam. Come on,
okay.
Joe. Get with the program.
It just takes me a while to catch up, dude. I'm not, cool with the lingo, so it takes me a while. But we have Blue Eye Control versus Rakdos Midrange. Rakdos trying to, cheat with Undying effects and reanimation maybe, and some Blood Moon effects. And George Jabber playing, Planeswalker Blue Eye Control. Let's see. Is this a Days Undoing deck? I know he's played that before. It is.
Whew. Love it. Love it.
I like George Jabber's experience with this deck. I like his spot. He's not messing around, not doing anything fancy. Well, I guess Days Undoing may be fancy.
I think that definitely counts as fancy.
Yeah,
if I had to rank Days Undoing, I think that definitely counts.
All right. And the matchup that we're going to watch is between the Perigo brothers, who have shown up and obviously torn the field to shreds and are meeting now in the top 8. Nathaniel Perigo and Jonathan Perigo, obviously from the same family, not of the same leanings. Azorius Affinity versus Rakdos Midrange, some disagreement here.
For sure, definitely. Magic skill runs in the family. Deck taste apparently does not. Very different strategies.
Yeah, so we'll get the deck lists in a little bit, but we're going to start. So we can tell you this is basically like a thought cast. This is not like Hammer Affinity, Hammer Blue White. This is nothing close to that, even though it does share some of the cards. We see Esper Sentinel and Ornithopter get things going, but this is a Urza Thoughtcast type deck. So
right? I mean,
we'll
for the
see.
first time in a long time, the affinity deck actually supporting affinity cards.
Yeah.
Not just a Metalcraft deck as we used to see in Modern's past. And yeah, like you said, this is very much kind of reminiscent of the 8-cast deck in Legacy, looking to play a bunch of the Thoughtcast effects, just build up a critical mass of material, and use that to overwhelm the opponent. As here comes Grief. That one is not a non-creature spell. Not going to trigger Esper Sentinel. Going to go ahead and pitch the black flip land. Looks like, can't get a great look at the last card. Thoughtcast, Teferi, Urza, certainly powerful cards among the mix. Hopefully the last card's a land.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Hopefully the last card's a land there. All right, and then we're going to see blink effect here. Card drawn. It's another land, or a land at least.
As there is a Feign Death that is going to be cast. Draw the card. Land was picked up. Thoughtcast can hit the bin. Looks like lands and Urza. That is the material left over. And for Jonathan, looking at a Grief. Going to be able to stay in play, start laying the beatdowns on Nathaniel.
So that, I mean, that's the way you draw it up. If you're the Rakdos scam deck, I mean, that's what you're looking for on turn one. Maybe not so much giving the opponent a free card, but I guess you kind of trade evenly and you're up there with a 4/3 menace creature on turn one.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, like you said, this is very much the way they're trying to draw it up. Their deck, a wow and a fury among the mix as well. Their deck not normally very explosive as far as laying the beatdowns. A lot of, I mean, it's a mid-range deck, right? You're looking at a slower pace of actually killing the opponent. You can turn up the heat in matchups like Big Mana where you really need to get it done. Things like Dothy Voidwalker can double as a reasonable attacker, but for the most part, looking to interact, as Jonathan has done a very good job doing here. Going to pay for the Esper Sentinel. That takes the Urza, the 2 more lands in hand. So every draw basically for Nathaniel has been a land, as Metallic Rebuke picked up on time.
Okay. Well, yeah, still it can catch the next thing that happens, which may still actually make a difference here. Parago brothers here playing pride of the family here. Well, I guess we're not going to let them both qualify. As
I mean, certainly whoever wins this just gets bragging rights indefinitely, right?
Yeah, exactly. I have to imagine you tell the rest of the family members. Oh yeah,
who the superior player is.
Yeah, of course. And correction from what we mentioned leading into the break, where there was some uncertainty as to whether a Terminate draws an Ether Spellbomb there, and then it gets countered as to whether just the winner, or the 2 finalists would qualify for the regional championship. It is the 2 finalists. So win this match and the semifinal in the morning, and you're on your way to Atlanta in November.
Good stuff.
But really, it's just the bragging rights, right? I mean, depending on what this family is like, they might not even care about the money. It's like, no, I just have to beat the brother.
Oh yeah, that's what mattered to me. Are you kidding me? And it's on camera. Are you joking? We could just go back, watch the film, show me beating you up all over again. Love to see it. Looking at maybe a Thoughtseize once again. Looks like an Aether Spellbomb was picked up. You're not allowed to have any spells, brother. No spells for you. You can have only lands. I will Thoughtseize everything else.
Well, these life totals are dropping, even though a lot of Jonathan's has been self-inflicted.
Very true. Very true. Looks
like another Thoughtseize actually in hand, I think.
Pitch casting this Fury. We are going to pitch cast the Fury. Clean up the rest of it. Nice. Only lands. You get nothing else. And Urza's Saga, among the better lands to have if you're restricted to only lands.
Still, it's not
maybe
quite
a little late.
Can you get there? Ooh, Voidwalker, that's going to make it harder also.
Good pickup. Memnite, not the powerhouse we're looking for here.
It keeps him alive.
We can make a Saga token too.
Yeah, and so now we can actually this is actually, Jonathan, the rightmost Parago, actually has to think about this now.
Decisions. Looks like Thoughtseize Swamp among the mix. We gonna attack or not?
I don't know if we are. Maybe you just attack with the Shadow guy and not the Grief.
I like attacking with the Shadow guy. I mean, you're probably supposed to attack with Grief too. I don't know. Just send it all. Whatever.
Okay. I mean, this
match for blockers, Joe.
Construct.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5, I believe.
Yeah.
It should live. Or was it only 4? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it was only 4, right? The 2 artifact lands, Memnite, and the construct itself.
So now, I mean, this is going to completely turn here, as the left side Parago can make a new construct and search up Shadow Spear and equip and attack.
Provided that there's a Shadow Spear available, I believe there is.
That's
that
true.
one did not get thought seized.
I didn't look at the deck list, but I just assume it's there. So Nathaniel Perigo is taking this through. Okay, definitely going to make a token. Second construct. All right.
There is a Shadow Spear.
Yeah, I think that Jonathan is in danger here.
Well, how do we attack, right? For
what do you mean?
Enough damage? You only get to attack with the Midnight's a 2/2. You go to 3 and you die to the dog.
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry. I thought that, yeah, you're right. I was thinking the construct lift, the Memnite lift. Okay. Then,
right. Because it was that's what we determined. It was a 4/4 construct, got et by the 4/3.
All right.
And
well,
now
then
we're in
then it's tough. Right? Because you're looking at dying exactly if you don't have anything else.
I believe that is correct. As Shadow Spear does not remove Shadow as a mechanic. It removes Indestructible and Hexproof, I believe. But Shadow gets to stay, which is honestly kind of a flavor fail on a card called Shadow Spear. Thought Monitor is going to add to the mix. Another Thought Monitor picked up. Not sure what that one can possibly draw to get Nathaniel out, but you're kind of seeing the power of this deck here in the late game. Maybe a little too late. There's the Teferi. Oh no, and that's exactly what we needed the first go round. Not going to be good enough. Too little, too late. As you know, Jonathan kind of getting away with it. You know, as we saw at the end of that game, if he had 3 or 4 more life points, it's a completely different game, as you were alluding to.
I mean, if one more life point, I think would have turned things around, or one more power on the Memnite. I was mistaken on which creature survived, and so I missed kind of how much life would be gained there. But yeah, that did end up being close. Let's go and take a look at the deck list here, as we've got some. Both of them really are not, things we've seen all day long. We'll start here with Nathaniel Perigo's Azorius Affinity or 8-cast deck, or whatever you want to call it. How much?
It's only 7 casts.
Actually,
right?
It's only 7. All right.
It's only 7. Take a look here. It looks like 2 copies of Teferi. Going to be good ones against the Cascade decks. Pretty heads up choice there. Pretty reasonable affinity deck list overall. Portable Hole being able to function as a removal spell and artifact to make your cards work.
All right. So what do we have lying over here in the sideboard? In the extra 15, we have a pair of Hercules Recall, a Pithing Needle. Going first, Spell Pierce might be good enough. There's a Containment Priest. There's a lot.
Containment Priest is pretty good against the Feign Death stuff.
Yeah. Dispatch is what, tap and then Metalcraft? It's an exile, right?
Correct. It is. Okay. Yeah, it is flat exile with Metalcraft. Otherwise, taps a creature.
Okay. Flusterstorm. So I suppose, really, did I say Hercules Recall was good? Obviously, it's not. That would be good.
Yeah, no, you're just listing off cards in the sideboard.
Yeah. So really, it's the question of, are the 1-mana counters worth bringing in here?
I can't imagine so. I think you want to keep the artifact density because, the scam deck is looking to pick off your artifacts, making your affinity stuff harder to do. So every non-artifact card in your deck has a very real cost. Like, I would reach for the things like relics that are artifacts, even if they're not necessarily able to catch the turn 1 grief scam effect thing. If you can't do any of that stuff, you're not able to actually catch it with the Relic of Progenitus. Just having an artifact in play, I think, is worth more than not. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, like I said, keep the density good. You can maybe reach for Containment Priest, but it's probably a little slow.
All right. And the other, Jonathan Perigo's Rakdos Midrange, or Rakdos Scam, as you keep saying, and I'm sure everyone else is too, because it's catchy.
It is catchy. And this is a pretty traditional build of Scam as we've seen it in its time existing in Modern. It hasn't been around for all that long, but the typical couple main deck Blood Moons, Dothi, Ragavan, the full 4 Grief, the full 4 Fury, and that's really the kind of other definition of Scam here, where you're able to kind of scam these creatures into play with Grief, Fury, both evoke creatures, and then plenty of copies of Feign Death and Malakir Rebirth.
Yeah, okay, and the sideboard over here, explosives, potentially. A Braid sounds good. Fatal Push, maybe. And then we have 1 copy of Hitotsugo Consumes All. That seems like a winner.
That seems very good in this matchup, if I had to guess. Not really sure if the I don't even know what the Obnixilis does. That card was supposed to be better than Oko, and then nobody played it. So I just don't know what the card does.
Oh, well, the Obnixilis, I mean, I feel like I look at that as more of an anti-control card. I mean, it can create blockers, but I don't expect that's something you're really going to see here.
Oh, yeah, it hits hands. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to get a good read on that one. as we are looking at game number 2. Yeah, the Hidetsu consumes all, a card that we saw in the other Rakdos deck in a much higher number, probably an all-star in this matchup.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see if Nathaniel can escape the first turn cycle with more
a
cards
hand at all.
Nope, he just can't.
Oh, which see the secret, Joe, is you just keep all the lands that work off the bat. Just have 2 sagas ready to go, and that way, all of the scamming that's happening with the griefs and the Thoughtseize, it just doesn't matter. You're going to be left with lands anyway. Might as well keep the good lands.
Yeah. All right. Dispatch we see did get boarded in, and these brothers both playing the full text, no art, basic lands.
Some things do run in the family, Joe.
Yeah. All right. Replacement
Apparently, choice in
Dispatch
basics
immediately.
Urza's Saga, passing of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Malakir Rebirth, the pickup. Magus of the Moon, we see it. That one from the sideboard in Jonathan Perigo's hand. Pretty good against the Saga draw, which Nathaniel does have here.
Yeah, at least there won't be quite the bone crushing on mana development, as there's a Plains and a Springleaf Throne, but you're right. Losing the Saga is going to matter. At least one construct will come out of it, though.
Correct. And Lavinia, we see in hand, will shut down some of the late game Fury stuff that's going on. Perigo drawing, Nathaniel Perigo, drawing some of the relevant sideboard cards. We'll see exactly how that lines up. Swamp being fetched here. I wonder how much the brothers know about how they sideboard versus each other. They have to have played the matchup before.
I mean, unless they're bitter enemies who randomly got paired each other at a Magic tournament, they probably know pretty well what each other's playing.
What's going on here. Yeah, what the plan is.
All right. So
we got confirmation they didn't even bother looking at deck lists. So I think both of them pretty intimately familiar about what's happening here.
All right, Magus
of the Moon going to hit play. Let's make a construct in response.
Well, this can be dealt with eventually with another artifact.
Yeah, just need one more artifact. No problemo. Here comes a draw step. Lavinia number 2, much less good than Lavinia number 1. Portable Hole. It looks like maybe still in the deck. Not going to answer a Magus of the Moon too well, as we're going to cast a Lavinia. Let's get some text on that card.
Well, know the deck list too well, but have to read my brother's cards. Yeah.
Come on. Can you list the text on Lavinia off the top of your head? That card is incredibly confusing.
All right. Yeah. So Lavinia, it puts the brakes on hard casting things that are more expensive than the number of lands you have in play. And
all things?
It's probably like non-creatures.
It is non-creatures.
And then it counters everything.
I love it.
Whoa. It's that Lavinia?
It's not that Lavinia. No, just keep it up. Don't help Joe. Don't help Joe. What else does it do, Joe?
And it counters anything that costs 0.
Close. Anything that you didn't spend mana on. Doesn't have to cost 0.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it definitely does not have protection from red. Like that
Detain everything. Yeah, so the top half is non-creature. The bottom half's all spells, notably. Yeah, checks only opponents. And I
missed that part.
Number of lands.
I missed the fact that it's only your opponents.
There you go. All right. I love the beatdown with the Magus too. Magus getting frisky. I'll live for it. Here's Teferi. A waving of the hand. Yeah. No, Teferi me.
Okay.
Terminate the token.
All right.
Love it.
Somewhat fortunate for Nathaniel to lose his Lavinia since he has a reserve copy. And Teferi's going to go up, reset Magus the Moon, which doesn't actually do a whole lot except cantrip here.
Land the pickup. Magus can be redeployed. Fury also among the cards. Could pick off the Teferi if that's something you're interested in, especially having seen Lavinia. The Lavinia already answered. Can hardcast later. Who knows? Nothing matters. Malakir Rebirth, and a bunch of other lands going on for the scam deck in the hands of Jonathan Perigo. Much more grindy fight here than we saw in game 1.
Magus the Moon not exceptional here, except at killing Urza Saga. So I wonder if Jonathan has anything else to do, if he just does the other thing and holds the Magus until another Urza Saga might show up. But no, he's going to commit it to the board here.
Yeah, I mean, the Fury, not super exciting. And Saga number 3, the draw step for Perigo. This Magus looking about as good as it possibly can, and still doesn't look that good. Artifact number 2 enters play, not able to exile the Magus quite yet, and Teferi threatening to be killed by it. So kind of an awkward spot. Can we play this Portable Hole for no value? Are you?
I mean, even if you do, you still can't play the dispatch this turn, and that is going to happen.
Sure will. And Seasoned Pyromancer, a very good draw for Jonathan. Helps out that hand quite a bit.
Now, can you imagine if Jonathan goes on to win this, and then later on at the next family gathering, it's like, Mom, you're not going to believe this. Nathaniel played a rule spell that targeted nothing against me.
It's garbage.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
I love it. Oh, I like the alternating here between the full art and full text swamps out of Jonathan Perigo. That's that does it for me. Either some art or no art. Or, I'm sorry, either full art or no art. Pick one. Pick a lane. I refuse to do a little bit of either. And a Genius Smith, actually a very good draw step here.
Yeah, that is helpful because that allows the Springleaf Drum to activate. So Smith comes in, finds 2 more Smiths.
Smithin' and Smithin' and Smithin'. Looks like Aether Spellbomb and a land, the real choices for the Smith.
Yeah, but more importantly here, so now Dispatch can actually take out the Magus of the Moon, and then Saga can be played for the turn. And that will actually get Nathaniel going a little bit here.
I agree. I think that's why there's a real choice here. Is the land is somewhat appealing, given that we've been missing land drops. But at the same time, if you're planning on playing Sagas for the next 2 turns, you probably just want the Aether Spellbomb, even though it's not very good.
Yeah, and the Spellbomb is also something you can tutor up with the Saga. So, yeah, maybe neither choice. Great here.
Yeah, it's just kind of like which is the least of the bad. And I think I agree with Nathaniel's choice here. That the Aether Spellbomb's the best of the bunch. Let's go ahead and make a white mana with that Springleaf Drum, and let's go ahead and dispatch, quite literally, this Magus of the Moon. Exiled. Here's Nurza's Saga. Here's an Aether Spellbomb.
Yeah, that was a real good turn there for Nathaniel. And now, Jonathan's measly attackers
should have grown. I don't know if we missed that or not, but I think off at least the Aether Spellbomb, it's supposed to get bigger.
Let's see. No, yeah, it's just the first artifact for the turn, right? But none was played. But yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think there wasn't the portal hold this turn, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. And here comes Fury. That no longer makes red mana. You are required to either fetch or tap differently.
Did you see Jonathan try and cheat against me on camera?
He's so toxic. Metallic Rebuke. Once again, showing up after all the action happens. Here is a Saga. Now, Nathaniel under a fair bit of pressure here. Seasoned Pyromancer alongside the Furies, putting up a real clock. But as soon as these Saga tokens get rolling, things are going to change very quickly. As a Lavinia very quickly deployed. Still have 2 mana up to activate the first Saga.
Yep, that's pretty important. Although there's now no longer Saga plus Metallic Rebuke. But I guess that's okay. No, I take that back. There is, because the construct that's created can tap to the second Springleaf Drum.
You tap the second drum, exactly.
Yeah.
These Springleaf drums looking very good.
Yeah, so Nathaniel really capable of using absolutely everything available to him this turn if things play out in a convenient fashion.
Draw step. Another land. Second Blackcleave Cliffs. Not what Jonathan Perigo wants to see at all. Game's about what's on the board for him. So here comes an attack for 8.
All right. Well, this first construct's going to be pretty decent sized, or alternatively, Lavinia could just block because maybe its ability isn't doing so much right now.
Basically just a 2/2 at this point of the game. All of the creatures I think you're not really looking to evoke. Maybe doing some math on activate then Aether Spellbomb.
So it looks like 5 artifacts in play right now.
No, he's the 6th, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm wrong.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, it's 5. All right, it's just a chump block.
Well, it's a trade right now.
And Feign Death in response to the block
with
here.
Mana available. Okay, so now that
interesting. That's the last spell in Perigo's hand. Not much can be done in response.
I guess. Yeah.
You can just bounce it in response. That doesn't feel super good, but it works.
It keeps Lavinia alive.
Too. Yeah.
Which it's going to die anyway if the Fury is recast. Well, actually, I guess the construct would die.
Yeah.
Either way, like Nathaniel is gaining ground here. With these
For sure. I mean, these sagas ticking up is very much what this game's about for Nathaniel Perigo. And of course, we know Jonathan Perigo has, 2 lands in hand other than this Fury, which is going to pick off 1, 2. Yeah, you can pick off the construct now. And we are going to do so. Untap. All right, so we draw, and now we have 2 triggers. Land, not exactly what we're looking for. Doing some mana check. Can we make 2 constructs? Activate. No, I believe is the answer.
1, 2. Well,
you can if you draw an artifact that somehow makes mana, or if you get an artifact that makes mana
anyway,
off of this.
Right?
Oh, because Lavinia is still in play, right? That didn't die. Yeah, okay, we can make 2 constructs. That's got to be pretty good. I think that's a very important tidbit.
Okay.
Shadow Spear pulled to the front.
Yeah,
looking to see if there's any other good options. There are not. Shadow Spear coming into play.
Yeah, so now the option, so that we've got a 1, 2, 3, a 5/5 construct with the option to make another or cast Metallic Rebuke if that actually is relevant. Which it may be.
We saw Fury cast for 5 mana. If another Fury comes off the top, that Metallic Rebuke is going to look really, really good.
Yes.
Here's a tapped Seachrome Coast. Could have done a lot more maybe if that came in untapped. And by a lot more, I mean just actually cast the Metallic Rebuke afterwards. Malakir Rebirth, actually a reasonable pickup at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this another Fury attack, blink action.
I love this attack. Send it. Send the Seasoned Pyromancer. Get some 1/1s.
Maybe. Okay, it's going to be block on both.
Block on both. Okay, we can do this again. We can feign death. Or I'm sorry, this one's Malakir Rebirth. We can Malakir Rebirth. And Malakir Rebirth on Seasoned Pyromancer going to be extremely impressive as far as bringing the mana back. Looks like we're going to respond by making a token. That's going to happen. Then the other construct's going to die. Got that shortcutted pretty quick. Going to discard the 2 Blackleaf Cliffs in hand. That makes no 1/1s. And draw 2 cards. Kolaghan's Command among the cards drawn. That one's pretty powerful.
Yeah. So we've got, how big is the construct in play now? It's a 5/5, although it could potentially grow twice next turn just from the saga. This is a pretty interesting game.
Is that Braid the other card? We're just full of shatters. Oops, all shatters.
Well, trading in 2 land for those 2 would certainly have been a good deal for Jonathan. Probably creature in his graveyard is worth more than Nathaniel's card to go alongside the shatter effect.
This is wild. Is there any way you could just blow up enough meaningless artifacts to like shock this down? That's got to be too cute. As Darksteel Citadel, the draw, that's going to be able to grow it by 1 as well. We're going to go ahead and activate in response here to the other trigger. Make another construct. That one cannot attack, but can tap for mana using the Springleaf Drum. And let's go a searching.
Yeah, what's left to find here?
Looks like a needle. You can name Seasoned Pyromancer, and then if it dies, they can't get the tokens. That's on board and matters. I guess. Can't imagine there's a lot of other exciting things here. As here comes the Pithing Needle.
Is that the... Okay, I guess it was. Or maybe Jonathan's helping him out, saying, hey, you should name this, not the secret tech.
Not the secret tech. What's the secret tech, Joe?
How would I know? I'm not in the family.
That's true. That's true. All right, and there we go. Here comes the Darksteel Citadel. That's going to grow the constructs. Have to imagine we're going to see an equip here. We sure will. And lay the beat downs. Yeah, no shot that happens. Here's shatter number 1, my brother. Target, I don't know. Target the Shadow Spear.
Wow, that's... I mean, this is still
I'm not sure you can
attack.
telegraph that you have more shatters harder than by shooting the equipment here.
So this is an attack for how much? 6, 7?
Still a lot, and it's about to get... This Kolaghan's Command is about to get destroyed by this Metallic Rebuke, I imagine. as we're choosing modes of shatter, return this busted creature. Yeah, no thanks, says Nathaniel Perigo. And there is Metallic Rebuke finding a target here on turn, 8.
Yeah.
And very relevant target at that.
Both players empty-handed now. Both brothers empty-handed. And I mean, just Nathaniel's chances of grinding out a victory here actually increased by this needle naming Seasoned Pyromancer because it just delays things, but still looking really strong.
Right? Yeah, like these constructs are functioning as quite the abyss with Jonathan Perigo at 5.
Yeah.
Suddenly, we're looking at dead next turn, despite the fact there's a Pithing Needle in play. Oh, but don't worry. We have a Feigned Death once again to get 2 more cards out of the Seasoned Pyromancer. Wow. Going to need to be as good as they were last time. Dauthi Voidwalker didn't get a great look at the second one.
Interesting thinking through what would have happened if the token was killed before instead of Shadow Spear. Like Jonathan would have been higher life now, but taking more damage this turn, and Nathaniel would be at something like 20.
Would be infinite, right? I think it looks a lot better here shooting the Shadow Spear.
I feel like
might get countered.
Even if
but 2 lands is not going to do it, and we're going to get a game number 3.
All right.
And the Perigo brothers. Whew. That was an incredible game, extremely interactive. When you see the game go that long and the kind of trades and interaction that happens on the Rakdos side against the Azorius deck, I would not imagine a game that is close and even has Azorius Affinity winning that doesn't involve a string of thought monitors and thought casts. But that really didn't happen at all. It was kind of just the Urza sagas that needed to be unlocked and got the job done.
Yeah, and they barely got there. I mean, I feel like all 4 tokens were kind of required there. 3 maybe would have been enough, but the first 2 were dealt with. And the one, if there was just one left, it would have taken a long time to get through all the Pyromancer tokens, or at least the potential Pyromancer tokens. And Pithing Needle naming Seasoned Pyromancer, I don't think you do that unless you've, played 100 mirror matches against your brother. And like, I'm tired of these stupid tokens. Let me
stop delaying the inevitable. Just die. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, because there are cool other options you can name. I suppose you could name. None of them are great. You could name Dauthi Voidwalker to prevent it from casting something. That doesn't seem super likely, and there's probably other random stuff in the deck too. Maybe
for sure.
But we
called out some sideboard options. Lavinia coming in on the draw, right? No, I'm sorry, on the play for the Azorius deck. Even still, typically too slow against the Feigned Death stuff that can happen on turn 1. Maybe respecting the fact that Fury with the Feigned Death stuff as a wrath later in the game is something you're actually encouraged to do, even if you have the option to hard cast Fury, right? Because you just getting that extra ETB trigger could be worth enough when the Azorius Affinity deck goes wide. Yeah,
sure. I mean, we actually saw the Undying Resurrection stuff on Seasoned Pyromancer twice matter more than I would have realized. Just the influx of cards in hand
huge.
Really was. I mean, obviously we saw the first pair were great. The second pair were lands and not so good. But the first, I think the match would have ended a few minutes or a minute earlier, or the game would have, if a Braid plus Kolaghan's Command pairing hadn't come off the top and kind of cratered that attack step and kind of the rebuilding. But that Metallic Rebuke was very clutch.
Looked very good. I called it out as maybe being a little late to the party.
Yeah.
Oh boy, was it not, because it countered a very important spell and definitely catapulted Nathaniel into a game number 3.
All right. Well, let's go back down to the table. Only one Perigo may advance. Let's see.
There can only be one.
Yeah.
Our brothers shuffling up here. Some really cool magic. This is a cool matchup to have play out too. If you're going to be 2 people probably traveled together, if I had to gamble on it, probably have, played the matchup quite a bit. Having this particular spread of decks looks to be a very, very fun, very interactive matchup to play in your spare time. Have to imagine that you're pretty familiar with what's going on here.
Yes, indeed. Okay. So one of these players advancing to top 4 to play tomorrow morning. After this concludes, we will have the backup match to find our other top 4 competitor between George Jabur and Blake Madsen. And after that, if you're not satisfied with how much magic you've seen today, well, you have to come back tomorrow.
Go to bed. Get some rest. Watch all the magic tomorrow. I love it. And here is a turn 1 Esper Sentinel, probably one of the better turn 1s that don't involve a bunch of 0 mana cards for Nathaniel. Very good against a lot of the discard strategy that Jonathan has going on. Although we saw in game number 1, Grief get the job done as basically a creature. So you can just do it in the face of Esper Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
No play on turn 1 or 2. Maybe speaks to some removal spells for Jonathan.
Perhaps. And Plains is nice against the impending Magus of the Moon. And
Ingenious Smith the follow.
Okay. And Springleaf Realm. So not going to be too hampered by the Magus this game either, is Nathaniel, unless the Urza Saga start flowing.
Pithing Needle, the one grabbed, has to be speaking to a brick on the Ingenious Smith if you're taking the Pithing Needle off the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna grab a basic Swamp once again, kind of signaling the intent to do some Blood Mooning action here in game number 3. Draw step for Jonathan, maybe. Yes. Malakir Rebirth. And we do see a Magus of the Moon among the cards in hand for Jonathan.
I'm
Fury, 2 Blood Grips.
So often I'm unimpressed by Springleaf from after turn 2. But Nathaniel got good use of it all game last game.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I don't think Nathaniel can really even win the game if those cards are anything but Springleaf Shaman, right? Like, just using his mana every single turn allowed him to catch back up. As here's Fury with a Malakir Rebirth to bring it back into play. That one's not going to kill anything on the second go-round, but did a good enough job on the first go-round and is quite a clock.
Yes, it is. Okay, so another Ingenious Smith, Nathaniel with a Thoughtcast in hand. I don't think Nathaniel drew any of the draw 2s last game. And here's a Spellbomb. All right.
Maybe the Spellbomb a little bit better. That one at least draws a card. Here comes the Darksteel Citadel. The Citadel is the thing that triggers the Smith because it just counts artifacts, not cast. And here's another Smith. Just oops, all Smiths. And this one, we found one on the 4th hit of the Memnite.
Now, is that
we're going to hold that or
go in there? Okay, and just as a blocker, maybe. I mean, absorbing 6 damage. That seems like a good deal.
Does this Ingenious Smith actually get a counter, even though an artifact has already entered the battlefield this turn?
I wondered about that too, but
it only triggers once each turn. It doesn't care about the first each turn. Okay. So Ingenious Smith is going to get a counter off of the Midnight. And suddenly, after just getting wrathed by this Fury, I mean, that's something that I mentioned in the transition into this game, the Fury with the Malakir Rebirth to rebuy the Fury, do like a pseudo Wrath. Nathaniel has rebuilt a pretty impressive board right away.
Yes, he sure has. And those Ingenious Smiths are going to keep growing here. And there's an Urza. Good timing.
Urza or garbage artifacts. Yeah. What would you like? Choose your character.
Yeah, Nathaniel, a fan of constructs, not wanting Urza Sagas only. That's not enough. Got
to get all the constructs.
Actual Urza himself to bring another one.
No, thank you. Otawara, Aether Spellbomb, Pithing Needle, the leftovers. And it's very much the Evoke Elementals versus a team of currently kind of mopey beatdowns, but those Ingenious Smiths pretty good at growing quite quickly.
So does Nathaniel just try and slow play some artifacts here to grow counters over time?
You definitely hold the Pithing Needle, right? That card just does not really have text until it's a +1/+1 to all Ingenious Smiths. The question is really the Midnight and the Aether Spellbomb.
Yeah.
And probably for Fury considerations, you're supposed to hold it.
What are we thinking on this Spellbomb? Is this a cantrip or is this a bounce spell?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Nathaniel's thinking about right now.
Because Jonathan with 4 land in play could easily just drop 1 and hardcast it. On the other hand,
Pithing Needle.
Okay.
It looks like we're speaking to the card potentially being a bounce, if that's how we're sequencing this, right? Bounce like Grief or something, stymie some of the damage, and maybe not. Doing some blocking considerations. Otawara currently not available. Interesting.
Yeah.
This is definitely something Nathaniel's going to know far better than I, but you kind of have to pick, right, between should you cycle the spell bomb to try to find your Thoughtcast effects and get that train rolling, or do you want to just try to delay the inevitable with taking damage wise and line up some turns where you can put up enough blockers that you can kind of outvalue Jonathan, like what happened in game 2?
I feel like if you're going to consider cantripping the spell bomb, you need to do it before playing the Pithing Needle, because you may want to spend that mana on something else.
Sure.
For the turn. But yeah, now is Nathaniel considering a double attack here with and potentially trade with a Fury? I'm sorry, with a Grief. Okay. All right, so he's just gonna. Well, he's definitely wow. In with
send it.
Yeah,
I love this.
All of it.
And that'll with this Mem Knight. I assume you have to play this Mem Knight now. Yeah, you can't not play the Mem Knight. So that's a chump blocker for the Fury. Also represents a mana. See, Nathaniel put that right next to the Springleaf Drum. I actually kind of like this.
Yeah.
Right, you attack. Suddenly, Jonathan at 9, Shadow Spear representing lethal. If that's just a card that's in hand.
Even an artifact. Let's see.
Yeah, an artifact, if there's no blockers, would be lethal.
And an artifact land or any cheap artifact would, and then auto aura bounce on the Grief would allow an attack for exactly Jonathan's life total.
Yeah, you can see Jonathan kind of piecing that one together right now on debating whether to attack with Fury or not. Could put some blockers into play in the form of Magus. Could redeploy the Grief. Also, a Seasoned Pyromancer could potentially just cash out the spells, hopefully draw their spells, but most importantly, get 1/1s to stymie the aggression.
I think you have to attack here, because if you don't, and these Ingenious Smiths grow to a 4/4, then Fury's just trading with them.
Yeah, and that's no good at all.
So I think, attacking here and then playing Seasoned Pyromancer seems okay. It seems unlikely Jonathan would potentially die if that happened.
Yeah, the question is, are you playing to win or are you playing to stay alive, right? Now, the Fury, you can take a hit from Fury still, and we see a very quick block from Nathaniel, understanding that, there may be a spot in the future where removal spells are involved and you may need that extra turn, so get the blocks in while you actually can. Seasoned Pyromancer is the follow-up. Like I said, I think I like discarding at least one spell here. We discarded both. I like this actually a lot. Here comes 2 tokens.
Okay, so the draws were Thoughtseize and
Terminate, it looked like.
Okay, Terminate. That's a good one.
And we're going to shock down to 7. Going to go ahead and Terminate now, playing around Metallic Rebuke. Very heads up. Not going to get got by that one again. Draw Step. Esper Sentinel. Does grow the Smith.
All right. So the Pithing Needle, we're told, is naming Engineered Explosives. That makes sense.
Yeah. Now there's an interesting turn for Nathaniel. I don't think you want to attack. Could also potentially Otawara. I think if you're going to attack, you have to do so before playing the Esper Sentinel. No, you can't even do that. Yeah, that's so brutal. You have to just wait. This Otawara being held in hand, representing a bounce spell in future turns.
Right.
And at this stage of the game, are you interested in trading with this Fury now? Get destroyed if there's a feigned death effect.
That's true. What else are you? The other option would be a chump block with a Memnite.
Yeah, and hope to start drawing the Thoughtcast effects and actually get something going. Because otherwise, you're just treading water. Block here. Seasoned Pyromancer.
This isn't great either. If there's a Undying effect.
Correct.
All right. It is gonna. Looks like it's gonna get through. Genius Smith will live.
Multiple outs though. Things like Shadow Spear. You have things like the Thoughtcast effects. Darksteel Citadel at least grows the Ingenious Smith.
Okay.
That's not nothing. And we do have Otawara for this turn. So it's not. You don't want to Otawara Fury ever. But if things start going very wrong, you can do so.
All right. What? Trying to think of other options here. If Jonathan's at 7, so if you attack with Ingenious Smith and 1 token blocks, and then you bounce the other one, and the next turn you draw an artifact, you're still 1 short. So that's not great. I guess if you have an attack with the Sentinel if you attack with Sentinel and Ingenious Smith next turn, after a chump block here, bounce a token, Fury attacks back. Whoa. Okay, I guess that's the same. Memnite and Esper Sentinel are pretty much the same card at this point.
Yeah. Esper Sentinel is going to get paid for the rest of the game. Although we said that with Metallic Rebuke, that card was not going to matter and ended up being one of the all-stars of the game. But either way,
And
I think I agree with you that offering to trade should be done with the Memnite, and you can do everything else on your terms.
Although the Seasoned Pyromancer can just come back, and then this is
let me do that first. I just want to activate Seasoned Pyromancer now, and then potentially line up. I don't know. I'd probably like double block the Memnite or whatever.
Double block the Why?
Just in case that bounce spell gets used on like the token, and like if you only do one block, like there's a chance you keep the Memnite around, and that might change lethal considerations. There's no sense of waiting, right? Like, what does waiting do?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, didn't end up mattering. It was very unlikely to begin with.
Yep. Trade goes through there.
Combat.
And Jonathan took the hit. Yeah. So he's at 2.
Can't get a great look about what the card in hand is. It looks like it might be Feign Death.
All right. Chump block.
Yeah, have to chump that. Now there's 3 problems in the way. No Otawara channel. Needs to be some thought casts like right now.
All right. So an attack here, token blocks, and then you bounce to Fury. Fury gets a replay for Jonathan. Doesn't kill the Ingenious Smith.
Yeah, I think that has to be the play, right? Yeah, here's a block. Yep. I will declare a block. And then second main, Nathaniel being very close to the chest with their card. We know there's an Otawara channel. That one has to hit this Fury if there's no dispatch.
Right.
Because
dispatch would be oh boy, there it is.
Dispatch is the draw.
Is so good. Feign Death is not going to do anything.
Doesn't work. Yeah, it looks like I think there's 2 copies in hand too. So actually, just about best possible, and Nathaniel might not even know it. You can see if you control 3 artifacts, definitely does. Exile and Thoughtcast.
Gosh,
the follow-up for Nathaniel. Portable Hold Thought Monitor.
There's not enough mana. There's not enough mana to win this turn, but it's close. Portable Hold.
Go ahead and exile that one. Make this guy bigger. Thank you. That stays in play.
Not supposed to go to the graveyard.
I get you're excited, but that one stays in play, my friend. Wow. Yeah. Why did your portable? Okay. Well, welcome back. You are an artifact that could matter for construct considerations. Now we're thinking about this Otawara. Bounce or play Thought Monitor. I want to play Thought Monitor. Oh, I think I should have to attack.
I want to attack. Yeah. Yeah, you could just you could do both. I didn't realize that. Yeah, with the opponent at 2, I would just cast it. Yeah, I agree.
Here is a Thought Monitor.
If we had done it first and we found a dispatch, we could have won this turn.
It's true. Seasoned Pyromancer. That's a good draw for Jonathan.
Oh, there's 2. We can get 2 new cards in hand and hope to find a way to deal with Thought Monitor.
Well, that Thoughtsei's not looking good. That one's got to go. One of the Feign Death's going to get out of here. Thank you. I'll take my 2 1/1s. Draw. Thoughtsei's. Second draw. Blood Crypt. None of those answer a flying Thought Monitor.
That's it.
Nathaniel Perego going to steal this one in the quarterfinals. What a match.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Nathaniel Perego beats Jonathan Perego, his brother, in the top 8 of NRG Series Minneapolis. Congratulations to that family on the day, but only one can move on to the top 4 and play tomorrow morning. All right. Well, that was a refreshing change from, this format, what we're used to seeing. That was really cool. All right.
What a match too. If you're gonna have a top 8 match against your brother, I think that's definitely the texture you want. Very exciting draw steps, exciting match to be played, and that was some cool stuff happening.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have one more match for you, assuming the production staff has not deleted the replay. We should have George Jabur versus Blake Madsen. So let's get it going. This is the last match of the day. George Jabur. This is game 1. Ignore the blips on the screen. George Jabur playing a blue-white Narset Days Undoing control, as he has done several times now on the series, versus Blake Madsen, Rakdos Midrange, which is similar to what we just saw, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just about the exact same deck, actually.
Okay.
It should just be the red-black scam deck again. I mean, we can look and see if there's any primary differences, but I don't think it's going to be all that wildly different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
there's 2 copies of Croxa here. There aren't any in the other one, so that's one difference. But all right, let's see. This game's already getting going.
Knight's Whisper. Wow. Okay.
We got Subtlety versus Pitchcast Grief gets met by Pitchcast Subtlety.
Interesting. I mean, I guess you're going to trade 2 cards for 2 cards. It's still an even exchange. Must be a very powerful card that George is looking to protect. Or, George just has a counterspell on the following turn to make Pitchcasting a Grief look really bad.
Yeah. Or maybe George has all land aside from that and is hoping that Blake will run the Grief back and just miss. But yeah, counterspell is more likely. And look at that.
I think counterspell is the more likely of the 2, but you never know.
The correct,
we are going to flip
the correct
the
printing, the correct picture, the correct set with the artist signature. George DeBoer, a man who has taste.
White border, huh? White border.
Excellent work, George DeBoer. Yeah, he actually mentioned that. I thought this was really, really cool that he mentioned that me playing Miracles over most of the last decade led him to want to get the lands that were the same. I think that's really neat.
That's awesome. That's incredibly wholesome.
Drake,
I like the Narset art too, actually.
Drake, you also played Miracles during some, at least a year or 2 of the last decade. George DeBoer did not take inspiration from you for his basic land choices.
That's weird, Joe. It's
yeah.
Really weird. See, I was really well known. Similar to the Joe Lissette, I was very well known for Miracles. As here comes a Pitchcast Fury. Pitching Blood Moon. Interesting. Blood Moon, maybe very good against Black Red, and we're going to go ahead and bring this one back with a counter. That'll be an 8/8 with double strike. Very good. And we're going to buy Kahira. Have to think that means maybe, and there was no land drop made. So that means either there's a Solitude that, I was saying, there's a Solitude answering this, or we are
destroyed.
Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that theory is going to be exiled. That one's got to go to the exile zone. As here is a Dothy Voidwalker follow-up.
I love Dothy Voidwalker. I think it's so scary.
That's awesome. Is Narset. This one gonna get down ticked. Dies to the Dothy on board, but gonna find a Teferi for the trouble.
Well, that's
would you like to cut? No.
Okay. What would be frightening is something like, take down the Narset and then cast it for yourself next turn, because its static effect is much better against George than it is against Blake.
Very true. Yeah, let's get a void counter on that one. Got that figured out. There you go. Bam. There's a Verdant Catacombs going to very quickly fetch. Looks like we're going for a Seasoned Pyromancer.
All right.
Going to discard our last 2 cards in hand. And that card now works. Narset out of the way. Not good to cast the Seasoned Pyromancer into the face of...
no, I suppose not.
Narset. Narset. Not too good. Thinking on this one. Subtlety. Wow, just pitch cards flying left and right. Furies and Griefs and Subtleties. Oh my. Solitude. All we're missing is Endurance. Where's that guy? Exiled Teferi. Put your Seasoned Pyromancer somewhere else, please. On top will do. And Subtlety going to go to the exile zone. Teferi, not so much.
George needs a land or a removal spell for this Voidwalker.
And Dress Down the draw.
Okay, Dress Down. Well, that's something.
Get a great look at the rest of the goods. Both players down really low on resources. 3 lands.
There's a Kroxa in Blake's hand. Kroxa is not a card that Dress Down is very good against. This particular board state.
Good with the Seasoned Pyromancer, though.
Yeah,
and
that's
Dress Down that, please. Thank you. Thumbs up, says Blake. Fine. All right, here you go. Have your Seasoned Pyromancer. And here's an attack for 3. Dothy working on getting the job done. Just down going to go away. That one also goes to the Void Counter
think
zone,
it will,
right?
Because this Dothy Voidwalker does not have that ability at the end of the... Okay, I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah, it goes, Joe, it goes to the graveyard and it's not in play, but then the replacement... I don't know, Joe. We have judges for this.
Yeah.
Here comes the judge.
When it goes to the graveyard, as it leaves play... Dothy Voidwalker does not have game text. Once it hits the graveyard, it does. I don't know the answer to this.
Looks like the judge has ruled that it goes to the graveyard. So looks like you were right. All right. To the graveyard goes the Dress Down. And a draw step coming for George. Needs to be a good one. Facing down a reasonable amount of pressure. Here comes Prismatic Ending. That's going to tag the Dauthi Voidwalker. Does this one get exiled? That is the next question.
Yeah, this one definitely does not.
This one should not, I believe. Yeah, there you go. That one goes to the graveyard. And Odawara just to pass the turn.
All right, so George Jabura back in business at least a little bit, not under tremendous pressure, and still at 11. That's not too bad. Okay.
There's a Cruxa follow-up.
Cruxa.
Trigger. That one's
Days Undoing, which would be a pretty good follow-up to a Cruxa. Does that mean George has another Days Undoing? Something he likes better.
Jace the Mind Sculptor. I think that one's probably a little better, as the Seasoned Pyromancer cannot actually kill Jace, so untap very likely to happen here. Taking a look. Definitely want that one, says George.
So the Prismatic Ending went to the graveyard, I believe. Same as with an Abrupt Decay on the Rest, or a Rule Spell on the Rest in Peace. The Rule Spell goes to the graveyard. The Rest in Peace exiles itself. Is how that
wow.
works.
And Colligon's Command. Gonna get the last card and the Jace.
There was another Days Undoing, which did seem likely there. And now that's gone. So George is stuck with a card in hand that maybe he didn't want. Liliana, okay, hits the counter, but this Croaks is still waiting to come back.
I mean, some good draw steps specifically here. Plains not among them, as Cruxa, as you said, now threatening to be escaped.
Yeah, there it is. George will go
ironically leaving the Fury that I think should have been exiled very early in the game, but whatever. It's fine. Here's Cruxa entering the battlefield. That's going to deal 3 damage. Not looking like it's going to matter too much. Days Undoing a good draw. Narset a fine draw, especially if Days Undoing comes off of it.
All right. Prismatic Ending can knock out.
There is Prismatic Ending.
Knock out Cruxa. 2 mana. All right. This is still live. Pyrants are coming over for half of George's life total, but in that case, he would get to use Narset again.
Dauthi Voidwalker. Going to attack the Narset. Interesting. Trying to keep George off spells. No Days Undoing drawn for George. Already been through 2. Thought sees the draw. Looking at casting that one. Healthy 18. Going to get counterspelled. Don't know if you're supposed to counterspell that, but you're dead anyway. And that's going to bring us to game number 2. Wow. Some quick magic played there by both players and extremely interactive. Some good stuff going on there.
Oh, well, I mean, there were interactive. There was like 4 pitch spells in the first 5 turns.
Yeah. Wow. Just throwing their cards to exile.
Is it first to empty your hand wins? Is that?
I think so. I think that's how Days Undoing works, right?
They both stalled out at the end there. Yeah. I mean, they got close. Anyway, let's see some deck lists here. Okay. No deck. Oh, because this is the replay. Well, all right. No deck list. All right. Well, then. Let's go. This is the replay match. Let's just fire up game 2. All right. So George Jabur, these deck lists should be available online at this point. I'm not entirely sure the timing of when this usually happens, but we have reached. Okay. They are available now. For NTG Melee, you can now see the deck lists of every player in the event that submitted an electronic deck list, which is almost all of them. So feel free to peruse whichever you like, including George Jaburs and Blake Madsen.
Pitching Cruxa to Grief. Tell you what, that's not normally the card you want to pitch to that, but it gets the job done in a pinch. And here's a Solitude with the trigger on the stack.
Whoa. I see.
Oh, I see there's only one other spell. So Leyline Binding going to hit the bin as George says, fine, you may have my hand, but I'm going to develop my mana.
Wow. All right. I mean, that's rough. I mean, fearing a blink on the Grief or even just not wanting to deal with it at all. So.
Well, I think it looks like Blake might have fetched Shocked and then played Grief. So it's just like, I mean, do you have the spell or not that brings it back, right?
Mm-hmm.
As here comes a Blackleaf Cliffs into a turn 2 Dauthi Voidwalker. Going to fetch, looks like with that on the stack.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to play Days Undoing, you may as well empty your hand first, right? Oh, there's a counterspell.
Counterspell. Going to take care of it. That's a good draw.
Yeah.
Very good
that
draw.
Was a nice one. That's significant. Certainly getting rid of that. Dauthi Voidwalker is a nuisance.
And honestly, I mean, George going to be able to basically have something to do with his mana every turn despite having no hand, given that you could just buy Kahira this turn. And how about Teferi? Is that a good draw step? Just running cards on curve? I love it. You're up. Blood Moon the draw. 2 islands in play.
Ooh.
Gonna
That
shut
feels
you
bad.
off black
That
if you
plains
cast
could
it.
have been cast and fetched. Okay,
It's
Blake
gonna get
isn't
pitched
interested.
here.
Yeah.
Alongside this Malakir Rebirth, 2, the Season Pyromancer, get 2 1/1s. Damn, I love those. I love those so much. I like the foil half better. It sees foil on the backside, but I love those tokens. Here's a quick tick up. Play the Flooded Strand. See if we're going to see Kahira enter the hand this turn. We're not.
All right,
Speaks
so
to maybe a removal spell.
Everything's on the table here, including Supreme Verdict.
Knight's Whisper, talk to me. A one of in Blake Madson's main deck. Going to draw 2 cards. Going to very quickly find a Bloodstained Mire, which is going to fetch.
Where's the Narset?
No
You
kidding.
were well set up to deny this, but no. There it is for Blake Madsen.
If you have Days of Doing, you just respond to the fetch. Kind of want to do that.
Yeah, that would. Okay, wow. Here's a Ragavant. All right, now there's gonna be a response. Supreme Verdict here would be awesome. Okay, Subtlety. That's fine.
Subtlety,
too.
arguably better. Gonna go ahead and take care of the Ragavan and throw out a blocker. Can still take care of Teferi, but at the cost of running a creature into this. Ragavan gonna get put to the bottom. As a Plains is now fetched. The Blood Moon discarded, I think, has tipped George off that maybe it's time to grab the other basic.
Okay, no attack at all.
I think that's probably for the best. As a very quick tick up past the turn. No buying Kahira again. Speaks to some more spells being drawn. And the top of the deck's been kind to George this game. As here's a Lightning Bolt. Counterspell and Teferi look to be the 2 cards in hand.
All right.
I think I like a counterspell.
I think so too. Okay, George doesn't.
George disagrees.
And Teferi goes down.
Teferi will go down. 1 point comes across to George.
I think that the problem, well, a problem really, if Counterspell and Teferi are the cards, is that George can't play both of them in the same turn right now.
True.
So, yeah, firing off the Counterspell there may have been, well, it certainly would have been reasonable. Whether it was, preferable or not, I'm not sure.
And Blake holding a lot of the remaining threats close to the chest. We see a Ragavan, Fury among the cards, Subtlety played on end step. Draw. Gonna now deploy the Teferi. That can pick off one of the tokens.
And hope for a land if one wasn't already drawn.
Looks like a land was drawn.
Okay.
So now we have Counterspell available.
Yeah, this is
the Veil.
This is definitely stabilized now for George, even though he's down a little bit in cards. And Blake's got
all spells. I think we're looking at double Ragavan, Fury. Yeah, that's very quickly going to get Counterspell. No, thank you, says George. And the leftovers for Blake, still good cards. We're looking at like Liliana, Ragavan, like cards that definitely play. Although with the Fury getting countered, I think that was arguably the best spell in Blake's hand. Breeding Pool fetched, making Leyline Binding 1 cheaper.
Yeah, and we saw that Watery Grave. I wonder if there's any reason George changed his mind on getting Breeding Pool over Watery Grave.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
As there is a Flooded Strand. Little thinking action.
With the Planeswalker ticking up here, George is probably happy to just trade off back and forth. Okay, there's a Blood Moon. That's not going to do anything. Liliana might.
All right. I suspect that one's going to work. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and probably sack that Subtlety. Here's a dashed Ragavan, and now we have a whole host of problems. And an instant speed Supreme Verdict is going to take care of the lot. Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty devastating, picking off absolutely everything. And George Jabbour is like, yeah, you get Liliana, whatever.
Fine, I guess. What are you going to do? Make me sacrifice my creature? You wouldn't tick up, would you? Impressive stuff. And now George grabbing the Zagoth Triome. Leyline Bindings cost 1. Kahira could interplay this turn, but that would require losing the card in George's hand. Because you have to buy, cast, or you're just going to protect the card in hand by discarding Kahira if it's a real good one.
Possibly. Blake looks to be nearly out of stuff, but he's got the Pyromancer tokens waiting in the graveyard.
Sure. And Teferi and Kahira line up really well against those tokens for the most part. Tick up the Liliana. The card discarded his Counterspell. Wow.
Yeah.
George just can't stop drawing the counterspells off the top. Shizo Death Storehouse added to Blake's mana base and a pass the turn. One card in hand for Blake.
Do you trade Kahir for the Pyromancer tokens here?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean it's a dangerous block for Blake. If something like why do I keep spacing on the name of this card? The White Incarnation, Solitude, would come in. That would be quite.
I mean, all the rule spells, right? Like Binding, Solitude, all the cards are problems.
All of it would be bad. Yeah. All right. Here's a draw and an attack. Tokens are created, and trade does happen.
All right. Do we have a follow-up? George has had running gas off the top of the library thus far. No follow-up this time. And untap, draw. Looks like a Fury added to the mix. Makes cashing out that Teferi look really good.
Okay, Dash Ragavan.
Dash Ragavan's a good one. Gonna connect. Finds March of Otherworldly Light.
Okay, probably not going
quite
to cast
what the doctor
that one.
ordered. But there's a Fury using the treasure. And George going to discard to Liliana and draw. And a quick pass of the turn. Blake can take a draw step. Fury ups the clock quite a bit. Looks like Colligon's command to pick up. That's going to be a good one. As here's a Dash Ragavan.
If there's something, even if there is a, here's a Solitude.
There it is. That's the Solitude you called out.
Cleans up here.
Potentially a turn too late.
Command here can pick off the Solitude and the card in George's hand. Yeah, there it is.
Well, I mean, you can get that with Liliana. I almost just want to get a creature back. Yeah, we got Fury back. I don't know why you discarded.
Okay. Okay, we gave up the Ragavan. All right.
I see.
Getting Fury back is nice and everything, but I was hoping to.
I like this. I like no tick up on Liliana, actually.
Sure. I mean, given what happened, yeah, that makes sense.
Tick it up now. Response, dress down.
Okay.
Draw.
Ouch.
Discard, Solitude. Pass the turn. Draw, pass. Season Pyromancer, the pickup. Tick up. Flash in Solitude. Okay. And there's Fury. Pick that off.
Okay. Boy, a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, and Liliana ticking up towards Ultimate. Next turn, we're going to 6. Ultimate's at 6. Can threaten to take care of half of George's land. As here is. And March of Otherworldly Light. X is 5. That'll take care of the Fury.
We're still in it. Is this a scenario where if George plays a land here, do you plus Liliana up to 7?
I think so.
I think so.
Although Jace the Mind Sculptor, wow, what a draw step. And this is old-fashioned Magic, as we love to see it. Jace, first Liliana.
Playing against Liliana Ultimate was one of my favorite things about Legacy for years. And having Jace out against it, now Blake's Ultimate choice gets much harder.
The top decks just don't stop. Yeah, and another land added to the mix. I mean, I almost want to do like a Jace and a land, everything else.
Right. So it's how much do you give them? Yeah. Is Jason one land? That will get rid of the Jace for sure. But can you get another land? Can you get 2?
I think you get 2. I'd keep the 2.
You keep Jason 2 lands?
Yeah, absolutely. Did Jason show more lands? You're fine.
All right.
Maybe if you give me Jace double island, so I have no white. I think that would be the way it would get me. Gonna tick up to 7.
Blake's gonna go. Yeah, Blake's gonna keep it.
Jack to 1. Now George does get to untap with Jace, though. That is the downside to this particular play. Fate Seal.
Wow. He must have drawn something good.
It has to be real good, I imagine. Prismatic ending? Prismatic ending? For the Liliana? Wow.
So he knew that was there, right? Because he had put it back
from the Brainstorm.
All right, so now we're on scrying, right? Okay. Ooh, I think I prefer scrying to plussing. But
yeah, potentially. Although you have a Jace, denying your opponent real cards when they have no fetch, I think could be maybe a little better.
Well, our opponent does have a fetch now, so I guess you can't do that twice. But yeah, okay. This is something else.
What a game. And this is the Modern, I think, that myself and much of the chat fell in love with if you've been playing it for a long time. Modern, where you're just going back and forth, highly interactive games.
This is the good stuff. This is the Legacy people fell in love with.
The Legacy,
Jace, come on.
No, I mean, it doesn't get better than Liliana versus Jace. That's just fun stuff right there. As here comes another Brainstorm, giving up entirely on the Fate Seal plan. Looks like at least one removal spell added to the mix. Been through a lot of the removal spells. Okay, how about 2 Prismatic Endings? Get them out. I just want my Jace to do its thing. As here's a Grief. Once again, posing a threat.
There.
Draw.
Jace probably draws brainstorms again. I mean, looking at 4 fresh cards, or I guess it's 3. It's 2, isn't it? It's 2 fresh cards. But even so, it's still great. I'll fetch land. All right.
Pass of the turn. Here is a Crux.
Maybe.
That's a good draw.
It is. In fact, it might be a lethal draw. The graveyard's huge.
Yeah, me? I love that. Me? Oh, Jace. Oh, okay. I love it. As here is Cruxa. That's going to get answered by Subtlety. That's a good one.
That is a great answer to that card. Puts it back. So now, George the board. Can we find Days Undoing? Can we find...
Yeah, we got to fetch and we got to find some help.
Yeah. Days Undoing will be wild here. Or Narset into Days Undoing would probably...
Narset into Days Undoing is literally the way you drew it up, right? Yeah. That's why you're here. All right. I find myself immensely rooting for a game number 3, so I guess I'm rooting for the Narset into Days Undoing. Here's a very quick draw step. George, what did you find, my friend?
Well, if it's a land, he's dead.
Is that true?
I think
Menace is a problem.
Kroxa, Escape, Kroxa, and Grief will finish him off.
We can draw a creature. Solitude, in particular, number 4.
Are there any left? Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I know we've seen quite a few of them.
I think we've seen 3. Dress Down. Gonna get cast now.
Interesting. That would have been this time would have been interesting to actually play it, because if it got played in response to Kroxa, then the Grief couldn't attack because it would trade with the Solitude.
Interesting attack too. Attacks. Yeah. Nope, not planning on blocking. Here's a Cruxa.
All right. Well,
I have to have an answer for this one if you want to live.
Maybe he's just dead.
How about Leyline Binding to take care of it with the triggers on the stack?
All right.
And that lets you live at
falls
1.
to 1. Yep.
And to 1 goes George. Can the top of the deck continue to be as impressive as advertised? It is not. Misty Rancor is going to wrap it up, and Blake going to win his hard-fought game and match to advance to the semifinals. Awesome stuff there.
That game was excellent.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah. So Blake Madsen defeats George Javor. All right. Do we have an updated bracket? We do. All right. So you can see there, Nathaniel Perigo with the Azorius 8 cast deck, Blake Madsen with Rakdos Midrange, Samuel Nordenson, Golgari Yawgmoth, and Aaron Miller with 5-color creativity will contest the top 4 tomorrow morning at 9 Central Time to start things off. We'll have the 2 elimination rounds remaining, and then we'll pick up coverage of the Pioneer 5K going on the rest of the day. This was a pretty exciting top 8 round, I would say. Both matches were excellent.
Yeah, this is the Modern, I think, like I said, this is the Modern I love to see. This is the Modern I love to play. And, I mean, you see, no 4-color in the top 4. So, I called it kind of at the beginning of this show. I think I stand by it now. Modern's in very much kind of a transitionary period. We're seeing a little bit of a churn happen in the metagame. 4-colors losing a lot of its stock. And maybe it's time to regress to some Fury builds. We saw Bernal, the only person in top 8 with 4-color, does get dispatched in the quarterfinals, but also one of the only players playing Fury in their deck. Other than that, some new archetypes we haven't seen before, some old favorites. Modern's looking to be pretty sweet right about now.
No, yeah, that was a very entertaining afternoon. Hope you all in watching enjoyed yourselves. If you want to follow, you get a notification when we go live tomorrow morning. Coverage starts at 9 Central Time. Hopefully we'll see you back. Drake, it was awesome having you here.
It was a pleasure.
Appreciate you being willing to get up early and stay late.
Of course.
And this was good stuff. We have a set of commentators to bring you coverage tomorrow. And Drake, I think we're out of here for today.
Absolutely. So, thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to see tomorrow's magic. And of course, always excited to be in the booth with you at these NRG events. Thank you so much for putting this on. All
right. Well, thanks, Drake, for being here. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central. We're out.
Make sure to follow.
Good morning and welcome back to NRG's coverage of our Minnesota event this weekend. Modern 10K almost at the end, Modern 5K upcoming. Hope you enjoyed a full day of coverage yesterday. We got another one today, running the whole thing back. I've got a group of great guests today, but we're going to kick things off with the top 4. So if you were around yesterday, or if you weren't, you can check out MTG Melee to see all the deck lists from everyone that played in the event. But we've got 4 players left. First, let's go ahead and bring in Rakdos. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Wake up!
Dude,
Rise and shine, baby. Let's go.
I am all set. Rakdos, as you know, people in the internet world may or may not know, currently the hottest legacy player on Earth.
They call me the back-to-back, baby.
Yeah.
I was going to go in for the triple threat today, but decided to give someone else a chance. You feel me?
That's gracious of you. Anurag has won the last 2 weekend legacy challenges on Magic Online, or legacy showdowns, or whatever they're called. Yeah, with your kind of crazy Yorion Minsk and Boo legacy deck. That's pretty wild. That's impressive stuff.
It is, and it's been much fun. If you haven't played Minsk and Boo Legacy, I highly recommend it. But today, we're here to watch some Modern, and I cannot tell you, Joe, how factually pumped I am, because I don't know, something about watching the top cut of any high stakes event really just gets the blood flowing. There's stakes on the line, and you're just like bent over, like looking over, like it's so engrossed in the combat, in the Magic, because these players are so talented. We know we're gonna get some good matches coming over.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got our top 4. Let's go ahead and put up the bracket on the screen so you can see the players that are left in the event. We started with 195 yesterday. We've got 4 left. We've got Nathaniel Perigo, who survived the matchup with his brother in the top 8 versus Blake Madsen. That's going to be the backup match. But the match we're going to start with is Aaron Miller versus Samuel Nordenson, 5-color creativity versus Golgari Yawgmoth. A lot on the line for these players, including the money and the points, which we'll get to. Also, 2 regional championship invites being given away in this event. So the winner of each of these matches will earn an invite to Atlanta in November. Now, let's go ahead and get this going. So show us the deck lists for Aaron Miller and Samuel Nordenson, and we'll get today started. All right, Aaron Miller, 5-color creativity. Really, it's depending on how you want to think about it. How many colors are in this deck? It's really what are even the primary colors here? It's not black.
It's definitely not black.
It's
definitely not white either.
Right.
So this deck looks like I would call this like 4-color. We have green. Green, red for Ren and 6, blue, white for Teferi, and then after that, everything else is just your usual, creativity shell. You've got cards like, Fable to make your tokens. You've got Dwarven Mind to make your tokens. A couple control cards in the form of like Fire Ice. But the real addition here, the real star of the show, is Leyline Binding, which has been newly added thanks to Dominaria United. And this card has just definitely impacted Modern in a major capacity. We've seen both players, develop decks leveraging the card and then also hedging for the card as well, right? So I think this will be a pretty exciting match here. But the overall plan for this deck, get 4 mana into play, cast your Indomitable creativity, targeting either a treasure token that you make off a Prismari command, or maybe the Goblin token from Fable, and then cheat multiple Archons into play, and then just take over the game that way.
Right. Okay. And then facing Samuel Nordenson, playing the black-green Yawgmoth deck, which we've seen throughout the last several months on the series. This is a deck that's a combo with Yawgmoth and Undying creatures primarily, can win outside of combat with Drelf's Messenger or the Zulaport Cutthroat, can also win by attacking or just kind of obliterating the opponent's board of creatures, which is not so relevant here. However, we talked yesterday about the 5-color creativity deck and how in some matchups, like 1 Archon is probably enough, and some you need multiple. Samuel Nordenson's deck is going to be able to survive an Archon trigger or 2 with the Undying creature. So it's not going to be, just 4 mana, 1 Archon wins the game here.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is your typical. Green-black mid-range deck is generally how this deck would play out, and it does have some backdoor combos to close out the game. I mean, it's just Modern. Showing up with just your green-black rock deck isn't going to be really enough. You have to have something spicy, something powerful, and this deck definitely does have it with Yawgmoth, Thran Physician comboing with Geralf's Messenger or any of the Undying creatures. To pseudo go infinite, Court of Calling and Eldritch Evolution to tutor up your creatures. This one's pretty powerful, and honestly, there's even that super late game where if you have Yawgmoth in play, you could actually whittle down the opponent's board and never really give them a chance to actually cast their Indomitable creativities successfully. So this matchup might be either very lopsided or very close. I'm definitely hoping for the latter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think the players are sitting down. Let's get this going. Give them a go ahead. and we will get this started. Yeah, here we go. They are ready. No waiting. Playing for a berth in the finals, a berth in the regional championship in November. Aaron Miller versus Samuel Nordenson, NRG Modern 10K. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely here. And we're going to see what looks like land here. From Samuel's side, I definitely want to see some sort of acceleration to power out the somewhat, aggressive mana curve here. Just you have all these like 2 mana spells, 2 mana creatures you want in play. Turn 3 Yawgmoth would be fantastic if you have it. And then also that's one way to sort of like, steal the play draw. It's just modern, mana development is very important here. Your primary spells for both players are 4 CMC each at the minimum, Yawgmoth on one side and then Indomitable Creativity on the other side. So yeah, this is perfect.
All right, so no Yawgmoth to kick things off. Ignoble Hierarch, the acceleration that you were asking for. Aaron Miller, some lands in hand, so I'm not going to stumble here. Also an Archon, which conceivably could be hardcast, although we did not see that yesterday. I'm sure that doesn't happen very often in the deck.
It's funny you say that because yesterday I was thinking about this, and one of the upsides to playing Leyline Binding in your now new domain deck is that you play enough Black Source. You've been playing enough Black Sources to hardcast the Archon, just since forever anyways, but now more so than ever. In theory, with Fable making, treasure tokens and Ren and 6 fixing your mana and this, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, but certainly on turn 2, that's not the draw step you want to see.
Right, exactly. All right, so we have now domain count actually matters as Leyline Binding cost, is determined by that. So we have turn 2, 4 colors in play. Looks like we've got the Jeskai Triome, the Rogan Triome, as well as Stomping Ground. So everything but black. And then here is Ren and 6. So yeah, Aaron Miller is all set for mana development. And actually,
I was gonna say turn 1 Ignoble Hierarch is a little bit dicey because this is like if you've played Modern or Legacy just in recent, how scary this card is. This card does so much. It fixes your mana. It controls the board, especially in this kind of matchup. This was the best turn 2 play I think that Aaron possibly could have had.
All right, so here's a follow up: Yawgmoth for Samuel as well as a tapped land. So Yawgmoth also a 1/1 can get picked off by Ren and 6. That's unlikely to happen as it will just get bigger. Instead, Aaron Miller likely just pick up a land here. And then I guess Yawgmoth and Ren 6 can trade off loyalty, which is a pretty strong benefit for Aaron Miller here. And okay, maybe I'm wrong. He's actually going to shoot it.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. There are 2 ways the Yawgmoth can go. Either, like you mentioned, trading loyalty, but here, this is definitely a clear sign that Aaron might have extra removal in the hand to handle the Yawgmoth. And that, yep, I see it right there, the Lightning Bolt. Okay. So keeping the board clear is one very good way to approach the matchup here. It looks like Aaron is taking the control perspective, which means we're really just trying to manage the overall density of creatures on the other side of the board, and that matters because it'll shut down cards like Horde of Calling. It'll make Yawgmoth a little bit less intimidating, and also it means that we are can more reliably tap out for a card like Indomitable Creativity next turn, and potentially just end the game with a early Archon.
Right, absolutely. And Yawgmoth, Undying. Not comfortable trading 2 removal spells for a creature like that, but trading a Lightning Bolt and a loyalty counter, that's a lot more, palatable. And then here's a replacement, Yawgmoth for Samuel. And Strangleroot Geist would have been ideal there to knock out the Ren 6, but that's not available. And Zulaport Cutthroat will join the board.
Okay, well, let's see if we have it here. This looks like an end step fetch, probably, right?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, wonderful. So one of the cards that secretly has really, really impressed me out of the creativity deck is Fable. This card I was just somewhat surprised to see actually even be playable to begin with, but it's made its presence known in all 3 of the quote unquote internal formats. Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. You see it everywhere now, and that card just does a lot. It just fixes a lot of holes for a lot of decks. In this deck in particular, where you're really bound on the types of creatures that you can play because you're playing Indomitable Creativity. Fable is a real good way to get things into play to either block or to just generate mana here. And that's tough.
Yeah, that's a nice one. So Fire Ice going to split damage and knock out both creatures here. Samuel will get a Cutthroat trigger, but that's small consolation for having the board deleted once again. Yawgmoth will recur and grow, but still Aaron Miller keeping Samuel's board state as small as possible.
Yeah, one question I wanted to ask you before the match began was, who you think was going to win game 1. And it looks like, that's a Dwarven Mind. Looks like we're going to see a 1/1 come into play. And this game might just be over right now. Who knows?
Yeah,
we'll see.
No, it certainly could be. There's a creativity in hand. And I talked about how one Archon may not be enough. Well, that was under the assumption that Samuel Nordenson would have a developed board. But while he has tried to develop, Aaron Miller has continued to set him back. And now this single Archon here is going to wipe out the only creature. And, I mean, there is Grist in the Yawgmoth deck that can remove the Archon, but, you know, that requires fodder. And the Archon is here alone for the moment.
Right. And here's the thing too, right? Is that with the Archon in play already, this is one of the most incredible cards that's been printed as of late. I think, like, if you look at the history of like really, really, really impressive creatures in or you know, just like high CMC creatures in Modern and Legacy, Gristlebrand is the one that really comes to mind. And I feel like Archon has just really shown why it is so good. The amount of value that it just generates on the ETB trigger alone. You don't have to pay life, so you don't get into those weird situations and things like that. But like the ETB trigger alone generates so much value that even if Grist comes down next turn, you know, I'm still feeling really strong in Aaron's position, just given the board state, because you're just recouping so much value. Like, this is like it's a mix of both, right? It's not a major commitment, but you're still getting, like, you know, 3 or 4 cards out of this exchange.
Right. Oh yeah, this Archon is so strong. And then yeah, it's coming to play trigger. Its attack trigger is identical, and if it survives, that's just gravy for Aaron Miller here, facing down just a Wall of Roots, which is probably going to bring down a friend. So Wall of Roots plus Grist would allow Samuel to clear this Archon out of here. And I'm not actually sure that Aaron's got much to follow up with at this point. So we'll see. He did draw a card off of the Archon itself. Okay. There's Grist. So this is the only real follow-up Samuel realistically could have to stay in this game, and he's got it. So, okay, we'll continue on.
Yeah, I was going to say, without Grist on the spot right here, this game would be over. Also, another thing is Wall of Roots in this deck, very, very powerful. Well, I think we'll see it have more of an impact in some of the post-board games where, you know, Samuel might be on the play, but it being able to tap for Court of Calling and also just generate by itself means you get double the ramp, and that's really, really important in this deck. Unfortunately, a little bit too late here as we see Aaron with a dominating board presence, an active Renin 6. Grist gets taken down, and woof, this is looking grim.
Yeah, so Samuel, just starting off the top here, has nothing going on. Aaron, I think, has only lands and the other Archon in hand. So we may have a couple turns here of just build up, which again is just going to favor Aaron, as he's the one with the Planeswalker grinding away and also creating some dwarf tokens, as this deck is wont to do by every fetch land later in the game.
Joe, I think it's so funny that the first thing you said today was like, yeah, you know what? We haven't really seen any hard cast Archon of Cruelties. And I see that smile on your face. And like immediately Caster Curse kicks in, and we're getting to a game where 8 mana is like on the horizon, and we're going to actually see just this giant, like, oh man, is Archon actually a creature type? Like, I think it is, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we're going to see this creature just come into play for the full price, like as Magic was intended. No shenanigans.
That was a nice idea, but Aaron Miller just drew a second Indomitable Creativity. So I believe 2 Archons could join the board this turn, the other 2 in the deck. I mean, you don't want to draw another Archon, right? So you may as well search out the other 2 to prevent that from happening. While
I don't know. I think it sends a message if you just go, all right, you know, untap 8 mana Archon. All right, untap 8 mana Archon. Hey, you know what? All right, untap 8 mana Archon. Just like that would be. You don't even have to attack to win the game at that point, right? You just get the ETB triggers in.
Yeah, pretty much. That pretty much solve the problem. However, Indomitable Creativity, certainly a more time efficient way of getting things done here, as this is likely to come in here and just blow the doors off Samuel and end this game. All right, so here is 2 more Archons on the way. Samuel doesn't even wait to see. Maybe Aaron has drawn the other 3 Archons. He doesn't know, but on the assumption that they're still in the deck, Samuel's going to scoop it up, and we're going to meet on to game number 2. So that was, that's pretty one-sided.
It was surgical. It was a clinic. It was not close. I mean, I think Aaron identified a lot of the right plays to make early on, and having the cards necessary. So here's the thing too, right? It's like overnight, there's a gap between the end of day 1, top 8, and then top 4, right? So that means overnight, you know who your opponent's going to be. You have enough time to do your homework. And look, these are all competitive players. I guarantee you, between a good night's, worth of sleep and just like preparing for this match, that's all they have in mind. And so, we know turn 2 Renin 6 on the play is a big deal. So find it, play it, and it was really good. The most likely play on turn 1 is Ignoble Hierarch. And I think that dynamic off the bat set the pace for the tempo for just like this first game. And so not surprised to see Aaron able to sort of convert entirely based on that start.
Right. I mean, that we'll see if things play out differently in game 2. Yawgmoth being on the play, able to get activations out of mana creatures before they get picked off by a potential Ren 6. Lightning Bolt's still live. Let's go and look at the deck list, see what else is available for early interaction between these decks. So Samuel Nordenson looking to do a little bit better than in game 1. The mana creatures we talked about, they're all the 1-drops vulnerable to Ren 6, but still things could develop better. Strangleroot Geist, a great way to deal with a Ren 6. But there's no way around the fact that this deck just has a bunch of small toughness creatures that are vulnerable to removal.
Yeah. I am looking at the sideboard for this deck, and the cards that I'm kind of interested in are Thoughtseizes. I think Necromentia could be interesting if you name Archon of Cruelty, although it's kind of weird because, given the construct of the other side, the other deck, you've got so much other stuff that you can do that maybe you could win without Archon of Cruelty or Indomitable Creativity. The card that I'm also kind of interested to see if it comes in is actually Magus of the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
The deck on the other side, the creativity deck is robust. It's got a lot of threats, but if you actually look at the mana base, the restrictions that you get from Dwarven Mind, most of your lands are actually mountains. So you're not playing basics in any real capacity in order to get that turn 4 Dwarven Mind online. So Magus could be really impactful here by turning off all the dual lands. And the more I think about it, the more I'd actually like to see this come in, not as like a real win condition angle, but maybe as like a oops, I win button.
Yeah, certainly it's possible. I mean, there are, if we go ahead and look at Aaron's deck list, there are ways to deal with Magus of the Moon. There are lightning bolts. We saw there is fire ice, but most of the rest of the deck would be shut off in that scenario. Like you were saying, there is no plane, so Leyline Binding is not going to come out. I don't even think there's a forest, so Ren 6 isn't coming out. So yeah, it would just be all on those cards. And we're not looking at full play sets of those removal spells. There's 3 bolts and 3 fire ice. So Magus of the Moon may live for a while because those cards are also likely to they're not going to be saved for a singleton Magus of the Moon potential. They're going to be used on early creatures every time. So looking
it's
at Aaron
interesting that you say this, though, because I feel like the one card that might actually impact this matchup a lot with regards to Magus and just in general is Leyline Binding, because that card, it's just solid white removal, right? There's no Undying that you need to worry about. It also handles Grist very well. Like Leyline Binding looks very, very impressive in this matchup. In terms of sideboarding here, I think the only card that I really see that shines out is maybe Hollowed Moonlight, because it's good against Court of Calling. It's good against Eldritch Evolution. I do think that in this matchup and post-board games in general, Eldritch Evolution, the kind of card that may not be very, very good just because it's a very large commitment. It's kind of like Natural Order and Elves, right? You don't want to really commit that many resources to a card that you can't, unless it wins on the spot. I'm not like very, very excited about it, but Hollowed Moon Knight, like I'm hoping to see come in. And then otherwise, the sideboard, we'll see if there are any interesting choices that Aaron chooses to bring in after a restful night of sleep and a lot of thought, a lot of play testing and prep for the first post-board game.
Yeah, okay. An interesting interaction here. Leyline Binding versus Magus of the Moon. You can't float mana. You can't, like, if you have Domain, you can't float mana when Magus of the Moon's on the stack and then cast Leyline Binding, because your Domain will vanish when Magus of the Moon enters play. So that is that you float 2 mana, all of a sudden it costs 5. You can get stuck.
That's so interesting. I was thinking about this the other day. Leyline Binding is actually just such interesting design, right? Like in my mind, it's a very good spell in Modern because it's cheap removal. You could play it very early, like maybe as soon as turn 2 if you get like a Triome and then a Duel. But then late game, it's actually kind of vulnerable, right? Like especially with the texture of the current format. There's so much Boseiju running around, Teferi running around, all that sort of stuff that there is an actual liability. And I know a lot of people who are very talented in Modern say that liability is enough to make Leyline Binding something that they want to stay away from, because it introduces an angle of volatility that you just don't want to deal with.
Right. No, and it's we saw yesterday against Tron, we saw Leyline Binding take out Karn, and then Ugin came down, wiped out the Leyline Binding. Karn returned and wrecked house. So
that's like, you see what I'm saying? It's just like it's like if you play, it's almost like a tempo card that you'd like. That once Leyline Binding is in play, there is some pressure to end the game in some capacity, because here's the thing, right? Unlike Legacy, I think in Modern, the answers to artifacts and enchantments are so much more abundant. A card like Boseiju, you will see in large quantities in like, for example, like Amulet Titan has 4 copies. We saw a lot of copies of Boseiju in Aaron's sideboard. In the Yawgmoth side of things too, I have to imagine there'll be some copies as well. Like, it's just everywhere, right? And this is a card that you just can't counter. You have to like needle it, and that's never happening. And there, besides that, there's like other answers too. Like Teferi, once it resolves and is in play, like you can't answer it. Sure, you can bolt it after, but if it bounces a Leyline Binding, trouble.
Yeah, right. One more note about Leyline Binding as the 2 players are shuffling. Those of you that know on Rakdos know his love for Shark Typhoon. Shark Typhoon in play. I've seen this happen already. Leyline Binding is a very cheap 6/6.
Wait a minute. Why have I never thought about this? Oh my goodness, huh? Yeah, you're actually right, because and then okay. I'm gonna have to bust out some ancient tech here. Maybe looking at the oh my god. Do you remember that one time? I cannot believe I did this. I came on the stream in a giant inflatable shark costume.
I remember.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
that
was yeah, you went all out for that, and then you wore it for about 4 minutes, and you're like, this is really hot.
It was a mistake. As soon as I stepped in, I was like, all right, this is a joke. I get it, and I hope people laugh. But my goodness, I walked out and I was just like drenched in sweat. Yeah. It was like the middle of like, okay, this is kind of weird to say because California doesn't really feel like it gets that hot. But like when the heat waves do come in, they come in and they're merciless. And it was just one of those days where I was just like, oh gosh, I wish I had AC or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Okay, 7-card hand here for Aaron Miller, going down to 5. Archon's the easy card to dump. Yeah, 6 cards versus 5 here in game number 2. And we're get things rolling. Winner goes to the finals. Winner gets an invite to the DreamHack in Atlanta. Who wants it?
Yeah, so going into game 2, I think the texture of the matchup is going to change a lot. And this is incredible, actually. We saw turn 1, no ramp here from Samuel Nordenson on the Yawgmoth side of things. But turn 2, that makes sense. This is probably the only play that could justify not having like a young wolf or any sort of board presence at all, is having that Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots, again, like I mentioned, is very powerful in this deck, just double tapping for something like Court of Calling once by Wall of Roots' ability. But then also, because you don't have to tap the Wall of Roots to generate mana, you're just putting counters on it. You can then tap it to Court of Calling for the convoke cost. So you are getting a nice juicy 2-for-1 deal. And Joe, I got to tell you, in the history of Magic, I am one of the players that's probably at like the top of the list when it comes to getting value out of my creatures, even if it means losing really badly. Okay, this conversation not going in the direction I wanted to. So pivot.
Well, you're not one to play cheap creatures either. You're on the Monastery Mentor plan, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you
talking about Uro's a 3-mana cheap creature. That's relatively cheap. I mean, it's not like a Emrakul or something.
Right. Yeah, sure. That's all right. So yeah, Wall Roots in play here, like you're saying, invulnerable to Aaron's early removal. In fact, maybe all of removal. I'm not sure Aaron's deck can kill Wall of Roots with just one card.
It's a really it's a really good question. I guess we could go like turn to Leyline Binding.
Oh yeah, that's true. We could have Leyline Binding here, and we
have
the mana for it. Yeah, so I take that back. Leyline Binding, easy to forget, just kills anything.
Yeah. Piece of advice for anyone who is watching this and is interested in learning to play the deck the way that Aaron does. If you too want to be the #1 seed after the Swiss portion of the next NRG series trial, pay attention to how Aaron is actually fetching mana-wise here. Turn 1, Rogaran Triumph. Turn 2, Stomping Grounds for that setup here, with access to Leyline Binding on turn 2, but also Red and 6. It's interesting to see the fetch patterns for these new complicated mana bases as Red and 6 comes down, and another Wall of Roots.
All right. Let's see, follow up Ignoble Hierarch. Okay, in a pass there. So that Hierarch willing to jump in the fire from Red and 6, which would prevent Aaron from picking up a free land. And Aaron actually is a little land shy, so Red and 6 is going to want to activate most turns to return a land to hand.
Yeah, I was going to say this is really interesting. Who do you think is ahead on this board state? Because Ren and 6 is really powerful to a while. Ren and 6 is the kind of card that you can play on turn 2 on a mold of 5 and say, like, you know what, I have a good shot of winning this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get by with 2 land, put the rest back, which Aaron may or may not have done. Didn't see what card went back aside from the Archon here, but yeah, the Ren 6 providing all the mana he needs as long as it's given enough time. But here is going to pick off the Hierarch. No surprise there. Still leaving Samuel with plenty of mana. So if the remains of Samuel's hand, if it does consist of access to a Yawgmoth and maybe another creature could rebuild this board state pretty quickly.
Yeah, Court of Calling is online to summon the Thran Physician, so that is going to be a pretty powerful tool on the next turn here. And it's really interesting that Samuel chose to play the Ignoble Hierarch into this board state as well, because let's say you do have Yawgmoth in hand or something like that, you could have actually held on to the Ignoble Hierarch for a turn, and then if you deploy both Yawgmoth and Ignoble Hierarch next turn, or in the same turn rather, then you could just sack the Ignoble Hierarch, convert it into something that matters. So maybe this is an indication that Samuel doesn't have the physician in hand or a way to access it.
That's a Wooded Foothills, I believe, tapping for mana out there, or am I wrong? I believe the top land there is a fetch land for Aaron Miller.
Yeah, we may have to actually get
so
that.
Let's
oh, there might be an Urborg in play.
Is there?
Joe, this is hilarious. I know you can't see behind the scenes here, but Joe is literally like 2 inches away from his monitor. He's just like squinting right now. He's like, I need to double check. I think there's an Urborg in play, which is allowing the Foothills to tap for black. Yeah,
there is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good there. I got caught, just like many people have over the years, by the Urborg.
It's gonna be funny though, because like as soon as I know I'm ripping into Joe here, and as soon as I do something, as soon as I trip up even for like half a second, Joe's he's just like already cooking up a recipe. He's gonna say this. I'm gonna be like, here.
All right. Well, we'll save Honorog revenge tactics for later on. For the moment, Yawgmoth Thran position into play here for Samuel Nordenson, with a couple walls in play, which could sacrifice to remove the token. Instead, we're going to Cord.
Oh, okay. This is good. This is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. So an Undying creature would be ideal here. That allows a lot of fodder. And let's see, this is for 4, and we're getting Strangleroot Geist. So do we have...
No, so it's only for 2 because we already used the walls for the Wog.
Yeah, we didn't. Right, we didn't use extra mana. Okay, so it's for 2. Strangleroot Geist is an Undying creature. This is capable of attacking. We'll probably see that after the Fable token is removed. And Samuel's going to net a bunch of cards from this interaction. This is the first time we're getting to see his deck actually get to execute some sort of plan here. So,
yeah, and this is exactly what the deck wants to be doing, and this is why it's so powerful. And now you even get to attack with the Strangleroot, guys. Like this is a turn and a half. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Wall of Roots will then sacrifice, netting another card to take the counter off the Strangleroot Geist.
Yep.
And now Strangleroot Geist can sacrifice again to put another counter on the Fable token, drawing another card. So this is what, Honorog talked about, potentially being able to just control the entire board with the with this interaction without actually combo killing. It will now be very difficult for Aaron to actually resolve Indomitable Creativity.
And I'm going to go back and say that Samuel played this entire sequence of turns super well. At first, I was doubting why we played that Ignoble Hierarch on the earlier turn. But Samuel, maybe after analyzing how Aaron played game 1, says, hey, I'm going to actually put this Ignoble Hierarch into play here. I know my opponent is going to take the bait, and then I'm going to kill it with this hasty 3-power Strangleroot Geist. And so that is actually incredible foresight and just really good job at reading the player there, reading the board state. And now, the table has this is a cemented position here for Samuel Nordenson here on the Yawgmoth side of things here. No Planeswalkers in play for Aaron, no tokens, no creatures in play, nothing like that. Fable is in chapter 2, but on the mulligan to 5, this is not the position you want to be in here for Aaron Miller.
All right, so Fire and Ice and Archon hit the graveyard, replaced by 2 fresh cards. Aaron needing more land. Keeping the second copy of Creativity over the Fire Ice is interesting. That's certainly a decision that he would have had to put some thought into here. And now facing a spot where he's likely going to need treasures to resolve Indomitable Creativity, because it is unlikely he can maintain a creature presence facing down the Yawgmoth in addition to any other creatures. And Samuel's got a couple in play and 3, I think, fresh cards in hand.
Yeah, while there is a copy of Transmogrify in the main deck here for Aaron Miller, that is mostly the 5th copy of Indomitable Creativity. Creativity does have some extra text on it. You don't only have to sacrifice creatures, which would right now be very vulnerable to the Strangleroot Geist in play, the Wall of Roots in play, but most importantly, the Yawgmoth Thran Physician in play, right? You can also sacrifice artifacts, and that is probably the angle that I assume Aaron might be trying to build towards.
Okay, so second Fable the Mirror Breaker, a new token onto the board, and Samuel untapping here with the works.
There is also a copy of what appears to be Teferi Time Raveler in hand for Aaron, so maybe we could like bounce the Yawgmoth at some point, and then maybe play like Creativity in the same turn. But that is very, very mana intensive, and for a million reasons that I would not expect to not happen. It's probably also very easy to stop as well. So.
Okay, Wall Roots, floating a mana and sacrificing to reset the Strand Rootgeist. Samuel picks up another card. Each of these activations also does cost a life point, but as you can see, Aaron not applying any pressure and really not playing a deck that applies pressure. So that is not going to be a constraint for Samuel.
Okay, well, here it is, Eldritch Evolution. So that was a really sweet interaction there. Sacrifice the Wall of Roots, give the Strangler Rootgeist a +1 counter to a -1 counter to reset the +1 counter. It comes back then because it has Undying once again, and now Young Wolf is the search up here, and this is a combo right here too.
Absolutely. So Yawgmoth +2 Undying creatures will allow Samuel to just pay life points to draw cards. And with, after the fetch land here, 14 life remaining. So he'll be able to draw, and just looking for now, there's only generally, I believe, 2 ways, assuming neither got boarded out. Well, okay, never mind that. No need to actually try and draw into one of them, as Eldritch Evolution will tutor up one of the win conditions, being Drawless Messenger or these Zulaport Cutswords we saw last game, and Samuel will even up the match.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. I'm gonna have to say it. I mean, the mulligan to 5 is pretty brutal, but in those sort of situations when your opponent does mulligan to 5, your number one goal is to make sure that you push hard on the gas pedal and you attack the weak points, and then you are able to convert as quickly as possible. Because like, let's be real here, like on turn 3000, it's hard to say if that mulligan to 5 is actually going to be a deal, because you'll have so many cards back to make up for it with it, whether it's from the value tools and like Ren and 6, or cards like Teferi or this or that, or just like hard casting Archons. So I really like that this was like kind of just like a merciless, like super fast way to end the game there, and also just sort of demonstrated a lot of knowledge here. I was really impressed with all the sequencing and just like choice to spend mana or deploy threats here or this or that. I am kind of interested to take a look at the deck list one more time. I want to see how we reevaluate sideboarding going from game 2 to game 3, whether being on the play does impact either play, mulligan, or just overall post-board deck design.
Sure. Okay, let's go ahead and bring him up. So Aaron Muller is on the play for game number 3. So some cards that are questionable here in the main deck. I mean, I think we like the removal for the most part. Spell Pierce. I mean, there are important spells in Samuel's deck. However, in the later games, I mean, they're not as particularly expensive. So Spell Pierce may go dead at some point. This seems like a card you would primarily be interested in leaving in, but I could see shaving it if you really wanted some cards from the sideboard.
My issue with Spell Pierce is, I mean, like, sure, you can look at the way this last game played out, and sure, you can be like, wow, my opponent went, Yawgmoth into double Eldritch Evolution, and yeah, I could have maybe Spell Pierced one of them, but really, like, my issue is very, very manifold with this card, is that the primary game plan for the Yawgmoth deck is to just put creatures into play, right? And there's a world where, like, that plan A or plan B, depending what how you evaluate the deck and what your mindset is about, is like that, just like creatures coming into play and turning sideways and attacking is very strong sometimes. And if you're just looking at that dead Spell Pierce in your hand, I am not personally a fan of this. I understand there are cards that it does stop, but I think I would much rather like try to repeat the performance from game 1, where we just like destroy everything under the sun one turn at a time. Undying definitely does make that hard. But yeah, Spell Pierce is one of those cards that I'm conflicted about, because I understand its value, but I think the way the average game would play out, it's not exactly what you necessarily want.
Sure. Okay, and if we want to revisit Samuel's deck list, we can check things out over here. Potential cuts here. Maybe this is a scenario where you can board out one of your actual win conditions. I'm not sure the endurance is worth a whole lot here, so maybe that could go out.
This is an interesting thing too. So I did talk about play draw earlier, and one question that I have is, what is the impact of like a turn 1 mana dork in this matchup on the draw, right? Because we saw what happened in game 1 where Ren and 6 came down, and it was unbelievably backbreaking to, just like press forward in Aaron's seat and also push back Samuel's mana development here. So I've never heard of. Well, okay, so in control matchups in general, I could definitely see like on the draw shaving on some number of mana dorks for something like Thoughtseize or like additional cheap interaction. Wall of Roots still will, that is a card that I could just never imagine cutting. But maybe Ignoble Hierarch is something that could be a little bit vulnerable. So we'll see. I don't know. Well, it's just like, at this stage of the game, I mean, we've seen these decks so many times that we'll just hypothesize on like crazy ideas that you could or could not, pursue.
Right.
But
No, it's reasonable. I mean, we saw like Ren 6 basically picked it off for free in game number 1. So wanting to avoid that, potentially you could board out some of your mana creatures. Samuel Nordenson with a Yawgmoth just lead off game 3 here. That's tough though, because you definitely construct a deck with, your land and your, creature mana producers in mind as part of your mana base, and trimming them while in game 2, or I'm sorry, going second and being, having the extra card, is that enough to make up for cutting some of your mana sources? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? Just like overall deck construction, what you think about your mana base and how the games should really play out. I definitely understand that. I guess Yawgmoth is another card you could try to consider, but persist creatures in general they're problematic for the base, red removal deck. And so it's really tough to say. We'll see what the turn 2 play here is. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Imagine if you had that Hierarch here. Red and 6 would be, licking her lips, I guess. That's a phrase, I guess. Okay, well, here the difference is night and day, right? Yawgmoth being resilient to the Ren 6 ping means that you actually get to untap and have a board presence, and so trade loyalty, sure, but it could have been much worse.
Right. Definitely. Okay, so Samuel Nordenson here looking for, let's see, we have a turn 2 play Shearing Rootgeist or Wall of Roots, both appealing.
Hey, Joe?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Following.
All right.
You're supposed to say following who?
Following who?
Following our G series. If you want to keep up with the best of content here, we got some great stuff going on today. Not only is the top 4 of this modern 10K underway, but we got a Pioneer 5K later. That's gonna be sweet. I'm excited, and we got future events coming up. We'll talk about that later. I don't know. That was a pretty good setup, right? How would you rate that on a scale of 10?
All right, Anurag.
Get it? You see what I took the follow in,
the first
I cut
time,
the N out, and then I merged. I thought all night about this joke, Joe. You better give me this one.
Anurag, the first time you tried to pull this knock knock stuff on me was like 6 months ago, and I completely screwed it up. And when you just let off with that, I was like, yes, I remember. I'm not going to screw it up this time.
You were so cautious. Somewhere Norm is just like, I cannot believe I paid these people good money for this quality of joke. I'll do better. I'll do better. Woo!
I was like, all right, I'm going to get it this time. I'm supposed to say, who's there? And then I was like, yes, I nailed it. And then I forgot the second part. So I did. So next year, when you do this again, I'll be ready.
Yeah, no. It's funny because, like, part of production, for anyone who's curious, you analyze like how events go. I'm gonna put this in the show notes, just like teach Joe knock knock jokes.
Yeah, no kidding. This is ridiculous. I've flubbed this twice now in 2 tries.
It's okay, Joe. That's why I'm here for you. Yeah. Turn 2 Wall of Roots is very powerful. This is the exact mana dork that I wanted to see. Wall of Roots is like we mentioned, very good at producing mana in this matchup, but more importantly, resilient to just removal in general. So the adage is Bolt the Bird, and it's very powerful too, right? Because mana in this format specifically matters. Mana in all formats matters. That's like the core of Magic. So having your mana be somewhat resilient to whatever interaction your opponent has, big deal. Very, very big deal.
All right, so Aaron Miller here evaluating his options here. Turn 3, no action. Wall of Roots will stay on the board. So these leyline bindings are primarily, I would assume, going to go after Yawgmoths. But if you're going to hit something else, I mean, Undying Creatures, Wall of Roots, all reasonable targets to try and delay Samuel from getting access to more mana and deeper into the deck. We see Fire Ice here go after a land during the upkeep. Again, just trying to constrain Samuel's mana.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Ziatora's Proving Ground, is that right? The Jund Triland?
Yeah, I think so.
That's the one in play right now, right?
I think you're correct.
Okay, cool. So we're holding up. So we actually don't have access to white mana right now, but we've been fetching, so this is intentional. And in terms of breaking down the mana base too, we have a Sacred Foundry and a Ragran Triumph. Makes sense. Both are mountains. So those would be our 2 white sources of choice in the deck.
Okay.
So I think...
Is that an Outland Liberator?
Oh, that's a cool card.
It is an Outland Liberator. Yeah, okay, because that's the day-night token that was just put into play, or day-night indicator. So Outland Liberator
out for the Qasali Pride Mage
is a sacrificial disenchant effect, werewolf, and it's gone.
Makes sense. Yeah. That was lightning bolted with the swiftness, and you can see a copy of some white spell in the hand here. Is that Hollowed Moonlight? I couldn't quite get a glimpse of it, or maybe it's binding.
I think it is Hollowed Moonlight. So that will prevent creatures from entering play that were not cast, which happens quite a bit in Samuel's deck.
Yeah, that's also good against the Undying triggers, then, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, too, correct me if I'm wrong, but the interaction should also be good against making insects off of Grist, because it doesn't specify non-token, right? Yeah, it does not specify non-token. Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't confident about that last part, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. So unlike Containment Priest, that's what I remember. These 2 cards are not exactly the same. This is an instant; it's a one-time use, but it works against non-tokens as well. So technically, I guess it does stop.
Yeah. And then, as Containment Priest itself would be unplayable, excuse me, in Aaron Miller's deck with his main engine of Indomitable Creativity, Transmogrify. But Hollowed Moonlight, the one-shot deal on the opponent's turn, that works out great.
All right. 2 mana.
Okay. Hollowed Moonlight here, so this is going to allow the Red and 6 to pick off the Yawgmoth.
I'm interested. Oh, this is Moonlight. My bad. I for some reason thought this was binding, and I literally just went on a deep dive on why. Okay, all right, cool. I'm caught up. I'm here. I swear, mentally checked in.
All right, so Samuel not quite catching on immediately there what was going on, but yeah, Aaron Miller removing permanently that Yawgmoth from the game.
And resource-wise, too, that's a pretty powerful play because it doesn't really cost you much, right? Like, here's the thing about Undying. The reason Undying is so interesting is that it really stresses these red removal spells. Red removal spells are not very well known for exiling unless they're, like, of a weird sweeping variety. And that those cards, I just don't think have the... They haven't aged well, so I wouldn't expect to see any in any relevant modern deck today. And so that is an angle that you apply pressure from in this matchup from the Yawgmoth side, is that you put these really sticky creatures into play, like Strangleroot guys, like this Undying Yawgmoth, or even Jarl's Messenger too, that just keep coming back. You have to 2-for-1 yourself, and then the Yawgmoth deck, it'll whittle you into the ground that way. Once you have no resources, then it does that power play for, Yawgmoth or whatever, in this kind of matchup at least. And, that's where a card like Hollowed Moonlight actually does, make it so that you are resource or at parity resource-wise. And in this situation too, I guess, Red and 6 got to pick off the Yawgmoth, and then Hollowed Moonlight replaced itself. So card advantage?
Card advantage indeed. All right, Samuel Nordenson. What do we got? You got for us. So Aaron Miller starting to get to the flashpoint mana-wise, and with a lot of cards in hand. So, wow, some concerns here. Here's Necromentia. Is there an answer?
Uh-oh. Spell Pierce? Doesn't do anything. Wait. Ooh, okay. Tricky.
I believe there is. And I've talked several times about Veil of Summer is not very good against Yawgmoth. It's good now.
Wow.
That was a match-winning Necromentia, more or less, countered at value by Aaron Miller with the Veil of Summer. And that's going to be pretty disappointing for Samuel.
Yeah, it's just like, look at it. You're like, all right, well, if this resolves, I win the game. Opponent goes, I'm going to turn 1 mana sideways. Cryptic Command?
Yeah. And okay, so that gets blown out. Aaron Miller untaps. Samuel Nordenson with just 1 mana available and potentially a cord for 1 versus whatever Aaron Miller is able to muster here. And we can see creativity in hand. Hierarch goes down. Okay, so now cord for 1 is not available.
I really, really like the way Aaron chooses to prioritize the red and 6. I mean, maybe to some players this is a very obvious play, but for me, I think every choice, every decision does matter here. And so saying, hey, you know, I'm willing to even like the sequencing too, just like is nice, right? Like using the red and 6 before playing the Dwarven Mine or things like that. Indomitable creativity going to come down now, and looks like we might be going to the finals match pretty soon.
Right. Well, we are going to be finding an Archon here. The Young Wolf will probably absorb the sacrifice trigger, but Samuel Norton's with just 1 card in hand. Starting to look a little rough here. Has enough life total to play with that if a Yawgmoth came off the top, a couple cards could be drawn, and maybe you could try and get something going in a future turn, but this is bad news.
Agree. It'll have to be Grist here, but first we have to resolve the Archon of Cruelty trigger. We might be getting rid of the Young Wolf, right? I think Wall of Roots is pretty critical to our backdoor plan of some sort of random combo involving Court of Calling, potentially.
Yeah, card drawn for Aaron Miller. It's another land.
All right. 1 draw. What you got? Windmill Slam. It wasn't a Windmill Slam. Oh, wait.
It's something. Is it? It's 4 mana. Is that
Oh,
a
please.
Yawgmoth?
Oh, let's see. I want a game 3. Hi!
It is.
Yes! Ooh. Okay, all right. We have a shot. I'm not saying it's a great shot, but a shot is a shot.
Mm-hmm.
All
right.
right.
So Samuel, you have to think this through. Does he... If he just allows Aaron to attack, sacrifice the wall potentially, and then try and rebuild for next turn? Yep. Okay, that's going to be the choice.
Interesting. Because I was going to say is you could also just sack the wall this turn.
Right.
Maybe try to spike another Young Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like super specific. And also you don't really have that much life to flex around with anyways.
Yeah.
Archon's going to come in for 9 with the trigger and the attack. Ren and 6 could ping for 1.
Yeah.
Which means you're at a virtual 3. So literally this turn, Lightning Bolt could also just do the job. Or like you could attack with Archon and then creativity the Archon away for like another Archon. Oh, this is dirty. Oh,
yeah.
This is
okay. Teferi Time Raveler is, I mean, anything constraining what Samuel's able to do here is something. And even just making him recast any of these cards next turn is pretty deflating. So Wall of Roots is going to make a mana here.
okay. I can get behind this.
Yeah.
Sacking the Wall of Roots, you put a counter on the Young Wolf. Okay, that's cool. So you could sack the Young Wolf, put a counter on the Archon. Basically, like, paying 1 life for Yawgmoth here seems like a cost. But if you're putting the counters on the Archon, then I guess you're still taking like quote net neutral amount of damage from the Archon itself.
Yeah.
The question is how many extra cards on top of that are you allowed to draw, and that's where we're going to see whether or not Samuel can sort of extract enough value from this operation table.
Well, it's got to be at least 2. You can't just draw 1 because you'll discard the Archon. So Samuel will pick up a second card. Now he can at least effectively he's looting here as he's picked up 2 cards. He's gonna lose 1 of them. Okay, he's gonna go for another one. Maybe he hasn't found enough help yet.
All right, so we are giving up the Yawgmoth here. Oh no, this is all on the trigger.
Okay.
All in response to the trigger to bounce the Yawgmoth. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. And then, yeah, leaving 1 creature on the board doesn't do anything either because the Archon will eliminate it by attacking. So Samuel completely has the board reset. He's going to lose most of his life here. And is going to have to redevelop from scratch next turn with 4 land in play to start with. Well, yeah, get rid of Thoughtseize. That's not getting cast anymore.
Looks like we drew another copy of Archon of Cruelty from
Mm-hmm.
the Archon trigger. So take 4 from the attack, 3 from the trigger, 7 total. Going down to 3. Yep.
Okay, one creature plus Gris could remove the Archon, and Samuel could still survive being pinged by Renin 6. So that's, something.
This is kind of stressful too, because okay, let's say you actually do get to take care of the Archon in play. Well, on top of that, there are still 2 Planeswalkers. And on top of that, Aaron still has 6 cards in hand. This is truly going to be the greatest match of Magic I've ever seen if Samuel is able to bring it back.
Yeah. Okay. Renin 6 uses itself up to shoot Samuel down to 2. So the Gris sacrifice kill the Archon plan is now looking quite a bit worse, as his token is going to drop Samuel to 1, even if that happens. Draws a fetch land. That's unlikely to help.
Agree.
And that's it. And Samuel will concede. Aaron Miller will advance to the finals with 5-color creativity, earn a slot at DreamHack Atlanta, and the glory and prize money and Nerd Rage points that go along with it.
Yeah, that was a sweet match. I really do think in that match the play draw dynamic did matter a little bit, especially in game 1. But when you do end up after Swiss the first seed, that is your reward. You get to play on the modified play draw rule. You are on the play for all these sort of games, and you do get to play your turn 2 Renin 6, and you do get to kill their turn 1 Ignoble Hierarch, and that is to some people, not the Infect friends, but to some people, just a joyous melody. And for Aaron Miller, also taking it in 3 games, going on to the finals, and securing a slot at RCQ, the regional championship, DreamHack Atlanta. So that's going to be sweet too. Congratulations, Aaron.
Yeah. All right. So we've got the finals upcoming. We were going to switch over to the secondary match. If it was still in progress, I can tell you that it's not. In fact, it was over quite a while ago. Blake Madsen did defeat Nathaniel Perigo. So the finals is going to be Indomitable Creativity versus the Black-Red Scam deck.
Ooh.
We're going to briefly, let's put up what the players are playing for. Then we'll take a short break and get the finals going. So here we go. This is what's left on the line. Both players have earned invites into the regional championship. You can see the money and the prize points there. We are locking up. This is the last event of season 2 at Nerd Rage Gaming. So 2 players, the top 2 unqualified players on the season 2 leaderboard will earn spots in the Nerd Rage Championship at the end of the year after today. We'll get the season 2 leaderboard updated this afternoon to take into account the points from yesterday and this morning, and we'll have that for you. And that will matter as we move through the Pioneer 5K later today. But for now, we've got the Modern Finals on tap. Honor and I are going to step away for a moment, get the players situated for the finals, and we'll see who is the winner of the Energy Modern 10K. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back with Legacy All-World star Honor Rakdos to cover the Modern Finals of the Energy 10K Minneapolis. Honor, I mean, we watched Indomitable Creativity dispatch Golgari in the semifinals here. Now we're going to see the Black-Red Scam deck, see if it can take it down. So let's go ahead and take a look at the deck lists, see what we've got for you to show you in the final match, and then we'll get things underway.
All right. Yeah, so we've taken a look at this deck list already, so we'll go through the high level real quick. Dwarven Mind comes into play as your 4th mountain. You use Renin 6 and Teferi to do cool things, but then you play Indomitable Creativity on turn 4. You put a big 8-mana Archon into play, and you win the game. Nice. That was my 20-second elevator pitch.
All right. So Blake Madsen's. Now, Aaron Miller, by the way, has not dropped a match in the event.
What?
Yep. He's number 1 seed, clean through, no losses. Oh. All right. Blake Madsen with the Black-Red Scam deck. So interesting numbers in this deck when we get it up on the screen.
I was going to say, that's kind of crazy because, as a caster, I have to say, then it's in the bag, then Aaron's going to win. But then that's the caster curse, and I'm not really about that. You had some valuable things to say about the Rakdos midrange deck.
Well, no. So this deck, I think, is interesting. I mean, we're playing as many free spells as any other deck or more. We have 8, full set of 4 of each incarnation, Grief and Fury. So the 4 copies of Grief kind of explains. I mean, Thoughtseize is a card that I feel like you never see in quantities less than 4. If you're playing it, you're playing 4. But here we're playing 3 because we've got 4 Griefs. It's just backup, really.
Yeah. This whole deck is a scam, Joe. The numbers, don't even think about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a scam. You know, you know what I'm saying? Powerful turn 1 plays here with Ragavan, or even more powerful, you can go Elemental, and then you can, in response to the Evoke trigger to sacrifice the Elemental, give the Elemental Undying through a number of ways: Malakir Rebirth, Feign Death, etc., Undying Malice. Elemental comes back, you get the ability again, and you have a very powerful creature in play that can attack as soon as turn 1. You remember that one time it was the NRG showcase? I think it was the 2021-2022 the showcase, like the final event of the year, and we were watching the Elementals player just went turn 1, evoke my fury, ephemerate it, didn't kill a single thing, and then just attacked for like 6 each turn and won. That's what this deck is, but in black-red.
Basically, that's true.
Vibes.
All right. So this is the finals matchup. Let's go ahead and get things rolling. Points on the line, money on the line.
Ooh, prizes.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, right. The energy branded boogie boards that are awarded to the finalists now, as you saw there, and the trophy they're playing for. So all kinds of loot in addition to the money and the points. Aaron Miller being on the play as a result of not having dropped a match in this event. And we are underway in the finals.
Powerful flex. Let me ask you this question. Who do you think is winning, Aaron or Blake?
I mean,
Game one.
I think despite going second here, Blake has enough discard elements, and Aaron's deck kind of relies on particular cards that in Yellow Creativity Transmogrify, they're cast like turn 4 or 5. I like Blake's chances.
Okay. Yeah, it really just does depend on the opening sequence here from Blake. I feel like you're right. I think I would also agree here. Maybe just to spice things up, I'll say that I will. Aaron has not dropped a match this entire tournament. Therefore, like if you just look at the scoreboard, Aaron is destined to win the finals as well. I mean, that would be sweet if you just went through the entire event, never losing a single match. You know, games here and there. Okay, fine. But I don't know. Aaron's also demonstrated being able to play the deck very, very well. So, you know, I know you gave me good reasons for why one deck might beat the other, but let's be real here. Player versus player is a different thing here. As you see, Thoughtseize take Indomitable Creativity on turn 1, and I think that makes sense. Looking at the rest of the hand, there was like a Spell Pierce and.
Yeah, maybe if there was something like with the redundancy with Transmogrify in the hand also, maybe if there was something like Fable the Mirror Breaker, Blake would consider taking that. But here, without a cheap enabler, yeah, taking just the more powerful of the win conditions makes some sense. And we'll get this going. So, Honorog, I have a question for you.
What's up?
The
42.
The smallish cloths that you use that you might have around the house to clean up messes and things like that, usually like old linens, things like that. What do you call those? Do you have a word that you generally use for these things?
Yeah, microfiber cloths, or like for
no, not for cleaning your mud or for cleaning up messes and things like that. Like you might have some just stored away.
Napkins, rags,
yes,
paper towel,
rags. So the word rag, you are able to pronounce that word. Now you imagine these rags and then just extend the word out, Ragavan. There's no Ragavan. It's not pronounced in lieu of your name. It's a Ragavan. People have been complaining about this for like 18 months. Every time you're on coverage. Onrog, pronounce this word correctly.
Oh, I always say Ragavan.
I know.
Yeah. That's
knows.
just... it's something about the culture. It's just like if you look at the characters and I think like that, like Ragavan also just having that's just how I say, like, it's also like, you know, like a Indian pronunciation in general for like words and names like that. There are a lot of like A's that go so if you're ever curious, like it's my name is actually pronounced Anurag, like but anyways, that's a story for another time. But yes.
All right. I'll tell you what. You pronounce Ragavan like everyone else. I will pronounce your name Anurag. Say it again.
Yeah, Anurag. Yeah,
Anurag?
Yeah. I normally tell people like Anurag, like you're standing on a rug, but it's actually like Anurag. Like it's
Anurag. All right.
Yeah.
All right, chat. You heard it. It's Anurag.
One of those adaptations. You know, one thing that was really interesting here, and I wasn't really sure what it necessarily meant here, but the turn 1 Thoughtseize for a deck that is quote unquote supposed to be a scam with the Undying combo and on your elementals. This has been a pretty low powered start here from Blake Madsen. And I was like, oh, why is this happening? And, you know, maybe this is the reverse Uno card where, I said Aaron's been playing the creativity deck very, very skillfully, very, very well, but maybe Blake also has that power, like the understanding that, in this matchup, certain things are played certain ways. You can't just run your creatures into removal spells. You saw the the spell pierce with the thought season, so you're slowing down the game now.
Oh no.
Ooh.
All right. So I'll cut you off there. So Grief from Blake Nelson plays Season Prime Answer, finds a Grief, casts it here to clean out the Transmogrify, and Aaron has drawn another enabler.
Yeah.
However, it does not have a a fourth land. The fetch is in play.
This is one of those games.
Yeah. The fetch is already in play. So any untapped land would enable an Archon. But Aaron doesn't currently have it.
Right. The good news is that Archon isn't like the end of the world, because if you can assemble Fury plus like a quote unquote flicker ability, like you could deal 8 points of damage to the Archon and knock it out of the park here. You've also got board presence, which is pretty good. So that's important as well.
All right. The draw was Ren and 6, which is almost a land on delay, but not quite enough for Aaron to be able to get things rolling this turn with an Archon into play. So I don't know. He's going to have to survive a couple of turns here. Blake will get to untap, and well, we'll see what he's able to do here.
Yeah, also looking at the deck list as well, there are 3 copies of Terminate in the main deck as well. So it's not even like Archon is this like unbeatable sort of presence. So I'm kind of interested about the Grief pitching Grief here. There must have been some sort of heads up play that Blake is looking to stop on turn 4. Very similar to how you'll see a lot of players, who play Living End. They'll preemptively fire off their Griefs on turn 2 against like the Cascade, the Teferi decks, just to like stop that card from coming into play. So maybe this is like one of those things where Blake sort of recognizes that this upcoming turn is a critical turn in some capacity, and I need to make this play to stifle the bleeding or slow the pace of the game down. This is something that I've really taken to heart over the years. But you know what they say, never to fight with an idiot like me, for example. Right? You don't argue with me because I'll bring you down to my level and I'll beat you there. You know what I'm saying? And so maybe that's what the scam deck is trying to do: to slow the game down and then use all my cards to sort of steal a win, kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like.
All right. Well, there is the Fury in hand, like you said. There's a Terminate as well, and there's also a Dauthi Voidwalker, which can certainly make a mess out of things for Aaron Miller. Voidwalker potentially could end up casting something like an Archon, which would be pretty deadly. There is 4 power here to potentially take down the Ren and 6 in combat here.
Yeah, I think Ren and 6 dying is not the end of the world here.
Right.
I mean, the real reason we played Ren and 6 on this turn was probably because we didn't have a better play, but like also it got that 4th land. So I think we have sort of generated our value, and we are kind of happy with the situation that we are in mana wise from it. But let's see if
well, this Ren and 6 survives combat, as Blake is more interested in just pushing Aaron Miller's life total down. Scalding Tarn cracked here and will get exiled due to the Voidwalker, so not available to be picked up by Ren and 6 again.
I would guess that we're that's another good point too, is that Ren and 6 is actually just offline now because of the Dauthi Voidwalker. But yeah, I was gonna guess. I don't think we've actually gone to blocks yet.
No, Aaron has taken damage already.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. So then this is fascinating, this attack. Okay, because we have the Voidwalker in place, so we're saying, all right, we don't care about the Red and 6 anymore. Maybe that's interesting target analysis. I like that.
That's interesting. I wonder if I was thinking perhaps this Scalding Tarn should have been cracked in response to the Voidwalker being cast, so it would go into the graveyard.
Perhaps that's
if that happens, though. Maybe the Ren and 6 gets attacked. So I don't know. There's definitely back and forth that could have gone differently.
Game is slowly onioning, huh? Because onions have layers, and there are a lot of layers to this game now. Sorry. Rule number 2 about dad jokes: always laugh at your own. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm slowly learning. I'm slowly learning.
All right, there was another fetch land in the graveyard I didn't realize. So this Ren 6 still able to build a land here, which significantly will allow the Lightning Bolt or Spell Pierce to be available here for Aaron. to defend his coming Archon. No Indomitable creativity left, I don't think so. Not gonna be able to use to go for 2 Archons here, but one's not gonna be enough to like end the game, but it's enough to certainly stabilize things.
And like we mentioned earlier, I think there might be a copy of Terminate in the hand, or at least in the deck. So even if Archon does come into play, not the end of the world here for the Rakdos side of things.
Maybe. I mean, Blake missed a land drop here, so he can't currently cast Terminate through a Spell Pierce.
Okay, another Dwarf is going to come into play. And is this the Transmogrify? Okay. Now, oh, wow. It just resolves. Okay, that is good news for Aaron's side. I mean, it's not.
It's always good news when you have Archon coming into play.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever else is happening. It's always better to have that than not.
All right, riddle me this then. What's a scenario where you wouldn't want Archon to come into play? You ever seen those like magic puzzles that are just like, well, okay, like here are 50 steps to draw a second card. There's one of those scenarios where I'm thinking like that's where you'd actually not want Archon to come into play. I don't know. The things I do to divinate, man.
There's probably, I feel like there may be a card printed at some point in the history of Magic where it's like creatures that come into play this turn come into play, you know, your opponent gets them instead or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, here is a...
Yeah, Archon ETBs, the token gets sacrificed, and then...
And the Fury gets discarded. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I got to read the Oracle text on Dothy Voidwalker. I want to make sure this is not going to be terrifying for it.
Oh, it is.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah. That's
my goodness. This is great.
Yeah. As far as I suggested, the Voidwalker could be relevant here. It's scary against this deck. Now, there's the Bolt and Spell Pierce. So even if Blake draws a land to be able to play for the Spell Pierce, in that case, Aaron would probably be forced to Bolt the Voidwalker instead of playing the Spell Pierce to save himself from having Archon resolved against him.
Yes. So I was asking you, so I think we found it, Joe. We found the reason why putting Archon into play might be bad is because if your opponent has a Dothy Voidwalker in play and a Terminate in hand, that Archon is suddenly not going to be yours for much longer.
Right. Okay. Did Blake draw an untapped land? I think the answer is no.
Uh-oh. Wait. Call an ambulance? But not for me? Question mark?
I don't know if there's any real choice here.
Okay.
I think Blake probably has to go. I mean, the deck lists are open. Okay, second Voidwalker. Attack. This is interesting. Blake is gonna. Is Blake just afraid, or does he actually? No, I'm sorry. Blake knows the Spell Pierce is there
from the Thoughtseize on turn 1.
Yeah, Blake knows the Spell Pierce is there.
Right. So it's known information.
Yeah. So he's not. He's just gonna wait. He's gonna wait to draw a land and not run into the Spell Pierce. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Even giving your opponent an Archon attack is better than just losing the game by running your spell into known information here, but this is gonna be rough. Things are gonna get bad here. Archon attacking multiple times.
I feel like this resulting board state might be like a rollover symptom from an earlier decision in the game where we chose to attack Aaron with our creature, our board state, instead of attacking the Ren and 6. And like you mentioned, who knows, that could have obviously butterfly effect, things could have been very, very different. But if we had attacked the Ren and 6 earlier, right? Eventually what's going to happen is that we're going to use, maybe this ultimately doesn't matter, but we were going to sacrifice one of our Voidwalkers, and then Red and 6 would technically come back online. Now Red and 6 is becoming a threat, like that is pinging off these Seasoned Pyromancer tokens. And so there's a world where, and that as a result is making the Archon of Cruelty much, much better. So it's like a snowball effect. It's really impossible to say what may have been correct, what may have been better, but you can just sort of see the implications now that, this 2-mana Planeswalker is still in play and it's doing things. I don't know if these things are necessarily powerful, but the fact that Aaron still has these options on the table is something that we have to look back at that earlier turn and be like, was it really worth it, the 4 points of damage? I mean, maybe based on the hand, maybe based on the gameplay, there was a certain idea in mind. Certainly now, the Ren and 6, you kind of wish it wasn't in play, right?
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. There's been a lot. Yeah, I mean, yes, I agree. It's generated a lot for Aaron, certainly. And Aaron's life total, if Aaron was at 17, it's at 13 right now, that would have little impact on where we currently are at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Teferi bounces the Voidwalker.
Yeah, and it's funny too because we're just going straight for lethal.
Yeah, Fire Ice plus Lightning Bolt. That's going to finish it up. Aaron Miller is going to take down game 1. So yeah, there was definitely a few things that could have gone differently there.
You want to know the max scam vibe? The next card was the Bloodstained Mire. Because and that's how that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you explain the entire concept behind this Rakdos scam deck. You're always just so close, and then you're just like, I don't know. I mean, you're in the finals. You're qualified for DreamHack Atlanta, so there are no complaints here. I'm kind of curious to see decklist and sideboarding. I want to get some thoughts on that underway. Mm-hmm. But that game was very, very close. I mean, if that land came down like a turn sooner, we could have seen Terminate, take your Archon.
A lot different would have happened. Yeah. I mean, because it would have been the Lightning Bolt would have had to kill the Voidwalker instead when the Terminate killed the Archon, and then that would have been 3 of the 5 enablers down for Aaron. So he's only got 2 left in the whole deck to draw. So he's kind of, I mean, maybe on the short end of it. I don't know. We would see. I mean, still the Ren and 6 would be in play, grinding away, but that could have gone differently also, as you pointed out. Definitely there were some choices made there that impacted the outcome of the game. All right. Here is Blake Madsen's Rakdos Midrange, Rakdos Scam deck on the play for game 2. And we saw Necromantia cast and countered last match. Potential to repeat the same scenario here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I would like to see the Necromancias come in. I also wonder if we're looking at cards like Collective Brutality as potential inclusions. I'm going to throw it back out there. That Magus of the Moon inclusion could just be super spicy. I mean, in addition to a couple main deck Blood Moons that we already have, it could be a solid plan. That being said, though, in this matchup, Magus might be a liability, just given that, there are so many red-based removal spells, Fire, Ice, Lightning Bolt. From the creativity side of things. So maybe Magus, not exactly where you want to be in, but Blood Moon certainly seems powerful. Otherwise, I think in the sideboard, that Light Splash is probably good.
All right, we'll see. So against the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, we saw Veil of Summer was excellent at stopping Necromantia, but it's not a great card overall in the matchup. Here, Veil of Summer is tremendous. There's this card all over this.
Tremendous is an understatement.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring Aaron Miller's deck list back up on the screen, and we can see what all he's got to bring in, aside from the Veil of Summers, which are just 100% ideal in the matchup. Maybe not the easiest thing to cast for Aaron, but there's a bunch of fetch lands. He's likely to be able to assemble green mana.
Yeah, and I almost wonder too if we want to even double down, if we want more of that Veil of Summer kind of effect, where you're basically if you look at what Veil of Summer is stopping, what is it going after, right? So it's going to go after Thought Seizes, it's going to go after Grief, it's going to go after cards like Terminate, and even something like Necromantia coming out of the sideboard, right? The one exception being Grief, but all these cards share one thing in common, is that they all get countered by Flusterstorm in early game board states. So I almost wonder if cards like Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce are actually going to be much better in this matchup. Now the vibe check is totally different here because it's not like the Rakdos deck is super or overly powering out creatures like turn 1 Mana Dork, turn 2 Mana Dork, turn 3 Mana Dork. There are a lot of non-creature spells here that are extremely relevant, especially the Undying ones. And so I wonder if how the sideboarding considerations changed going from one match to the other.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So players are shuffling up. Game 2 about to get started. If you're here for Pioneer, as soon as this match is over with, the Pioneer 5K, which is already underway, will begin. We'll probably pick up with a recorded match 1 before moving into the full coverage, starting with round 2 for the rest of the afternoon and evening.
The power of technology. Love it.
Yes, indeed. That'll be a first here. Picking up actually part of match 1, round 1 on the weekend. But okay, both players keeping 7. Blake with just a land to lead off, and we'll see. I mean, there's the fireworks can really happen starting on turn 1 in this Rakdos scam deck, but nothing yet. And really, turn 1. I mean, if you're going to grief and do some crazy stuff, you want to do it before Veil of Summer becomes online.
Yeah. Throwback to the game. I forget who was playing, but I think it was like 4-color control against Living End, and the control player had basically kept no lands. I think had Veil of Summer in hand and like a couple endurances. Windmill slams a Flooded Strand off the top and fetches to cast a Veil. That's how powerful that card is in these kind of matchups, where you literally you could feel the blood flowing through your entire body as like cryptic command, baby. Like that is certainly like a feel.
Yeah, Veil of Summer, powerful stuff. Okay. Aaron Miller. Only real impactful turn 2 play, I think, is Ren in 6, so perhaps we're going to see another one of those here.
I almost wonder if it's too risky. See, here's the thing, right? One thing that I've learned from playing a lot of Legacy is that patience really nice. Sometimes it's better to just not be proactive for like a turn. If you have Veil of Summer in your hand, Joe, what do you think? You hold it up? You play Red and 6 here?
I think you hold it up for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be aware of the possibility of Necromantia. It's open deck list. He saw it. He played against it last round. So Necromantia resolving here is it's really bad.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And speak of the devil, Necromantia in the hand there for Blake Madsen.
So I would almost say that even if you don't have Veil of Summer, you still have to hold mana up for it. Because if you deploy your Ren and 6 on turn 3 instead of turn 2, you're still hitting your land drop. You're still keeping 1 mana up the whole time. I think that's not unreasonable.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what this means to me is that Aaron just doesn't have Veil of Summer, right?
Yeah.
I think both players here have played super, super, super well. So we could probably at this point, just make the assumption that they play cautiously when they need to.
All right, let's go ahead and pop up Necromantia, because it's going to resolve this time. So if you're Aaron Miller, you are likely going to lose your Archon of Cruelties. So do you continue playing this game, or do you stop now and not show your opponent how you sideboarded?
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, so how does this work? Is that you get 2/2s if you get rid of creature cards from their hand, right? So it might be Archon of Cruelty that's being named here because, and I like that too, because here are a couple of reasons why, right? First of all, it does turn off Indomitable creativity. So you not only are you getting rid of Archons, you're also getting rid of the creativities, but also there's Transmogrify. So if you name creativity, there's a chance you could still find the one of Transmogrify and win the game that way. But then lastly, Hardcast Archon of Cruelty is a thing. You might as well take that off the table as well. And so you're going to see here, yes, Archon of Cruelty is the name. 2 are here in exile, 3/4 rounding out. And
yeah, and so this is valuable information here. So Blake Madsen, I mean, no shock, I'm sure, for him to see that the Veil Summers are in the deck.
And here's the other thing too. I know you asked about whether you would concede here to conceal information, but I feel like it's the finals of the NRG series trial here. There's not just money on the line, but those coveted points that'll get you into the end of year leaderboard event. I'm sticking it out. You get to see my deck. Congratulations. I want those extra leaderboard points. I want a shot at whatever we've got at the end of the year, because that is going to be a sweet tournament.
It is. It absolutely is. And I'm very much looking forward to it. And we'll certainly talk some this afternoon about the players who potentially could earn their spots this weekend. But so my question is, well, my follow-up really to what you said is, yes, I agree that we want to win. However, is our chance of winning this game in Aaron Miller's seat, or of winning this match, improved? Is whatever minor bits of information that we gave away right there by showing our deck to Blake comparable to our chances of winning this game? Like, how are we, what is, I guess I haven't seen a 5-color creativity deck win without an Archon.
Yeah. So that's a really interesting question. And I would say the answer to that is, and some people are going to get really mad at this answer, but it depends. It depends on how good your hand is, right? You make that evaluation. You say to yourself, all right, can I win this game without Archons? Because you can technically win this game without Archons. You have 1/1 beatdown. You have like the 2/2s. You got a lot of random chip damage. You still have a lot of really good cards in your deck, and you're so chock full of interaction that you could theoretically, play into a lot of that sort of stuff here. Now the question is whether or not Aaron Miller thinks the current context of his hand could win from that position moving forward. So Aaron not conceding here, that definitely to me speaks as a yes, I still have, gas in the tank here. I still have like 7 cards, although 2 of them are creativity, so it's like not as good, but still, I like the line. I think you play to those outs, and you make Blake sweat for it, right? Like let's be real here. Like let's say you show off a little bit of your deck. I think you look, these tournaments are always about stamina. There's a lot of pressure. The mental aspect, like the Rocky fight behind it all, that's still here.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so obviously we are playing on. So what are we hoping for here? Ren in 6 ultimate follow with a lightning bolt in hand. That would be a reasonable way for Aaron to win this game.
Yes.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, maybe going getting the token, getting the reflection of Kiki into play, being able to go nuts with treasures, and maybe you make some Dwarven Mind tokens, I guess.
Icier, right.
Right. Yeah. I feel like this, and there's Ren 6 in play. I think Ren 6 Ultimate is the most realistic way for Aaron to win the game from this point.
Unbiased Control Mage here, just chiming in here. Night's Whisper is on the stack. This game is officially over.
You're right. The Necromentia was just a setup. Night's Whisper is what puts it away.
Truly, yes. Okay. All right. So, I think I agree with you. It is just an evaluation of win conditions and things like that. Plus, here's the other thing too: information for information. You might also get to see like cards out of Blake's deck in terms of like how that sideboarding and whatnot happens. But yeah, like you have a lot of control tools in your deck, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron like leverage those, extend the duration of the game, because like if you also evaluate how is my opponent going to be winning the game, right? It's a lot of creatures. It's a lot of creatures that die to lightning bolt. I think the scariest cards might be like the copies of like Seasoned Pyromancer. Like if those stack up pretty fast, it's a little bit annoying. There's also Kroxa that could come back a couple times over and over again. Maybe an unchecked Liliana. But like I really do think overall, you've got a lot of really good tools to handle the threats in this matchup. Yeah, look, check this out. This is is this
just
Hollow
Moonlight cantrip here?
Okay, that's good against the Undying portion of the deck. But yeah, you're chock full of removal, so you just sit on infinite removal spells and you just try to draw as many cards as you can. Play the good old Ren and 6 Teferi version of Control, because let's be real here, creativity, a variation of Soup where you just play all the good cards, and rather than have extra removal spells, you have like a backdoor combo finish. I get that. So I think there's a win condition here.
Okay, so Ren 6 pings Blake. Aaron did draw a Lightning Bolt this turn. The alternative action for the turn would have been to bolt the Voidwalker and then break the fetch land and then use Ren 6 to pick up the Arid Mesa. But Aaron is going to push damage as much as he can. I mean, there's no clean, good ways to win this game for Aaron. So he's just kind of piecing it together as you go and see what's the best you can do. You're right, though. The longer the game goes, the more he drags it out, the more he's likely to see from Blake's deck. And again, the information, like maybe even it's open deck list at this point. You know what cards your opponent's likely to bring in. Maybe it's not as obvious what cards they're going to board out. And the longer the game goes, the more likely you are to learn that information just from what's not here. And every every little bit helps.
I can't tell you if this attack is a good attack because attacking has never been my thing and probably won't be until a long, long time. But Dothy Voidwalker going for face here, looking at this Planeswalker and saying, I don't really care. And that's so interesting because I feel like Aaron pinging down the red and 6 is such a power move. Like, what does that even mean? You know, when you have a red and 6 that's about to die, I mean, or that you could keep alive if you expend a removal spell, but then you make a play that suggests that you do have the removal spell. And so then Blake is like, all right, well, if my Dothy Voidwalker is going to die if I attack the red, I'm going to attack you. Are you still going to use the removal spell? Like, it may not be like the like the 10 head play here, but it is certainly like asking a lot of really interesting questions that prove like the dynamics of just a complicated modern game state.
Okay, 2 tokens now. Now unable to block because this is a shadow creature. Another Hallowed Moonlight is going to cantrip here for Aaron. Okay, Fire Ice is a functional card here, so now I believe 5 points of burn in hand plus the 2 creatures in play. I mean, that'll get halfway there. Ren 6 can ping again. I mean, it's possible. It's unlikely.
Right. That looks like another copy of Indomitable Creativity being picked
Yeah.
up here, and that is not a good sign. One
No.
thing that's kind of interesting too, and I didn't really factor this into my initial evaluation, is that the elementals get a lot better when you actually hard cast them for their full value. So like, imagine here if like Blake just draws and goes, all right, I'm gonna turn 5 mana sideways, and I'm gonna kill this dwarf token and this dwarf token and this dwarf token and this dwarf token, and I'm referencing Fury, obviously.
Yes.
That like is a lot more frightening than Fury being evoked or Grief being evoked. So those are interesting thoughts. Second interesting thought, though, if we are talking about evoke, I mean, it's not going to really matter too much since we have plenty of mana in play now. But the idea of both Hallowed Moonlights being gone now, I think 2 are gone now, right? And we know
Yes.
open decklist. Yeah, so that might be critical information later on. We'll see.
All right, so both players actually with bolts in their hand now. Here's a Pyromancer. You talked about that. This is gonna make it so much harder for Aaron to push damage through on the ground. He's got Blake down to 11, and I believe has 5 points of burn in his hand. So it feels like you're kind of getting close. Maybe you can sort of imagine it on the horizon. And now it's just very unlikely that any more attack damage will get through for Aaron Miller.
Ooh. Did my eye spy a Blood Moon?
Oh, they did.
Yeah, that's Blood Moon is certainly going to get Spell Piercer because it's actually really good against the 5-color deck. Who would have thought,
Yeah.
All
right, so now Spell Piercer. This Dauthi Voidwalker collection of cards is getting pretty extensive there.
Extensive, but I feel like the overall card quality is still quite mediocre.
Yeah, and it's with Aaron down to 5 now and a bolt in hand, Blake is going to continue attacking. And I understand Aaron holding his burn spells though, because it feels like they have to go to the face. Finally, a Fable the Mirror Breaker is drawn. Aaron could have used this quite a while ago to clean up his hand.
Yeah, this might be the most impressive second chapter of Fable that will ever get to see. Just starting 2 cards that have been dead since turn 3.
But in order to get to that point, Aaron does need to use this Lightning Bolt or Fire Ice on this Dauthi Voidwalker. He cannot let it connect again. He doesn't necessarily know this, but Blake is sitting on a burn spell that will finish him off.
Okay. It's so interesting too, right? Like, okay, Thoughtseize. This would be the funniest if it was just like bolt in response.
I thought about that. We're not that far, but yeah. Blake casting Thoughtseize here eventually would have had some risk maybe to allow Aaron to finish him off. But
that's not a good sign. But yeah, I mean Blake just being like, yeah, I'll take it, makes me a little bit worried about what to do with the next spell. The next spell we cast, because otherwise it's just going to be game, right? Actually, if we shock here, we're just dead anyways.
Yes, we are. And
we're just going to make a 1/1 instead. Why would you ever shock here? I mean, come on.
I mean,
head in the game.
If every fetch land just made a 1/1 like it does in this deck, like these it gets considerably better.
Yes.
Is everyone else that's playing, like Scapeshift? Oh, here's a bolt to.
Oh yeah. The Dauthi Voidwalker also represents bolt. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. So that it was a force play. You actually had to bolt the Dauthi Voidwalker there. Yeah.
Okay, so that they'll do it on game 2. We will get to see a game 3, but yeah. So our Scapeshift, if our decks with lots of mountains messing up by just not having a random dwarven mind to fetch out and make a token at a different point in the game.
I don't know. I'm still stuck on the deck full of mountains losing to Blood Moonlight. That thought just is kind of funny to me. I don't know. Again, Rakdos scam. It's like the whole context of this deck, this matchup is hilarious to me. I love the name. Whoever coined it, very smart human being.
Yeah, no, I had never seen it before. I'm always out of the loop on these things until a week ago, but now I see it all over the place. And yeah, Drake Sasser yesterday was very excited about this deck and its name and just everything that was going on with it.
It's good content, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Game 3. Yeah, we got a game 3.
Yes, we do. Yeah, game 3. These players playing for. Let's go ahead and pop up. So this is the end of season 2. These players are not high on the season 2 leaderboard. Let's bring up the overall leaderboard so we can see where we're at on the point totals accumulated throughout the year. So the winner of this event picks up 30 points. So if you're starting fresh, this would not be enough to get you onto the, into the top groupings here, but it's certainly a good start. And with 4 more events to go this year, even if you're starting fresh right now, 30 points, let's say you bag this one and then you win another event over the next season, you're like trending toward being in contention. Like, it's possible if you're starting fresh. And also, if you're starting fresh, keep in mind, let's put up the season 3 schedule. 2 invites going to the top 2 players starting. Everyone starts at 0 next month in Newark. And you've got these 4 events to accumulate points to try and get into the championship, as well as the prize money and the along the way, and the invites. All these events awarding the finalists. The winners of the team events all get invites to the season 2 regional championship. The finalists of the individual 10Ks, as well as all the winners of the Sunday 5Ks, also earn invites. So another route to qualify if that's
what you're saying is I have a chance.
Absolutely. Everyone except you has a chance because, well, you'd have to find a team. You can play Legacy.
You are like the Oracle text, please.
You are admittedly the champion of Legacy right now. So you can go to the team events, you can play Legacy. No individual Legacy events in season 3. We did have several in season 1 and 2. But season 3, starting to play more Pioneer, including our first Pioneer 10K. But yeah, Legacy still, you can see those team events. Those are Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, if you're uncertain what the initials stand for. So yeah, maybe if you're looking to qualify and you're leading a Legacy player, get Anurag on the horn. Maybe he'll help you out.
Yes, I will toot my horn. I'm sorry. Word vomit. Sometimes I just think of a phrase and I have to say it. I just have to say it, Joe. There's no holding me back. I am Anu Unchained.
That's good. That's good. All right. Anu Unchained. Could he take down Aaron Miller or Blake Madsen in Modern? I say no. 5-color creativity and Rakdos midrange are here. Keeping 7 again. That's what we like to see. And we're underway in game 3 of the finals.
Both times, Blake Madsen, no really impactful. Well, I guess game 2, did we see the Thoughtseize on turn 1?
I don't. Yeah, maybe we did. I feel like we didn't, though. I feel like it might have been a turn later.
The namesake of the deck, we still haven't seen it,
right,
happen yet. Like any of the rebirth effects, the undying effects, or anything like that. Nothing explosive or as explosive as I was hoping worked. The fireworks clearly not in season right now. So I think that's more of like a wisdom thing, realizing that, on the other side of the table, you're playing against a lot of removal spells. So why ever expose yourself to that kind of situation? That's totally fine. Yeah. On the other hand, though, I wonder, are we going to see like a Veil of Summer perhaps ever from Aaron's side? Because that would be powerful technology.
Yeah, that's tough. And that's, I think, why Blake going second here, you have to be a little gun shy about firing off Grief, Undying Evil stuff, or trying to fire it off going second, because Aaron could just have a Veil of Summer and then your turn is just kind of smashed. Now, I'm not sure that it ever really gets better, although we did see Aaron willing to tap out. So for Blake's perspective, maybe you do just kind of sit on stuff like that, even if you have it. And maybe Aaron plays Ren 6 again on turn 2, and then you can shoot off your Grief. We'll see.
Or hear me out.
Okay.
Is that the legendary 2-mana card in Blake's hand? The one that we don't speak of very often? If I get really quiet and whisper it in the night, will we see it on turn 2?
Are we referring to Kroxa? Or
no, I was actually thinking about Night's Whisper. Then I realized if we play it on turn 2, we have to discard. So never mind. I take it back.
Well, yeah. Okay. I took you too literally. I was like, legendary. I don't think he has a legend on turn 2 except for Kroxa. But all right. Here we have an ice on upkeep just to slow things down, which makes sense. If Blake had no play on turn 1, stands the reason he has no 1-mana play on turn 2. However, now that Aaron's tapped out, this would be a great opportunity for. Okay, well, there's a Ragavan. I don't think we saw that yet in this match.
Yeah.
This is the right turn to have it out there. Like once we get to turn 4, Aaron can just play a fetch land and get a blocker for free. But on turn 3, Ragavan is cleared to attack. Will actually have to eat a legitimate removal spell.
See, this is interesting to me. Spell Pierce, okay, I can understand tapping out a Spell Pierce here, but again, I just feel like I would always be leaving up that Veil of Summer. And the fact that Aaron tapped out on turn 2, to me, just is a clear read that maybe there just isn't a Veil of Summer in hand.
Right.
Because it's so good as an insurance in these situations, right? And I mean, with a card like Thoughtseize, I also think you if you're trying to play around something like Veil of Summer, I think you just kind of have to like, you can't really go over it. You can't really go under Veil of Summer, so you just have to go like straight right through it.
All right, there's an Archon revealed. That's not going to be a hard cast quite yet. Also, a little unfortunate for Aaron here. Like, doesn't see Ragavan turn 1, so okay, I'll ice your land. And then Ragavan comes out turn 2.
Yeah,
mean,
it's the scam, Joe. Come on.
You can look at this graveyard and say, like, oh, Aaron messed up. We should have fired the Ragavan, but he very rightfully just assumed there wasn't one. And maybe it came off the top on turn 2. We don't know. But
I swear I'm gonna have to get Norm to invest in like a scam counter just to count the number of times that like something like this happens where it's just like, oh yeah, turn 2 Ragavan for 1 mana, not on turn 1. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, right, maybe it's like one of those things where like you had the Ragavan in hand on turn 1 but chose not to play it because of exactly Ren and 6. When your opponent goes ice you on your upkeep, maybe that's a signal that there's not a Ren and 6 there.
Absolutely.
Like it could be one of those like in all seriousness, it could be like one of those like mid-game reevaluations.
No, yeah, it makes sense because, and we saw that yesterday too. Trying to avoid prismatic ending. So instead of playing turn 1 Ragavan, you dash it on turn 2. Like these play patterns do exist and make sense with cards like prismatic ending or Ren 6. Here's Leyline Binding for 1 mana. It looks like.
Ooh, okay.
You got the Voidwalker. So this is interesting. So Spell Pierce in hand for Aaron chooses not to counter the Thoughtseize. Instead, it's just going to prevent the Voidwalker from making things worse.
I have thoughts.
Oh, yeah, I do too. Go ahead.
I feel like the Spell Pierce was a forced play. And the reason I say that is because if Spell Pierce just happens to be the best card in your hand after the fact, like Thoughtseize is just going to take it anyways. So now not only have you given this information, you have now lost your actual best card in the hand, which I think turns out to be Indomitable Creativity. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. This Voidwalker, I guess, you don't have removal for it. Is that why we did that? I was deep in my thoughts and didn't actually look at the hand. Wait, no, but then Spell Pierce would protect you. You could just kill the Voidwalker next turn. So with the Leyline Binding that you use that, in that turn itself. So that's interesting. I feel like there's a really good PV article that I read a long time ago, which is like when you're playing Magic, a lot of the time what you want to be doing is just denying your opponent options. And that's sort of like my thesis also for like picking decks that I play in whatever format I'm playing. I always want to maximize my options. So I think that's kind of an interesting thing here that when I say forced play, it's like, either Spell Pierce was your best card and it goes, or Spell Pierce like trades with this and you keep your best card. So it's a win-win for you to Spell Pierce it no matter what.
All right. Well, so Necromancer being cast here. Spell Pierce mana available, but Treasure plus Bloodstained Mire would allow Blake to pay for it. So that's not going to work. No green mana available this turn, so no worry about a top-decked Veil of Summer. And this Necromancer is going to resolve. And Blake's like, yeah, it worked last game. Probably going to make the same choice this game.
I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even be surprised if the reason that we kept the Spell Pierce was maybe to play around something like a Necromancer here. Sure. But here's the thing too, right? Like Spell Pierce is great when like it's quiet and nobody knows. But that Thoughtseize turns that Spell Pierce like straight face up, and like the very few targets that you have for Spell Pierce, you could see like Spell Pierce falling off now, right? Like it's very good against like some of the cheaper spells. It's very good against like a card like Necromantia. But as soon as mana starts to get deployed, I mean, this has been, like a tale as old as time. Spell Pierce just falls off in the late game. And so this really makes me wonder. I mean, maybe there was mana to pay for the Thoughtseize last turn. Am I going crazy here? I thought there was only the one treasure token.
Well, no, I know. I think it was because it was post everything last turn. So a reason why, and I'm sure the chat is talking about this too, a reason why going for creativity for one last turn for an Archon with the Voidwalker on the board is dangerous is because if a Terminate comes down, then Blake casts the Archon.
Yes. By sacking the Ragavan to the initial trigger.
Yeah.
Terminating and then, yeah.
Yeah. And then, so I completely understand Aaron not wanting to cast it for one with Voidwalker on the board. And he didn't have a blue and a white land. He had a blue-white land. So he couldn't cast both. And the Leyline Binding and the Spell Pierce last turn. So I understand that reasoning for why that could have happened. Whether it's right or not, and obviously the way it turned out was a disaster, but that doesn't mean the decision was wrong in the moment.
Right.
But that there is some justification for what he did there. It just worked out incredibly badly. And now, okay, we'll see. We saw last game.
Backups, right? We have backups coming up here, like backup plans rather. Red and 6 is definitely something that you can. This is chapter 2 of the saga. Okay, sure. We're going to rummage a little bit here. But Red and 6 can come into play this turn, and that could operate as your end game condition, sure. You combine it with a little bit of the your onboard beatdown. A 1/1 dwarf and a 2/2 goblin shaman. Did you know, Joe, that token is like a $10 token?
No, I did not.
That goblin shaman is expensive. And boy, oh boy, do I wish I could buy some right now from NRG. To the 856 followers in chat, because you've all followed, right? Check out NRG for sweet cards like that. That is a high commodity, honestly. It's pretty sweet. I love my on theme tokens. That's something that
I mean, I do too. I love it when players have the appropriate tokens for the cards. The actual, I mean, whether they're like altered specific ones or just original creations. If you had like Inkling Customs or something, make a token for you associating with a card, that's cool too. But like having the official ones is it's neat. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't usually anticipate them being pricey, but sometimes they are.
Yeah, I was surprised to learn that. I was surprised to learn that when I did. It's a wrap. Handshake, GG. Knight's Whisper here. Draw 2 cards. Sure, you lose 2 life. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, look at that. That's a 3-for-1. This might be the most broken Knight's Whisper I've ever seen, period.
That's saying something.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing, right? Knight's Whisper, great card. Hasn't really aged well compared to some of our current forms of, card advantage, like Expressive Iteration or whatever. Cool to see, though, as the antithesis of Hymn to Torok, a card that I am known to dislike very vehemently.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's can we talk about the fact that Aaron Muller is way ahead on board right now?
Yeah.
I mean, that could change in an instant. Like you illustrated, I mean, Fury could just clean things up. However, some number of Furies could conceivably have been boarded out. And I mean, there's a fair amount of damage incoming here. Actually, there is a Fury in hand for
I was gonna say, speak of the devil, there is a Fury in hand, and I think we may have had the option to we may have had the option to play it last turn for the evoke cost, pitching something like a Terminate. But again, here's the thing with these elementals, right? Is that they are so much better when you hardcast them.
Yeah.
And I could definitely see that that being the sort of plan of approach here for Blake.
All right, so that would come in and clean up most of the board. Here's a Terminate on the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Red and 6 up to 5. Blake down to 7. So there's possibilities here. All right, here is Fury. Bang, bang, bang. Clean up the board. Blake not going for any sort of alternate cost reanimation strategy here, which is fortunate, as Aaron does have Hallowed Moonlight in hand, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a Leyline Binding. Okay.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Dominaria United coming in fresh here. Leyline Binding, I'm so mixed on it, but like this is one of those scenarios where it just looks so good because it solves a lot of problems that a lot of decks have. You know, I mean, like, let's take, for example, like the Rhinos deck, for example, being like a clean answer for a card like Teferi and so on and so forth. Right here in this deck, for example, like anything that is like out of bolt range. I mean, Fury, like notably in bolt range, but you know, having like redundant copies of these removal spells, generic removal spells, very, very, very powerful.
Yeah, I am eager to see if any other domain cards from Dominaria United show up in Modern. I know there's a chance with Neshoba Brawler. I'm excited about Shadow Prophecy's prospects, but Leyline Binding, the clear winner here. Like down to 6. Now, yeah, Aaron's gonna have to choose. Okay, going Ren and 6 up, which I like to try and get towards the ultimate. The other option is to go down and just ping away with Fire Ice in hand as well. Both ways actually had legitimate options. Does Blake have much here? Okay, that's a lot.
Season Pyromancer is a good one.
Yeah. And there's actually a Pyromancer in the graveyard as well, I think, from several turns ago, maybe. Or that
there
may
might
have been
be
the last game. Yeah, so there may be tokens waiting in the graveyard also. It's hard to tell. I might be confusing the two games here, but
all right, hear me out.
Yeah.
This game is a wrap because Ren and 6 is going to ping down 6 times. Bet.
I mean, you do you. I think I'm gonna go up and try an ultimate with my tokens to block the way. I think
Joe's like, I'm gonna put the mic down and just gonna slowly walk away.
Yeah,
Norm, who are you hiring nowadays?
I'm gonna fly up to wherever you live now. You're in Northern California, right? I'm gonna fly up and slap you for trying to tick this down all the way. I'm going up all the way.
Through the internet. That'd be powerful technology. Eric, we'll see here. I can't tell if those Season Pyromancer draws were that hot. I get the feeling that they weren't. Is that like a rebirth ability? I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, this is not completely over. There's a Veil of Summer that will also help protect the Ren and 6 because it'll protect the tokens to block from everything except Fury.
All right. Much appreciated, Twitch chat. That is a Malakir Rebirth in hand. That is actually pretty good with the Season Pyromancer then.
Yeah, if it somehow dies, but it may not die. I think
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, maybe to see like Pyromancer attack the Ren. Aaron says, Ren is my win condition. I want loyalty counters. You know,
right.
Fire ice your Season Pyromancer, and then in response, maybe Blake goes, all right, rebirth, you know, get it back.
Maybe
discard 2, draw 2.
I don't know. I don't see it. I think Scalding Tarn getting picked up here. I think it should be held in hand. There's no reason to play it. And I think if you're Aaron, the plan is chump block, ultimate, and very possibly win the game and the tournament.
Undefeated in the weekend? That would be a nice flex on the resume.
I mean, Blake's drawing off the top here. This is the last turn. I think this is over. There's 2 lands in Aaron's hand, Fire Ice and 2 lands. He has 6 mana. Blake's at 6. I think we're done. I can't believe this. There's the ultimate. Blake has no answer. Aaron now has lethal damage in hand.
1 Ren and 6 later.
I mean, does he do it now? Does he wait a turn? Would you wait until your opponent taps down some mana? I don't know that there's likely that Blake's going to have anything that's going to gain life in response, but Aaron is unbelievably ahead dramatically in this game right now.
Yes, for sure. Prismari can shock players too, right? I'm not going crazy.
I believe so. Here's a Grief. This should draw out at the very least the Fire Ice, or okay, I guess we're going to see the Veil of Summer.
Oh!
All right. Well, now Aaron knows if by some weird stretch of the imagination, Blake has some kind of interactive, I don't know what that would be here, but the coast is clear for Aaron Miller.
I mean, where's the Ralph gif? He's just like, stop, he's already dead, you know, like that one.
Here it is. Fire Ice. Blake down to 4.
All right, what do we got? Put him
Fire
on the lamb.
Blake down to 2. Fire Ice. Aaron Miller wins the tournament.
Wow. Just straight amazing. You know, I'm super, dare I say it, player diff just undefeated over the weekend.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm going to come into this event. Hey, trophy, that's mine. Thank you. I'll sign the slip. Oh, no, you want me to actually play it? Fine. Doesn't drop a single match over the weekend. Aaron Miller on 5-color creativity, getting that win. That is so great to see. And off a Ren and 6 emblem after getting Necro mentioned for your primary win condition.
How much did we talk and how much did the chat talk about how, he messed this up. He had this spell pierce. He screwed it up. It didn't work.
I wasn't a believer. I was like, oh yeah, you should spell pierce the Thoughtseize because, and Aaron's like, nah, this is how you play the game. And I was like, all right, I'll take notes.
Clearly,
yes, sir.
Aaron wanted the 2 damage to go through on the Thoughtseize. The opponent doesn't lose life unless it resolves. It was all part of the plan, right? I don't know how well scripted that was turns in advance, but it worked.
Yeah, powerful stuff.
Yeah, and Aaron Miller wins the NRG Modern 10K Minneapolis. Congratulations to him. If he wants to talk to us, and hopefully he does, we'll get him over here and talk. So we'll stall for a few minutes here, catch you up on the plans for the rest of the weekend, and then we'll see if we can speak to our champion.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means, both players, just to recap, are now qualified for DreamHack Atlanta, which is a $130,000 event from what I recall. It does give you invites to the Pro Tour. So it is super sweet to see. It is super sweet to see, just like the NRG series, be able to feed up on that road to Worlds, if you will, because I believe 2 slots for Worlds are also guaranteed from Atlanta. So, undefeated here over the weekend.
Sort of, because I plan on taking the other one.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got you. Are you going to do the same thing? Yeah. Maybe. I don't know if you're going to look as good as Aaron, because Aaron made it look really convincing today. But, if you want, you could take notes now. You know what I'm saying? Just in the winner's interview, be like, hey, so when we play in the finals, we're just going to handshake and move to Worlds, or what's up?
Yeah. Wow. That was good stuff. That was impressive. Okay. So after we talk with Aaron, if he wants to talk to us, we're going to step away for a few moments. I'm going to take a break for a couple hours. Honorar's going to run the show, joined by Devin O'Donnell for the first 3 rounds of Pioneer, and then I'll be back to take home the rest of the afternoon and evening as we move through the Pioneer 5K. But that will all... Okay, all right. So Aaron is going to talk to us, but he's going to take a minute to compose himself after his victory. So we're going to take a brief break. We'll be back. We'll talk to Aaron, and then we'll get the Pioneer 5K rolling. This is Nerd Rage. Thanks for being here. Follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll be right back. All right, Honorog and I are back. Thanks for sticking with us this morning. If you were here this morning, you saw quite an exciting Modern top 4 and finals. The tournament is now over. Aaron Miller is our champion. Let's bring him in. Aaron. Hi. Okay. There's all kinds of stuff we could talk about. Let's just start with game 3 of the finals.
Yeah, dwarf beats.
How many games did you win in this tournament without Archon or Cruelty?
That was the only one.
Okay.
I've only ever done that one other time when I got surgical.
All right. So walk us through mentally, how does that go when the Necromancer resolves?
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna lose, but I'm gonna give it my best shot.
Okay. Well, and you got to practice that in game 2.
Yes.
When it didn't quite come together, when did you think to yourself, all right, maybe I'm actually going to turn this around?
When Ren and 6 ticked up to 7 and he didn't draw Fury, I was like, okay, I have a shot now.
Yeah, that was honestly I wasn't really sure just the way that the match was playing out, if it would actually end in that way. But at the end of the day, watching it actually happen is something different. I mean, I haven't played enough creativity to know the answer to this question, but without Archon, it must really be a very, very, very sweaty path to actually win the game from there, given just how saturated the format is with removal and effective removal too, valuable removal. So honestly, congratulations on just showing a masterclass on how to play this deck. That's a good follow-up question too, is now that so people obviously have access to your deck list now, but the question that most people will be asking is what cards were you most excited about over the weekend? How did Leyline Binding perform? Dominaria United overall? Are there any changes you make to your deck?
The one of Persist was pretty bad. It was kind of cute. I just wanted to play it because I like the card a lot. The Leyline Binding was it was phenomenal. It's definitely a modern staple. I think the biggest performer going at like within the last couple months though has been Fable. Fable has just been absolutely phenomenal for the deck.
Okay. All right. So you didn't drop a match in the Swiss, right? Or in the whole tournament, really. You clean sweep all the way through.
Yeah.
I mean, what were your expectations coming in? Were you thinking, all right, I know what I'm doing. I love my deck. I think I have a good shot at making top 8. Or is this just kind of like, we'll just see how it goes. I'll have fun. And it just went way above expectations?
Somewhere in between. I did get a RCQ top 8 with Temur creativity, and it's been like my favorite deck for the last couple months.
Okay.
So I've been playing it very well. So I was pretty excited to play it in a bigger tournament, but I was also just thinking it might be just a meme or something, but it was fun.
Yeah, sure. No. So you went from Temur creativity. Was it the printing of Leyline Binding that kind of just made you decide I'm going to add a color, or was that already post Denominator United where you made the switch?
Definitely Leyline Binding, and then the being able to bring in Teferi, you get to like you bring in that concentration of good cards. You finally get to cut hard evidence, which is I love the crab token, but it's nice to finally cut that card. It's
People
not
in chat probably gonna be like, not the crab. Don't no, not the crab.
Don't hate me. I love the crab, but it's just the worst card in the deck.
Excellent work. And you got so you said you top 8 at RCQ. So did you just earn your invite right now then? Was this
I did, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations
Congrats.
for that. So Lana DreamHack, Aaron Miller is coming after you. So that's Pioneer. Do you have a Pioneer deck lined up? Are you playing Pioneer today with us?
I'm still kind of watching the format shake out. I was gonna play today, but I think I'm gonna draft instead.
Okay, all right. You're gonna draft in side events. Well, certainly you've earned the right to do whatever you want with your afternoon. Congratulations, Aaron Miller, Energy Minneapolis Modern 10K champion. Thanks for being with us. All right, good for him. That's pretty cool. Okay, so to just let you know where we're at here, I'm going to take a break now for a couple hours. On Rakdos, I'm going to leave it in your capable hands. He's going to be joined by Devin O'Donnell for the rest of the morning.
I mean, yes, yeah.
And they're going to move into Pioneer, which I know, Anurag, you've been studying up for.
Yes, I have. I've done my homework, but literally, I'm going to tell you this right now. I did my homework, but I brought a cheat sheet with me, and my cheat sheet's name is Devin O'Donnell, who's going to be great. I'm excited to do some coverage with Devin. Devin is quite the Pioneer expert, and as you will see, we're going to learn a lot from him this weekend. You and me together, chat. So let's get into it. I'm excited.
All right. So we're going to take a break now, and then we'll be back picking up the Pioneer 5K tournament, wherever it's at. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back with round 2 of Pioneer in a few moments.